this coming, and you're welcome to weigh in on the Cowboys at 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. I didn't see the number one critic of college football in the NFL, Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah.
Has he been doing this all season? Samuel L. Jackson went off on Colorado, tweeting when the Buffaloes loss to Oregon State. Brain farts all around. The OC can't run 3 plays to get off the field. The DC can't get his guys to stop a baby carriage. He said Shiloh. He meant Shador. Shador can barely walk and is going to end up playing wheelchair football behind that O-line. My rage is better served watching villains in a good Bollywood movie. Sham Shira, here I come. No more Buffalo ball tonight.
Oof. Oof.
And what did he say about Sean McVay yesterday?
Yeah, so I guess he was also watching Rams football yesterday, which was just as rough as Colorado. Yeah. He said, "At what point do we start the Rams coaching conversation?" With 2 question marks, but then also 2 exclamation points.
Wow.
So
This
quite
actor strike,
but serious.
This actor strike has got to end.
I think 31 other teams in the NFL are like, ooh, if Sean McVay could come loose, I will take that guy. I guess he's not good enough for Sam Jackson, but he's good enough for us.
Chris is in Dallas, has a thought on Dak Prescott. Chris, good morning.
Good morning. This is Chris. I'm in Dallas just getting off work. And all I've been hearing all day is Dak played pretty good. We're not paying you pretty good money. We're paying you great money. So sometimes you need to play great, Dak. That's all I got.
You know, Chris, and that's where I've been critical of Dak. Perloff has been defending him this morning because Dak had a great game in terms of his production, and the numbers are there. But you had a final drive. You actually had 2. You had 2 final drives. You took a bad sack on the second to last drive. You took a sack and a bad delay of game penalty. When you had 1st and goal at the 6 and you cannot convert that into points, you need a touchdown there. You're not going to get gift wrapped that many more opportunities.
Okay. There was no run game. Are you going to say anything about that? And the defense got torched by a limping Jalen Hurts. Torched. So where's the Micah Parsons, by the way, we just played. Was he on the field? I didn't see him once. I mean, he made no noise. I think the Cowboys played exactly the way you don't want them to play. You want them to be ahead and run the ball, and their defense wasn't good enough.
We get more into the Cowboys' loss yesterday. 855-212-4CBS. Also coming up, what we got wrong. Oh, boy, this was painful. Get to that in a minute. Don't move. Maggie and Perloff, CBS Sports Radio.
Let's head out. The theater's about to close.
Wait, what does that sign say?
Warning, watch your step.
No, next to it.
If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Has someone in your family lost a job recently, and now you can't afford your mortgage payment? Or do you have a rental property and your tenants aren't paying you? We can come to the rescue and pay you cash for your home immediately. Yes, sell your home and get cash all over the phone without dealing with real estate agents or having to waste time showing your home to lukewarm buyers. You don't need to lose your house to foreclosure. If you have equity in your home, we'll buy your home and give you cash within days, all in a simple over-the-phone and virtual process. Call now before your situation gets worse. Sell a home you can't afford or just need anymore and get the cash you need today. Call this number now.
Call 800-527-4903. That's 800-527-4903. 800-527-4903. Again, 800-527-4903.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? The stress from excessive credit card debt can ruin your life. Collection calls, sleepless nights. If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. DebtBlue uses secret programs that most credit card companies won't tell you about. They'll help you consolidate or settle your debts for a fraction of what you owe. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved. There's no risk. The more you owe, the more DebtBlue can save you. See how easy it is to get started with free information. Let DebtBlue show you how 10 minutes could save you thousands. Call now. 800-200-6895. That's 800-200-6895.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Fall is in the air, and that means crisp mornings, falling leaves, and sweater weather. More importantly, it's the perfect time for fall grilling, tailgating, and cozy comfort food. Omaha Steaks has all your fall cravings covered with 50% off site-wide during their semi-annual sale. That's 50% off all your favorite tender, juicy, extra-aged steaks like their butcher's cut filet mignons. Go to omahasteaks.com today and use code GARDEN at checkout for an extra $30 off your order. The Omaha Steaks possibilities are endless flavor and endless value on incredible entrees, scrumptious sides, decadent desserts, and more. All at 50% off during the semi-annual sale, with every bite backed by their 100% unconditional guarantee. Shop all your delicious favorites at Omaha Steaks for half the price and use code GARDEN at checkout for an extra $30 off. Hurry, this sale ends soon. Minimum purchase may apply. Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
This is Greg Papa, your voice of 49ers football. Papa and Lund, 10-2, right here
on KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
Our three best bets this weekend, the over 50 points in the Dolphins and Chiefs game out in Germany.
4th down and 10, Miami. Ball game here, and a bad snap. Tua's got to fall on it, and that'll do it. Kansas City will take over on downs.
We're rolling with the Raiders -1.5 at home over the New York Giants.
Antonio Pierce, in his coaching debut, has a resounding Raiders win. Las Vegas 30, New York 6.
I'll bet on the Browns defense -8 to get the job done versus Clayton Tune.
Deshaun Watson under center, hands it to Hunt, running right side, had some blockers, gets to the goal line and forces his way in for a touchdown. Kareem Hunt on a 3-yard touchdown run, and the Cleveland Browns now have a 26-0 lead.
Those are your three best bets.
Giddy, the Hail Mary, the tip, no! And the Warriors with the win! Curry with the game winner. Somehow OKC shoots 60% and doesn't win.
Cleveland Cavaliers had been winless at home. They get home win number 1. It ends the Warriors' 5-game winning streak. Cleveland wins it 115-104.
And that should do it.
That should do it for a weekend without the 49ers. Bobby Boucher hits on a couple bets. The Warriors win their play-in season tournament game. And the Niners are only 1 week away from returning to actual NFL action. What's up, everybody? Happy Monday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back with Overnight Dave on the ones and twos, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning, the start of the Morphin Mac Show, where we're going to be talking a lot of NFL action today, despite the fact that the 49ers did not play yesterday. But here's the good news, folks. 49ers woke up this morning, even though they haven't won a game in nearly a month, back in first place in the NFC West. That's right, the prime spot, number one on the podium after the Seattle Seahawks got absolutely embarrassed yesterday by Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. But it wasn't just the Seattle Seahawks who got embarrassed. It was essentially the entire NFC West. Yesterday, nobody in the NFC West scored more than 3 points. The Seahawks lost in Baltimore to the Ravens 37-3. The LA Rams were out here without Matthew Stafford, losing to the Green Bay Packers 20-3. And man, oh man, you don't want to see what was going on in Cleveland this weekend as the Browns defense stopped Clayton Tune and the Arizona Cardinals from scoring a single point. Browns won 27-0, checked off the boxes as one of Bobby Boucher's best bets, and they did so by only allowing the Arizona Cardinals to accumulate 58 total yards of offense on 48 total plays. So that might have been the worst offensive performance of the weekend, but overall just a bad offensive performance for the entire NFC West. And that's why there's a silver lining. Even though the 49ers were on a bye week, have lost 3 games in a row, and it's nearly going to be a whole span of a month before they're back in action with a win next weekend versus Jacksonville. But now they're back on top. But the question is, where do they rank in the NFC power rankings? Because we're about midway through the NFL season now. So everybody's going to be talking about, who are the real playoff contenders? Who are the Super Bowl contenders? And pretty much my narrative hasn't changed so far since the beginning of the season when we were breaking it down as the Philadelphia Eagles and the 49ers being kind of the cream of the crop and 1A and 1B above everybody else in the NFC. But yesterday, the Dallas Cowboys made it interesting. Now, obviously, they ended up losing this game to the Philadelphia Eagles, but this was a back-and-forth game, divisional matchup where the Eagles went out, and were also able to cover the 3-point spread at home. They get the win 28-23, but it was probably a game that should have came down to a field goal spread if Dak Prescott doesn't wear a size 13 Jordan. I'm riffing. I have no idea what size shoe he is, but hey, just like Kevin Durant that one time when his foot was too big and it stepped on the 3-point line, well, Dak learned the hard way.
He's wearing size 24 shoes.
Yeah.
What else do you want to know?
Yeah, maybe he was wearing size 24 shoes, and that's when he stepped out of bounds on the 2-point conversion, which obviously made it a 5-point game, which led to the Dallas Cowboys on the final drive of the game, going all the way down to the 1-yard line. Got to give a shout-out to CeeDee Lamb, who was nearly unstoppable yesterday against his Philadelphia Eagles defense. That's supposed to be one of the best in the leagues, especially after going out and trading for Kevin Byard. Well, here was CeeDee Lamb with 11 catches for 191 yards. Dak Prescott, really got to give a tip of the cap to him, too. Had a phenomenal performance against this Philadelphia Eagles defense until that final drive, until the pass rush started to turn it on, until Dak got sacked 5 times in this ball game. Did have 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, threw for 374 yards, but ended up being Jalen Hurts, even with the bum knee, outperforming Dak, outperforming the Dallas Cowboys. He throws for 207 yards and 2 touchdowns. Of course, we've all been seeing what A.J. Brown has been doing over the last 5-6 weeks. His consecutive streak of having games with at least 125-yard snaps this weekend, but he still got into the end zone on 7 catches for 66 yards. Devontae Smith also got into the end zone, and that's pretty much where we're at after week 9 of the NFL season, is looking up at the Philadelphia Eagles, because now they have an 8-1 record, have created some separation in the NFC East, hell, just overall in the entire conference in the NFC. And now it's time for the 49ers to get back on track and start winning ball games. So on the other side, we'll take a look at where the 49ers rank among these NFC teams. if it is just the 49ers and the Eagles, or if the Cowboys' performance this weekend impressed you enough to take them as a serious contender, 3 weeks after getting beat by the 49ers, 42-10, but I thought they put up a good showing last night. But man, oh man, you want to talk about teams falling off the maps? 2-3 weeks ago, we were talking about the Detroit Lions and the Seattle Seahawks being maybe some of the powerhouses teams in the NFC. Well, don't tell that to Lamar Jackson. Don't tell it to the Baltimore Ravens, who have put back-to-back beatdowns on the Lions and on the Seahawks. And I think the stat now is that Lamar Jackson is 18-1 in his career versus NFC teams.
Not bad for a running back.
Yeah, that's not bad for a running back. That's actually really good for a running back, for a quarterback, however the hell you want to describe Lamar Jackson. And you're going to be describing this guy as an MVP candidate as after he absolutely demolished the Seahawks yesterday. It really wasn't even Lamar Jackson. He threw for 187 yards. It was more of the running game. It was the fact that the Baltimore Ravens ran the ball 41 times for 298 yards against the Seahawks defense. And that's why I've never feared the Seattle Seahawks as a true contender in the NFC. After watching the 49ers beat this team 3 times last year and run all over them. That's why I called them out at the draft this year when they skipped on Jalen Carter. Obviously, he falls down to the Philadelphia Eagles. And nothing against Devon Witherspoon. He's a great corner on the outside. But I thought they had to bolster their front seven. Now, we saw that at the NFL trade deadline with Leonard Williams being traded to the team. But even with him playing this weekend, even with Bobby Wagner being back in the middle of their defense, they are still susceptible to the run game. Baltimore Ravens, one of the best rushing teams in the league. Shout out to the rookie Keaton Miller, who had 9 carries for 138 yards. Gus Edwards, the bus, got into the end zone twice. And Baltimore really proving that they are one of the top teams, not just in the AFC, but the entire NFL. But I think after last night's Sunday night football performance, people might be looking at another team in the AFC North as the king of the NFL right now. And that team might be Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals, who once again beat Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. I mean, this is just becoming a routine now for Mr. Joe Cool 2.0. We talk a lot about the elite quarterbacks, who they are, in my opinion, at least here on the leadoff spot, that being Joe Burrow, that being Josh Allen, and, of course, Patrick Mahomes. Those are the 3 guys I look at. Well, guess what? Joe Burrow now has a 5-1 record head-to-head against both Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. And if it wasn't for a late flag last year in the playoffs, we might be talking about Joe Burrow still being undefeated against these elite quarterbacks. Also, got to give a shout-out to the defensive coordinator for the Cincinnati Bengals, who's been able to beat Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes 4 or 5 times themselves. But the Bengals are really looking like the best team in football, arguably now. We saw what happened last week when they came into San Francisco, down in Santa Clara at Levi Stadium, and the performance that defense and offense put up then. Last night, they hung on 24 on the Buffalo Bills. I want to say, as much as we hyped up these games, they were good games. I was expecting more points. Both this game and the early morning games both had over-under of 50 points. Both of them did not hit. I'd say the Sunday night football game was actually a little bit better than the 6 a.m. morning game. And that is, of course, if you woke up early enough to go watch some football out in Germany, where Patrick Mahomes and this Kansas City defense got the job done against Mike McDaniel and this fraudulent Miami Dolphins offense. I mean, now we're going to start talking about whether or not the Miami Dolphins are for real or if they're just a bully picking on smaller and slower teams. Because now we've seen it in multiple instances where this Miami Dolphins team has faced off against a team with a winning record. And guess what? In those 3 ball games, they're now 0-3. And I got to put my hand up. I'm one of the guys that picked the Miami Dolphins as an upset victory this weekend. I talked about the travel schedule, how they got out for a whole week earlier than the Kansas City Chiefs. They flew out Thursday night / Friday morning. Didn't really matter, at least not for that Kansas City Chiefs defense, who got the ultimate revenge from Tyreek Hill, stripping a ball, pitching it to guys. You had the hook and ladder going on out in Germany. I know they're singing songs and having a good time. Well, the Kansas City Chiefs are still having a pretty damn good time right now with a 7-2 record. After truly not really even impressing so far this season, it's more been about their defense this year than it has been about their offense. Another game where, obviously, I thought they were going to score some more points. That's why we took the over 50 in Bobby Boucher's best bets. Their only loser from this weekend. But, Dave, I got to say it feels good to go back on track to go 2-1 this weekend, get 2 winners. The first one we mentioned earlier with the Cleveland Browns covering the spread quite easily against the Arizona Cardinals, who only had 58 total yards of offense on 48 plays. And then, Dave, I feel like we're kind of burying the lead right here. We've got 11 minutes in the A block without mentioning the Raiders getting the win against the New York Giants. And Dave, hit me with one this morning. How about them Raiders?
How about those Raiders, man?
1-0 post the Josh McDaniels era. And man, oh man, it didn't take long. Immediately after the Raiders decided to fire Josh McDaniels, immediately after giving Dave Ziegler the Ziggy, and immediately after benching Jimmy Garoppolo, here was Aiden O'Connell. Here was Josh Jacobs. Here was the Raiders offense scoring more than 20 points for the first time all season. And get this, they did it in a single half of football. Josh McDaniels and Jimmy Garoppolo failed to score more than 20 points the entire season. And I don't want to hear any excuses. Oh, it was just the New York Giants. I don't give a damn. Jimmy G and Josh McDaniels only scored 70 points against the Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos defense that allowed 70-plus to the Miami Dolphins. They've played some bad teams this year, and I'll take whatever I can get, Dave. It's a celebration. Hell, you heard us last week when we were celebrating the firing of Josh McDaniels, and that's why we picked the Raiders as one of Bobby Boucher's best bets this weekend. I damn near guaranteed it on Friday. We talked about the culture change, the vibe, the atmosphere, the practice dance circle coming back, them putting a Nerf basketball hoop in the locker room and having impromptu wrestling matches. Hell, you should have seen after the game what the locker room looked like, with Max Crosby providing cigars for everybody, smoking up like they just won the damn Super Bowl. But hey, smoke up, Johnny. Smoke them if you got them. Raiders smoked that Giant pack, and they smoked that Josh McDaniels pack, getting their first win since firing that kind of plague that was plaguing the organization. The Patriot way is over. Hell, shout out to the Patriots who lost yesterday. They're now 2-7. Yeah, that's going real great for Bill Belichick and that Patriot way out on the East Coast also. But yesterday on the West Coast, I guess technically not the coast, but the team that used to play on the West Coast, the Raiders got the win. Hell, probably the biggest win that they've had in a few years now, absolutely dominating Daniel Jones and the New York Giants. And Daniel Jones actually went down with a non-contact injury. It's something we talked about last week. With that weak offensive line, all it took was a fingertip from Max Crosby. Daniel Jones goes down. It's looking like he's got a torn ACL, which means it was Tommy DeVito time for the New York Giants. Their season is essentially over. But hey, here's the Raiders now with a 4-5 record. And it seems like the franchise is only trending up in the right direction. Hell, even Mark Davis, his haircut looked a little bit better this week. And there was even Raider fans saying, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. I don't know if we're going that far. He's the one who put us in this whole entire position. And you know, the guy that moved the team from Oakland to Las Vegas. But hey, it was good to see the Raiders get a win yesterday, 30-6. It was good to cover with one of Bobby Boucher's best bets. We went 2-1 yesterday. And overall, between the 13 or 14 games that were available yesterday, we went 9-4 picking winners. So how about we talk about some of those winners on the other side and how they impact the NFC kind of playoff picture and the race that is for that Lombardi trophy out in Las Vegas this year. Hey, who knows? Maybe the Raiders will be playing at home in Vegas, smoking up cigars. Now I'm just kind of being facetious and kind of riffing this morning. But hey, who knows? Anything can happen. Just like anything can happen in the in-season play-in tournament that saw the Warriors get the job done on Friday night versus OKC. It was pretty cool seeing the City Connect and City Court kind of things that they displayed. I know a lot of people complained about it. Kind of reminded me of like a NBA like 2K mode. I thought it was interesting. Hell, I was going to watch the game anyways because I wanted to see what Chet Holmgren was going to look like. He had a pretty good game against Looney and Draymond Green down low in the block. Wanted to see what Josh Giddey was going to look like, and wanted to see this OKC team without Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They actually gave the Warriors a really, really strong test, but it came down to Steph Curry hitting the game winner on Friday night. And here we are now, only 5-6 games into the Warriors season, and we've seen game winners by Klay Thompson. We've seen game winners by Steph Curry, and we've seen this Warriors team already win 3 games on the road this year after only winning 11 last year. Now, their 5-game winning streak did come to an end last night in Cleveland versus Donovan Mitchell and the Cavs, but they're back tonight on a back-to-back game schedule, and guess who they're going to go visit? James Wiseman and the Detroit Pistons. That is, of course, if James Wiseman is not a healthy scratch, like he's been multiple times this year. So we'll see if James Wiseman is on the court. Actually looking forward to seeing the rookie Asor Thomas, who's balling out defensively. He's playing fantastic. Warriors are back in action tonight. And today is actually the start of MLB free agency, November 6th. I'm expecting by 6 a.m. today, Shohei Ohtani will be signed to the San Francisco Giants. Yeah, we can all hope, can't we? Hey,
I'm going to San Fran.
We'll see what happens. We'll see who's staying in San Francisco after there was some news yesterday with the Giants of the team picking up the club option on Alex Cobb. We talked about his hip injury and how he's going to be out 4 to 6 months, but that deal was too good to pass up for the Giants. They re-sign or pick up the team option on Alex Cobb. Ross Stripling picks up his player option. I know everybody's looking forward to Ross Stripling being back in the rotation next year. And one guy that I thought maybe could be in the rotation, Sean Manaea, has announced that he's opting out of his contract. I know there were some theories out there that maybe he would stay because Bob Melvin's taken over, but Sean Manaea will enter free agency, and it all starts today. So we'll keep you updated on the winter meetings and some of these free agent targets that the Giants could get. But it's a football Monday, and we've got plenty of sound from the winners and the losers of Week 9 of the NFL. We'll let you hear from Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts, and talk about where the 49ers rank in the power rankings in the NFC. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, here we go. 5 seconds left. Dallas down by 5, 28-23.
The Eagles have 8 defenders at the goal line.
Shotgun snap for Prescott. Steps up, looks, throws, end zone. Lamb makes the catch at the 2-yard line and would be tackled right there. And the Eagles are going to hold on to win 28-23.
The leadoff spot now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Monday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher recapping week 9 of the NFL season. One more game to go tonight between the LA Chargers and the New York Jets. But man, oh man, even on a Sunday without the 49ers, I still thought it was an awesome NFL slate from 6 a.m. in the morning out in Germany to the Seahawks beat down by the Baltimore Ravens at 10 a.m. to the 125 game you just heard there on the rejoin, and the Dallas Cowboys coming up short against the Philadelphia Eagles. And then, of course, the Sunday night cap-off between Joe Burrow and Josh Allen. Cincinnati Bengals taking down the Buffalo Bills once again. But even in between, there were some nice nuggets sprinkled in of NFL action, whether it was C.J. Stroud setting an NFL record for the most passing yards ever by a rookie, leading this comeback against Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, the dude threw for 470 yards and 5 touchdown passes. And this is while the Houston Texans are out here using their backup running back as their field goal kicker. So shout out to DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud. Stroud seeming like he kind of locked up the overall Rookie of the Year award already. Hell, this guy might be putting himself into the MVP conversation if he keeps playing like that. But hell, who knows if maybe Josh Dobbs is going to enter this conversation. He was one hell of a storyline yesterday also. Stepping in last minute. Literally got traded from the Arizona Cardinals last week. By the way, shout out for the Arizona Cardinals for starting Clayton Tune and having 58 total yards of offense on 48 plays. Probably would have been better off with Josh Dobbs, but they sold him at the trade deadline, and man, oh man, are the Minnesota Vikings happy that they did. Because once Jaron Hall went down with an injury, here was Josh Dobbs stepping into the game without knowing anybody's names, without knowing any plays, without knowing any cadence. And Dave, actually, let's just skip down to the sound right here that we have from Josh Dobbs. It's our last cut on the cut sheet, since we started off the segment talking about him. This was Josh Dobbs yesterday at the podium after leading the comeback for the Minnesota Vikings, a game that I will remind you that on Friday, we switched our official pick because I said I didn't want to bet on Jaron Hall. I literally said if Josh Dobbs was playing, I would still take the Vikings over the Falcons. Little did I know Josh Dobbs was going to come into this game based off an injury. Well, little did Josh Dobbs know, because he did not know the playbook, didn't know anybody's names. Here he was at the podium talking about what it was like being thrown into the middle of an NFL game after not even knowing your teammates' names.
Oh, don't even start. I'd probably, if we had to pull up a roster, I had to go names, I'll be a bad teammate today. Yeah, I knew Alex. I knew a lot of first names, Alex, Brandon. I know like a lot of nicknames per se. But yeah, names. That's for this week. That's an assignment for this week. So,
well, I'll tell you one name that all Vikings fans are going to know, and probably most NFL fans are going to know. It's Josh Dobbs. That performance yesterday just bought him a long, lengthy backup career. If it's not as a starter, might be turning into the next. Who knows? Tyrod Taylor or maybe even Geno Smith. We'll get to Geno in just a few minutes and his poor performance yesterday, but wanted to give a tip of the cap to Josh Dobbs and, of course, C.J. Stroud, two of the big stories yesterday. And now we're talking about a Minnesota Vikings team that technically is in the hunt and technically in the playoff picture in the NFC. That's right. Even without Kirk Cousins, with a 5-4 record, they would be the 7th and final wild card team to make the NFC playoff picture. And that's why yesterday, or not even yesterday, last week, when we were talking about people pressing the panic button on the San Francisco 49ers, their 3-game losing streak, I said, look, listen, the 49ers are making the playoffs this year. I don't think anybody has to go on a hot take or first take or one of these TV shows to tell you that. But look at the entire NFC playoff picture. Somebody might get in with a losing record this year. The Vikings are 5-4. The NFC is not nearly as stacked as it is over in the AFC. Hell, that's why we were just talking about Lamar Jackson being 18-1 all-time against these NFC teams. AFC just has better quarterback play, and that's why they are a much, much stronger conference. Meanwhile, over here in the NFC, you've got the Eagles, you've got the Lions, 49ers, Seahawks, Cowboys, Saints, and Vikings. That's what your playoff picture currently looks like through 9 weeks of the season. But the question I asked this morning is, where would you put the 49ers in that NFC power ranking? It seems to me that number one spot still belongs to the Philadelphia Eagles. After improving yesterday to now 8-1 on the season, they have a 2-game lead over the Detroit Lions, and they also have a 3-game lead over the 49ers. Now, the Eagles do have a difficult schedule coming up, but you can say that about almost any first-place team. Hell, look at the 49ers' upcoming schedule and the sandwich games that they have to play, playing against the Seattle Seahawks. Then they take on the Eagles. Then they play the Seahawks again. And, oh, here comes Lamar Jackson on Christmas Day. That's a nice little gift that you're going to find underneath your tree. But when you're breaking it down, and after seeing that performance last night from the Eagles, I would still say that they are 1A in the NFC. Now, some people might say, well, the Dallas Cowboys are creeping back into the conversation after losing to the 49ers 42-10. They won back-to-back games and really had an opportunity to win yesterday in Philadelphia. Whether it's the multiple fumbles that they didn't capitalize and take away from the Eagles, whether it's Dak Prescott stepping out of bounds and not picking up that 2-point conversion, which, probably would have led to a game-tying field goal, sending it to overtime instead of CeeDee Lamb being stripped at the 3-4 yard line yesterday. Well, the bottom line is Eagles won, Cowboys lose, and I did want to sprinkle in some sound from both teams. Why not start with the losing team, Dak Prescott, because I really think Dak had maybe one of his best performances yesterday. Does now fall to 8-4 all-time against the Philadelphia Eagles, but the fact that he still has that record is still pretty damn impressive. Yesterday, he did all he could to put the Cowboys on his back, whether it was rushing and scrambling for a few first downs or throwing for 374 yards and 3 TDs. He came up short at the end of the game, and here he was at the podium talking about it being a game of inches and how it sucks to lose to a division rival.
Yeah, you said it. It's a game of inches. It's why you got to love this game. It's tough. It's tough to win. We fought our asses off. Obviously, they did. Great NFC's matchup. They came out with it tonight. But as you just said, an inch or two on one of those 3 plays, and we could be talking about a different outcome. So, but they got this one. Sucks. We're gonna take it. We're gonna move forward.
Yeah, take it and move forward. And that's really all the Cowboys can do. Their chances of winning the NFC basically evaporated yesterday with them now being 2.5 games back of the Eagles. Now, who knows how the Eagles' schedule is going to play out, especially when they are losing guys like Dallas Goedert, who had his arm broken yesterday. That's going to be a significant injury moving down the road. But, hey, we all knew the path to the playoffs, to the Super Bowl, would most likely go through Philadelphia this year. They were one of the most dominant teams in the entire NFL yesterday. And even with Jalen Hurts playing with this knee injury, they still look like a pretty damn good team. And they're still out here executing the brotherly shove. Whether or not Jalen Hurts is playing banged up or not, he's picking up first down. Eagles are still putting up points with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith getting into the end zone yesterday. Thought it was interesting how the Dallas Cowboys were actually able to slow down the rushing attack. DeAndre Swift only 43 yards on 18 carries, especially when we have seen the Eagles have so much success against the running game. I guess there is like a theory of thought that watching the game yesterday and seeing the Eagles, I don't want to say struggle with the Cowboys. I mean, they were down 17-14 at halftime. Does that give you any extra incentive or maybe encouragement or confidence that the 49ers can go and beat this Eagles team? I mean, we do it all the time in MMA, Dave, whether it's UFC or boxing or any combat sport. We try to do the MMA math where it's like, oh, well, this guy beat this guy and this guy knocked out this guy in the first round. That means this guy's going to beat this guy. But 2 + 2 doesn't always equals 4. It doesn't always line up like that. Styles make fights, and I think the Eagles have the best style of play to match up with the 49ers. We've talked the past couple weeks about them struggling in the trenches, the team like the Cleveland Browns and the Minnesota Vikings. Well, the Eagles are one of those teams that are dominant in the trenches. Not as dominant last night, but still dominant enough to get the win and get the job done against the Dallas Cowboys. Here was Jalen Hurts talking about that win over the Cowboys and how he was playing through that knee injury last night.
Well, I don't like it being that way. I don't like it being that way. I love to be all good, and but as I said, man, I do anything for this city and for my teammates. And it takes what it takes, and that's simply put, whatever it takes. And I'm just happy that we were able to gut out this win and still have yet to play the complete game. And we're so hungry and eager to continue to grow and build upon the things that we've been able to do. But just way to show up in the end. It's always about finding a way. That's all that matters is winning. That's something that I've been saying all year.
And that's kind of been the storyline with the Eagles this season. It hasn't always been pretty. But look at their record. They're 8-1 on the season. Even on a night where CeeDee Lamb has 11 catches for 191 yards, tearing up this defensive backfield, there they were shutting him down on the final drive of the game, actually stripping CeeDee Lamb down at the 3-4 yard line. I know that helped a few people out with the Philadelphia Eagles and their defense in fantasy football. But at the end of the day, this is the Eagles team that continues to win ball games. Now, I did say they have an extremely tough schedule coming up. After this week, they've got the Kansas City Chiefs out in Kansas City, Monday Night Football. That's going to be one hell of a matchup. Then you're looking at a Bills-Eagles matchup, a 49ers-Eagle matchup, and then the Eagles will take on the Cowboys and the Seahawks before closing out the season with 2 games against the New York Giants and the Arizona Cardinals. So this here is the toughest stretch of their season, but the 49ers are also entering one of their toughest stretch of the season, and it begins next week, coming off their bye out in Jacksonville, taking on the Jags. Then they'll have the Bucs. Then we get into those matchups with the Seahawks on Thanksgiving, Philly, and then the Seahawks again. But maybe you're not as fearful of the Seahawks after seeing what Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens were able to do to them yesterday. 37 points on this defense that was supposed to be the Legion of Doom 2.0. You want to talk about having a great bye weekend? We talked about in the first segment how 49er fans and how 49er players woke up in first place in the NFC West after all 3 teams in the NFC West failed to score more than 3 points this weekend. Check this out. I did the quick math. Give myself a little pat on the back. The NFC West was outscored this weekend 84-6. 84-6. That's absolutely embarrassing for what is supposed to be one of the better divisions in football. Now, obviously, you've got the Arizona Cardinals out here with Clayton Tune. You have the Rams out here with Brett Rippon. And you got the Seattle Seahawks with people calling for Drew Lock to start over Geno Smith. Dave, you wouldn't believe it. I saw it trending yesterday on Twitter. I was like, what the hell is Drew Lock doing trending? And then I clicked on it, and it was Seahawks fans complaining about their comeback quarterback, Mr. Geno Smith. Mr. They wrote me off, and I never wrote back. Well, this year he's been writing a lot of interceptions. Threw another one yesterday. Finished today 13 for 28 for 157 yards. One of the ugly Geno Smith performances that we've seen over the last couple of seasons. Here was Geno at the podium talking about the big fat L that they took against the Ravens and how the Seahawks can try to bounce back from this absolute beatdown.
It's tough. It sucks. We were looking forward to this matchup, and I just feel like we didn't play our best football today. Obviously, we made a ton of mistakes and a lot of things that we need to correct. But, as I always say, I put those things right at, my own feet, and I look at myself in the mirror and say, what could I do better to help this team and to help my guys? And so that's exactly what I'm going to do again. I'm never going to shy away from it, and I'm going to keep on working.
Well, Geno could definitely play better, but so can this Seahawks defense. A Seahawks defense that allowed 298 rushing yards this weekend to Keaton Mitchell, the rookie out of Baltimore, to Lamar, who had 10 carries for 60 yards. Gus Edwards had 2 touchdowns, 5 carries, 52 yards. Even Justice Hill contributed 40 total yards. And I know this game got away from them in the second half, but still, anytime you let a team run for 41 times for 298 yards, that's a red flag to me. And that red flag might be a San Francisco 49er fan because that's going to be their calling card to beat the Seahawks this year is to run the ball all over them, just like they did 3 times last year when they went 3-0 against the Seattle Seahawks. But we'll get to that matchup in just a couple weeks as we get closer and closer to Thanksgiving and we get closer to the 49ers returning to the football field this weekend against Jacksonville. Again, pretty damn nice when you wake up, don't even play a ball game, haven't won a game in nearly a month, and somehow you're back in first place in the NFC West, coming off your bye week, should be healthy, fully ready to go next week out in Jacksonville. But you want to talk about a team that was ready to go yesterday? How about them Raiders, baby? Kind of firing up the squads, playing with a little bit of emotion, and having a nice cigar celebration after getting their first win without Josh McDaniels. and also without Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. We'll talk about it on the other side and break down this story for you of what went wrong last week in the Raiders locker room and what happened that created bad blood between Josh McDaniels and the new Raider interim coach, Antonio Pierce. You're not going to want to miss this Raider sound on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Jacobs up the middle, bowling his way, trying to get to the goal line, extends, and he's in. And the Raiders have taken a 2-score lead here in the first half over the Giants. DeVito's going to pass, throws it down toward the end zone, double-covered Hyatt, intercepted at the 1-yard line. Picked off, here's the run back from the 10 to the 20. Amik Robertson still on his feet at the 30-yard line. Robinson to the 35 and into traffic and tackled at the 40-yard line. Give to Jacobs, getting close to that goal line, reaches over, ball is punched away, doesn't matter. Touchdown, Josh Jacobs. And the Raiders have a 3-touchdown lead. There's a pass on first, went through the hands, tipped and intercepted again. Went through Slayton's hands. Nate Hobbs has it, running around to the 30-yard line to the right side, and he'll be tackled at the 25. The Raiders have knocked off the Giants 30-6 here in Vegas.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on the Raiders Radio Network. I'm joking, people. I'm joking. It is the Waterboy Marcus Boucher back on the 49er flagship station. But since the 49ers are on a bye week, I did want to spend a few minutes this morning talking about the team formerly known as the Oakland Raiders, who now currently play out in the desert, who yesterday got their first win post Josh McDaniels. And I know we've been talking a lot of Raiders over the last week and a half. I think it's actually perfect timing with the 49ers being on a bye week. Opens up a few segments for me to kind of pour out my feelings, because if you don't know, if you're not watching on the KNBR live stream on the KNBR app or on YouTube or on twitch.com, you can obviously see that I am currently wearing a Raiders hat.
Shout out Oakland, California.
If you listen to the Murph and Mac show, you know that I am the only Raider fan here on air at the station here at The Sports Leader. Now, shout out to my guy, Overnight Dave, born and raised Raider fan behind the glass. Even got a few other guys running around here in the bullpen, but I'm the only voice of the Raiders here in the Bay Area. And I know there's a lot of Raider fans still repping proudly here in the Bay Area, up in NorCal. Shout out to my guy Logan Webb up in the 916, and all the way down to L.A., where Antonio Pierce grew up in Compton, California, growing up listening to NWA, and that's why you heard Ice Cube. It was a good day on the rejoin right there. And man, oh man, it was a good day. Dare I say it was a great day. Not only because Bobby Boucher hit one of his best bets, because we essentially laid it out on the table last week that we were guaranteeing a Raiders win this weekend against the New York Giants, against Daniel Jones / Tommy DeVito. And no, it's not like the New York Giants are one of the best teams in the league, but man, oh man, the Raiders were playing like one of the worst teams in the league. And after watching Jimmy Garoppolo and Josh McDaniels offense that failed to score more than 20 offensive points the entire season, here were the Raiders doing it in the first half yesterday with Aiden O'Connell, with Josh Jacobs, with my guy Devontae Adams, not even really getting back in action, but just getting a smile back on his face. It was more of Aiden O'Connell launching a ball 50 yards down the field to Trey Tucker. You know, the longest play of the season since Jimmy G doesn't take any shots downfield. But I don't want to take any more shots at Jimmy G. I said last week, I actually thanked him for his accomplishments of getting Josh McDaniels fired. In case you missed it, I've been saying it for over a year now on The Sports Leader. Jimmy, all he had to do was play bad enough to get Josh McDaniels fired. I know Dave likes the Jimmy played good enough to win drop. Dave, let me get that one time this morning.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Yeah, Jimmy played bad enough to get McDaniels fired. And that's why I'll forever be grateful to my guy Jimmy Garoppolo. But I said it on this show. I said it on Murph and Mac. Hell, I said it on the Fantasize This podcast on 3 different platforms on 50,000 watts that the Raiders would go out and score more than 20 points for the first time this season. They did. And I said they'd go out and beat the New York Giants. Now, I'm not going to sit here and act like this is a Super Bowl victory, even though the Raiders were sparking up cigars in the locker room postgame. But man, oh man, it just feels good to be able to actually root for my squad, to actually watch a game and not have to worry about that clown Josh McDaniels blowing another 17-point lead. Watch him lose to guys like Baker Mayfield on the Rams. Watch him lose to Jeff Saturday and the Colts. Watch him lose to Tyson Bagent. Man, oh man, was it nice. And it was just nice to get that stink out of the locker room. Because this story that came out yesterday from both Ian Rappaport and Jay Glazer might blow your mind. Check out this audio we have from Jay Glazer on the Fox pregame show explaining what exactly went wrong last week when Josh McDaniels decided to hold an open-door meeting. Players started ripping him, and then he wasn't even man enough to go to the podium and address the team, so he sends up Antonio Pierce. And, of course, Antonio Pierce, a member of the New York Giants Super Bowl team, told a story that didn't sit too well with Josh McDaniels.
There was such a big disconnect with the players there and Josh McDaniels that players recently were going upstairs to the owner, Mark Davis, to tell them what their problems were. However, the big thing is last Thursday, there was this big airing of the grievance meeting, and players just unloaded on Josh McDaniels from captain to player to player. And finally, Josh McDaniels actually had Antonio Pierce get up and speak on behalf of him and the coaches. When Antonio Pierce got up there, he said, look, guys, we have to have our own culture. It's got to be about culture here. And we also have to look at it. And he brought up the old Giants team that beat the Patriots, Josh McDaniels' team, in the Super Bowl in 2007 season. He said, no matter who we played, we thought we could beat them. We had a game plan that we could beat them. We had to believe that, and that's not here. We have to believe it here at the Raiders. We could beat anybody. Well, he finishes up that speech. Everybody thinks they're great, except for Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels then goes over to him and says, don't ever talk about the Patriots like that. And then you really saw how divided that building got. That got up to Mark Davis, and I think Mark Davis looked at it and go, okay, I'm going to choose the guy who believes that we can win every single week, and that's what his plan's going to be. And by the way, this is not just a throwaway for Antonio Pierce where, he's just going to coach out the rest of the season. He has a shot to keep this job. That's Mark Davis's mindset.
I mean, are we serious? One of the reasons why Josh McDaniels finally got forced out is because he was too busy defending the Patriot way? Come on, dude, read the room. I know Mark Davis is out here handing out minority ownership to Tom Brady. I know he bring in Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniels, 2 Patriot rejects, 2 Denver Bronco rejects. Hell, shout out to the Indianapolis Colts, too. Got out of Josh McDaniels, who signed a contract to be their head coach for about 8 hours. Like, what a moron. What an idiot. Hell, I'll say it. I'll have Bruce Bochy say it for me.
I'll say it. He's an idiot.
Like, this is one of the dumbest things I ever heard. Dude really lost his job because he was defending a Patriot team from over 10, 15 years ago.
I'll say it. He's an idiot.
Yeah, we'll double down on that one. I mean, this is the point where we all throw our head back and laugh at Josh McDaniels.
Now comes the part where we throw our heads back and laugh. Ready? Ready!
I mean, again, what a loser. And this is why the guy should have never got another head coaching job. Only got it based on the coattails of Bill Belichick, and I really don't think he's going to get another job. Shout out to Antonio Pierce for giving a speech to fire up the team, getting Josh McDaniels ran out of town, and then taking over and getting the Raiders' first blowout win, and I don't know how long. Man, oh man, it felt good, and that's why I decided to spark one up yesterday, like my guy Max Crosby in the locker room, handing out cigars. Here was Mad Max post-game, handing out the cigars to celebrate the end of the McDaniels era.
A lot of the guys said that cigars came from you. What was the thought process on that?
I love cigars, so everybody knows I'm sober, but I love my cigars. So, I wanted the guys, to have some fun after the game. I got the equipment guys to buy them last night and shot over a Venmo and got them taken care of. We had them ready to rock, so it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a whole new vibe, whether it was the practice reports this week, Devontae Adams schooling people on one-on-one Nerf basketball, the impromptu wrestling matches between the offensive line, the cigars being passed around like the Raiders won the Super Bowl post-game. It just felt like an entire culture change. Felt like an actual Raider team that people who grew up here in the Bay Area rooting for the Raiders can actually enjoy watching. So we'll enjoy watching them next week against the New York Jets on Sunday Night Football. And hey, who knows? Maybe they'll be smoking cigars in the locker room this year in Las Vegas. Or maybe it won't be the Raiders. Maybe it'll be the 49ers. Who knows? Either way, the Super Bowl is being hosted this year in Las Vegas. Someone's going to be smoking the cigars. But if the 49ers want to get there, they got to get back on track next week against the Jacksonville Jaguars. But hey, we'll make that connection with Murphy Mac, get their thoughts on Week 9 of the NFL season. It wraps up tonight with a matchup between the Jets and the Chargers. Dave, give me the Chargers -3, and give me Murphy Mac on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR, 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the Sports Leader.
All right, fun Monday morning on the leadoff spot, putting a bow on what was quite an interesting weekend, whether we're talking NFL action and mine and Overnight Dave's Raiders getting their first win post-Josh McDaniels era, whether we're talking about the fact that the 49ers are waking up this morning in first place in the NFC West after all three of their division rivals got outscored, get this, boys, 84-6 this weekend. NFC West gets embarrassed. Baltimore Ravens put the beat down on the Seattle Seahawks. We don't even got to talk about the Cardinals and the Rams and their backup quarterbacks. So a lot of NFC West action, a lot of great games, whether we're talking Eagles and Cowboys or Bills and Bengals last night. A ton of NFL action. Plus, you got the fact that Steph Curry hit a game winner last Friday night in the play-in tournament, the in-season tournament against Josh Giddey, Chet Holmgren, and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Their 5-game winning streak came to an end last night against Donovan Mitchell. They're back in action today against James Wiseman and the Detroit Pistons. And then to put the cherry on top, MLB free agency starts today. So here we are looking for Shohei Ohtani already. The watch starts right now, and it starts with the Murph and Mac show at 6 a.m. Murph, Mac, good morning, boys. How we doing on a Monday?
You said it all, buddy.
That's
you
it.
said it all. You did our show.
That's
We're good.
it. I set the table, baby.
I just want to know, where's your cigar?
Oh,
where are your and Dave's cigars?
To be honest with you, I might have lit one up last night.
Dude, the Raiders were puffing stogies in the locker room like they won the bowl.
It's a celebration,
Murph.
dude. It felt like a life-changing game yesterday.
Oh, the catharsis. And an Antonio Pierce F-bomb laden post-game speech, and Max Crosby shirtless with filming himself with the cigars.
Yeah, so he's the one that bought the cigars for the entire locker room.
So he had them
Max
ready to
Crosby
go.
was distributing
He was calling
them,
the W.
Oh, they knew. It's like the water boy guaranteeing it on one of our Friday Bobby Boucher's best bets. I told the people to take the Raiders. I did. If you took them, you won a few shekels.
I rode with you guys in the pool. By the way, just speaking of best bets and all that, the tragedy. I had the Browns -2.5. I mean, not the Browns, pardon me.
Texans.
The Texans, the C.J. Stroud game.
Man.
He kneels on the PAT.
Well, dude, how about the fact that they weren't kicking extra points because their kicker got hurt, so their backup running back was out here kicking go-ahead game field goals.
It leads to a debate on should we go back to the non-kicker roster where position players kick?
Dude,
you know what I mean?
It would be so much more entertaining.
Yeah, it would be, but we wouldn't have we wouldn't be talking Jake Moody.
No, and I wouldn't be getting up to go to a bathroom during an extra point.
Exactly. Moody, by the way, woke up, turned on Murph and Mac. He's like, they're coming for me at 6:01.
Oh, my guy Moody getting ricochet shots.
And as you said earlier, Waterboy, it's 6:01. Where's Shohei?
Where's Shohei?
Where's Shohei?
I need him. Bring him in. Yamamoto, bring him too.
The clock's ticking.
Cody Bellinger, come on.
We're 1 minute into free agency. The clock's ticking. So, we got tons to cover, and congrats to your Raiders.
Thank you.
The Cowboys almost did it for us.
Oh, my God.
They almost did it for us.
What a crazy-ass game that was.
And I'm just finding myself getting more and more pissed at the Eagles every week. You know what I mean? I'm just getting more and more pissed.
Well, for me, it's Sirianni. If I have to see him one more time running around, jumping, pumping his fist, yelling at refs, bro, cut the crap. The guy's a clown.
Yeah.
Sirianni's a clown.
Yeah.
I'm saying it out here on 50,000 watts. We'll see his ass soon. I hope the Niners start playing better, though, before that happens.
I got a tough one Saturday, man.
They definitely have a tough one. And don't forget, now, the Jags are also on a bye.
Correct.
So both sides are scheming and resting, and this is a big game coming up, buddy.
Lots to get to, buddy.
Lots to talk about this morning. Me and Dave woke up feeling good with the Raiders win, and 49er fans feeling good that the Niners are back in first place after the Ravens took care of business. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac show on a Monday morning starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, there it is, man. Listen, Waterboy's so happy wearing his Raider hat. There's nothing like turning on the Niner flagship stream, and there's Waterboy. He's looking good, too. I walked out of the elevator. The first thing I saw, Paulie, was the Raider hat. I was laughing my ass off.
Marcus all decked out today. He's got the flannel going. We're saying, he's like just got the whole thing happening right now. The hat, the shirt.
He's going L.A. Raider on us.
Yeah.
All right, well, wow, what a weekend with no Niners. But lots of Warriors. 2 Warriors games since we last saw you. Paulie, tons of NFL, all those big games we talked about. And then me, your boy, checking out Jerry Seinfeld Friday night at Chase Center.
That's what I'm saying. It's too bad like that.
Huge weekend.
It's too bad you didn't see Seinfeld after the NFL Sunday we just had, because he could have been riffing like, who are these running backs kicking field goals? Who are these people?
There was actually an NFL-themed joke.
Here's my only question. Did he address Joe Lacob and the Dubs at any time?
Sadly, no. Not a single
I think I'm in
mention.
Joe Lacob's house.
Not a single. You know what that
is Joe Lacob?
That's Jerry flexing. That's Jerry flexing.
He's
going,
saying Lacob has to come over to my table to say hello.
Exactly.
I'm not going over there. Yeah.
Jerry's like, who's Joe Lacob? You know?
Look at Lacob sitting over there.
Does Joe Lacob have the most popular
You're going to go
sitcom?
say hi? No, he's going to come to me.
It's funny. I posted a picture of the family at the show on social media, and one of the guys writes, one of the commenters said, I'm sensing Seinfeld impressions at 6 a.m. Monday morning.
Here they are.
And here we are.
Fast and Furious. By the way, Murph, at any time in the evening, did you order a tamale? And if so, how was the blowback?
I was ripping to my family walking in, going, Polly and I were talking about today.
Yeah,
Was he
there
going to
they
get
are.
the tamale? Because it's kind of funny. We wound up getting Mexican.
Don't not get a tamale, because you want a tamale,
By
go
the way,
get one.
Can't find that tamale place anywhere. At
I
Chase
think
Center.
it all
They
was
banished her.
it's all a result of what
Banished
happened,
her.
the controversy.
And by the way, I mean, it's almost like, what was the, there was a show with, come on, was it, well, it was Jerry Babu Bhatt, where he encourages him to change the menu.
Very, very bad man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's, what's her name? Elena with the tamales is saying to me, Brian Murphy, very, very
With the
bad
finger.
man.
Yeah, get the finger going.
Anyway, man, how was your weekend, buddy?
Well, it was really good. It was a good weekend and a lot of great football, like you said yesterday, and that Philly Cowboy game. Man, everybody
Of all the games, which one grabbed you the most? Philly Cowboys?
I think so, yeah. There was a lot of, it went right down to the final snap of the game, and I was sweating bullets because I had my Eagles to win that one in the forecast, and they did deliver, thank goodness. But I think Philly, like Dak Prescott, played one of the better games I've seen him play. He was making plays all damn day. Now, they had some tough luck with the inches, and they fallen short of the goal line. Then Dak stepped out at a critical moment when he was trying to lunge in. But overall, for like 4 quarters of football, I thought Dak Prescott made a lot of good plays yesterday.
I agree. I mean, and it's funny. People told us somebody texted in Friday and said, you guys are sleeping on Dak's record in Philadelphia.
Well, he really showed up, man. I mean, the whole Cowboy team did. It was a great game. It was that NFC East, that kind of S.
You said it, a game of inches.
Big time with feet and lunging and knees.
The two plays,
I know.
if you missed
That's 14 points right there, man.
4th and goal.
Yeah.
They throw a pass to a tight end, Schoonmaker, who appears to get in.
I mean, the ball's over, but his knee went down first.
But on both plays, the Schoonmaker touchdown that was called back and the Dak 2-point conversion.
Shout out Schoonmaker.
Both plays were signaled good on the field.
Yeah. Well,
both plays overturned by replay.
I know.
Give me a world without replay. Give me the ref's call. Let's just march on, man. I mean? It's so funny. I was listening to one. I spent the whole weekend. By the way, shout out to the good people of Fremont, California. I know you quite well. And by the way, to everybody, I'm talking to everybody, including my guy Tripoli.
All of y'all.
To all of us who endured the East Bay traffic situation this weekend. I salute you. Paul, they shut down 680.
Oh, no, yeah.
So they shut down 680 for some massive work, caused a ripple effect.
What time of the day was this going on?
They shut it down all weekend.
Yeah, sure.
The whole weekend.
Shut it down.
The whole weekend.
I won't cause any problems.
But that's okay because there's no people in the East Bay.
Especially in the East Bay. It's open sales. Yeah.
So, dude, Tripoli experience, I got absolutely destroyed driving to Fremont. We had a baseball tournament there. I just
destroyed.
I got to that part where I became totally zen.
No, you check out. You just give in. You just give into it and say, tell me when it's over.
I was just staring straight ahead.
That's the way to go.
And I don't even know how I was functioning my brake pedal and everything because I don't even remember.
Yeah, it's become robotic.
It was the fog of war, you know what I mean?
Brake,
Tripoli told me he was at a... He reached a point in the East Bay where he was at a dead stop and had his e-brake on for 45 minutes.
Damn.
His parking brake on.
What, just stand still?
Just like a parking lot.
Yeah.
So anyway, the point is...
I'm glad you made it into the studio.
I did.
You'd still be stuck out there.
And shout out to everybody who endured it. We survived, everybody. Yeah. But the point is I was listening to a lot of football on the Sirius XM
Like what'd you
NFL
get?
Drive.
Like which games are they carrying?
And it leads everything. I do the whip around channel. I do the red zone of radio.
Yeah.
If you have Sirius XM, it's channel 88. And it's
that's good to know.
They just they're whipping around, and they were doing a review of some play, and I think it was in the Bears game, and they were reviewing it for the longest time, and they were talking about it, and I was just in my car in the fog of war, and I was like, you know what,
the Bears game.
I think I'm ready for a world without replay. Because it's like they're talking about, they're like, I'm seeing the knee. I'm not seeing the knee. I don't know, Jim. What do you see?
I actually kind of agree with you. I know what you're saying.
I was just at a point, it just hit me. Maybe it's because I was stuck in the middle of this horrific traffic jam, but I was like, you know what? Just go on with the play, guys.
And even last night, no, you're right. I mean, like sometimes these replay moments, I mean, you are going to get, like if there was a world with no replay, which Murph and I have lived in, we grew up without replay, and there were some, it giveth and taketh, so you know you're going to get screwed, but then there are other times it'll go your way. Shout out Jerry Rice with his the fumble. Anyway, what game was that? Green Bay? Was that the Green Bay game?
The Green Bay.
Shout out Jerry's fumble on the drive. But anyway, no, see, so sometimes you're going to get the call, sometimes not. But again, I think maybe as a society, as a people, as a race, maybe we're all better off just living life in real time. Because did you catch this last night? Here's an example of where it becomes like a little too much. Night game, Buffalo and Cincinnati. I'm going to say, Murph, I think this was either second quarter, third quarter, where Josh Allen drops back. He throws one down the sideline, probably 30-yard pass. His receiver stopped the route and turned around, so the ball went sailing over his head. They called intentional grounding. Did you see that part of the game?
Actually, I missed that play.
Okay, so Collinsworth almost started arguing with the replay official. He's like, no, that's not the letter of the law. Now. And then Collinsworth was like getting pissed, and he's like, let me tell you what's going on here, because I'm a wide receiver. That's called an option route. He had the option to go down and like complete the route, or if he had a defender, he could stop and turn, but Josh Allen fired it over his head. To me, in real time, I never would have called intentional grounding. They did make that call. My point is, this went on for like 5 minutes, and Collinsworth was like arguing with the guy. It was crazy. I'm like, we just need to play some football, man. It got the players just standing around. So anyway, it's a long-winded way of saying I feel you, and I'm okay if they went back. I really
know
would.
that anecdote. That's a good one. I didn't know that one. Hey, while we were going over the day yesterday, you gotta love the Seattle Seahawks getting obliterated.
Yeah, that was a nice way to start the day. It really was, yeah.
Absolutely tattooed, bamboozled.
You know what, though, bro? What does this say about the Baltimore Ravens, a team that nobody's talking about? It's all Mahomes and Taylor Swift. Meanwhile, Lamar Jackson's down there going, I don't got Taylor Swift here, but I'm kicking everybody's ass.
It's not just that's their defense.
Yeah,
too.
no, they're legit, man.
Quietly right now, everybody looks at the shiny object that is Mahomes.
Yeah, even Joe Burrow, he's got a little spotlight on him.
No, I was going to say Burrow and the Ravens are the two teams.
Yeah, oh, boy.
They're the two teams.
Yeah.
Have you guys looked at Burrow's numbers in the last night?
Dude, Burrow
last night he threw for 348.
It's a badass.
31 of 44, two touchdowns, and 108 rating. So since week 5, I got this for you. He's 4-0, completing 75% of his passes, and he has a 111 passer
He's
rating.
a real deal.
That's
Joe Burrow's a real deal, man.
Did you see him after the game with the cut finger? It was all bloody.
Oh, the nail came right off.
She goes,
didn't even care.
She goes, what's that? He goes, it's just football, baby. I'm good. I'm having a good time.
Totally.
He was having a lot of fun. So, to Marcus's point, the Seahawks fall to 5-3, same record as the Niners. The Niners are tied for first. All right, well, enough of that non-Niner football. Now it's a foot race to the finish. Seahawks are 5-3, Niners are 5-3. Eagles are 8-1. We got to get them. By the way, the Eagles' next game is against the Kansas City Chiefs. But the way they're navigating this darn schedule, we were like, they got to play the Dolphins and the Cowboys. They beat them both.
Where is the Chief-Eagle game?
That's a good question.
That's an interesting game.
I had all my information down except for that. I'll get that for you just quickly here.
That's all right.
It doesn't matter. The Eagles keep just pulling them out, doesn't it?
I'm so sick of Sirianni, man.
They do what they need to do just to get their thing. I know. Is it his face?
He's a clown. He's a clown.
Yeah.
He thinks he's a player.
Yeah, it's his face.
Anyway, sorry. I know.
I know. The Philadelphia Eagles play in Kansas City.
I got to say, though.
Monday nighter. Monday night. But it's not until 2 weeks from tonight. The Chiefs get a bye coming back from Europe, from Frankfurt, Germany.
Shout out.
And I was up, by the way. Daylight savings and everything.
Yeah.
I was up.
I wasn't up for the opening kick, but I was up pretty early, too. Also, shout out to the great diplomat of the Murph and Mac Show. He's a great ambassador, Schmitty, our friend in Philly, Murph's boy, who we hooked up with when we went back there in 2011. He was out here dressing up his dog with the T-shirt that Kittle wore, the blank Dallas shirt. Yeah. His dog was wearing it. I thought that was some gangster-esque. I sent that to a lot of people.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did. I'm like, this is how they're repping in Philly today.
Yeah, Schmitty's text to me was his dog Hobbs, by the way. Hobbs was wearing the F Dallas shirt. And he said,
"You look pretty good. That's a good looking." Yeah,
Schmitty's very close to his dog because Schmitty's got no. Schmitty's single.
Yeah, well, that's his. Yeah,
and he just lives with his dog. He lives basically for the Eagles.
Hobbsy
1, the Phillies 2, and the Sixers 3, and the Flyers 4, and then Hobbs, of course. And he said his text to me was, "I tried to talk Hobbs out of wearing this, but he insisted."
No, he was like, "I need to wear that." Schmitty, throw this on. And by the way, which fan base hates the Dallas Cowboys more, Philly or San Francisco?
Philly.
Wow, because it's in a division thing twice a year?
Yeah. It's a division thing. All right, the Warriors won that in-season game. What did you guys think of that court Friday night?
Crazy stuff with the blue streak and everything.
So,
wow.
Dude, to the point where we're at Chase Center and the show's about to start. But, dude, I'm talking about dozens and dozens and dozens of people clustered around the TV
that was
watching
a great game.
the climactic finish.
Great finish.
So, got Mario Joyner about to hit the stage. Instead, you got hundreds of people in the hallways watching the Warriors.
Now, granted, there was one of those kind of Bermuda Triangle games yesterday. The Warriors actually played in Cleveland right in the middle of the afternoon. I don't know how many football fans saw the game. I caught some of it. Warriors finally ran out of gas, but it's like one of those games that'll be totally forgotten by the annals of time.
I actually thought about that.
Yeah.
I thought about the Warriors going back to their hotel in Cleveland, and I bet Kerr was like, "Yeah, who cares?
I don't even think anybody saw it.
Let's go get some dinner, boys." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, they won their first
They've
road
been playing
games
so
or whatever,
well. I know. It's been great.
First 4 road games. So yeah, exactly. The Cleveland game didn't even happen. Yeah. And by the way, the Warriors' next game will be tonight in Detroit. So they couldn't get back to the hotel. They go back tonight, 4:00 tip against your boy James Wiseman. Oh, wait. He's not playing. They don't even put him on the court.
No.
All right. So,
hard times.
All right, guys. All stuff to talk about. I'll continue to give you my reviews of Seinfeld and Gaffigan and Mario Joyner, who made me laugh too. It's a Monday morning. It's an NFL Monday. No more no Niners. From this day forward, we give you Niner football every week for the rest of the season. Maybe into January. Maybe into deep January. Maybe into February. And baseball free agency has begun. Where's Shohei? Give me Shohei. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Where you see.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
MLB free agency starts today, so to read about the Giants' offseason plan and who is and who isn't opting into their 2024 contract, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
A highly anticipated matchup of two division leaders, cross-conference showdown. One-sided as the Ravens dominate here in Baltimore. As Geno Smith will take a knee, and that'll do it. The Ravens improved to 7-2, 300 yards rushing. Completely dominate the Seahawks, who dropped to 5-3 on the season, into a tie with San Francisco, still in the top spot in the NFC West.
All right, here we go. 5 seconds left. Dallas down by 5, 28-23.
The Eagles have 8 defenders at the goal line.
Shotgun snap for Prescott. Steps up, looks, throws, end zone. Lamb makes the catch at the 2-yard line, and it will be tackled right there. And the Eagles are going to hold on to win 28-23.
There it is. 3 of the big games there yesterday. Philly and Dallas, Baltimore and Seattle. 2 of the big games, actually. The other ones we kept talking about the 4-game extravaganza that started in Europe, started in Germany, Frankfurt, Germany. See the ref do one of the calls in German? The false start? Fehlstart. That's what he says.
I know, it's also angry sounding.
So I know, right?
Yeah, it's like a very angry sounding language.
The Kansas City-Miami game, which was, I don't want to say underwhelming. It was not action-packed. Kansas City-Miami.
Yeah.
It was not action-packed.
Well, you know what I mean? I was thinking about the Chiefs, too. They just flew over there on Thursday. That's got to do a little bit of a number on your body clock. I mean, and all of a sudden, but they won the game.
Pulled it out.
I know, they won the game.
They actually have a little bit of a defense, man. Steve Spagnuolo. And
it's really the Chief offense, which is a crazy thing to say. That's been the question mark, is the Chief offense has just not been the same as they've been in the past. But meanwhile, you look around, Murph, at that so-called royalty of the AFC, and I'm also starting to wonder, like, who are the Buffalo Bills? Like, honestly, like, how do they even fit in? Do they even belong up there with the big boys right now? And maybe not. Maybe the answer is no. That's the thing with the Bills. They're kind of inconsistent. They could come out next week and dominate, but they also have games like last night where they just can't do much of anything.
Good chance to welcome in Marcus the Waterboy.
Look at him in there. Look at him all
his
happy.
Raider hat.
Hey, where's your cigar? Where's your cigar? Don't you want to join up, boys?
Incredible, you guys. I mean, dude, it's like talk about ding dong, the witch is dead.
I mean, you guys do know you beat the Giants. I'm just checking.
Dude, I don't give a damn, Paul and Mac. Ding dong, McDaniels is dead, Murph.
I mean, honestly, you guys need to draw a picture of that the house on top of the witch with McDaniels' feet sticking out of it.
Dude, curled up and all that.
Little red toes. Yeah.
Remember, it curled up.
I mean, the fact that Crosby brought the cigars in anticipation.
I know
what I mean?
Dude, the fact that he told the equipment managers to buy the cigars on Thursday or Friday. This was planned out like 3-4 days ahead of time.
You know what? I'll tell you, Max Crosby can basically do whatever the hell he wants. He's got, I mean, right now, to me, he's a defensive player of the year. He is out here just blowing up plays left and right. I mean, every time I see this guy, he's wreaking havoc out there.
Paul Mac, he is nonstop.
He's a machine.
He's
a machine.
100% of the snaps. Technically, I think it's like 97, 98.
He deserves a lot.
He's on the field for every single play, and he's just got a motor that he does not quit.
No question.
So I actually started to think, I'm like, could the Raiders, smoking their cigars and riding, I'm like, can you make a run? I mean, 4-5, you got 8 games left. So I look, dude, the AFC is a jungle, bro.
Dude, stacked.
4-5, you guys are the 12 seed right now. Now, I mean, you know, the Jets are one of the teams ahead of you. A, they play tonight, right?
Correct.
And then B, you play them Sunday.
Sunday night football.
So that could change in a hurry.
Good game.
That could change in a hurry.
That's a nice
you guys
game.
could sweep the You guys could sweep the Big Apple, by the way, this week.
Yeah, we could sweep the 2 New Jersey teams.
Or you could say the Meadowlands. Sweep the Meadowlands. Yeah.
So then, but man, I'm looking around. Even teams like Pittsburgh are ahead of you in the hierarchy, 5-3. The Buffalo's ahead of you, 5-4. You know who's ahead of you in the loss column, dude? The Houston Texans only have 4 losses.
Shout out to D'Amico, man. D'Amico's getting it done down there. These guys they're not bad.
Dude, you're even tied with Meek Mill dancing Jim Irsay's Colts. Do you guys see Jim Irsay dancing to Meek Mill?
Yeah.
Oh my God, this guy. I mean, he's your guy though.
He's my guy.
You guys did.
You
the
gave me
rock
Buddy
and roll
Guy
collection.
for free. I saw Buddy Guy for free. Thanks, Jim Irsay. Yeah.
But I'm just saying the AFC power structure is stacked. Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And,
I think currently right now all 4 AFC North teams will be in the playoffs. Steelers, Bengals. I
think you're right.
Browns, and of course the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, the Browns. That's another one. Yeah.
Right now the division leaders are Kansas City, Baltimore, Jacksonville, and Miami. Is that right? No, wait, that's not right. Is it? I'm looking at the AFC.
Yeah, Jacksonville. What are they? 5-3,
Wait,
right?
Miami's leading the AFC East.
Yeah, because Buffalo lost last night.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
So right now it's Miami. So you're here it is. I have the playoff thing right in front of me. So Kansas City, Baltimore, Jackson, Miami are your 4 division winners right now.
All right.
And again, as Greg Papa said last night on NBC, but the playoffs don't start right now.
It's only November 3rd.
We're doing talk radio though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then the 5 seed right now is the Steelers, who I consider. I mean, dude, I'd take you guys against the Steelers right
They're
now.
a little bit of fool's goal for sure.
Yeah, the 6 seed right now is Cleveland, and the 7 seed right now is Cincinnati. So there you go. That's it. Right now.
Knocking on postseason's
right now,
door.
all 4 AFC North teams are in.
Damn.
Yeah, that's correct.
Come on, Marcus.
And that's why it's crazy. The stat we were talking about last week that has now improved to 18-1 for Lamar Jackson versus NFC teams.
Bro, Lamar, he don't care.
Figure that.
Lamar's out here.
Well, he's right. I mean, this is the halfway point. I mean, is there a halfway point in a 17-week season? Was it halfway through the games this past Sunday?
Great
was the
question.
halfway point?
I know they got to do something about this.
Yeah, it was at 1 p.m. right before the late games kicked off. But is he the MVP? I mean, he probably is.
That's a great question.
Right?
That's a legitimate question.
Wait, I thought it was Brock Purdy.
I haven't heard that talking about. It's been 3 weeks. Yeah, it's been 3 weeks since I won a game.
He's fallen down the Vegas odds of MVP.
I can't even see him anymore. Where are you? Yeah.
So right now it's Lamar. Yeah, I'd say it's Lamar.
I mean, it's Lamar, and it's the fact that the Baltimore Ravens yesterday, after the Seahawks went and traded for Leonard Williams, ran the ball, 49 times yesterday for 296? Something like that?
It's funny, I was driving in because I had read something about the Seattle defense that said it was playing really well, and then you talked about their rush defense being terrible. I looked it up, dude. Statistically, it is not a high-ranking defense.
No, and that's how the 49ers beat them all 3 times last season was by running the rock against them.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's funny. I had just read something. Maybe I read the wrong guy. But somebody was pumping up the Seattle D.
but I still don't trust Seattle at all. I know they got crushed yesterday, but they'll still rise up and win a handful of games. They're they're not going away.
You know why? Because you know what Carroll said after the game? That was great, guys.
Yeah.
That was
as far as I'm concerned, that was a W.
That was awesome.
In a lot of ways.
I saw so many good things out there today.
In a lot of ways, we won today.
I saw a lot of good things today.
By the way,
we're flying back on a high. Woo!
Well, I would be willing to bet, though, by the time the Niners see them, the Seahawks are not going to look like the team we saw yesterday. They're going to play the Niners tough. I mean, they always do.
Trying to figure out.
I'm not expecting what I saw yesterday when the Niners see them. I'm not.
I'm going to give you next week's schedule here. By the way, how about this Thursday night game coming up? Panthers-Bears.
Ew.
By the way, how are the Carolina Panthers? Oh, the regret. Oh, the regret.
Well, listen, nobody told them to do it. You guys made your own decisions.
Nobody told them to do it. Regret.
Yeah.
The Seahawks host the Washington Commanders. I mean, come on. Dude, that Commanders-Patriots game was a real stinker, huh?
Yeah.
There were some bad games out there. Although one of the games that would have been bad wound up being one of the most epic games of all, and that was the Vikings-Falcons game.
Holy smokes. Whoa.
Dude, Sandlot football. Josh Dobbs, people, if you missed it, some of you
Josh Dobbs, bro.
got traded in the middle of the week from Arizona to Minnesota, showed up, had not taken a rep in practice.
Nothing.
Because they were going to start the rookie. Who was the kid they started? Jaron Hall. He gets knocked out with a concussion. They tell Dobbs, you got to go in. He goes, Coach, I don't know the plays.
Grab your helmet.
Don't worry, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. They said Kevin O'Connell, the Vikings coach, was like describing plays in his earpiece as he went to the line. He never snapped from the center. He and the center were getting to know each other on the sidelines.
Well, that's
and they won.
That's a funny thing. After the game, they were like, how have you gotten along with your teammates? And he goes, well, I don't really even know their names yet. And he goes, that'll be for next week. It was a great line. I'm like, wow, I like this guy.
You got the sound from it?
Shout out Dobbsy.
Oh, here it is. Guys, Dobbs, I got to tell you, when we played them early, when the 49ers played the Cardinals earlier this year, I really reading about this kid. I like this kid.
Yeah, Dobbsy.
He's got a personality,
he
man.
does.
Remember he went into the Cardinals team store and couldn't find his jersey? That whole deal? Well, here it is.
Oh, don't even start. I'd probably, if we had to pull up a roster, I had to go names, I'll be a bad teammate today. Yeah, I knew Alex. I knew a lot of first names. Alex, Brandon. I know like a lot of nicknames per se. But yeah, names. That's for this week. That's an assignment for this week.
Love it. Dobbsy, man, the good times are rolling up there.
It says that Kevin O'Connell lost his voice because he had to talk him through every snap.
Did you guys also see before the game when the Vikings were warming up and stretching out like prior to opening kick? All the Vikings were wearing Kirk Cousins T-shirts. Did you guys catch that?
Right?
Yeah, they were all wearing them.
Once again, Cousins being like the nicest guy in history of the world.
I love this guy.
He posted a picture of him in his leg all laid up with the ACL, tossing Nerfs to his kid in the TV room. He goes, Coop is the only receiver I can throw to today. And his kid's jumping into beanbags. Just yet another wholesome family moment with the Cousins family there. All right, well, listen, it was a really fun day. It was kind of fun to not have the Niners to worry about or stress about.
It was stress-free. Yeah.
And it was kind of fun to watch all the stories unfold. And whether it's Max Crosby handing out cigars or Josh Dobbs learning names.
It was like one of those days.
Or C.J. Stroud setting records.
Stroud, I know, man. It was like one of those days where it was like a rainy, crummy day with no Niners on, and it was like built, like handmade for just staying on the couch and watching ball.
Oh, really? Because it wasn't handmade for driving in the East Bay?
Well, that's unfortunate.
I know. I'm hearing from listeners who were in the same living hell that we all were in.
It's tough, bro. That East Bay, it's a jungle over there, man.
But, hey, it's okay. I was able to spend, what was it? Let's see, I was able to spend 16 hours of my life in Fremont at a 12U travel baseball tournament.
I feel for you, man.
Yeah, so,
that's where the gummies come in handy, Marcus, if you're asking me.
But at least the food's good.
Well,
right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know.
There you go. Hey, man, it was fun. The kids played well.
Yeah.
The kids played well. All right, guys, here's the deal. Guest list. Let's go on
some horns, Marcus.
And I should say, I got to... Oh, you always compliment me on my gracious losing. Unfortunately, I had to do a little too much of it. I got to tip my cap now to Mibbs' alma mater, Medium Impact Brian. Las Lomas Knights beat the Tam High Red-Tailed Hawks in NCS water polo, ending the season.
Well, how about
8-6? Heartbreak City, baby.
Well, you guys had a nice year. And how about this? What if I balance out the pain you're feeling about your high school, and I can offer you a USC Trojans out of the top 25? I'll offer you that. I've been saying that all year. The Trojans have been fugazi all year.
They got the poor. Well, first of all, they give their D coordinator, the Ziggy, who's Lincoln Riley's guy.
Yeah, enough's enough
to call
for you.
His best buddy.
Yeah,
and go,
enough's
hey, man,
enough.
You got to take the fall for me.
Yeah,
What do you give me for Farhan and Gabe there? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was his fault. That guy. He's the reason we lost.
Poor Caleb Williams got caught on camera crying in his mom's arms.
Listen.
Caused two reactions. One was either, the sweet heartbreak of competition. The other one was, what a pee.
Toughen up. Yeah,
There's a lot of that.
Toughen up, kid.
I heard Triple E take the second tack. I was like, listen, what are you going to do?
Well, Triple E,
nobody asked that guy to be on camera. And he was just trying to have a moment with his mom. He didn't say, hey, come follow me, camera.
Well, he's the perfect guy to grade these things. Triple E, notorious tough guy. So he'll tell you what's what. Yeah.
But, the Huskies saved me after what did I tell you in the forecast? I'm best when I stay west. So I decide to go to the Notre Dame Clemson game, get my A beat, come back to the West Coast and get a win. So another 1-1 week. You, nice 2-0
I had a good night. Yeah, I had a good day.
Buddy. You're back.
Yeah.
And you rode Sirianni. That's the crazy thing.
I hate Sirianni.
You rode Sirianni and Burrow.
Screaming, pumping his face. Cut the crap.
But you picked him.
I did. He gave me the win. Yeah, I mean, I got to go where the wins are, even if I don't like the guy, Marcus. You know what I'm saying.
Scientific. Yeah, Marcus went 2-1 on his belly Boucher. You went 2-0. I went 1-1. Listen.
Hey. We're all trying to survive.
Three of us, that's 4-1. That's 5-2 between the three of us.
You're doing well. If you just listen to the advice we're dispensing,
that's all you got to do.
Doing
That's it, boys. The morning show is making money for the people. You know what else it's giving to the people, Paul and Mac? They're giving you the total weekend recall.
Can I give you some
applause? Bums at 6:50 this morning.
I'm looking forward to that. I look forward to seeing who the hums are, especially because there were so many that you could point. There was a lot of crazy stuff going on yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So stay tuned.
I got distracted, Marcus. There's some anti-Raider texts coming in.
Oh, that's what happens.
Join us. Come on. Join the dark side.
Don't be afraid. Yeah.
All right.
We'll see if the Raiders make the home baby list. Stay tuned. That's a nice tease for you.
That might be stretching it, but you never know. You never know.
We'll see, Paul. We'll see. Or we'll see if Murph decides to, pump that back a little bit.
Yeah, you might need to.
Yeah, the text, I'm pumping it back. I'm not. I'm here to pump up the Raiders win. They get the W. We'll talk about it in our total weekend recall. Then we'll kick off the Power Hour 7:35 with one of my favorite NBA voices, Frank Isola from ESPN, talking about the in-season tournament 7:35.
He's great, yeah, and I think we have to agree it was fun, right?
I liked it.
Oh, no question. It was a lot of fun.
I mean, the quarter
was very entertaining.
By the way, so I got my first taste of that. I only got to see the fourth quarter. I got my first taste of it. We walked into Chase Center, and it was the end of the third quarter. It was 106-106.
Great game.
Mm-hmm.
That was a
I'm
great
trying
game.
to remember. I want to go through the box scores. When's the last time both teams are over 105 in the third quarter?
Dude. Yeah, they were going off in that game.
That's been a
Yeah.
while.
Yeah.
Has it?
Yeah.
Both teams. I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah.
So entertaining as hell.
Yeah, it really was.
ABA game.
And by the way, it turns out we saw some of this last year, but it turns out that Chamalay kid, he can ball.
Oh, yeah.
That kid can ball, man.
There's a reason why he's a top 10
I
pick.
know. He's got a really sweet mid-range. He can do a lot of good stuff out
yeah,
there. But anyway, you're right, Murph. It was so far so good with this tournament. That was exciting.
And it looked very Euro, the court, didn't it?
Yeah.
You expect to see
something you see on summertime, like on NBA TV.
Zaza or Rick Pitino coaching in Greece or something.
Berlin or something.
It reminded me of like an NBA 2K My Park kind of feel to it, which, hey, I think they're trying to get the younger audience to pay attention to the sport early in the season. So mission accomplished. We'll talk some in-season tournament basketball this morning with Frank Isola, 7:35. Get into our big hit, our cooler of content. Then go out down to Palo Alto to check in with Troy Clarity, where the Stanford Cardinals got the win over Washington State this weekend. Also calls NFL games. So we'll go around the dial with Troy Clarity this morning at 8:50.
Yeah. Then he does it NFL too. Yeah.
Then at 9:15 this morning, it's Mike Golick Sr. He now works for DraftKings, and of course, he can come on to talk about his birds, the Eagles, taking care of the Cowboys yesterday.
Hey, and sorry, guys. One other big announcement we have to make real quick before we go to break is that we have what I think is a really amazing giveaway. So stay tuned for a chance to win today, tomorrow, all week
next.
long. Yeah. Oh, on the other side.
On the other
I
side.
like that. I
On the
like
other
that,
side.
Holmes. I like that.
And then Hums and Bums on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You like that? You like that?
digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok at The Sports Leader. We are KNBR.
Dobbs back to pass on third down. He stays in the pocket, fires to the end zone. Touchdown! Brandon Powell, the former Falcon, has beaten the Atlanta Falcons with a 6-yard touchdown pass from Josh Dobbs. 30-28 Minnesota with 20 seconds to go.
What's up, Skull Nation? I want to introduce myself. I'm Josh Dobbs. Great dub today on Sunday here in Atlanta. Cheers to the next one. I'll see you guys back in Minnesota. Let's get it.
There it is, man. Probably the most fun story of the day yesterday. Josh Dobbs, who, of course, was the Arizona. So apparently, don't forget, this all starts in Cleveland, where he was vying to be the backup quarterback to Deshaun Watson. They said, no, you're not going to make it. Let's trade you to Arizona. Arizona's like, well, Kyler's out. Let's give this guy a chance. You start to learn who he is. He's this aerospace engineer major from Tennessee who'd been around the league for a while and hadn't really had his chance. And listen, Arizona wasn't winning, but he was playing pretty good. They won, one game early, and that's when he looked for his jersey in the store and all that.
Right. And
he became, and then, the Niners went and played them. He's the guy down there, gets traded to Minnesota in the middle of the week because of the Kirk Cousins injury, right? And walks in, knows nobody, knows nothing. 78 hours from the trade, he gets handed the keys to the Vikings offense because the kid they're playing, Hall, goes knocked out with a concussion. Incredible. I don't know if there's ever been a story like this. Guy did not know the plays, had not taken a single rep in practice. Told the story, too, about how he just bought his house in Arizona and just moved into it this week. It's kind of a fun little, I think we have it in cooler content, but it's a fun little look into what these guys' lives are in that, we just kind of trade them around like pieces of meat. He's like, my family came out, we christened the house, it was so exciting. Next thing you know, I got a call, said, you're moving to Minnesota. He had to throw his stuff in the suitcase.
Yeah, it was like Sandlot football, but he went out there and made plays. Like, he played pretty well. All considering everything you just said. He didn't know his teammates. He didn't know the plays. He had the coach saying, all right, guy's going to run 10 yards and take a left, throw it to the sideline. Like, that's the kind of stuff, that's the kind of communication they had yesterday.
And this was a guy that we were riffing about at the beginning of the season, walking into the Arizona Cardinals team store and him not being able to find his own jersey. Yes. Then a couple weeks later, he was beating the Dallas Cowboys with that Arizona Cardinals roster.
That was it.
And now you see him show up on a week notice, beat the Falcons. Falcons aren't a great team, but what a story this is about Josh Dobbs.
Yeah, he described it as learn as you go, hair on fire, hold on to your seat, quarterbacking. Maybe it's like, in some ways, does this kind of maybe make all the weeks and weeks and hours of preparation kind of laughable because he just went out there and won an NFL game with no preparation?
No, I don't think that'll be the norm. I think
it does show that maybe they take it too seriously.
I don't know.
Overthink all this
I don't know. Well, Murph, we saw it last year when the Rams beat the Raiders with Baker Mayfield signing off the couch on 2 days on Thursday Night Football.
That's another great example.
There's another one.
How much could Baker have known? But he got off the plane. But he threw touchdown. He played a great game too. Maybe they feel looser if they don't have to concern themselves with all the responsibilities and assignments and where's this guy supposed to be.
Well, I remember Mooch told me that when we covered Mooch back in the day, he said Lee Corso told work expands to time allotted, meaning if we're going to work all night on the game plan versus let's work the next hour on the game plan, and maybe the hour that you spend on the game plan is as productive as the 6 hours you spend on the game plan. So he's like, but now that's taboo in the NFL. Ever since Joe Gibbs started sleeping on the couch, he was the first guy, Marcus, that we heard of when we were growing up that was staying overnight. Yeah. And it was like, wow, Joe Gibbs is staying. And then this reminds me of once Gibbs started doing it, everybody else had to do it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you guys a story like being a baseball beat writer. Through the years, in the old days, I remember Ron Bergman, rest in peace, Bergie, he goes, what do you guys do? He goes, we used to show up an hour before the game. I'd go talk to Billy Martin. I found out that, whatever.
Reggie's not playing or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. He goes, and then go up. I got to the point where, and this is the great Susan Slusser, she became she wanted to be the first person there. So 7:05 first pitch, she started showing up at 3:30. And then Howard Bryan and I saw that. We're like, well, we got to get there at 3:30. Then she starts throwing up at 3:15. And we're like, we got to get there at 3:15.
I'll be there at noon. How far you want to take this? Yeah, I'll be there the night before.
To watch Giambi in athletic shorts and a T-shirt, hitting off a tee. You know what I mean? It's so, I don't know. Work expands the time allotted to Josh. I know you have to prep in the NFL, but this is a fun story that kind of thumbs its nose at the whole.
Yeah,
you have to.
And
prepare
Marcus's
for
Baker
weeks
Mayfield
and weeks.
call is a really good example,
Yeah.
too. That was a crazy game, just like the Viking game yesterday.
So he winds up throwing a touchdown with 22 seconds left. 11 play, 75-yard drive. And the Vikings at 5-4 are not dead. They're not dead.
Dude, Murph, in Greg Papa's favorite line, the playoffs don't start today. If they did, the Vikings would be the final wild card team. They're in that 7th spot.
And you know what Dobbs is going to say? Don't tell me. Don't tell me the plays, Coach. Don't tell me. Hey, let's go film session. No, don't tell me. Let's save it for game day. Save it for game. I want to be surprised, Coach. I want to be surprised. So anyway, he's fun, man. He's a likable dude. The way he's been a fun little media presence there.
I feel like the concept or the conversation we're having about preparation and how much of it is, legit as in terms of just, kind of improving on the field. Meanwhile, with all of these examples of Philly executing the brotherly shove, they were doing it again yesterday. So I guess what my point is, the entire league has been watching them take that one play, for example. Nobody can stop it.
Yeah.
They still can't stop it. Now, they were saying, Tim Ryan said they were already working on like a stopper to that. I think we might have seen that last week when Fred Warner went over the top. I don't know if that's going to work. But Philly did it again yesterday. It's an unstoppable play.
Dude, yesterday they did it, and Michael Parsons tried to do what Fred Warner did. And
it didn't work,
next thing you know, he was crowd surfing.
Yeah, he like a little mosh pit. They're him over the top. Yeah.
I'm trying to find a way to make why I'm so pissed at the tush push, because I think it's against the entire essence of what American football is. Not rugby. Like, American football is about moving the ball down the field and stopping the ball in the hands of one player. Like that, I know that's not written in the rule book, but that's my rule book.
There's like a moving scrum. I know. I hear exactly what you're saying. I'm trying to
design a play that will make it look so silly. So, like, I want to design a play where I throw a screen pass, and then I have like 3 guys run behind the receiver, and they just start pushing him. Like, that's my play.
That's
I want to throw like a little bubble screen,
funny.
then have
that's
3
funny.
or 4 linemen run behind him, and then just start pushing them. In open space.
Well, how about
like
this?
In open space,
let's
just push them.
Let's take it
to show you how absurd it is and how rugby it is.
I want to take it a step farther. Next time Jake Moody's backing up for a field goal, I want 2 guys behind him pushing him up as he runs to kick the ball. Yeah, that's actually a really good point.
All right, 2 things. 1, Dante Whitner joins Papa and Lund today at 12:30, and he'll have no offensive line to run to rip. 2, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300.
Well, don't forget 3.
3.
Yeah, 3. It's about time we got to make this big announcement, because this is a big one. I know all of y'all are out here. You enjoy the fact that Murph and Mac like to send you to the biggest concert events really on the Western Coast. I mean, we sent people down to the Power Surge or Power Trip Festival a couple weeks ago, Guns N' Roses, AC/DC, etc. Well, we're doing it again. I came into work today, and Murph goes, listen, we're going to do one thing today. We're going to be giving away Green Day tickets. I go, dude, count me blanking in. How about Smashing Pumpkins on the bill as well, and Rancid,
wow,
and the Linda Lindas? It's a quadruple bill, Marcus, with Green Day as the headliner. The tickets will be given away all week long right here on the Murph and Mac Show.
When and where's the show, buddy?
Well, the show is going to be at Oracle Park in San Francisco. It's almost a year out. It's September 20th of 2024.
Wait a minute. Is it cool with Shohei that they do that?
So they're probably going to be on the road. They wouldn't be doing it, right?
Okay,
They got to be out on a road trip somewhere.
Is Shohei going to be upset that they messed with his outfield?
Yeah, Shohei's like, there's a divot where I put my left foot. What are you guys doing? Anyway, so tickets coming up. Marcus, how you want to do it? You want to play some Green Day later? And then, okay, so when you hear Marcus play Green Day, simply call the show, 415-896-KNBR. We'll take caller 10. We're going to do it when Marcus plays Green Day, not now. So be listening and be ready to go.
September 2024?
They're going far out.
Where will the Giants be in the NL West? On September 20, 2024.
They'll be up, 2.5 game lead over the Dodgers.
Okay,
yeah,
there it is. Behind Yamamoto.
That's a great question.
Oh, yeah, there you go. By the way, he cropped up again.
That's the right question.
I think I finally realized it's the end of the road with Gabe and us. He posted another one from Canada where he was talking about these geese on a sunrise.
I'm up in Moose Jaw.
And I said, I think that's it. I think we started hearing from some listeners saying, all right, guys, I think we're done with the Gabe travel logs.
Yeah.
I think Triple E wants to keep doing them. I looked at this one, I was like, I think this is the end. Well,
Triple E might have his own interests. Like, he might, you know what I mean? Who knows why he's fascinated?
All right, guys, here's the deal. We got the hum babies. We got the bum babies.
Okay.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Paulie Mack saying good morning on a Monday morning. Thanks for listening to Murph and Mack. By the way, Marcus, I think I touched a nerve with the Sirianni stuff. Like I'm outwardly campaigning against Sirianni in Philly, and the text line's exploding. Apparently, there's a lot of like-minded anti-Sirianni guys out there. So, yes, come on. We'll join forces together, and we'll send the Niners in there soon enough. Hopefully, they'll beat them. Hey, in the meantime, if you're looking to get some action on some games, including tonight, Jets, Chargers, Jets. Yeah, Chargers, Jets. Go over to Prize Picks first. Get some action happening. That's the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. And it's really not even about outcomes of games. It's about statistics involving players in the game. So maybe you want to go for some yardage tonight, like you like Justin Herbert. Hey, he's going to throw for X amount of yards. Or maybe you like the defense, maybe running one back. But the point is you choose the statistics and the categories, and then you place your bets. And if you have some skills, you can turn $10 into $250 very easily. You got easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, an enormous selection of players and stat options available. All those reasons are why Prize Picks is the #1 daily fantasy sports app out there. When you're ready to test your skills, join the Prize Picks community of over 7 million football fans who have already signed up. In fact, right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. So visit prizepicks.com/leader. Leader is the code word that gets you that deposit match. It's all waiting for you over at Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Murph and Mac's Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Now here's Murph and Mac. Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
All righty, here we go into the hums and bombs, baby. It is a Monday morning, November 6th. No Niners, baby. Not going to find any Niners
today.
In your hums and
I think
bombs.
we all needed a break. We were on a break.
Well, there you go. There's shout out Matthew Perry.
Rest in peace, Chandler.
Yeah, exactly, man. All right. Here's the deal. Every week we let the weekend play out. We find the 3 winners. We find the 3 losers. We call it a weekend. We start your work week on this little rainy, drizzly Monday morning here.
Yeah,
I was checking.
It's good for the earth, though. Got to water the earth. Yeah.
Yesterday was a lot, huh?
Yeah.
At least in the North Bay. I was in the East Bay. There was we had a weird sort of Fremont sort of weird wind in the afternoon.
I was going to say, Murph,
an eerie wind blowing through Fremont yesterday.
Watch me make Murph's head explode on a Monday morning. Hey, Murph, how was it over on 680?
Oh, boy.
No, don't bring up 680 around Murph, not today.
What do you want? Any of the 80s, Paulie? 880, 580, 680?
Any of them, bro.
All of them back.
Yeah, all of them. That's
the
good.
only 80 I want to see is Jerry Rice scoring touchdowns in Super Bowl 23.
Very good. I like that. All the 80s are suspect.
That's the only 80 I want.
I got you.
Throwing a 780 at some point.
All right.
All right, here's the deal. So the wheel spins every week, and it alternates. And this week, Paulie's the happy guy.
Yeah, man.
Because Paulie was on his couch under a blanket.
Had a good weekend.
Watching football.
Yeah.
I was on one of the 80s. 880,
Once again,
580, 680 stuff.
I was out there trying to sort through the 80s.
Yeah. So you're the hum baby. You're the happy guy.
Yeah.
How we doing in the winners, Paulie? Who were the winners over the weekend, buddy?
I tell you what, I mentioned this last segment. I was like really curious to see how the hum babies would shake down today because there were so many good stories. But why don't we start with a little NBA action? After all, Murph, as you know, it is fantastic. Diane Cannon told me that back in the day. Hum babies.
It's funny you say that. Anyway.
Well, no, break it down. It's fantastic.
I was just on Twitter. I follow so many Twitter feeds. And just one of these rando Twitter pictures came up. I don't even know why.
Yeah.
It was Cary Grant and Diane Cannon holding their baby daughter in 1966. I didn't know that Cary Grant and Diane Cannon were married, but we should probably move on. Anyway,
yeah, that's taboo now. You
said Diane
taboo.
Cannon was NBA action.
She's a Laker fan. She's still courtside at all the games. She's still going.
Still going?
Yep.
2023.
She sits right under the basket.
That's current, Marcus. That's current.
In fact, who would have thought this? If you want to go like L.A. Lakers.
We're talking 2023 Lakers fans.
I know, but this is an important footnote to know that at this point, Diane Cannon, she was the long-distance runner. Jack Nicholson doesn't really go anymore. He only pops up once in a great while.
Let's go see Steph.
Stuff like that. Yeah, big marquee game. Meanwhile, Diane Cannon, she's in the trenches. Under the basket, look for her. She's at every game. Okay. NBA action is fantastic, and so was Friday night. Steph Curry and the in-season tournament for the NBA Cup was fantastic. It's a hum baby on a Monday morning, a surprising hum baby, like a stock that skyrockets, and you're like, wow, look at how that thing took off. I bought in at 10 cents, now it's worth $1.50. Let's talk about it. What did you guys think of the in-season tournament debut? The fancy court in Oklahoma City was all painted up, all pretty blue streaks all over the place. Pretty intense game. That was the results, really. And it ended with a Steph floater with 0.2 seconds left. It was another road win. And at that time, by the way, it was the Golden State Warriors' 4th consecutive win on the road against 0 losses as of Friday. It was a wild 141-139 game. Most of the players said they could feel the juice in the tournament. Draymond Green was all wound up about it, said he was a big fan. A little something extra in the middle of the NBA season, which is a long grind. So they're throwing you a little excitement early on with this in-season tournament. I'll tell you what, I liked it. The Warriors liked it. This is what it sounded like.
Curry sidestep, Curry drive, Curry flip, Curry good! With 2 tenths again!
They
like saying they touched the basket. Someone touched the basket. They got to review it, though. They're going to review it and see if it's basket interference. Someone touched the rim.
After review, the basket interference call on the court has been overturned to a successful basket.
So Giddey, the Hail Mary, the tip. No! And the Warriors with the win. They've won 5 in a row. Steph hit the night-night.
My perspective was that my hand touched the rim. Because I was going, it looked like the ball was about to pop out, so I was going to get a putback. And when I jumped to get the putback, Giddey went back into my leg, so it kind of brought my hand down and hit the rim. But hitting the rim is not a goaltend, so I didn't affect the shot, and we won. I also saw Giddey had pulled the net as well, so there was some confusion on it. If I touched the rim and I didn't affect the ball, it wasn't a goaltend. I knew I didn't affect the ball, so I thought it was good. And got the bucket.
I mean, honestly, the in-season tournament is great. I think it's going to be extremely competitive. But I tell you, whether that was an in-season tournament game or not, it was going to be the same way. We on the first game of a road trip, and we need wins, and I'm sure they're thinking the same thing.
Have we gotten used to Chris Paul talking about the Warriors saying we're doing this, we need to do that? Wow, it's still kind of crazy. But I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was Chamelet's hand who got tied up in the net. But after they reviewed it, once again, it turned out that it was clean, and the Warriors get that win.
So did you see more of Draymond's quotes after the game about the in-season tournament? He's like...
That's what I'm saying. He's all in on this
I'm saying, he should be like the spokesman.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he said, quote, "We talk about this in-season tournament, and it's a playoff game. It was a fun game to play in. The intensity level was there. It's a job well done to the NBA adding this type of excitement in November because this is the quote he says, because there be some dark days in November. But you get games like this, you can appreciate them. It was great." That's a great phrase. There be some dark days in November.
Yeah.
Dude, NBA in November, brother.
Yeah. Well, Draymond Green, even before the game, was talking about the motivation. I saw one of the pregame conversations. He was like, "Listen, they're throwing something in front of us that we can go compete for to win. They're calling it the NBA Cup." And Draymond's like, "As far as I'm concerned, I want that cup." Now it's another reason to compete. So whatever the psychology is of this for the Warriors, it seemed to work pretty well.
So you got Deion Sanders saying, "Give me my theme music." You got Draymond Green saying, "Give me the NBA Cup."
So pretty much.
Right? Yeah. That's really good. Or it's going to be the Messier 94 Rangers.
Come get your NBA Cup.
Come get your NBA Cup. Marcus, what do you think of the NBA Cup in-season tournament?
Yeah, I thought it was actually pretty cool for a Friday night in the middle of November.
Right.
I tuned it on. I thought their courts were actually pretty cool. It's something different to look at.
Feeling extra little?
I did,
extra little,
and it felt like the players cared a little extra too. Whether it was the Warriors game or I don't know if you boys saw Damian Lillard lead a comeback in the fourth quarter. The Bucks beat the New York Knicks. That was a fantastic game too. So you had 2 game-ending shots in the first night.
They
of the
want
tournament.
that cup, Marcus.
Great knowledge. Didn't know. 2. Sorry about your Knicks. 3, the reason I didn't know was because I was too busy laughing my ass off with Seinfeld on Friday Night Chase Center.
I love that.
Came running out, going, "Do your stupid phones. All right, do your phones." I loved hearing the cadence of a Seinfeld. I was like, I told my kids, I was like, it's like seeing Willie Mays. You know what I mean? It's like Seinfeld, man. That guy's like the comedic icon of American TV history. But anyway, I didn't know about that Bucks-Knicks game. Thank you for telling me. But I will tell you this, at Chase Center, by the way, there's something about 15,000 people selling out to see a Gaffigan and a Seinfeld.
That's
and
very
Mario
impressive.
Joyner.
Yeah.
But dude, the show's about to start, and there were, I'm going to say, packs of humanity around the TV watching the end of the Warriors Thunder game.
Hell yeah.
Dude, like it was a playoff game.
Yeah.
They're roaring and going up and down.
Yeah.
I saw that probably on my way to buy a $20 beer.
Oh!
$20.
Is that right? On the label, 20 or 19 and change?
Yeah. Then you throw in a couple bucks on the tip.
Yeah, now it's just 23.
Now you're north. Yeah, exactly.
You see?
There you go.
Boy, it's not easy anymore out there, Mark. Well, hey, listen, I'll distract you for the beer prices with more hum babies. Marcus, I am sorry about your Knicks losing, but my next hum baby, I think, is going to pick up your spirits a little bit. They said it would never happen, especially after Jimmy G got benched. They were like, well, the Raiders, out on the streets, they were saying this. They're like, the Raiders will never be hum babies, especially without Jimmy G doing that quarterback sneak. Guess what? Guess blanking what? Waterboys Raiders, they're out here smoking cigars, and they're smoking preschool Dad Peter's New York Giants. They're home babies.
Yay! You made it, Marcus.
Hey, Mark, rejoice. He looks legitimately happy.
Congrats,
Marcus,
Waterboy.
you thought it would never happen.
Oh, not on this show. I thought it would never happen. We only make fun of the Raiders, and boys, you know I've been miserable the last year.
Yeah.
This weekend, I finally got to sit down with a smile on my face and watch the Raiders win a ball game.
Where's your cigar, brother?
Yeah, where is your cigar?
Oh, trust me, I rolled up a couple cigars yesterday.
Are they allowed in this workplace?
I mean, we'll find out.
Not with the stuff I'm putting in the cigars.
Yeah, you want to roll that big fatty up there. Well, let's get into it. So the Raiders are never dull, right? If anything, they're never boring. They're never dull. And after the surprising firing of Coach Josh McDaniels and General Manager Dave Ziegler last week, and they did it in the middle of the season, they're still paying these guys, too. More on that in a minute. Reports came out that the team had an explosive team meeting prior to the firing that had players firing loud criticisms at McDaniels. So it wasn't just Marcus, it was the players themselves who were also very anti-McDaniels. Another report said Mark Davis was eating $85 million to make this move.
The kid never had any business sense.
Time for 1 second. So they're paying $85 million just to get these guys out the door. And then secondly,
who taught him to balance a checkbook? His mother?
I got to imagine that they're still paying John Gruden.
They are.
On top of everything else. So what are we talking about? Like $100 million just to guys that aren't even part of the organization.
I like to somewhat break even.
Yeah, no. Okay, very good. Hey, Murph, anyway, it was total drama in Vegas all week long. And then the Raiders practiced with their new coach, Antonio Pierce. He was blasting NWA. Remember, we talked about that last week. We played the cut where Antonio Pierce goes, it was quote, he goes, I was born a Raider. Said that he was born in Compton.
Was he born in Oakland?
Compton.
Oh,
I know. Well, see,
Raiders,
it's different realities. I know, different eras. We got different home addresses.
Phil Villapiano wasn't in Compton.
No, neither was Sistrunk. Otis Sistrunk was in Oakland. I saw him. Anyway, let's get into it a little bit. So Sunday comes along, and here they come. They blow out the Giants. Final score 30-6. They hadn't scored more than 20 points all year, and they did it behind rookie quarterback Aiden O'Connell. And now,
no
again,
turnovers.
And by the way, boys, Aiden O'Connell put up 20 offensive points in the first half this weekend.
Dude, 24.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'll break it down for you.
More than... Yeah.
Well, you guys are taking it basically. Yeah. So by halftime, the Raiders had scored more points, 24, than any other game this season under Coach McDaniels.
In one half, you guys are racing an entire season.
How about after the game? These guys are running around like it's the dead closing Winterland. They're over here smoking cigars. They're wrestling. By the way, the Raiders are 4-5. They're not dead yet. Don't throw dirt on Max Crosby's Raiders just yet. He was passing out cigars. They were wrestling. They're blasting music. The good times are back in Vegas.
Here's a play fake. DeVito's going to pass. Throws it down toward the end zone. Double covered Hyatt. Intercepted at the 1-yard line. Picked off. Here's the run back from the 10 to the 20. Amik Robertson still on his feet at the 30-yard line. Robinson to the 35 and into traffic and tackled at the 40-yard line. Jacobs getting close to that goal line. Reaches over. Ball is punched away. Doesn't matter. He crossed the end zone plane. Touchdown, Josh Jacobs. There's a pass on first. Went through the hands. Tipped and intercepted again. Went through Slayton's hands. Nate Hobbs has it. Running around to the 30-yard line to the right side, and he'll be tackled at the 25. And Antonio Pierce is 1-0 as the Raiders coach, and a big smile comes across his face as the Raiders have knocked off the Giants 30-6 here in Vegas.
New chapter, we write our own script. Write our own script, man. That's just one step, man. You guys know how this go. But more importantly, man, this is about us. This is about you. You guys made up your minds what we was going to do, and we did it. Exactly what we said. And then we did it. Hey, man, I know the coaches, the whole organization, the whole building is proud of it. More importantly, I'm happy for you guys. That was rough the last 2 weeks. Biggest window? The front window. And guess what? Every door we go into, we're kicking that from now on. With no thanks about it, man. Hey, man, you know what this time is? I'll see you Wednesday!
Bro, I want to be a Vegas Raider after that. Are you kidding me? By the way, was that sound from Murph's comedy show? Or was that sound from the Vegas locker room?
That was incredible, man.
I like when he goes, come on, man. Come on, man.
He even threw the F-bomb on the window. What's the biggest window in front of us? The blanket front window. Yeah.
Hey, man, you know what? Sometimes that's all you need, though. Like a change of scenery, a change of leadership.
At the end, he said, I see you, MFers. Did you hear that at the very, very end?
Yeah.
I'll see you Wednesday!
Hey, I got to tell you, though, now, Marcus, you're a little bit younger. You're newer in the biz. Murph and I have seen it all, done it all. We've had them all over the world. I got to say, Murph, you know, sometimes a change of leadership can provoke great results. I got one more hum baby to get to on a Monday morning. Let's get into another unlikely hum baby. Who would have thought it? Never thought you'd see the Vegas Raiders as hum babies. Murph, did you ever think you'd live to see the day where Paulie Mack comes in with a piece of paper in his hand and he goes, I got to tell you about my final hum baby. It's Houston Texan rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud. You heard me correctly, C.J. Stroud. Also, shout out to our boy D'Amico down there getting it done. Let's get into this, though. So the number 2 pick in the draft set an NFL rookie record. Ready for this, Murph? Threw for 470 yards.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, man.
I think he is Dan Fouts.
Well, you know what? Funny you say that. Stand by. So he tied a rookie record also with 5 touchdown passes, dude. Ooh. By the way, does anybody have him in your fantasy league?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
You want to get it?
Yeah, give him a growl.
I'll give you a line.
I'm an innocent. I don't know what's going on.
Shout out your boy Q-Ball, whose team patently stinks this year.
I did not expect that coming at all.
His team stinks.
Q-Ball.
And who's playing Q-Ball this week? Your boy Murph, your partner.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the rosters. I'm like, I might get a W this week. And then my guys start performing at a high level. I'm like, I'm having a good week. Oh my God. He's starting CJ Stroud. And it's just, it was like watching one of those billboards that, those billboards that say like pollution into the atmosphere, and it shows, it's like an anti-pollution billboard that shows, particles into the atmosphere, and the numbers keep going up. That was CJ Stroud's fantasy points. Dude, it kept going up and up and up and up and up and up. He finished with 46.8. That's going to be a top 5 day when the whole season, when it's all said and done. It's going to be a top 5 day.
I got to clarify.
And I'm like, dude, I finally texted him. I said, you can tell your boy to chillax anytime now.
What did he say?
And he wrote, yeah, right, he's going off. I was like, yeah, he's going off in my face. I still have a chance to beat him, by the way.
Couple quick things. One, I'm shocked you got a response at all. That's amazing. And then number 2, just for the audience to say, Q-Ball is also known on the streets as Creative Tony.
Yeah.
And he actually...
Well, I wanted to put him in Hum Babies because I know that everybody out there in fantasy football either had him or was going against him. And this was completely unexpected.
Well, listen again.
For 470.
Let me give you the numbers again. 470 yards, 5 touchdown passes. And he also led the game-winning 75-yard touchdown drive, which started, by the way, very Joe Montana-like, with only 46 seconds left.
Crazy.
He led the Texans a length of the field in 6 plays, 40 seconds, something we haven't seen Brock Purdy do yet. No. I'm just throwing it out there. C.J. Stroud's down there doing it.
When Brock Purdy grows up, he wants to be C.J. Stroud.
We're just talking like gentlemen here, but I would like to see Brock Purdy do something like this. Anyway, 6 plays, 40 seconds. It was a 39-37 win. There's your final score over Tampa Bay. He also did it with style. Stroud went 6 of 8 for $199 and 3 touchdowns on passes of 20+. That's pretty awesome.
Air it out.
6 passes over 20 yards, really getting it done. That all comes from Next Gen Stats. He threw touchdowns to 4 different receivers, spreading that S around, getting everybody involved. And like I said, our old buddy D'Amico Ryans, we're all happy for him, the new Texan head coach. He's fired up in H-Town. Shout out Rod Brooks, my only Houston-born friend. A star is born in C.J. Stroud.
Stroud fakes the gift, throws to Nico on the slant. Nico into the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. C.J. planting, and he throws downfield over the middle, and he's got a man Brown, left side, 50, 40, left sideline, full throttle, 20, 15, 10, 5, fighting for the goal line, and he's got it. Touchdown, Houston. Rock and roll. 75 yards. CJ in the gun, gets the snap, pumps, now fires deep down the right side, and Tank Dell, touchdown, Houston! A TD to Tank Dell. Quick throw right side, caught, touchdown! Dalton Schultz, the Texans are in front on 4th and goal. They convert. Ogunbowale, the running back for the lead. Snap is down, the kick is up, and it's good! Dare Ogunbowale for 3, and the Texans are back in front. Are you kidding? CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Drops up down. Houston takes the lead. Dell with the reception. Rock and roll. My goodness. What a comeback. Go Cougs. Yes. Houston gets it done. Are you kidding?
Execute and deliver precise throws, and that's what CJ did. Tank, unbelievable. That connection and that, that bond that I think Tank and CJ have it's real.
A drive, man, it was special, and that's something in this league I'm learning, man. You got to be great 2 minute, and for me, I just want the ball. Just give me the ball, call the play, and I'm gonna go make a play. So I'm happy with the win.
I tell you what, CJ Stroud doesn't look like a rookie to me. That guy's he's so impressive. Looks like a polished NFL quarterback. So hats off to him. He played extremely well today.
Really interesting and really happy for C.J. Stroud. Oh, the voices you heard, by the way, were D'Amico, C.J., and then you heard Baker Mayfield at the end there. So Baker Mayfield comes out of that one with his $3-5. But don't look now, dude. The Tennessee Titans... the Houston Texans are 4-4. They're playing good football.
Ahead of Marcus's Raiders.
Rock and roll.
Think of interesting
things on this guy. Yeah,
Houston Texans have one fewer wins than your Niners. That's one way of looking at it.
I know we got to go. We got to get to the bum babies.
Yeah,
but just a quick bone up on C.J. Stroud, Southern California kid. He's a California kid. He and Bryce Young
Great story.
have been friends since high school. They went to rival high schools in L.A.
Yeah.
Even though, so you think of him as an Ohio State kid. No, he's an L.A. kid. First of all, the full name, Coleridge Bernard Stroud IV.
He should be going Coleridge all day.
But he goes by CJ. And then the sad part of his story, his dad is spending life in prison. His dad is spending life in prison, 38 years to life for a 3 strikes law. And that's been since CJ was in middle school. And he's up here in Folsom, and that has the Stroud. They've been in severe financial debt.
Folsom, damn.
Yeah, and they lived in a small apartment, and he went to Rancho Cucamonga as a public high school. He didn't go to one of the big football factories.
Yeah.
So heck of a story.
Survivor.
Heck of a story.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, if you're the Carolina Panthers, you passed on this kid who's got some dog in him.
Look at what they got going on down there.
I know. So anyway,
it's a mess.
I'm glad you made him a hum baby.
Yeah, no, me too. That's a great hum baby. Right. C.J. Stroud and the Texans. You got Waterboys, Raiders, and finally Friday night with Steph in the NBA tournament, the in-season tournament. We enjoyed it. Murph, we got bums on the other side.
Bum babies next on the Sports Leader.
I'll see you Wednesday!
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Yeah, let's talk the good people at Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. What we want to talk about, again, I'm still buzzing on my my big lunch I had recently on Lombard with Richard and Peter and everybody. And it's just a good reminder that it's great pizza. And you want it. And oh, by the way, the wings and the pastas and the salads, forget it. They're tremendous. So what we want to do, though, is focus on, we're in this era now where you go to your phone and you just go to those apps and those food delivery apps and you order because it's easy, right? But no. Go straight to Amici's.com. All right, the Amici's app. And order direct. You get it from the people who make the pizza. You get it faster, cheaper, and fresher. All right, we've been doing this for a long time. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. And we pack our food carefully, insulated bags, fresh and hot. Well-trained professional staff. So order your Amici's favorites direct from Amici's.com. So that's AMICIS.com. Or use their brand new app and get their order delivered in less time and for less money than the mega delivery company. So when you want the best pizza in town and at the best price, order direct. 2 words, baby. Amici's. Delivered.
Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, the Hum Babies and the Bum Bays are always a fun way to start our Monday. Polymax Hums were awesome. By the way, we are giving out 2 tickets to Green Day.
How about that?
Next September at Oracle Park in San Francisco. So listen for Marcus playing the Green Day rejoin. Oh, by the way, they're joined by Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, who I really like, out of Campbell, California.
And I like Billy Corgan. I like those
too.
Pumpkins. And don't forget, your partner is taking a rock and roll adventure this week. I'll be flying out to the Motor City. I'm going to see Metallica on Friday at Ford Field in Detroit.
Rock and roll!
Thank you, Houston Texan broadcast booth. I love those guys.
That's outstanding.
But anyway, it'll be you and Marcus holding it down on Friday while I'm hanging with Lars Ulrich.
Will you leave us with a forecast?
Absolutely.
Okay. You're feeling it.
Is that okay when I tape those?
Yes,
I have no
absolutely.
idea how those play.
Well, we're going to get Bobby Boucher and hey, listen, it's
Here's
all good.
Paulie Mack with the picks. So you go to the tape.
What's all good is that we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call my man Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. All right, so the Hum Babies are in the book. Time to shine a light on the Bum Babies. That's right. I'm not a Simpsons PhD. I'm like a high school grad in The Simpsons.
Right.
Shout out Vegas Joe Hughes. I believe Copes. So who's the kid on Simpsons who goes, and this is my best imitation, he goes, ha, ha.
I know exactly what you're saying. Who is that, Marcus?
Is that Millhouse?
That's what I thought.
Right. I think it is.
Triple E thinks it's Nelson.
That made me laugh.
Well, he's listening.
Nelson.
He texted me earlier tonight. I think it's either Nelson or... That's what I'm doing for my Bum Baby number 1. The Seattle Seahawks. Ha ha. Yeah. For a team built on Pete Carroll's precious competitive culture. How was that competition, Pete? Ravens 37, Seahawks 3, dude. Oh, wow. That's pretty good.
That was real quick.
It's Nelson.
Okay, very good, very good.
Nelson.
Hey, it helped the Niners. A big help for the Niners. Thank you, Baltimore. Oh, by the way, they're going to be here Christmas night. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Putting coal in your stocking here. But this is for the Seahawks and their precious competitive culture.
Okay.
They got smashed in Baltimore, 37-3. Geno Smith harassed. Sacked 4 times.
Yeah.
Threw a pick.
Yep.
Lost a fumble. Passer rating 49. Ironic, right? For my 49ers. Seattle on third downs, 1 for 12. Yeah? Thank you.
Keep those coming.
Seattle's total offensive production, 151 yards. Seattle's entire rushing offense, 28 yards. So welcome to the 3-loss club, Action Green Boy. That's right. That's the name of their fancy uniforms.
Okay.
Actually, here they are, Bum Babies. Yes.
As Smith goes down the field and is intercepted. No, not again. Geno to Geno as Stone comes away with it. Smith, ball knocked out of his hands. Strip sack. It's Van Noy making back-to-back plays.
It's tough. It sucks. We were looking forward to this matchup, and I just feel like we didn't play our best football today. Obviously, we made a ton of mistakes and a lot of things that we need to correct. But, as I always say, I put those things right at, my own feet, and I look at myself in the mirror and say, what could I do better to help this team and to help my guys? And so that's exactly what I'm going to do again. I'm never going to shy away from it, and I'm going to keep on working.
Well, this was about as unfamiliar as we can get here, coming out here east and playing a game on the road like this and then not being able to play football the way we need to. It was a terrific day for them. They kind of waited until there were some opportunities and they took advantage of them.
So there is kind of a sort of a chastened Pete, huh? Kind of a little defeated Pete. I don't hate it. I love it. Flying east and getting your butt. We talked about that 10 a.m. start and Lamar's ownage of the NFC and all that stuff. So, hey, that helps the Niners. Seahawks fall to 5-3. Niners are now tied for first. It's a foot race now. 9 games to go. Tied with Seattle. You got 2 with the Seahawks coming up. Let's play ball, baby.
Man.
Let's play ball.
Here we go.
As they say in the Toronto in the 7th inning stretch. Okay. Blue Jays. Let's play ball. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very odd.
Unbelievable.
The phrasing, the whole thing is odd. Yeah.
Bum baby number 2. Right. I got to do it. Dallas Cowboys, you let us down, damn it. And for that, you're a bum baby. Damn you, Dallas. The 1 week we ask you a favor. We ask you a solid. Yeah. And a painful 28-23 loss to the Eagles made the 49ers' journey that much harder to get that 1 seed. How's that 1 seed looking? Anyway, the Cowboys, what makes them bump, they had their chances all over the place.
All over the place.
They had a 4th and goal. Luke Schoonmaker catches the ball. Schoonmaker, probably. Knee down,
I saw Schoonmaker.
literally
I saw him.
inches short.
Yeah.
It's called a touchdown.
Well, the ball's over the plane, but the knee was down. Yeah.
Dak on a 2-point conversion, rolling right. Oh, he steps out of bounds. Even though they call it good, no.
Always with the foot.
The foot.
Yeah.
The Eagles fumble a ball with a minute to go.
Oh, my God.
And they couldn't get it.
Oh, my God. That was a disaster. The 2 guys ran into each other. It was insane.
Then they got all the way down to the 11-yard line in the final seconds. Only to see Dak get sacked.
Dak got his ass kicked quite a bit. His O-line didn't help him.
They come up just short to see the Heartbreak City. The stupid Eagles and Nick Sirianni's face are 8-1.
Yeah.
And now the Eagles have survived the Dolphins-Cowboys part of that schedule we were looking forward to.
Yeah.
Dallas falls to 5-3. Well, that sounds familiar.
I know.
5-3.
A little too familiar.
Here's the bum baby Cowboys.
They will run it. Oh, that ball is loose. It's on the ground. Oh, my goodness. Who's going to get it? He ran into... Wow. Oh, my. And the Eagles maintain possession. Prescott. Pressure. He's in trouble. He's sacked. Josh Sweat gets home, and there's no timeouts. They're going to run a play. Prescott. Throw in end zone. He's got no choice in the corner. It is out of bounds with 5 seconds left. The play clock went down to 0. Did they get it off? Delay of game. Offense. All or nothing. Prescott dancing around. Just going to throw in the end zone. His catch is made by Lamb, but he's short. The Eagles will win it.
Yeah, we got close. We got close. We were doing things the right way. We just got an inch here, an inch there. Make that difference, and we'll find a way to gain that. Yeah, it's a game. You said it. It's a game of inches. That's why you got to love this game. It's tough. It's tough to win, but they got this one. Sucks.
It's the ebb and flow of a football game. I mean, that's the way these games go. I mean, they're a very good team. We feel great about our team, and we need to learn from these mistakes because that's what these games come down to.
Well, they will see each other again week 14, and maybe if the Niners can get a win over them and then the Cowboys can beat them, maybe you eventually could get back to the 1 seed. I don't know.
I got to say, too, I've been notoriously hard on Dak Prescott. I think he's good, not great, but yesterday I thought he played a really good game. He made a lot of big throws yesterday.
You could say he played better than Jalen Hurts.
I think he did. I think that's fair to say.
All right, and finally, bum baby number 3, gotta go. Well, they spent the whole week charming Germany with Mike McDaniel's shins. Did you see he broke out some German later on?
I actually did not hear that.
He opened Friday. He goes Guten, what's the good morning in German?
Guten Globen.
Yeah. He's just been riffing away. But the Miami Dolphins and Tua reveal themselves. Are they a paper tiger, guys? Or a paper dolphin? Or a paper mammal, right? Isn't a dolphin a mammal? Didn't we learn that in middle school?
I believe a dolphin is a mammal. Yeah, they communicate and stuff.
After getting shut out in the first half after a week of that German charm and body clock adjustments, the Dolphins did try to put up 14. They had the ball late against Kansas City. By the way, shout out the singing of Country Roads in Frankfurt, Germany. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Did you know that's a thing?
Yeah, no.
Country Roads specifically?
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's really funny.
They love their John Denver in Germany.
Do.
I don't know.
They got all the way down to the 31-yard line, and then Tua goes incompletion, brutal incompletion when he had, how about that third down pass where he threw it 10 yards short of the receiver, dude.
Well, like you said, paper champ, we'll see.
Fumbled shotgun snap on
ugly.
4th down. Miami loses 21-14. So even though they're 6-3 now, this is the storyline they got to deal with. They've lost to the Bills, the Eagles, and the Chiefs. They say they can't beat a winner. So much for go ahead and put 70 on Denver, guys. That's real cute. But what happens when you play a real team? Bum baby, Tua and the Dolphins here.
Quick out, bubble screen, Hill, nowhere to go, and the ball came loose, and it's picked up by the Chiefs. Coming down the near sideline, breaking free. This is Brian Cook trying to take it to the house. He's going to touchdown. Touchdown, Kansas City. Tyreek Hill caught the pass, got hit immediately. The ball came out, and it was picked up by Brian Cook, who takes it the distance for a touchdown, 60-yard, 4th down and 10, Miami ball game here. And a bad snap. Tua's got to fall on it, and that'll do it. A bad snap. Tua had to run back and just fall on the football back at the 44-yard line. Kansas City will take over on downs. 1 minute left in the game. Only one timeout for the Dolphins, and the Chiefs can take a knee and head back to the States with a victory.
Man, tough. You never want to end the game like that, how that happened. But, I think any competitor in our field that would be in my position, would wish they had that play back. At least they'd give the team an opportunity. And, I wasn't able to do that. With the last play of the game, I'm always going to blame myself. I got to catch the ball, whether that's getting in a better position to catch it or whatever it is. Can't end the game like that when we have an opportunity like that against a really good team.
We're all very aware, and we knew going into the game that, if we're going to lose, what the narrative would be, and that's fair. We shouldn't feel entitled to high opinions from the masses. As long as you continue to get better, ultimately that narrative will subside. But that's on us collectively, from coaches and players alike. If you want the narrative to change the narrative.
Hey, man, great cut from McDaniel. He's like, yeah, wear it. I like it. But anyway, your bum babies, they're saying his name is Tua. Turn the ball over. Tua, turn
that's
the ball
a tough
over.
one.
Yeah,
That's awfully good.
And by the way, shout out the Simpsons community. Not just Nelson, Polly. Apparently the kid's name is Nelson Muntz. M-U-N-T-Z. That's comedy. To give that last name of Muntz. M-U-N-T-Z.
That is a funny name.
That's comedy there. That's very
Where's
Larry
my boy
David.
Muntz?
Where's
Muncie?
Exactly, dude. All right,
Yeah,
there's
Muntz.
your bump babies.
All right, man.
The Cowboys let us down.
It was a good collection.
The Seahawks, we went Nelson on them. Ha ha. And then the Tua turned the ball over.
Thank you.
And McDaniel having to admit that they can't beat a winner. All right, man. There's good hum babies and bum babies. I enjoyed it. You enjoyed it. We all enjoyed it. We're all better. Green Day tickets at some point today. Woo! Frank Isola, great talker. ESPN next on the Sports Leader.
Oh, boy, I almost picked, it's pretty funny, Murph. I'm going to be talking about Lone Pronto in a minute, and I actually picked up my Hum Baby list. I almost started reading you the Hum Babies again. Instead of Hum Babies twice, let me tell you about Lone Pronto. In fact, Lone Pronto offering a very important program right now known as the Express Equity Line of Credit. Perfect for all of us grown-ups, adult types who have these big expenses and costs in our life, sometimes unexpected costs. Maybe you have damage to your house, a tree comes down, whatever. You've got a major car thing you got to take care of. How do you raise a lot of money very quickly? You can do it with Loan Pronto and their Express Equity Line of Credit. This amazing program can get you cash out of your own home in as quickly as 5 days. You can also leave your 3% mortgage intact. That's great news. And they can pull all the way up to $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 out of your record high home value. And again, remembering all along, it is your money after all. So call now and see how easy it is to get a lot of cash very quickly, sometimes in as quick as 5 days. It's Loan Pronto's Express Equity Line of Credit. When you need a lot of cash in a hurry for whatever the situation might be, maybe it's credit card debt, like I said, home damage, home repairs, whatever the situation, call Loan Pronto and have that discussion at 415-808-5721. You can also visit loanpronto.com for more information. And again, call 415-808-5721, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
morning, Bay Area.
Good morning.
Good morning. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Down to 8. Steph gets moving at 5. Dort, a great defender at 3. Curry sidestep. Curry drive. Curry flip. Curry good! With 2 tenths again!
Oh, they're saying they touched the basket. Someone touched the basket. They got to review it, though.
They're going to review it and see if it's basket interference.
Someone touched the rim.
Well, there it is, man. The Warriors debut the in-season tournament with a thriller. 141-139. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about a lot of fun stuff with great voice, Frank Isola, who you see on ESPN's Around the Horn and PTI. You hear him on SiriusXM NBA, the starting lineup. And any chance we get to get him on, we do. I should remind everybody, too, that Charles Javis is going to join Tolbert and Cope today at 3:50. But let's bring Frank on the UMA guest line. And hey, Frank, we had you on the Murph and Mac show before. Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey out here in Steph Curry land in San Francisco. How you doing, Frank?
Hey, Frank.
Boys, what's going on out there?
I don't know, man. We're sort of like tacitly admitting that we enjoyed the pretty painted courts on Friday night. And
it looked like the players enjoyed it too.
I don't know, Frank. Is it okay to kind of like the in-season tourney?
Yeah. What's the ruling?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like the Chicago Bulls red court. That was a little tough.
Tough on the eyes.
I thought the Milwaukee's court was good. I think Oklahoma City's court was good. I don't know why they feel the need. I mean, I don't know. Just put a logo of what the trophy's going to look like. The name of the tournament is terrible. I get it. They're waiting to get a sponsor. It should be the something NBA Cup instead of the in-season tournament.
Yeah.
But I always like the idea because, opening night, 4 teams play on that Tuesday. The following night, most of the NBA plays. And then let's face it, people are kind of in and out of the NBA regular season up until Christmas. So the league wanted to do something at a time when the NFL and college football are going strong. It puts a little more emphasis on the games. It's not like you're playing any extra games. The only 2 teams that play in the final are in theory going to play an 83rd game. I don't have any problem with it. I'm big into soccer. I know they do similar stuff in Europe. There's nothing wrong with winning a trophy. I've always felt you're going to get a trophy for this. There should be a trophy when you finish with the best record in the NBA, and there should be some type of financial incentive for that. And then you get a trophy for winning the NBA championship. There should be 3 trophies handed out. In 1 year, there'll be a team that will win all 3, and some ultra-competitive guys in the league will say, you know what, I want to win all 3 of those. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Hey, Frank, I love it. And by the way, since you're a Euro soccer guy, I mean, I'm like a grade school education on that stuff, but I follow it. They call that Paulie, they don't say the triple. They don't call it the Paulie. It's not the triple. They call it the treble.
Well, and also the
treble. Like level. So we'd have the NBA treble.
And also to Frank's point, in the NHL they do exactly that. They have the best record that you get awarded the President's Trophy. So that is incentive. You win the President's Trophy. Yeah.
And exactly. And here's the thing too. Let's be fair. The toughest thing to do is to finish with the best record in the regular season. Anything else is a tournament format. I get it. That's what we do in this country. There's nothing wrong with it. It's great. The NBA playoffs are terrific, but there should be something for winning the best record. And, Milwaukee had the best record last year, and because of that cockamamie play-in, they had to play Miami in the first round, even though Miami was really the 7th. They were the 6th and the 7th most of the year. So they dropped to 8th. So Milwaukee, for finishing with the best record, in a weird way, kind of got screwed. I would even give the team that finishes with the best record the chance to pick their first-round opponent. Because last year, Milwaukee would have picked the Brooklyn Nets because Brooklyn, after trading away Kyrie and Kevin Durant, ended up I think they were 1 game under 500 after they had made all those trades. So it wasn't the same team. So even though they were a 6th seed, they weren't better than Miami. So Milwaukee, for having the best record, really didn't get a benefit to it. And speaking of the treble, by the way, I was in Manchester City in August for their first home game, and they brought all 3 trophies out.
Oh, man, that's awesome. Good for you. That's fantastic. Cool. My awareness of the treble was 1999 when Man U did it in dramatic fashion. I think it was 99. I hope I didn't get that year wrong. But they won the Champions League in like a major dramatic comeback, and I was in a Irish bar in San Francisco. That's when I saw what the treble meant because people were losing their minds. I was like, all right, this is pretty good.
And listen, I think if you ask the teams, like in Europe, I guess it all depends. I think they'd probably all rather win their league, so that's the best record in the regular season because I think they feel like that's the best judge.
Mm-hmm.
And then winning Champions League is obviously a huge thing, and then the FA Cup would be third. And I think in this country, there's nothing wrong with everyone wanting to win the NBA championship, but there should be something for finishing with the best record in the league, just like you're going to get a trophy and you're going to get a lot of money if you do win the inaugural in-season tournament. I think that stuff is cool. When they talk about trophies, look at what they've done in baseball. The baseball regular season, it's hard to finish with the best record. They've completely devalued the baseball regular season because look how many games the Dodgers finished ahead of the Diamondbacks. Now you're adding all these teams. So what was it? The teams with the 4 or 5 best records, none of them made it to the league championship series. None of them were the final 4 teams. So I get it. The playoff format is unique and it's fun, but the more teams you add, you really devalue the regular season.
That's a great point, Frank. By the way, so you're a powerful man in the NBA. We're talking to Frank Isola, of course, from ESPN, PTI, Sirius XM, NBA Radio. You're a powerful man. Have you run this by Adam Silver in a casual get-together?
Yeah. Do you think they listen to me? I'm trying to get a bunch of things adopted.
Yeah. What else you got?
I want the game ends and it's overtime. So first of all, if a game ends in a tie score, that means you either made a shot to win the game or to tie it, or you missed a shot. So there's excitement. I think it should be a 30-second timeout, jump ball, 2-minute overtime. Let's go. This whole idea of resetting the clock back to 5. First of all, 5 doesn't go into 48, so I don't know how you come up with 5 minutes.
That's a good call.
During the regular season, it should be a 2-minute overtime. I think it would be really exciting. I got to be honest with you. When I'm at games, when in a regular season game, it's about to go to overtime, I'm like, oh, please don't go to overtime. Please shoot a 3-pointer to either win or lose the game. I would do 2 minutes of overtime in the regular season, especially when everyone's obsessed with minutes and things like that. Then playoff time, when it's obviously more important, make it a 5-minute overtime.
You know what, Frank? I'm loving this. How about if we even say 1 minute overtime? That's like one possession each. You know?
Well, think about the strategy, too. I would do something where if I like I don't have a problem with that, but 2-minute overtime, you get one clock stoppage, and that's to advance the ball. So there's none of this timeout nonsense where you go to the bench. Think about the strategy, too. It's important to win the jump ball because you're going to have that possession. Think about how important those possessions would be in the final 2 minutes. I hate resetting the clock to 5 minutes during the regular season for overtime. I get it. They sell the ad time. That's probably why they're going to do it.
Hey, and your best point, I got a 6th grade kid, and the other day he was asking me, he goes, what goes into 45, Dad? And I was like, you know what? You got to figure that your own.
We got to talk to Frank.
Said 5 doesn't go into 48.
It does not.
I got to tell my 6th grader that. Help him out in his math homework. That's really good.
Well, hang on a second. The reason I'm in this business is because I'm terrible.
You and me both, Frank. Same here.
I should have been a broker. I'd be retired.
Me
Frank,
and you both,
that's too good, man.
Yeah.
That's too good. How about, and listen, while we're on it, I mean, I'll be honest, the prevalence of timeouts in the final minute of an NBA game strangles the drama. The Warriors and Kings just played a game the other night. Mike Brown and Steve Kerr let them run. They had 3 different possessions in the final 30 seconds, no timeout.
Yeah, it was great.
I'm wondering, I mean, I know coaches don't want to hear that. They want to have some control over an inbounds play or something. But, man, do you think there could be any way we could say, like, no timeouts in the final minute?
Well, I mean,
how great would that be?
And if you do it, maybe just make it a 20-second timeout and add to it. Because I watched that game, the Warriors-Oklahoma City game. I'm still trying to figure out how that basket was good. But that's
I know. I'm still confused, too. I agree.
But how long was the replay? I think was between 5 and 6 minutes.
Oh, Frank.
If it's so cut and dry, what are we replaying? I also think that the league kind of put everyone on notice how important these games meant to the league, especially the first night of the in-season tournament, because there were a lot of reviews. I was watching that game. I had the Net game on, and I was watching the Knicks in Milwaukee. There were so many replay reviews, and they were taking so long. I keep saying, when they go to Secaucus and they show that room, which is right down the street from me, it looks like they're landing planes at Newark Airport. Why are there so many people? They had a ton of people in there for the TNT net where there are only 2 games on.
Great point,
Why do they
Frank.
need that many voices kind of like weighing in? And I thought if you touched the rim, I thought it was basket interference. Apparently it's not, but if they knew that, what was the delay? Why did they just look at it once and say, no, the basket is good. Draymond Green didn't interfere with the ball.
You know what? While we're on a roll here, Frank Isola, of course, ESPN, PTI, Sirius XM Radio on the Yuma guest line. Fun just going over this in-season term. While we're on a roll, Paulie and I were just talking about this earlier today. We're not sure. Replay's now gotten to the point where it's just choking the life out of games. I'm wondering, would you go back to a world without replay?
I actually would, Frank, knowing that you're going to win some, lose some. Like, you got to be okay with that philosophy, that mindset. But a lot of people are not having it. They want the correct call no matter how long it takes. But I agree with Murph. It disrupts the flow.
Yeah, and I think I agree. I think you're right. But there's so much money at stake, and people lose jobs over games that they lose. And come playoff time, if something happens, this was big in the NFL. If you go back to a million years ago, and you guys have probably have to ask your parents about this, when the Oilers played the Steelers in a game and Mike Renfro in the back of the end zone.
I remember. Yep.
Caught a touchdown pass, which should have been a touchdown. Yep. And they said that his feet weren't down, and the Oilers should have won that game.
Yep.
And football, I always felt needed replay, but it's gotten out of control in that sport as well. It's just, the idea of wanting to get everything 100% correct, I get it, but it does disturb the flow of the game. In the NBA now, I think the referees a lot of times aren't confident in their own calls, so they make a call like the Draymond Green one. Remember, and I heard the call by Bob Fitzgerald and Kalina Azubuike, and I think it was Kalina Azubuike said it. The reason why they called it basket interference to begin with is that they need to actually establish a call to give themselves a chance to look at it. If they didn't call anything, then they can't replay the shot, which is kind of weird also. Again, from everything everyone's saying, they got that call right. I just don't know why it took so long. It just takes the last 3 minutes of that game, I think, took 20 minutes to play.
I mean, I'll tell you a funny little anecdote. I was at Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan sold out the Chase Center that night, and I was there with my family to get a little clean comedy. And that game was climaxing right as the show was beginning. And Frank, everybody wanted to get the last play in. But there were packs of humanity.
You're waiting for that call, the
staring
review.
At the screen in the hallway while here comes Mario Joyner to open for Gaffigan.
Interference or not?
So it's like we got the riffs on stage. I got the interference on the TV. People were torn. So it was a really funny little moment.
So you know what they should have done? Jerry should have come out and said, "What's the deal with these video replays?"
100%, Frank. 100%. We were saying the same thing, man. That's so funny.
It was funny.
Yeah.
I told Paulie, I was like, I'd never seen him live. I said, it's like seeing. I was like seeing Willie Mays, man. He was like, I was like, it's Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, he's an icon.
Because he was doing a couple times. He said his name. He goes, at one point, I'm digressing with Frank to do the Seinfeld riffs, but he said. He goes, nobody watches TV anymore. He goes, everybody's streaming. We're streaming, Jerry. We're streaming. And it's just funny to hear him say the Jerry. You know what I mean? It always makes you laugh.
I heard he talks a little bit. I heard he talks about his wife a lot. And it's a lot more risque, right, his stand-up act. Is that true?
Yeah. No, I would say that's not that true. I mean, a smidge, but not really. He still kept it clean as a whistle, man. He really did. He had a pretty. Again, I could give you the whole set now. I'm going to start digressing on the material. I better get back on point. Let's go. Before we let you go, Frank, just a quick. I'm looking at the scores from Friday night. Did you notice every single game a rock and rollin' high scoring game? No games under 100, and I'm wondering if that's just a coincidence, or I'm wondering, did the officials call it looser, or
guys just competing hard?
Or guys competing harder? I mean, every single game, both teams were north of 105. Every single game.
Yeah. And I think opening night, you watch the first game with the, or it was the second game. No, it was the first game. When was the Lakers and Nuggets? That was the second. That was the first game. I thought the game they were letting that go, and I think everything that you said is accurate. I think because it's the first game of the in-season tournament, the referees are going to let the guys play a little bit. I think guys were playing a little harder. I didn't need the fancy courts to tell me that it was different. I have no problem, again, put a decal of what the trophy's going to look like and maybe some words on the court. I thought some of the court stuff was a little over the top.
I feel you.
The story in Denver was funny, how they painted, they made the three-point line too far back, so after shoot-around, they had to repaint the line. I thought that was pretty
crazy.
Clever. But I that part of it, I didn't like, but I've always been all in on it. I think there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with it.
The games count during the regular season. We know how the NBA regular season works. Like I said before, it's opening night. Then it feels like the NBA, all they care about at that point is Christmas Day games. So now we have something to focus on. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
I'm totally with you, man. It's fun, and I'm excited to. Like we said, we're gonna go for the treble, baby.
Yeah.
All right, Frank. Hey, it's always great catching up. We appreciate you on the Murph and Max show.
Yeah, good having you, Frank.
We'll let you rest for a while and chase you down a few months down the road, and we'll look forward to it.
And by the way, look at the Warriors. Your Warriors won their 4th road game already. I think last year it took them to January.
Frank, Scott Ostler, the legendary columnist here at the Chronicle who covered the Lakers all those years, had the great line this weekend. He said, things are going so good with this trade, we've gone from worrying about the non-Curry minutes to worrying about the non-Chris Paul minutes. That's how good it's gone.
That's good.
So, it's been
Scott's a legend.
He's a legend.
Oh, yeah,
It's a smash success so far, the Chris Paul thing. It's just health now. Knock on wood, man. Knock on wood. So,
you guys got it. The reporters for the Warriors should be asking Chris Paul every time the Phoenix Suns lose. They should be asking Chris Paul about that. And see what he says. He'll probably say, ask Isaiah Thomas. I love when he answers.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Nice.
All right, a little juice.
Nice.
I like it. All right, Frank, it's great. We love it, man. Thanks for the visit.
Yeah.
Be good.
All right. Guys, take care.
There he is.
By the way, Frank Isola stumbling into what could turn into like a great comedy bit about like the air traffic control center scene they have going on with the replay official office in Secaucus. He's right. Every time they go, let's go check it out, you see that shot from behind. There's a million screens. There's like 30 dudes with headsets. It's a great call by Frank. It's like, is that necessary? Trying to see if a guy touched the rim here.
You pull the plug. Just kidding. Yeah. There you go. All right. So a lot happened there. One, that was a very enjoyable conversation with Frank Isola. Hey, you know what?
No, Triple E.
Hey, Triple E.
Triple E was right all along.
When in
Look
doubt,
at him. Look at him.
Trust Triple E.
That's a big win for Triple E.
Dude,
big win.
You got to cut that. I just said that on the air. Air. You got to cut that. That's got to go up there. That's what Daddy does to pay the bills.
Yeah.
When in doubt, trust Triple E. I actually said that. We had a discussion about, because, today, just to be frank with our listeners.
We tell them what's going on.
Tim Ryan is our regular Monday guy.
That's right,
on a bye week, he gets the Monday off.
Yeah, he's out golfing.
Rest.
Yeah.
Oh, he might be riding horses on the coast.
He's doing something manly.
He
I know
might be
that.
hunting quail or something.
Speaking of riding horses, shout out Sylvester Stallone in the new documentary on Netflix. I just watched it on Friday. He's out here playing polo, Murph. He's a skilled polo player. How about this? You ready for this kind of knowledge I'm coming with? Stallone at one time was in the top 20 polo players in the world.
In the world. I can't top
So you talk
that.
about riding horses. I got to go to my guy Stallone.
I can't top that.
He's got his mallet.
I'm guessing that when he was born and raised, polo was not in his future.
You'll watch the documentary and see for yourself. It's amazing. Yeah.
So we had
True story.
Anyway, there was a discussion about whether so Tim Ryan has the Monday off.
Yeah.
He'll be back next Monday. So we'll look forward to that. Post Jacksonville.
Big time, I know.
We'll get Tim. We'll be back into our regular routine this week with John Lynch on Friday, Greg Papa on Friday. Tim, but because of the bye week, we had an open spot in Kruk and Kipe due Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right? Which, by the way, is going to be interesting because free agency's starting, right? So we were talking about what we should do. And Triple E got a bead on Frank Isola, and we were like, yeah, but NFL. And we were like, you know what? We trust the conversational prowess. Plus, he couldn't get a football guest.
You know what I mean?
We trust the conversational prowess of a Frank Isola.
Yeah, Frank's money.
And you know what? He delivered.
Yeah, Triple E was right. How about that?
If I was stuck in that awful East Bay traffic,
shout out 680.
I would have enjoyed that 15-minute visit with Frank Isola.
Yeah, it was a nice little hit.
So there you go. Hey, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Now we go into the big hit, baby. Now we go into the big hit, and it is the always entertaining NFL. Monday morning reaction to tons of storylines. Fun sound on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
MLB free agency officially starts today. So to check out Danny Emmerman's latest offseason guide for the San Francisco Giants, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now. This is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dobbs back to pass on third down. He stays in the pocket, fires to the end zone. Touchdown! Brandon Powell, the former Falcon, has beaten the Atlanta Falcons with a 6-yard touchdown pass from Josh Dobbs. 30-28 Minnesota with 20 seconds to go.
4th down and 10 Miami. Ball game here, and a bad snap. Tua's got to fall on it, and that'll do it. A bad snap. Tua had to run back and just fall on the football back at the 44-yard line. Kansas City will take over on downs. 1 minute left in the game. Only one timeout for the Dolphins, and the Chiefs can take a knee and head back to the States with a victory.
CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Takes the lead. Down with the reception. Rock and roll. My goodness. Snap for Prescott. Steps up. Looks, throws, end zone. Lamb makes the catch at the 2-yard line and would be tackled right there. And the Eagles are going to hold on to win 28-23.
There it was, man. Hey, listen, for a bye week when the Niners weren't playing, that was a damn entertaining slate.
It
and
really
that
was.
is our big hit today. Paulie Mac, I was talking with my family last night, and we were talking about the big hit. And I asked my kids, I said, do you guys know about big hit energy? And Declan smiled. He said, yeah, I do.
Nice, Declan. Me and you, buddy. Hey, someday
remind everybody.
Rory's going to be getting clearance on the runway. He's going to be like, Captain Rory speaking. How's it? Well, are we clear for takeoff? He'd be like, hold on, just one last thing. I hope Rory's playing this for the passengers when he's flying 747s. Be like, hold on for the BHE, y'all. Before we take off.
BHE. You down with BHE. You down with BHE. Who down with BHE? Every last holiday.
Come on. Hey, we just got a text from our friend Moselle. Says he's driving his parents to the airport.
Moselle.
They're flying to Amsterdam. His mom is afraid of flying and wants something to relax her. And I would say, Moselle's mom, you're going to have an unbelievable time in Amsterdam. So just relax and enjoy. And if you're at all anxious, just have the BHE song in your head.
Well, I was going to say, too, you're setting it up too much for me not to follow through with some green-based comedy right here because you're talking about Moselle. The destination is Amsterdam. You're trying to relax. Can I bring in the former president?
Some righteous bud.
Oh, my goodness.
Some righteous bud we
You're
got
telling
going on there.
Moselle's parents?
It's legal. It's like having a cocktail. It's legal.
All right, we're going to spin around the NFL because there's a lot of fun stuff yesterday. And our first stop on the dial is Las Vegas.
Yes! You're damn
Look
right.
at your stream, everybody. Look at your stream. There he is. So we're on YouTube.
Oh, he's all decked out.
You can watch us on YouTube on KNBR and the KNBR app.
Marcus going all the way today.
Marcus Boucher, who's our cool, good-looking kid.
Because the shirt matches the hat. It's like a gray themed with the black. I mean, you're popping, man.
I'll tell you a story. So I got off the elevator this morning at my standard 516.
Shout out.
There's a big screen in our elevator lobby that shows the stream.
Quick question. Was Tripoli already up on his shelf when you got there with the car up on that little platform he drives on?
No, he was in the he's not parking there anymore.
Oh.
I don't think. I don't think he was there today.
He's doing like an end around, yeah.
So anyway, I walk in, and the screen is Marcus doing his opening. That's what he likes to call the A block. He's doing his opening spot. And, dude, I saw the Raider hat, I literally laughed out loud. I said, hey, look at that guy.
It's a big day, man.
Marcus, congrats, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, boys. And I got to thank you guys for letting me air my grievances out about Josh McDaniels for the last year since I've been on air. I've got to thank the 49ers for giving us a bye week, which gives me 2 weeks to talk about the Raiders. And, of course, I got to thank my guy Jimmy Garoppolo for playing so damn bad that he got Josh McDaniels fired. Aiden O'Connell steps in, gets the win, and now we're smoking cigars, boys.
Literally smoking cigars. Raiders 30, New York Giants 6. They outscore their entire season in the first half, meaning they had never scored 20 points this year. They scored 24 in the first half. Unbelievable. And Max Crosby, who's a dude. He's a dude now.
Oh, he's a player, man.
He anticipated the win so much that he brought victory cigars.
He wasn't going to be denied.
And the video of them smoking the cigars is an all-time classic.
We're lighting these damn things.
Here's Crosby on the cigars here. Yes.
All the guys said that cigars came from you. What was the thought process on that? I love cigars, so everybody knows I'm sober, but I love my cigars. So, I wanted the guys, to have some fun after the game. I got the equipment guys to buy them last night and shot over a Venmo and got them taken care of. We had them ready to rock, so it was a lot of fun.
I got to tell you, Murph, all kidding aside, based on what I've seen from Max Crosby this year, I don't know that I've seen a more disruptive defensive presence on any team, which leads me to this question, because you probably have an answer. Has there been a time in NFL history that you can point to? Just give me a name if you know one, where a defensive player of the year was awarded to a guy who played on a losing team. No disrespect, Marcus, but you could be headed to a 500.
I mean, the years that J.J. Watt won it, were the Texans any good?
Good one. That's a good one.
Were they? I know
they went to the playoffs. I mean, they have been to the playoffs.
Khalil Mack won it for the Raiders in 2016.
That was their good year, though,
that was
right?
A playoff season.
That was the year they won the division.
Wait. That was an air quote. Was that when you lost down in Houston to the?
Yeah, but that's because DC
broke his leg on the only sack Donald Penn allowed the entire season.
Right,
Don't give me air quotes, Murph.
I'm giving you.
The Raiders have only been in the playoffs 2 times since the two of you have been on airs. I'll take anything I can
Marcus,
get.
I'm saying to you,
the 2013 Carolina Panthers, Luke Kuechly. I mean, 2 years later they went to the Super Bowl.
But my original point is he's playing so well right now. The league is going to have to acknowledge this guy.
The 2017 and 18 Rams weren't super special. Aaron Donald won it twice.
That's a good one too. Okay, I asked. There it is.
There's a lot. There's a fair number.
Yeah.
I'll give you another one here. Paulie Mack.
How about Bruce Smith? All his teams were good.
The 2006 Dolphins, Jason Taylor. They weren't that good, were they? Were they good? Were they? Was I? As Frank D. Ford said about being offside. Was I? But there's a lot of ones that were like Ray Lewis, 2003 Ravens. Ed Reed, 2004 Ravens.
Yeah.
You got Terrell Suggs, 2011 Ravens. J.J. Watt won it in 12, 14, and 15. Somebody tell me how the Texans were in 12, 14, and 15. I can't tell you how they were. But anyway, good question. Anyway, that's Max Crosby. The other one is Antonio Pierce. Here's my question now. In the last 24 hours, has the idea of Jim Harbaugh becoming the Vegas Raiders coach taken a hit?
Yeah, because Antonio Pierce has got this thing locked up.
And now I've heard now from Glazer and Rap Sheet that, Mark Davis says, quote, he has a chance. Well, now, is that lip service? And are they going to start losing?
Hey, if they go 7-2 down the stretch, or how many games they have left, you got to consider them.
They're not going to play the Tommy DeVito New York Giants every week.
That's the one thing. That's the one thing. I know.
You are playing the Jets, though, and
that's a great measure.
They ain't no tree shakers.
Do you believe that the Jets are one game out of first place at this point?
They play tonight. They're on your TV tonight.
If they win, they would be a playoff team. They would be the wild card team in that division because Miami's going to win, but they're only one game ahead of the Jets.
I heard from the great Greg Papa on NBC Bay Area last night. The playoffs do not start today, Paulie. They do not. No, I know. So, shout out to the Chargers Jets tonight. Chargers Jets.
That's a nice little game.
5:15. That game is in New York.
You got offense. You got defense.
So anyway, Antonio Pierce gave this locker room speech.
Oh, this is nuts!
Right after the win, and talk about a place. A lot of people. I saw people on Twitter saying, "Check out Devontae Adams." He was in the screen. He was in the shot, and he's completely locked in and nodding his head. They're like, "Look at Devontae. He's buying."
And by the way, I want people to know this is not from Murph's comedy gig. This is an NFL locker room.
This was not Gaffigan, Joyner, Gaffigan, and Seinfeld, who worked so clean. The only Gaffigan dropped one horse S, and one time he said, "Then I would be a D."
All right, we can live with that.
That
we'll
was
look the
the
other
extent of the profanity in the entire evening.
See, most of the comedy shows I go to sounded like what you're about to hear now.
No, because when Jerry Seinfeld's doing a 5-minute bit on the raisin, he's not swearing.
No, he don't need to.
And then a bit on the jet ski, he's not swearing.
No, he doesn't need to.
But the jet ski bit laid me out. My kids were laughing more at me than they were at Seinfeld. They were laughing at They're like, look at Dad, you were laughing so hard.
That's good, though. Remember that. That's awesome. Yeah.
Anyway, sometimes I'll get going at a comedy show. You said you know how it is.
Yeah, I do know how it is. Believe me. I double over sometimes. I do.
Antonio Pierce with a non-Gaffigan Seinfeld speech here. Check it out.
New chapter, we write our own script. Write our own script, man. That's just one step, man. You guys know how this go. But more importantly, man, this is about us. This is about you. You guys made up your minds what we was going to do, and we did it. Exactly what we said, and then we did it. Hey, man, I know the coaches, the whole organization, the whole building is proud of More importantly, I'm happy for you guys. That was rough the last 2 weeks. Biggest window, the front window. And guess what? Every door we go into, we kicking that from now on. With no thanks about it, man. Hey, man, You know what this time is? I'll see you Wednesday.
I'm all over this guy. Hey, somebody
enjoy it. Heck
give
of a
me an
speech.
Antonio
Heck
Pierce.
of a speech.
I like when there's like a pause in the action. He just goes, "Hey man." He just drops a "Hey man." Hey man.
What about I see you MFers?
Yeah.
I see you.
I'll see you Wednesday.
Hey man. Hey, good times, man.
Okay.
Smoking cigars.
So you play the Jets
Oh, that's
next
funny.
week, and then I got news for you. You guys go Dolphins, Chiefs.
Yeah.
So, I slow down a little bit.
Hey, let me enjoy this moment while I have
Why
it,
don't you go
boys.
beat the Chiefs?
Then you
Go
got
ahead.
the Josh Dobbs Vikings after that. So
I don't want no part of that.
All right, knocking to the next entertaining game, and this was really entertaining. Eagles, Cowboys. It lived up to. You say it lived up to the billing?
Great game.
Lived up to the
Very
billing?
entertaining game. Yes.
Philly 28, Dallas 23. I was following it on my phone at a baseball tournament in Fremont. I was getting so frustrated. I think the other parents thought I was a little crazy because I was going, damn,
It was a
Eagles.
seesaw game, man. Like the Philly outplayed them pretty thoroughly in the third quarter, and then Dallas took control of the game in the fourth quarter. And again, if you're a Cowboy fan, you're in a great deal of pain today.
2 plays.
Yeah.
The fourth down
this
and
is it.
goal.
Yep.
Tight end Schoonmaker catches it.
Unbelievable.
Gets the ball across the plane.
It is.
Touchdown signal.
Oh, wait, where's the knee? Let's take a look at that
on the
knee.
high def, do we see the knee is down?
That
no
poor
touchdown.
bastard. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
28-23. If
Yeah.
Dak can run in a 2-pointer, now all you need is a field goal. That changes everything because they did get into field goal range at the end of the game.
See Dak with the foot now.
He scrambles right. He
Yeah.
scrambles. I'm going to ask you, is that a bad play by Dak to not know to keep his foot
No,
in?
because he's competing his ass off. I actually got to
But
give him.
at the highest level, should you not know how to cut that corner?
I hear you, but
At the highest level.
What do you say, Marcus?
The
You're
highest
an
level.
athlete. I don't know.
Well, yeah, everybody wants to tiptoe the sideline, but he was trying to make a play.
He was
lays
trying to make
out.
a play.
I thought maybe he could have reached
Yeah.
a little bit earlier,
See?
maybe before
I'm
that foot
telling you,
gets down.
we're at
but
the highest level now.
That's tough, man.
We're at the highest
All
level.
I know is the end result is the same. It's always with Dak in these big games. But yesterday, he did play well.
Well, that's what he says, though.
Yeah.
So those 2 plays literally were about a combined 3 or 4 inches. As Michael Scott might say, that's what she said. There it is.
Oh,
There
look
it
at
is.
you.
There it goes.
Yeah, it's a game. You said it. It's a game of inches. It's why you got to love this game. It's tough. It's tough to win. We fought our asses off. Obviously, they did. Great NFC's matchup. They came out with it tonight. But as you just said, an inch or two on one of those 3 plays, and we could be talking about a different outcome. So, but they got this one. Sucks. We're gonna take it. We're gonna move forward.
Okay, so here's the series. So the Eagles are just not going away. They're 8-1. They're driving us nuts.
Best team in the NFL right now.
But Paulie likes Nick Sirianni's face,
Oh,
though.
dude, if I got to see this guy, I'm telling you what, even though I picked the Eagles in the forecast, so I was glad that they won the game, watching Nick Sirianni has become like almost unbearable to me. Like he's putting on it's a clown show over there. Like I don't even know if he's calling plays. He got the stupid pencil in his visor. It's like, bro, you're not using that thing. Get rid of the pencil. Stop yelling at the ref. Stop pumping. He's walking around on the
Paulie,
field.
did you say visor? No,
Yeah.
the Jerry Seinfeld bit. He was complaining about being on vacation, how he hated everything.
What's with the visor?
He goes, the guy's driving us in the golf cart with the visor.
Yeah.
What's with the visor?
No,
He
the
goes-
visor.
And he takes his hand. He goes, complete the hat.
Well, see,
Complete the hat.
Seinfeld's onto something. I always wondered about the visor. You know, in Ground Zero, a visor kind of examination was the Tuck Rule game because Gruden, if I'm not mistaken, in a blizzard, he's rocking the visor. I'm like, bro, throw a hat on. Your whole head is soaked. But he won visor even in the blizzard. I'm like,
man,
damn, this guy's
shout
nuts.
out the late 80s at UCLA, all the fraternity boys wearing their visors. That was it.
Shout out Hunter S. Thompson. He was like a notorious visor
And
guy.
his was like the green
He
one.
had the green
like, that you
tint.
wear, like,
Think
in
about
the-
that, dude.
That you wear
Tinted.
like when you're in the back shop, like making counterfeit money or
Bro,
something
Hunter
like
Thompson.
that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with the visor.
Anyway, Dak does it. Now, on to our next entertaining game. I guess I want to stay back on that Cowboy-Eagle thing one more time and how we're so upset at the Eagles. They're 8-1. They've now cleared the Dolphins hurdle. They've now cleared the Cowboys hurdle. Okay, so that 1 seed is looking tougher and tougher. Now it's not even an option. It's mandatory. You have to win in Philly.
You have to.
And now
you also got to not lose any games. You got to start winning games if you're the Niners.
Which starts against a 6-2 Jacksonville
I know,
team
not an easy team,
on
man.
Sunday, with a guy whose face in Philly you didn't dislike, Doug Peterson.
No, I was good with Peterson. I liked him. Yeah.
Shout
Shout out to
the
Philly
point
special.
is that Philly goes to Dallas week 14. Worth keeping an eye on that one, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Worth keeping an eye on that one?
For sure. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, yeah.
Well, Murph, how about the 3 matchups before that? Because before they have a rematch against the Dallas Cowboys, the Eagles got the Chiefs after their bye week, then they got the Bills, then they play the 49ers, then the Cowboys, then the Seahawks.
Okay, good.
So they got a 5-game stretch that is extremely tough
Maybe
also.
they need to drop
Let's look at some of those games, though, right now.
Buffalo, you don't know what you're going to get. You could get a great night, or you could get what you saw last night.
Seahawks, I mean, which leads us to our next one. All right, let's jump on to the next game. Baltimore, Seattle. Hey, Jimmy Nance on the game, right? Gentleman Jim on that game.
I heard him, yeah.
And we did the Nelson Muntz laugh because, I love seeing Seattle get clobbered, destroyed, embarrassed.
That's what that was. They got their
Can you imagine if you're the Niners? 37-3 in Baltimore, bro?
We'd be, bro.
How are we feeling today?
We'd put like a dark hood over the mic.
So,
you know what I mean? Yeah.
The Ravens, by the way, have now beaten a lot of good teams. And, oh, by the way, the Seattle defense that we're supposed to be so worried about, they allowed 298 rushing yards.
Yeah, they got abused.
An undrafted rookie named Keaton Mitchell had over 100 yards on 9 touches.
Yeah.
So
they got abused. The Seahawks got destroyed. You don't usually see them lose like that.
I loved it. Geno Smith, I got to tell you, I'm still thinking about that softy Mahler taunt on Brock Purdy. Who's turned into a pumpkin now?
Yeah, right.
Geno said they wrote me off. I didn't write back. Well, maybe now the mail's coming again.
Could
you know
be.
what I mean? Because he turned it over. He threw a pick, lost a fumble, went 1 for 12 on 3rd downs. Let's listen to Geno after a loss.
It's tough. It sucks. We were looking forward to this matchup, and I just feel like we didn't play our best football today. Obviously, we made a ton of mistakes and a lot of things that we need to correct. But, as I always say, I put those things right at, my own feet, and I look at myself in the mirror and say, what could I do better to help this team and to help my guys? And so that's exactly what I'm going to do again. I'm never going to shy away from it, and I'm going to keep on working.
All right, well, sorry, Geno. You got the loss, and the Niners are now tied for first at 5-3.
All right.
5-3, tied for first place. All right, the next game, and this one could have been a hum baby, but we went Warriors. Had to do Raiders I still think there's a significant Raider fan base here in the Bay Area, isn't there?
Seems to be.
Yeah, okay,
I told you, the guy in my dispensary wears his Raider hat, Raider jacket, and I bring it up with him. I'm like, dude, you're not letting go.
Marcus works at your dispensary?
I know. Well, pretty much Marcus looks like the guy.
I'm Polymac's personal bud tender, Murph.
You could be.
Nothing like
Can I get something in a nice hybrid, please?
Nothing like walking to the lobby of the Niner flagship and the 5 a.m. guys wearing a Raider hat. It's a good hat, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
it's a good looking hat.
He looks like a real Raider fan.
The next game, this game almost made hum baby, but we went C.J. Stroud. But the story of Joshua Dobbs. Oh, my God.
Shout out,
By the
Dobbsy.
way, in case you were asleep, Minnesota Viking Joshua Dobbs.
Yeah.
Probably a trade you didn't pay too much attention to because we were focusing on Chase
Let's
Young.
be honest, Murph didn't even consider it.
The Vikings lose Kirk Cousins to the Achilles, right? So they're like, what do we do? We got a kid named Jaron Hall. Let me give you a little bio on Jaron Hall, don't you know? Out of BYU, 25-year-old kid out of BYU. Exactly.
No,
and so they're like, we probably should beef up our quarterback room. So they trade for the very capable Joshua Dobbs, who we know is an athlete who beat Dallas earlier this year.
He sure did.
Here's the only problem is, he arrived on Wednesday, and he was just getting settled and didn't even take a rep in practice. They're like, dude, you got to get settled.
Not a single rep. Dude, nothing.
Jaron Hall gets knocked out with a concussion.
Oh, hey, Dobbsy, go grab a helmet.
They tell him to go in. He doesn't know his teammates' names.
Nothing.
He's never taken a snap with the center. He doesn't know
insane.
the plays.
Yeah.
Kevin O'Connell, their coach, talks him through the plays on the headset.
The whole thing's crazy.
He leads a touchdown drive in the final minute, and they win 31-28.
What's all this planning for? What's all these stealing plays? And
he had a fourth down play where he scrambled for 22 yards to keep the drive alive.
Just roll it out there.
And we just laughed about, does this put a lie to all the Joe Gibbs
That's what I'm saying.
burnout?
These guys are studying. They got staffs. It's like Dobbsy just shows up and makes plays.
Incredible story. So here's Dobbs. He says he didn't know his guys' names.
Oh, don't even start. I probably... If we had to pull up a roster, I had to go names, I'll be a bad teammate today. Yeah, I knew Alex. I knew a lot of first names. Alex, Brandon. I know a lot of nicknames per se. But yeah, names. That's for this week. That's an assignment for this week. So.
Okay, so he's a likable guy. Remember, he's the guy who went into the Arizona Cardinals team store and couldn't find his own jersey.
Nice.
And he made a TikTok out of that. So the Vikings are 5-4, by the way. They're not dead yet.
That's interesting. Yeah, they're
Joshua
in the
Dobbs
mix.
era. All right, on to the next one. This guy made hum babies. Wow. And I tell you what, this guy's a story on a number of levels. Number 2 pick in the draft, C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Wow, everybody. That was a performance to sit up and take notice. Oh, by the way, an all-time NFL rookie record performance, 470 yards. Not only that, Paulie, the game couldn't be any crazier against Tampa Bay and Baker Mayfield. It's a 37-33 game. He has 46 seconds to lead a touchdown drive.
This is wild.
And he does it in 6 plays, 75 yards, and throws a 22-yard touchdown. He ties a rookie record, NFL record. You have 5 touchdown passes. We talk about the touchdown drive.
Yes.
And also big play CJ. 6 of 8 for 199 and 3 touchdowns on passes that travel over 20 yards in the air, according to Next Gen Stats. Big play, CJ.
See, let me tell you how messed up I am psychologically, because everything's always got to come back to me on some level. I'm watching CJ Stroud and I'm going, I'm not even kidding about this. I'm like, I wish I've never seen Brock do that. I've never seen Brock go the length of the field with the game on the line.
Brock
from
was
behind.
not the number 2 pick in the draft.
Well, that's why it's fair. That's fair. Because I saw that same kind of sentiment on Twitter yesterday, but people were saying, this is what Trey Lance was supposed to be.
Here we go now. See, not bringing Trey into it. Niners better go win some games quick. Quiet all this down.
First of all, in this story, by the way, he's a Southern California kid out of Rancho Cucamonga, which is down Inland Empire, right? And it goes public school, but he's known Bryce Young since they were both in high school and 7-on-7 leagues. Bryce Young goes 1 to Carolina. Not working out so far. CJ Stroud goes 2 to D'Amico. You got D'Amico Ryans. You got Coleridge Bernard Stroud the 4th. And I say that because Coleridge Bernard Stroud the 3rd, his dad, is in the news. CJ Stroud outspoken yesterday about his father, who is incarcerated for life under a 3 strikes and you're outlaw.
That's tough.
Who pled guilty to a carjacking, kidnapping, and robbery in a drug-related incident. He's now incarcerated 38 years to life. And CJ says after the game, what I've been battling is still trying to be a family man and help out and still be a football player and do my job. It's been tough. He says, I actually got to talk to my dad a little bit this week. I'm praying to God something can happen that he can get out and come to one of my games. I've been praying for him a lot. And then he went on, and this is a little heavy for the big hit and all that, but he said, our criminal justice system isn't right. It's something I need to be more vocal about.
That's a hell of a story.
So this is a really interesting story developing.
Makes it all the more impressive, actually, that he's doing it with all that going on in his real life.
Unbelievably likable kid. Unbelievable big play kid. CJ Stroud about, give me the ball. I want to win.
Nice.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
That drive, man, it was special, and that's something in this league I'm learning, man. You got to be great 2 minute. And for me, I just want the ball. Just give me the ball, call the play, and I'm going to go make a play. So I'm happy with the win.
By the way, Murph, quick question. You told me the cue ball, the very famous cue ball creative director here at KNBR, you said he has CJ.
He and I are playing each other in fantasy this week, and I looked at his team. I actually have a better record than him, and I'm like, his team's not that good. And then he had CJ Stroud at quarterback. I'm like, yeah, okay. Dude, it was like watching a freaking slot machine, watching CJ Stroud's fantasy points go up.
All the cherries came up.
Change. So, I'm down 115 to 106 going in tonight. I got a kicker and a defense. He has Garrett Wilson.
Jet defense makes some plays. You get the Jet team? I hope.
I got the Jets team.
Yeah, they make some plays.
I'm going to need like a scoop score. I'm going to need a pick 6 or something. Pretty much there. So CJ Stroud and the Houston Texans, what a story they are. And then finally, the last one is the Germany game. And it doesn't turn out to be the shootout we all think. In fact, Miami is shut out at halftime. By the way, are we buying to Steve Spagnuolo's defense in Kansas City? Are we buying
I think you're going to have to start considering it to be a pretty good D. Yeah.
Well,
that's the strength of their team. Their offense is not as good as their defense
now. The first 9 weeks of the season, it's been that Kansas City Chiefs defense carrying the water for Patrick Mahomes.
Dude, Patrick Mahomes only 180 yards passing yesterday.
I've been saying it all year,
Kelsey,
man.
3 catches, 14 yards.
Non-factor. He was a non-factor.
And the touchdown, they scored 21 points. One of them was a defensive touchdown. What a play.
Oh, they stripped it away from Tyreek. Yeah.
If you missed it, it's 14-0. Miami's driving. They're probably going to score before the half.
That couldn't have been any sweeter. If you're the Chiefs, I mean, that's about as sweet as it gets. Taking the ball out of his hands, then like a lateral to another player, another defender. Who was it who scored a touchdown?
Get you the names.
I'm not even sure who it was.
It was a crazy sequence.
Credit for that guy for then outrunning Tyreek Hill. I know he was getting blocked.
That's a good call.
That entire sequence
turned on the Jets.
I read that he reached the fastest speed for a Chiefs ball carrier this year.
Wow.
And it was God darn, I have the name of the kid right here. But anyway, point is that the defense is Patrick Mahomes said after the game he's talking, I know, but he said we got the best defense in the league.
Well, that's maybe an overstatement, but they do have a very good defense. Their team is legit.
The other part of it's Miami. So they spend the whole week in Germany. They do a different thing. So Kansas City flies in late and just wings it. Miami goes for the body clock adjustment thing. And it winds up with McDaniel spending a week in Germany with his sweatpants pushed up and doing his McDaniel thing. I wound up watching an inordinate amount of McDaniel.
You're starting to see it now. Yeah.
So
I've been seeing it too.
I wound up going down a rep. No, I was enjoying it.
Yeah,
I really was. I was going the other way.
Okay.
I was liking him more, actually. I was liking him more. But the problem is his quarterback, Tua, there's a storyline that he won't get you the big win.
Well, what's his new nickname now you were saying earlier?
Tua turn the ball over.
Oh, dude, that's yeah, that's tough on the kid.
He fumbles the snap to end
like
the game.
that kid.
He wore it.
All right.
He wore it here.
With the last play of the game, I'm always going to blame myself. I got to catch the ball, whether that's getting in a better position to catch it or whatever it is. Can't end the game like that when we have an opportunity like that against a really good team.
So there it is. And then McDaniel himself. So the story is they've now lost to the Bills.
See?
The Chiefs. Who is it against? The Bills.
So you bring
the Chiefs,
a good team in and see what happens, right?
The Bills, the Chiefs, and the
Eagles is the third team, Murph.
Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles. So the storyline is they can't win the big one, and McDaniel, he wore it.
We're all very aware, and we knew going into the game that if we're going to lose, what the narrative would be, and that's fair. We shouldn't feel entitled to high opinions from the masses. As long as you continue to get better, ultimately that narrative will subside. But that's on us collectively, from coaches and players alike. If you want the narrative to change the narrative.
I like that quote. Okay, now I want to make sure we get our information correct. Okay, so Tyreek Hill caught the pass. Trent McDuffie strips it.
Correct.
Mike Edwards recovers it. Tyreek wraps up Edwards. Edwards laterals it to Brian Cook.
Nice.
Who runs 59 yards. And on that, according to Next Gen Stats, he reached a speed of 21.3 miles per hour, the fastest run by a Chiefs ball carrier this season.
Not to mention it was faster than Murph was going on 680 yesterday. Yeah. 20 miles an hour. You would have killed for 20 miles an hour yesterday. You would have paid somebody like $3,000. Can I just go 20 miles an hour for the next 5 miles? Here's $100.
You ready for this one? Saturday night.
Yeah.
Half the team decides to stay the night at the Fremont Marriott Suites because our game ends at 9.
Oh, you were kicking yourself.
And I said,
You're
you know
like,
what?
I could have been out
Fremont.
here.
I can go home.
I want to go home and watch USC lose.
I'm going to go home and have some wine and watch the end of Chip freaking Philly.
Oh, see, it took them all day. I knew it was going to come up at some point. Yeah.
Wasted 6 years of my life with that guy.
See. Now, I can't. I mean, that's Murph's thing.
And I said it from day one.
Yeah. I get it. If I was a UCLA fan, I'd be pissed too.
Hang on.
I'm tired of looking at Chip Kelly.
Hang on. Woosah.
Yeah, give him a growl.
Woosah. I need to center.
You got to meditate like Sting.
Anyway, we get back on the freeway 880 North, dude. Here's another shutdown, dude. There was a 9:45.
Well, like you said, all the 80s,
9:45 night, Saturday night, just red, bright lights right in your face.
Yeah, red. Let's go 6 inches.
And I was listening to the UCLA Arizona game. By the way, shout out Josh Lewin, does a great job on UCLA radio. I gotta give him his propers. But anyway, the point is that is faster than I was going on 880.
That's my original riff. Yeah,
correct. And can I end the big hit?
Yeah.
You want BHE tomorrow?
Yes, I do.
We just got a text from the World Series champion manager, Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, Hall of Fame manager Bruce Bochy.
Tomorrow's big hit, 8 a.m., Bruce Bochy.
Yeah.
There it is.
Can I get a shoot me a text? I might need.
Shoot me a text.
Thank you.
We did.
I might
We
get
nailed
that
it down.
tattooed. Just shoot me
He
a
said
text.
the only hurdle is that he may be driving to Nashville and he hopes the reception's okay.
Oh, even better.
And I said,
on the road.
The Bochy magic is that the reception will be great.
Of course.
All right.
Well, my old cell phone's working, Murph. How's Mac? Yeah.
Well, I'm calling on the landline from the car.
He just gave me one of these flip phones. I got to figure this out now. Yeah.
There it is. That was a fun big hit.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I'll tell you what. I'll take a bye week. I kind of enjoyed watching the other games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's very, very nice to watch ball with no stress involved.
And Murph, the best news is 49ers had a bye week and somehow they're back in first place.
There it is. But you ended the big hit perfectly.
Okay.
All right, Cooler of Content's got more good stuff coming up on KNBR. Oh, by the way, Green Day tickets every day this week when Marcus plays a Green Day rejoin. September 20, 2024, Oracle Park. Green Day, Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, and the Linda Lindas. Tickets on sale this Friday, November 10th at 10 a.m. through Live Nation. Except for you can win 2 free ones when you hear Marcus play a Green Day rejoin. Cooler content next on the Sports Leader.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable. You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors took down the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 1 of the NBA's in-season tournament, but then lost their 5-game losing streak on Sunday against the Cleveland Cavaliers. So to get a full weekend recap on the Dubs, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murphy Mac's Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All righty. No Shohei Ohtani signing yet. Baseball free agency's underway. When are Boats going to call? He goes, you guys get Shohei yet? Yeah. We'll talk to Bruce tomorrow in the big hit. But first, Paulie, this is for Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher.
It's a big day for Marcus. No, very happy for the kid.
How about how fast the leaks came out of Vegas? Because Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, and Jay Glazer were racing to tell their stories from inside the building, man. It's like they just said, the hell with McDaniels. We're going to bury this guy.
Oh, man.
And Jay Glazer had maybe the most comprehensive one. He told this on Fox yesterday morning about how bad it got last week with Josh McDaniels. One of his left.
He's already cracking up. Look at him.
Listen to Jay Glazer just tell the final days of Josh McDaniels here.
There was such a big disconnect with the players there and Josh McDaniels that players recently were going upstairs to the owner, Mark Davis, to tell them what their problems were. However, the big thing was last Thursday, there was this big airing of the grievance meeting, and players just unloaded on Josh McDaniels from captain to player to player. And finally, Josh McDaniels actually had Antonio Pierce get up and speak on behalf of him and the coaches. When Antonio Pierce got up there, he said, look, guys, we have to have our own culture. It's got to be about culture here. And we also have to look at it. And he brought up the old Giants team that beat the Patriots, Josh McDaniels' team, in the Super Bowl in 2007 season. He said, no matter who we played, we thought we could beat them. We had a game plan that we could beat them. We had to believe that, and that's not here. We have to believe it here at the Raiders. We could beat anybody. Well, he finishes up that speech. Everybody thinks they're great, except for Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels then goes over to him and says, don't ever talk about the Patriots like that. And then you really saw how divided that building got. That got up to Mark Davis, and I think Mark Davis looked at it and go, okay, I'm going to choose the guy who believes that we can win every single week, and that's what his plan's going to be. And by the way, this is not just a throwaway for Antonio Pierce where, he's just going to coach out the rest of the season. He has a shot to keep this job. That's Mark Davis's mindset.
Wow.
Wait, what?
Don't talk that way about the Patriots.
Dude, is McDaniels a psycho?
He must be.
Psycho?
No, he must be. I mean,
he's an idiot.
And Marcus, I got to give Marcus credit. You've been saying that all along.
You
but
sniffed that thing
You
out
sounded like a crazy
bloodhound, buddy.
But I got to be almost apologetic to Marcus because I felt like, he's just being a crazy Raider fan. You were right about that Patriot thing, man.
Yeah, and we riff all the time about how much I hate Tom Brady and I hate the Patriots. But newsflash, Josh McDaniels is not Bill Belichick. No. He won't be. He'll never be. I don't know if he'll ever be an NFL coach again. This guy's a joke, and he's going down. And one of the reasons why he's ran ran out of town is because he's defending the Patriots in a Raider locker room. Get the hell out of here,
I know I shouldn't be
McDaniels.
talking like this, Murph, but I just feel like it's a riff. It's just sitting there. I got to take it. Maybe Josh McDaniel can start road tripping with Gabe Kapler. Join him up in Canada for some beauty shots, some lakes, some snowshoes, whatever it takes.
McDaniels can find you a burger. I know that.
Yeah, stuff like that.
By the way, great line from a listener, because we talked about Gabe posted another one.
That's why I'm bringing it up. I know. He won't stop.
But a listener had a great line saying...
Yeah, here's another one.
The listener had a great line saying, you guys say you're done with the Gabe travel Instagrams, but you'll cross that bridge when you come to it.
Very good.
That was a listener who said that. I forget the area code. My bad. Whoever you were, take a bow.
Wow.
Meanwhile, that's
all I need.
The Josh Dobbs story, we hit it there in the big hit. What a story. This kid's so likable,
Dobbsy.
With the he does the alopecia awareness campaign.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Let me tell you something else that's likable about Dobbsy. When you see him running around, hugging his players on the sideline at the end of the fourth quarter, he's also going headband. It's something about the way he wears that headband, really up high on the dome.
He's like a rocket scientist, too.
He is, legit.
So here he is describing the insane last few days of his life that ends with a thrilling comeback win where he doesn't know the playbook and how he beat the Arizona Cardinals as the Minnesota Vikings quarterback.
So like 2 weeks ago, I actually just moved into a house in Arizona. I think like a week ago. So I moved into the house, but I just had the same suitcase. I was just lugging around for the first 6.5 weeks of the season. And then my stuff got out there last week. So I had 1 week like at home, like with all my stuff, like my couch, my bed. Had the fam like come out because we had a home game last week, so they got to enjoy it and everything, and then got to pick up and move across the country again. So it's a part of the process. It'll be a tremendous story to tell.
Okay, first of all, I said Arizona. They played the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta Falcons started with an A, my brain. But, dude, this goes to show you, it's funny, we just ship these guys around. He's like, dude, I just moved into my house. I invited my family over. Then they're like, no, fly to Minnesota. You got to move. So, he's like, okay, I guess. So, shout out Dobbs, and who knows how this story will go. Who knows? I mean, Cousins ain't coming back. I don't know if they're going to trust this guy.
Well, I would say, like, the last thing you want to do is give this guy a playbook. Just let him show up on Sunday and be like, dude, here's the ball, here's your helmet, go.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden we're talking about Josh Dobbs leading the 7th-place team in the NFC. The Vikings are currently a playoff team. Long way to go, but the fact that they're in the mix is outrageous.
You guys play them in a couple weeks.
That's right. Bring it on. Bring on Dobbs and that big brain.
You better watch out. Dobbs is going to be O'Connell's going to call him a meeting, quarterback meeting, and Dobbs will be like, no, don't tell me. Don't tell me anything. I just want to wing it. It's like improv comedy, Paulie. You know what I mean? When they tell you got to go
just give me an idea. Yeah.
It's whose line is it anyway with Josh Dobbs?
Well, I don't know if Josh Dobbs' degree in rocket science is going to help him when Max Crosby's coming around the edge, because he don't care. I'm telling you, the more I watch Max Crosby, the more he blows me away.
Well, you guys, they play the Jets next week. Who played tonight against the Chargers?
Yeah.
All right, I told you that I watched McDaniel. This got a little traction. So there's a Euro, like there is a small sliver of Europe that follows the NFL. And
it's getting bigger, I think, right? Like that's what they're trying to do.
Like, if you're into it, you're into it.
Yeah.
Kind of like if you know a super red hot who knows all Euro soccer, who's like, oh, dude, how do you not know that Dutch club just transferred that player to Italy? You know, you're like, I didn't.
Yeah, Dutch
They're
ball.
like, where have you been?
Yeah.
Well, they have those guys in Europe studying American football. They're like, oh, if I'm going to go in, I go all in. So we have what I would like to call, and I say this with great respect, what I would call a Euro Larry Kruger. And by the way, how about
appealing.
How about Kruger yesterday with a tweet saying, hey, I'm going to do some day drinking in the city with my wife. Meet us if you want. Kruger's out there
inviting, it's like Barfly.
Anyway, this guy, because you go to a press conference, you're like, Coach, what happened today? Coach, why did your guy throw an interception? And then you get this guy, and you should see McDaniel's face as this guy was breaking down his question here.
I just wanted to ask you about the evolution of your scheme in terms of, you started off last year running, I suppose, kind of kamikaze-style RPOs with Tua making sort of first-level reads but pushing the ball vertically down the field with post wheel and rail wheel, and into year two, the evolution has been so quick, and now you're much more condensed between the numbers. The route depths look a bit different in terms.
No, but like, how awesome is this? Like, clearly you have an accent, and you know exactly what you're talking about. So. I'm honored that you're watching our tape.
But there are even some sort of Mike Shanahan elements in terms of Tua turning his back to the defense off a play.
Now you're just flexing.
Now I'm just flexing.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad little interaction.
McDaniel kept looking to his right as the guy was asking the question. He was looking at his handler going, who is this guy? Yeah, it's pretty good.
Now I'm just flexing.
Yeah.
Because
flexing.
Now he's got some Mike Shanahan elements where he turns his back to the play.
Sounds like Sting with a clipboard right there.
You're just flexing. Dude, I told you McDaniel was trying material. Remember the one where he goes, I know what you're all thinking, I'm bigger in person. It just got dead quiet. Because the joke about the stereotype, let's get racial up in this piece. Germans aren't funny, right? That's the stereotype. That's Southwest did that whole ad campaign with the German stand-up comedian, Like there's no German stand-up comedian. So he's trying his...
I'm like thinking of one and I can't come up with anybody.
That's like the stereotype, right? I know. Stereotypes, blah, blah, blah. Come get me.
We're just trying to riff on a Monday. That's all this is.
Let's get racial up in this piece. The Irish like to drink, okay? All right, let's keep going.
We can get into the bourbon. The Irish like to drink.
So McDaniel did that bit with the... I know what you're thinking. I'm bigger in person, and nobody...
Nothing. He got crickets.
It's a decent line, actually. You know what I mean? But... Here he is with his other offering on Friday. He was there the whole week.
No, he's not letting up.
Here he is.
Guten Tag. Oh, sorry. Hello. Been in Germany for a while.
I'm telling you, next time you go see Seinfeld, he might be opening for Seinfeld.
Once again, this is him. He goes up to the mic and goes, boom.
Guten Tag. Oh, sorry. Hello. Been in Germany for a while.
I don't know if I like this guy or not. I'm trying to figure it out, where I come down with the shins, the riffs.
That was straight open mic material right there.
I actually like the other one better when he was like, what are you, flexing now?
But I love how he's like trying out material. It's like that had all the elements of an open mic where the audience isn't that into it.
Okay, so, yeah.
Because he realized the joke didn't hit, so he immediately tries to cover it.
You got to pick up, yeah. All right, well, anyway.
And then finally, let's do the German. Speaking of Germany, the ref in the game decided to throw a bone to the crowd. Here's his false start call in German.
Yeah.
In German.
Fürstad. Offense, number 83.
That's false start. Fürstad.
Fürstad.
Yeah, everything sounds so
crazy about German. It's like it sounds like English, but really pissed off English.
Yeah, I know. It's
so
like
we say false start. He goes Fürstad.
Fürstad.
I know, like getting yelled at. You know what I mean, dude? Just make the call. Don't yell at me.
It's a false start. It's not a Fürstad.
Yeah. Fürstad.
Fürstad. Uns. Shout out old Pat who spoke German.
Guten Tag.
Shout out Coach McDaniel. He's right there.
All right, guys. There you go. We didn't have time for the Caleb Williams crying in his mom's arms.
We just need to know that USC is no longer in the top 25. That's all you need to know.
Well, they're the least of my concern. I got a coach. I can't stand him. I can't.
What do you do with your chip problem? How long is he signed for? Like how many?
Don't get me started.
Okay, let's just leave it alone.
Morning.
Yeah.
I'm having.
We are having a good morning.
We're having some laughs.
Don't soil it. Yeah.
I'm thinking a guy. Seinfeld had me laughing my A off.
Yeah, let's go back to that.
The jet ski bit.
Don't even think about that guy.
All right. Here's the.
Yeah, that'll help too.
Hey, Mike Golick's going to join us at 9:15. Hey, we got to talk about a little bit of Giants on the other side. There's some Giants news. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, these Sports Leader.
Everybody thinks they're great, except for Josh McDaniels.
I say he's an idiot.
All right, once again, Paulie Mack saying good morning to all of our friends listening today. We appreciate your company. I want to talk to you about QC Kinetics, especially if you're waking up in the morning, especially they say when it rains, sometimes your knees get sore, your ankles, old injuries kind of resurface and flare up when it gets humid and wet like this. Well, if that's the situation that you're in, QC Kinetics has some great news for you. They are the nation's leader, in regenerative medicine. They're also now open right here in the Bay Area with 2 different clinics, San Jose and Pleasanton. They're offering lasting relief to people with joint pain. And again, here's the best part. No surgery, no prescription drugs, no downtime. Regenerative medicine uses highly concentrated healing agents found in your own body. These powerful treatments can restore and then repair damaged tissue in your aching joints. And the end result of that is you're moving around without the pain that you're dragging around. Remember we talked to Emmett Smith on Friday? He's a QC Kinetics guy. So if Emmett Smith is taking the treatments, you know that they've got to be effective with the beating he took in his career. Again, QC Kinetics, they have over 100 clinics nationwide. They've treated thousands of people with incredible success. And I can tell you this, I was over in the Pleasanton office. They are really, really nice people on top of everything else. So have a conversation with them and see if they can help you and treat the pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, back. Nobody needs to live like that, especially when there are solutions out there. So schedule your free consultation. Again, locations in Pleasanton and San Jose by calling 877-70-REGEN. 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
By the way, we have the, after 2 weeks ago, Paulie, what we did with Blink 182, and now this, I think we have the 90s on lockdown, baby.
Well, you know what we're doing? Murph and I are just trying to make sure all of our friends get to the very best concert events San Francisco, the Bay Area, has to offer. And we're doing it again. Murph demanded it. Murph goes, I'll tell you one thing we're going to do today. We're giving Green Day tickets away. So, Murph, you want to tell them what's happening?
I'm first going to tell them that Charles Davis is joining Tolbert and Copes today at 3:50.
Nice.
Second of all, I'm going to ask, this is an inside joke, but for those of you who know Cumulus well, did we clear this contest with Baby Huey? That's my question. We happen to know.
You better get clearance from Baby Huey.
For all y'all out there, we have a colleague down the hallway at 107.7 The Bone who is
lunatic.
I think, is he, objectively speaking, the number one Green Day fan in the world?
No, there's no. The guys in the band know his name. He's like, I'm not even kidding. When they're, oh, what's up, Danny? When they see him, they know him at this point.
So he is.
Yeah, totally.
He's the number one fan.
Totally. He knows everything.
Do you think we could ever run anything past him Green Day related that he wouldn't know?
If you walk down the hall right now and said, hey, Huey, what do you think Billy Joe's doing right now? I'd be like, well, let's see. It's 8:44. That means he's probably having his toast and grapefruit juice. Like, he's got all the details, you know?
It's funny you say toast. Seinfeld does a whole bit on the Pop-Tart.
What's with the toast?
How mind-blowing it was. He goes, the Pop-Tart. He goes, yeah, you don't understand. In the 60s, we were like chimpanzees on the ground, just driving rocks in the ground. We were eating toast for breakfast.
Yeah.
And they gave us the Pop-Tart.
Say something controversial if I could, because I didn't know you were going to bring this up. Marcus, how do you feel about me telling you I'd rather have my Pop-Tart untoasted? 808 KNBR. I don't eat the toast that I eat it right out of the package.
See, I don't think that's a hot take, Paulie Mac. I like them cold too, but I have a buddy who throws them into the oven and puts butter on top of the Pop-Tart also.
Now we got some variations.
And if I'm going to say, by the way, Seinfeld said, and I don't know if he was riffing, because he goes, I'm not riffing. He goes, this is a true story. Next month on Netflix, we will release the movie that, he goes, during the pandemic, I got so crazy, I wrote a movie. He goes, and Gaffigan's in it. He goes, and it's called Unfrosted, the Pop-Tart story.
Okay.
He said, we did not clear this with Kellogg's in Battle Creek, Michigan. Legal repercussions yet to be played out. We shall see. But he said he wasn't riffing. He said there's a Netflix comedy movie.
Hope he's right.
That he and the guy who wrote the Soup Nazi episode wrote.
If that guy's involved, it's going to be funny because that's a funny episode.
And he actually, when he said, he goes, my friend, he wrote the Soup Nazi episode. He goes, you guys know that episode? And he goes, to get the bread, we had to move in line, and he stepped to the right twice. And I said, dude, we saw him. He just did the bread line step in person. I was like, that's like seeing Willie Mays make the catch. You know what I mean? It was kind of amazing.
Pretty much.
So I was really excited. Anyway, the point is that Green Day and Baby Huey Baby Huey knows they're playing September 2024.
He's going to help set up the stage, I'm sure. Yeah.
2 tickets right now.
Yep.
So every day this week, when Waterboy plays a Green Day rejoin, and this is, of course, name of the song?
Just Welcome to Paradise? Yeah, Welcome to Paradise.
Oh, I know what that one's about.
Yeah. Welcome to Paradise. Good band, great live band. You'll have a great time at this gig.
So 2 tickets to the gig.
Yeah.
By the way, Smashing Pumpkins are playing. So's Rancid. Don't sleep on Rancid, too.
You want to see Billy
Corgan? Rancid's friend with? Billy Bean. They're tight with Billy Bean.
I see, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
And I know you want to see Billy Corgan come out like with his purple cape on. Marcus, when was the last time he threw a purple glitter cape on? Because Corgan will do it.
How about the fact that a kid I coached in All-Star Baseball in Mill Valley, his mom's sister is married to Ito?
Oh, James Iha?
Iha,
oh, that's
sorry,
my boy.
bad.
Oh, Iha's a beast.
So I coached, shout out Colt, shout out his mom Kristen. Her sister is married to Iha.
James Iha. James Iha's a badass. He can play, man.
So the winner's already in. His name's Nathan in San Francisco. He's going to go see the boys.
Oh, Nathan, have a great time, buddy. Have a great time.
Boys from the 510. Avowed A's fans, right? Avowed A's fans?
Big time, yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
they are avowed A's fans. I told you guys, Giants news. Here you go. 3 pieces of news. You can react accordingly real quick. Number 1, since we last signed off, Ross Stripling opted into his contract for 2024. Can I get a John Elway, please? Yes.
I'm not going into that.
Yes. Declan told me that, and I said, what's the opposite of Christmas? That's what I said. He goes, what does that mean? I said, anyway, you got to work with your old man sometimes.
I want to give you an Elway contribution, too.
All right, yeah. Stripling's back. Okay, so that's number 1.
That's 1.
Number 2, Sean Mania opted out.
I saw that yesterday.
I think it was expected. Because
he actually did a little more work than maybe some people realized all last year. Like, they were yo-yoing his ass. Get out there, get in the bullpen. You're a starter.
But his September...
I know.
Made him money.
I know.
So if you're Mania, why would you opt into 1 year at 12? You know you can get more than that on the market.
Yeah, you probably get 18 or something like that.
You might get 2-3 years.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of a no-brainer.
Yep.
Will the Giants bring him back? Bob Melvin and they're friends, they're buddies.
You would think that's appealing.
Do you want him back?
I would actually be happy if Mania came back.
Do you want him back at like 3 for like 48.
Oof, that's a lot, but he did prove that he has value. Like, he'll go get you innings if you need that when the rotation
If I'm getting Yamamoto, I don't think I need Mania.
Well, now you're talking like he's already trying to jersey on. We don't even know.
I got Yamamoto in the...
You do. Murph got him in the clubhouse at the press conference.
And then the third one is that they picked up Alex Cobb's option for next year, even with the hip surgery.
That's interesting, too. Who knows what you're going to get?
$10 million, but again, it's a question mark now.
It is.
Last 2 items. I never thought I'd say this.
What?
Mauricio Dubon won a Gold Glove.
Yeah, I don't know
what to say.
What? Yeah, Gold Glove.
And then finally, shout him out. Our very own Giants fan who was in the running for the Giants gig, Stephen Vogt, the Riffmeister, is bringing his NBA ref act to Cleveland. The Guardians just hired him to succeed Tito Francona.
It's a good hire. They'll like him. Obviously, everybody likes Stephen Vogt.
The press conferences, I guarantee you there's going to be some COC from Vogt's press conference.
And by the way, just to make sure we're buttoning everything up here, if you're just joining us, we're talking baseball for a second. We've been able to secure Bruce Bochy for tomorrow's program. So make sure, what time does that happen, Emma?
8 a.m., big hit. Okay. You're done with BHE.
Well, BHE, it's going to be big Bochy energy tomorrow.
You're done with BBE.
Yeah.
And then finally, one last one. Waterboy, you said there's some Yamamoto news?
Yeah, I just wanted to give you an update because Murph's already putting Yamamoto in the starting rotation for the Giants. He actually had his final start this past weekend out in Japan through a complete game where he threw 138 pitches and had 14 strikeouts. Sign him up, Murph.
I think I read no walks.
Oh.
Marcus just he has to leave the room right now, have a moment. No free 90s in a complete game. Dude, that's exactly, dude.
Oh, that's wow.
And this is 14 Ks, no walks, 130. By the way, 138, you won't. That ain't happening stateside. That ain't happening stateside.
No.
Anyway, there's your baseball update for today.
All right.
Troy Clarity, our old buddy from Ticket 1050.
Bro, he goes back to the original days of Paulie Mack, Rod Brooks, cue ball. Troy Clarity was right there, ground zero. Talking to Tim Brown for us, Marcus, on the Tim Brown show.
On Saturdays. Mm-hmm. He does the NFL on Sundays.
He's a good guy.
Let's talk some NFL.
Yeah,
Troy
Troy's cool.
coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Provident Credit Union. Let's go, man. We got an incredible money-saving tip that helps you take control of your finances. Are you ready to make an investment on your own terms? Yep, the Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union is the ultimate solution to help your savings grow just the way you want. So, with the Pick a Term certificate, listen to this. You are in the driver's seat. You get to pick. So you have some money, you want to invest it. And you're like, okay, I can do a 3-month term if I need it in 3 months. I can do a 6-month term if I need it in 6. You can do 9 months. You can do 12 months. And all the while, you get an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. You heard me correctly, 4.75%. So whether you're budgeting for short-term goals or long-term plans, the offer puts you firmly in control to grow your investments your way. Don't hesitate. It's for a limited time. Visit providencecu.org today. Learn more. Start your application. That rate's effective October 1, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional info, please visit providencecu.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, here we go. 5 seconds left. Dallas down by 5, 28-23.
The Eagles have 8 defenders at the goal line.
Shotgun snap for Prescott. Steps up, looks, throws, end zone. Lamb makes the catch at the 2-yard line, and it would be tackled right there. And the Eagles are going to hold on to win 28-23.
There it is, man. Football. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. The Eagles keep winning. Raiders get one. The Josh Dobbs story has been fun, too. A lot of fun stuff. Hey, college. We didn't touch much on college. I mean,
well, we couldn't.
Washington 52, USC 42.
But the Murph rage meter, like the anger meter on Murph with the needle, it went like he blew the scales off with the Chip Kelly mention. So we were like, we better, I don't even know.
No, you really should.
Yeah.
You should. Cal gave up 63 in Oregon. You know what I mean? And Stanford won. Go figure Stanford. They make 0 sense this year.
Well, they beat Colorado, too, right?
Let's talk about it with an old friend.
Literally an old friend. Now, this is Troy Clarity, Murph. He goes all the way back to like the earliest days of the Ticket 1050, former flagship of the Oakland Raiders. So those guys like me and Troy and, Jen Violet, Rod Brooks, Tony Ryan, Creative Tony was
Are
in
you saying that Troy knows it as only on the nifty?
Bring him in. Oh,
Troy Clarity, welcome to the Murph and Mac Show. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, Troy?
Fellas, it has been way too long. Awesome to be talking to you guys. Awesome to be here. Only on the nifty. Oh, wait. We're not on the nifty 10.
It still sounds good.
Great to be talking to you guys.
Were you the guy who said that, or wasn't it?
No,
Ray?
no, that was Bill Conrad, who was one of the original update anchors back at that time.
Bill
he would
Conrad.
always sign off with his old updates only on the nifty 10-5-0.
Troy Clarity is a great guy, man. He goes all the way back, and like we used to at the old building, we used to go have a lot of happy hours over at Kate O'Brien's, like right across the street. And Troy you were always such a good guy, like well behaved, and meanwhile the rest of us are just rogue elements running around. Were you at Kate O'Brien tonight? We got thrown out of there, Troy. Were you part of that mess?
I plead the fifth.
Okay, fair enough. That's smart for your career. Well done.
I'm not sure if the statute of limitations has quite run out on that, so I will plead the fifth.
You're smart. He's a smart kid.
Oh man, hey Troy, let's lots of football to talk about with you. Let's start on the in the Pac-12. Hey, just a quick word on Stanford. I know they're not burning up the headlines here, and it's been a weird year with some big bad losses and some surprisingly competitive games, and then. I mean, you go up to the Palouse, that's like death. You're supposed to lose in the Palouse. You guys, what the heck, 10-7? What was that?
Yeah. There were a lot of things that happened on Saturday night that I didn't necessarily quite have on my bingo card going in. I mean, you had two offenses coming into that game that had done a very good job of throwing the ball. Stanford, especially of late, with Ashton Daniels firmly solidifying himself as Stanford's quarterback one, and Washington State. Look, they've been slinging the ball all over the yard for years. That's just what they've done for decades now. So what happens? Neither team can pass the ball with any degree of success that they've been enjoying, certainly over the past few weeks. And both defenses really come to play. Next, it's Washington State with a 7-0 lead at the half, and then Stanford, after Ashton Daniels throws an interception, giving the Cougs the ball at the Stanford 30-yard line. Washington State up 7-0. They get 2nd and 1. But then Stanford with back-to-back sacks, and then Washington State misses a critical field goal. Stanford turns that into a drive that gets them points. They end up walking out of there with a 10-7 win. And look, I don't think anyone was necessarily coming into the season with grand illusions of what Stanford could be as far as, competing in the upper tier necessarily of the Pac-12. You were just looking for progress, right? And part of progress is being able to win games like that on the road. I mean, winning on the road in the Pac-12, that's currency. That's gold. But also being able to win ugly like that, it's not going to be beautiful every single time. And Stanford, I don't think, is necessarily in a position where they can complain about how it wins, right? They don't ask how. They just ask how many. Get those wins any way you can And it was certainly great to see Stanford led by its defense, much maligned statistically, and get enough plays offensively to get on the plane and head back to the Bay Area happy once again.
Yeah, good stuff. Troy Clarity, man, just crushing it here on the UMA guest line. By the way, Stanford at Oregon State Saturday at 2:30, 21-point dogs. The way you're talking, Troy, I pick 2 college games every Friday. The way you're talking, I might take the card and the points.
Maybe you should.
Maybe. What do you think?
Do whatever you want to do.
Nice, Troy. Nice.
Smart answer. Yes.
Have at it.
Hey, let's spin around the conference. Washington 52, USC 42, man.
Ooh, baby.
Your reaction.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, not surprised by that result, quite honestly. Maybe a little bit surprised by the score in some respects, but then realizing just how putrid at times USC has been defensively this year. And, of course, Alex Grinch finally paying the ultimate price by getting the pink slip over the weekend, move that maybe it might have been a couple weeks too late in coming. And it kind of surprised me because Alex Grinch was such a terrific defensive coordinator at Washington State. Gave Stanford fits for years, just didn't work out at USC. But Washington, a more complete team than USC, I thought, coming in. Because let's face it, USC's offense is just basically, hey, 13, go out there, run around, and make something happen. And it works because Caleb does have that terrific skill set, but it can only take you so far, especially against a team that actually knows how to play some defense, like Washington does. And big up to the Huskies for winning in a way that you might not necessarily expect. You think that Michael Penix was going to sling the ball all over the yard. They didn't. Dylan Johnson just absolutely steamrolling over USC. 256 yards and 4 rushing touchdowns. That's impressive stuff. Even though I think Oregon is still the more complete team overall in the Pac-12, Washington certainly turning a lot of heads and sending USC to a dooming loss that breaks Trojan fans' hearts. And, boy, that just breaks me up inside.
Yeah, I bet it does,
Troy,
man.
buddy, you and me, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Lincoln Riley, too, it's like, but the Lincoln Riley story is...
It's objectionable, let's be honest.
Thank you, Paulie.
It's objectionable.
That's the word I'm looking for.
Yes, and believe me, now, Troy, I come from a family full of Oklahoma Sooner fans. They got me on the path of disliking Lincoln Riley now too for abandoning ship and bringing the QB.
And then he comes out to L.A. and he basically burns Heritage Hall to the ground.
See what I'm saying?
I mean,
yeah.
Troy, they're already talking about him looking for an exit hatch. I mean,
exactly.
Listen, you talk to people around the water cooler about the conference. I mean, isn't that the word? Like he may not be long for there.
You know what? Quite honestly, what happens at USC does not concern me one iota. Right? I mean, They, for the past 15 years, have gone to just one Rose Bowl and have vastly overrated, I think, their own value football-wise in the conference. And I think that's led to a lot of the dominoes that's fallen over the course of the past couple of years. So whether Lincoln Riley comes back next year, that's not my concern. I'm more concerned about what Stanford does going forward and how the Cardinals, when Louisville comes out here next year, how I'm going to call that game without tripping over myself.
I was about to say.
I'm more concerned about Stanford going out to Syracuse and me getting a table at Dinosaur Barbecue.
Oh, listen to you, guys. I was going to say, or you're going to be worried about Dabo attacking you if you call in as Tyler from Spartanburg. And Troy, you need to, so now that the Stanford-Clemson rivalry is going to be real next year, I need you to start prank calling the Dabo Swinney show, right?
Yeah.
And how about him answering the bell, by the way? I thought maybe they'd be going the wrong direction. They wound up playing. They played. Unfortunately, I took Notre Dame in that game on the air, and Clemson played with their hair on fire.
They really did.
And Dabo said
he was going nuts after the game, screaming,
"Bet every dollar you have on Clemson
for stock, buy stock."
And he's like, "We're coming for Stanford. And we're coming for Troy Clarity."
Well, I'll make sure I'm wearing my extra dark glasses when we head out to Clemson and Death Valley next year. Look, that's a good win for the Tigers, and certainly some things that went against the Irish, who of course come out this way on November the 25th to close out the regular season. But that's going to be an experience, man. Stanford heads out to Clemson next year, and that is certainly going to be one for the record books, one for the emotional record book.
You're going to see some new parts of the country, Troy. That's for sure. Hey, before we let you go, just one more on the Pac-12. You mentioned it a little bit on Oregon and Washington, and I know Cal's. They're 3-6 like you guys, and the big game coming up in a little bit. But 63-19, and if you really just follow Oregon's season, I mean, they look unbelievable. Like, I was wondering where they even rank nationally. Like, I know they're 6th in the nation. They might. I know they lost to Washington, but it's just, what Dan Lanning and the Ducks are doing, is there any road for them to get to the CFP? They're going to have a, Washington's going to have to lose to somebody, right?
Well, and it'll likely have to be losing to Oregon. And don't forget, I mean, it wasn't like Washington just rolled over Oregon right from start to finish. No, there were some questionable fourth down decisions that I'm sure Dan Lanning would like to have back. I still can't believe that he went for it on 4th and 3 on plus territory, like right around midfield or so, with inside 2 minutes to go, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah.
So, it's not like Washington dominated that game. Washington was a better team that day overall, and they've certainly earned what they've gotten to this point. But Bo Nix, a terrific quarterback. Defensively, I think they certainly get after you from front to back. Bucky Irving, perhaps the most underrated and unheralded offensive player at running back, perhaps in the entire Pac-12. So I think at this point we're certainly on a collision course to see Ducks Huskies once again, this time in Las Vegas for all the Pac-12 marbles. And it'll be intriguing, and it wouldn't surprise me to see Oregon come out on top in round 2 if it happens.
Troy, help me out there. There used to be a division. So is it just the top 2 teams that go? Is that it?
Yep, just the top 2. Divisions are a thing of the past.
That's kind of weird.
So yeah.
If I'm the first place team, I'm like, damn, I just won the league. I got to go beat these guys again. You know, I mean that.
Well, that's okay. You won't have to worry about that whole thing for much longer.
This is true, buddy.
Everyone is getting scattered to the wind starting next year.
Because we'd be like, "Where's Troy?" And they say, "I don't know. I think he's in Tallahassee. I think he's in Tallahassee."
Yeah.
So, hey, man, great catching up with you,
Troy.
buddy.
Great hearing you, man.
Hey, listen, listen. We deal with this kid every. You deal with him on Saturdays on the farm.
Oh, Triple E.
Listen, we call him Triple E because his middle name is E, just like Eric. And listen, we're sorry.
He's a good.
I mean? We're sorry.
I mean, he's a good kid.
You guys deserve combat pay for this.
Very nice. How's the spotting? Is he going like, hey, that's number 23. Wait, I mean number 64. Sorry. No, he's doing
in all seriousness, he has been absolutely terrific and a fantastic addition in the booth. I've already promoted him to editorial consultant as well.
All right.
So he's been fantastic.
All right, Troy, let's do it again sometime,
awesome, Troy.
man. Great
Take
hearing
care,
from
bro.
you.
By all means, let's not make this the last time. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay sane, and go Stanford.
Listen to that. Boy, clarity.
That's a
By
pro.
the way,
Another Ticket 1050 product, Murph. Right there.
He's a Stanford grad, I believe.
Yes, he is indeed. He's
Yeah.
very passionate about his Stanford.
Dude, did that bring back the memories of Backseat Betty and
he was
Ron
always
and
like,
Don?
I got to tell you the
when
truth.
you were in diapers there, Marcus.
Dude. Oh, you wouldn't believe what used to go on. You wouldn't believe it. If I told you, I could tell you, but you wouldn't believe it. You could turn well, I better not say anything on the air.
It was Paulie Mack.
I was going to say, you could turn a corner in the old building. I can't even get into it. There could be like an adult film star standing there. Let me put it to you that way.
I'm not going into that.
I'm not kidding.
Not getting into it. Green Day tickets every day this week. Listen for the Green Day rejoins.
And
Nathan
Troy
in San
Clarity.
Francisco already won it.
On top of that.
Listen, we had some dispute with Triple E's booking today of Isola and Clarity, and they were both great because we were looking for NFL guests. But I hope everybody enjoy. I'll talk Pac-12. We rarely do it. I like talking West Coast football, as you know.
Lee Hammer, too, big Pac-12 guy.
Mike Golick, Sr. In some good NFL
Gotta
talk.
ask him
That's
about
an old
these
Eagle now.
That's what I'm saying. We got to ask him about it.
Ask him next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Yes, indeed. I'm ready to rock and roll, Marcus. We're talking to Steve Moskowitz on a Monday morning after what was a very busy weekend in the sporting world. Time to get the wheels back on, get back to real life and real tax issues with my main man, Steve Moskowitz, also a tax attorney here in San Francisco for over 30 years. Steve, I hope you had a great weekend. And what would you like to begin this week's conversations with?
Thanks, Paul. I had a great weekend. Enjoyed the extra hour. I hope all your listeners do. And I'd like to talk about ERC.
Okay.
This is where the federal government is rewarding small and medium-sized employers by giving away. That's right. It's a grant. It's a gift. It's not a loan. Giving away up to $26,000 for every employee they had in 2020 and 21. There's two different ways to qualify. You only need to do one way. First way is the easy way, a certain drop in gross revenue. It's just math. But it is shameful how many companies are starting but finishing there. And the bottom line is we start there too, because if we can qualify the easy way, of course we'll do it.
Right.
But so many companies don't want to do the work and spend the time for the other method. That's a method of analysis, the facts and circumstances. We are willing to take the time, effort, and energy. We're tax attorneys. That's what we do, legal analysis. So the bottom line is, if you've been told you don't qualify for ERC, call us for a second opinion, just like you would a medical doctor. You may be entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars that you didn't know about.
Thanks a lot for that, Steve. That was very well explained. And think about it. The pandemic was hard on a lot of people, and you've seen all the boarded up businesses here in San Francisco. If you're in that unfortunate state, you might be able to get some ERC relief. So call Steve and see if you qualify, because it could make a huge difference in your life. 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's a number. Toll free to call Steve Moskowitz. Have that dialogue. And also visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
MLB free agency officially starts today. So to check out Danny Emmerman's latest offseason guide for the San Francisco Giants, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I feel like I'm the same guy every day. Now that we've played the game and the game's over, it's always a little cooler when you win against a really good football team and the really good football team being Dallas. And I know that means a lot to our fans. Got a lot of respect for those players and coaches over there. It was a good battle back and forth, and it's cool to, again, like I said, it's cool to be a part of that rivalry.
Oh, there it is. Nick Sirianni, Philadelphia Eagles coach. Man, they just keep winning. They're 8-1, and maybe the guys from War on Drugs are Eagles fans. I don't know. Let's talk about it. Let's talk NFL. Let's talk football. Let's talk fun. Brought to us by DraftKings. Mike Golick Sr. It's great to catch up with Mike. He does such a great job talking football. Mike, welcome to the Murph and Mac Show.
Hey, Mike.
Had you on in the past. Welcome back to San Francisco.
Oh, yeah.
How are you, man?
Morning.
Good, gentlemen. How are we doing this morning?
Well,
We're good, man.
I ain't going to lie. This 49er deal, because, we're like, we kind of hit a little speed bump, and we're like, well, maybe the Eagles will lose, and nope. They just keep winning, Mike.
Niners have hit 3 speed bumps, and the Eagles really aren't hitting any.
Your old club, they're getting it done, Mike.
Yeah.
But guys, you got to look at the glass half full. You got an extra hour of sleep on Saturday.
Well,
no, that's a good start, Mike. I'm not going to lie. That helps.
Ain't going to lie. Yeah. I was actually in a particular situation where it definitely helped, so thank you for pointing that out.
We'll take it.
There you go. It's all perspective.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, man. So this Eagles team, that was a heck of a game yesterday, that Eagles-Cowboys game. And, the Cowboys, we weren't kind of sure because the Niners embarrassed them 42-10, and then they come back and they, play well. And I don't know. What'd you think? I thought the Cowboys showed well, but, Mike, they say a game of inches, those 2 plays, the knee on the goal line and the Dak Prescott foot out of bounds. What'd you see?
It really is a game of inches. I saw exactly what everybody else saw in real time. One looked like a touchdown. The other looked like a good 2-point conversion. And then as soon as you saw the first replay, you went, uh-oh. Okay, not making it. And then how about the last play? The Eagles were right there down by the end zone. And obviously the Eagles created the wall right at the goal line. CeeDee Lamb catches that ball on the 3-yard line. I said, this will be one of the more miraculous 3 yards after catch if he can actually get into the end zone, because that's what obviously the Eagles were protecting. But listen, the Eagles have, and this is what we do week to week, right? So the Eagles are playing like the best team in the NFC, maybe the best team in football right now. They were battling that with San Francisco. We wondered where Dallas was in all of this. And I think because of Dallas's defense, you give them a good shot, because a good defense, great defense, going to keep you in every game. And that's what they are, especially with Micah Parsons, but they have more than him. But, man, isn't it unbelievable that it truly is a situation now with Philly, like you only need 8 or 9 yards, and you're going to get the first down. It blows my mind, this brotherly shove that we're watching.
Yeah.
That because usually everything gets figured out, and I still see, like I saw Micah Parsons do it and others, I still see the linebackers trying to jump over the top.
Yeah.
And it's not all you're going to do is go riding on a wave of human flesh of offensive line of the Eagles. So you got to figure out a way to stop this. I think it's going to be a scrum on the other side where you're pushing linemen and linebackers back into the offense.
Nice.
Is that it?
I haven't heard that yet. That's actually a really good idea.
Have you talked to any D coordinators about that or anything?
That would work.
No, but here's the downside of that. If you try it, remember, the Eagles ran a counter off of it. So if you're going to sell out to the middle of that and then Philly ran the counter off of it, you're going to have some edge players. Now, but that's the whole thing is, okay, you're fine. Keep your edge players, your outside backers or whatever, your DBs on the outside. Let them look for that. They're not going to be involved in the middle play. So I still say you got your D lineman up there, which I was a part of, where you're just trying to go low. You have your linebackers. I would put a big D lineman at a linebacker right over the center, and I would have somebody push him right into the offensive line. The last thing I would do is leave my feet because, like I said, you're just going to go for a ride.
Yeah, that's a great call.
Wow.
I like that.
Mike, what about your feeling just in the future of that play? when they get to the competition
will it
committee.
survive?
I know they addressed it last year and they green lighted it. Do you anticipate a different outcome this offseason, that they would outlaw it? And if so, or if not, why or why not?
So I'm not a fan of aiding the runner, pushing the runner. Maybe it's my kind of what happened to me way back with the Bush push when Southern Cal beat Notre Dame, my alma mater. So that may have scarred me from that. But I'm not a believer in that. They tried it a few years ago to say you can't aid the runner, but they never called it, so they just threw their hands up and said, forget it. The reason why I don't think they're going to do anything about it, guys, is other teams have tried it and failed. It is amazing how other teams look so bad doing it. The Giants actually got 2 linemen hurt when they tried the play. Now, listen, not to say Jason Kelce isn't feeling it. You feel for that guy after every single one of those plays, pulling him off the ground. But since other teams are trying it and not succeeding, I would have a hard time with the competition committee saying, we're going to outlaw this because one team has such a high success rate, even though I'm not a fan of aiding the runner like that.
Mike Golick is our guest on the UMA guest line. This is a great conversation. Let me ask you this, Mike. So you obviously, you know football inside and out. When you see like the old Patriot teams with Tom Brady used to run the quarterback sneak, I would say as effectively as anybody we've ever seen. And even Garoppolo, since he's gone on to San Francisco and now with the Raiders, he still runs that really well. What were they doing, to your eye? Like, what were they doing that allowed them to be so successful without the push?
So what you're always fearing is that they don't do it, right? You know it's coming, but what if they don't do it? Like I said, the Eagles ran the counter the one time, and not every single time is Brady going to run it, but it seems like he's running it every time. So you're prepared for the what if he doesn't, instead of just selling out, because if you put everybody, in between the guards or between the tackles and sell out there, they're going to try a play off of that. They're going to do something else. So you figure, okay, your D-line, of which I was, it's elbows and bleeps. That's what it is down there. Everybody just goes low and tries to keep the line of scrimmage where it is and let the linebackers go over the top. So I think a lot of it is just that you're worried that they'll do somebody else, or you just got to give credit to the old line that they're getting so low, because all you need to do is get a stalemate. If you're an old lineman, if you just get a stalemate and don't have the line of scrimmage reestablished behind you, your runner, in this case the quarterback, can lean forward a half a yard or a yard, unless the linebackers are smacking them right in the mouth. But jumping just isn't working anymore, even in those situations.
Fun talking with Mike Golick Sr., of course, who played in the NFL from 1985 to 1993 out of Notre Dame. And, of course, they know Joe Montana as well. And his brother was good buddies with Joe. And Mike, of course, for years and years on the radio, doing Westwood 1, 2, and you're doing Monday. I heard you on Monday night, right? Not just Thursday night?
I was doing Sunday nights, and then Kurt Warner, he does Monday nights, but he went over and did a couple London games, so I filled in on a couple Monday nights. Normally, I do the Sunday night games, so I'll be back. I do all the Sunday nights.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, good to hear. And by the way, brought to us by DraftKings. So the Eagles, that's one of your ex-teams. Let's talk about another. There's so many different stories yesterday, but the Miami Dolphins you played for a year. It's just a chance for us to go out to Frankfurt, Germany, and that game was supposed to be the big shootout, right? The over of 50 was the easy bet. 21-14, and one of them was a defensive touchdown. The two storylines, Mike, I'd love your take on, the Chiefs kind of not really explosive and playing with a better defense, and then the Mike McDaniel admitted it. Until we beat a winning team, I guess, what's your thought?
Well, I mean, he's right there, but let's start on the other side with Kansas City. And first, kudos to both these defenses, because like you mentioned, one of the Kansas City touchdowns was a defensive touchdown. So both defenses only gave up 14 points apiece to these high-octane offenses. Now, so the defenses are sitting nice there. You look at Kansas City, it's still kind of a situation where who's taking over for Travis Kelce, or who's the complementary? Is Rashee Rice the rookie? Is he the guy? Who else are you going to trust, or is going to be that person? If Kelce, I mean, you saw a couple of plays, my God, Kelce got hit by 2-3 guys. They know to keep him out of it, so who's going to step up?
Yeah.
I love Pacheco as a runner. He's a hard runner.
Yep.
But that's what I'm waiting for, the ancillary parts other than Kelce. And then for Miami, I mean, again, Mostert runs really hard as well. Love that. But he's right. I mean, until they beat a good team, because the expectation, when they put 70 on Denver, I think that made us all
kind of go, wow, this could be one of the greatest. This is like the greatest show on turf, Rams days. But McDaniels is right. He's like, until we beat somebody that's worth something, their salt, it doesn't mean a damn thing.
Yeah.
Because where they have the talent to go, they're not getting there if they can't beat a good team.
Mike Golick Sr., the voice. We're going around a really, really fun day. The Niners were off, so we just sat back and enjoyed big games all over. We talked Kansas City. We talked Philadelphia, Dallas. We talked Kansas City, Miami. The Baltimore-Seattle game was big on our radar, Mike. Ravens, Seahawks, because, the Seahawks are back in our lives. They're really good until yesterday.
Wow.
And so
I didn't see that coming.
Another one where it's a tale of two stories there, Mike. One is Seattle just got exposed, or their defense got run out, or two, nobody's talking about the Baltimore Ravens.
They should be. They should be.
And Lamar Jackson, what are you seeing?
Well, I mean, it's like we go week to week, right? We do a ranking week to week, like how many weeks are San Francisco the best team in football? Now it's Philly.
Yeah.
In the AFC, it was the big three were Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Kansas City. Now you probably drop Buffalo out of there. They're a little inconsistent. And you put Baltimore in there because of what we've seen in the Todd Monken-led offense, with Lamar passing the ball better, but still is going to have to run. Seattle, there's that little kind of hiccup because you guys lost 3 in a row. But you guys are still the better team than Seattle. I think San Francisco still wins that division. I think Seattle's too inconsistent still throughout the year, throughout the 17 games. But Baltimore, I tell you what, again, when you have a good defense, you're going to be in games. And if that Kansas City offense isn't lighting it up like we're used to seeing, who knows? Because right now it's the Cincinnati offense that's kind of gaining traction of what we're used to out of Burrow, out of Chase, out of T. Higgins, and that offense. They're starting to kind of round into form of what we're used to seeing.
They really are, man. Burrow is scary. Like, I have these stats here since week 5. He's 4-0.
Oh, yeah.
He's completed 75% of his passes.
No, the kid is
His passer rating, if you get into that kind of thing, is 111. I don't even know how they compute it, but I know that's a good number, So, watch out. Cincinnati, it's not about your first 4 weeks, right? It's in the middle. And, man, that kid, I know you're an Ohio guy, right? He's the Ohio kid, so he
looks like the real thing to me.
He looks like a Mr. Football.
Yeah.
There was a thought in the first couple of games when they lost him. But if you look at his history, his 4 years there, he was 1-7 in his first 2 games. But it was lingering after that. And a lot of people were like, okay, maybe it's the calf. His calf seems to be healing up,
right?
Which is certainly good for them. He's a little more mobile, and I think they're really hitting their stride. And as you said, it ain't where you start; it's where you finish. But this is the time in November where you start positioning yourself for that finish.
Yeah, man. And last one for you, Mike. And Mike Golick Sr. brought to us by DraftKings. You can hear him, of course, on Westwood One doing Sunday Night Football. It's great to have him. This Josh Dobbs story is so cool on a number of levels. He's a very likable guy. He did these TikToks in Arizona about not finding his own jersey and everything. And he's a rocket scientist out of Tennessee and all that. But we were joking, only half joking, these coaches spent hours and hours and hours and they sleep over in buildings and Joe Gibbs burned out and all that stuff. Yeah. And maybe Josh Dobbs proved that you don't have to.
Mike, he showed up. They gave him a helmet and a ball and said, go make some plays.
And Kevin O'Connell's literally explaining the plays in his helmet, and he wins the game, right? So maybe the coaches can take a couple hours off and go see their families, huh?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they'll do that. I'm sure that's exactly look what Josh did. Everybody go home, But look what Remember Baker Mayfield last year on a Thursday went to the Rams, and that Sunday led him on a 2-minute drill drive to win a game and just starting to pick up the offense. This is a credit to Dobbs, and I think what actually helps him is moving around from team to team. So he's used to a lot of different offenses and verbiage. So while he didn't have all of the verbiage here for Minnesota, what he had was the ability to comprehend the schemes, the formations, and then Kevin O'Connell put him in the verbiage that Josh understood or was working with. So they kind of mesh them together because offenses, especially for quarterbacks, can be so difficult from a standpoint of getting the play out to everybody and knowing what everybody's doing. So between him and Kevin O'Connell, the way they worked it together to still not fully be in the Viking playbook, but other types of plays that Josh understood the verbiage of and putting it in that language, I think really helped them. And he's a smart player. From the neck up, he's very smart, was able to pick it up.
Really good, really good. All right, parting word on our 49ers. 3 weeks ago, Mike, 42-10 over the Cowboys. We'd be having you, oh, my God, the 72 Dolphins, take note. And now, what do you make? Is Brock Purdy, the Niner defense, Steve Wilkes is up in the booth. They're telling him he's got to come down to the grass and look at the guys in the eyes. I mean, there's a lot going on here, Mike.
Well, I mean, listen, everybody's going to look at Brock Purdy because he played so well, and now, 4 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, and 3 losses. I mean, Cleveland really just put the clamps on him. But, like anything else, sometimes the quarterbacks get too much praise or too much criticism. The defense hadn't been doing a ton, right? I mean, this has been a ferocious defense. What do they have, 18 sacks? That's not high up as far as some of the league leaders here. They do have 11 interceptions, which certainly is good. But that defense getting pressure on the quarterback hasn't been there. We'll see what Chase Young can bring and add, because they're at their best when they have depth on that defensive line. And maybe Chase will help bring that in a little bit. Offensively, obviously Debo missing a few games, Trent Williams, your left tackle. But this is still, I guess this is a quarterback who was playing great, but coming down to earth a little bit, right?
Right.
I mean, did we expect him to be this, hey, we got Joe Montana. I mean, we got the second coming, no problem at all. Let's go. So, coming down to earth a little bit, I don't think is all that surprising.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting game in Jacksonville this Sunday. So great talking to you, Mike. Enjoy hearing you on the radio, and thanks for DraftKings sponsoring the hit, and we appreciate you.
You got it, guys.
Thank you, Mike Golick Sr. I always liked him on Mike and Mike, too.
Very likable guy.
They did 2000 to 2017. 17-year run.
Good run. Yeah, well, everything blows up at some point, Murph. You know that. And I got to tell you, listening to him was like a daily thing driving in every day.
Yeah.
Until this kid took over with the Raider hat. Now I can't take my ears off him. He's out here making me laugh at least once a show, and that includes today. You said something.
Did he encroach on anything today?
No, but that got me last week because, again, the NFL was encroaching on the NBA. That made me laugh. You know what it was today? Is you were talking about Max Crosby handing out the cigars. You were talking to Dave, and there was like a little lull in the back and forth, and all of a sudden you go, "It's a celebration, Dave. It's a celebration." Made me laugh. So once a day I get my laugh from Marcus.
All right, on the other side, one more piece of Giants baseball news.
Really?
On the other side.
Look at
More.
you.
It's just coming
All right.
fast and furious on
All right.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yes!
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
New chapter, we write our own script. Write our own script, man. That's just one step, man. You guys know how this go. But more importantly, man, this is about us. This is about you. You guys made up your minds what we was going to do, and we did it. Exactly what the we said, and then we did it. Hey, man, I know the coaches, the whole organization, the whole building is proud of us. More importantly, I'm happy for you guys. That was rough the last 2 weeks. Biggest window, the front window. And guess what? Every door we go into, we're kicking that from now on. With no thanks about it, man. Hey, man, you know what this time is? I'll see you Wednesday!
The celebration!
Well, there it is. Antonio Pierce, Marcus's favorite new Raiders coach of all time. It's Antonio Pierce 1, John Madden 2.
You catch the Chappelle tack on at the end there?
Tell me what that was.
Deftly executed, Marcus.
The celebration!
Well, that's Rick. That's
hard for me to hear. What did he say?
That's Dave Chappelle as Rick James going, it's a celebration.
The celebration!
Okay,
because he was calling out celebrations. Very nice.
Bad. Very good. Hey, Tim Kawakami going to join Papa and Lund today at 10:30.
I understand.
Tim Kawakami. Bruce Bochy joining us tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Oh, congratulations on this fourth ring.
He goes, maybe I'll be, because I might be on the road to Nashville.
Of course he's on the road to Nashville.
Oh, man. Hey, I know we're going to get some football. We want to hit the Josh Dobbs stuff, but real quick, I teased Giants news, and it is.
Yeah, what do you got here?
Give me a little Fox chime here, Waterboy, as we wait. Drum roll play. There it is. Per John Heyman of the New York Post, your boy Mike Conforto has opted in. Now, that's a small surprise, not a gigantic surprise, but there was a thought that the market is so crazy in baseball and money just flies around every offseason that he would be able to get more than just the 1 year left that he has with the Giants. He has 1 year, $18 million left. And so he's a Scott Boras client. I would have thought that he would have gone somewhere and maybe gotten, 2 years for 30 or something like that, which is more than 1 year for 18. But he opted in.
Okay.
I don't know what to do. I mean, maybe Boras advised him that way. Maybe the word was out. So he's 30. He'll be 31. We played 125 games last year. That actually seems high, to tell you the truth. So he wound up playing 125 games last year. If you forgot, he hit 239, 15 bombs, 58 ribs. By the way, was that every single Giant last year?
Well, that's actually the better ones only hit those numbers.
239, 15, and 58. I know if you want
those are really good
slightly
numbers.
More advanced metric.
Yeah.
He's 718 OPS.
Yeah.
I mean, shout out Gregor Blanco.
Well, listen, it's not it's not like a game-changing piece of news, but it's like, okay. I mean, they lose Stripling stays, Manaea goes, Conforto stays. Oh, okay.
Manaea could come back.
I hope he does, actually. He actually gave the Giant, he had some value last year.
OPS plus, if you want an OPS plus, 99. League average is 100.
Well,
I mean,
you're Mr. Giant seam head guy. What do you think of this? I'm not blown.
I'm going to even go. I'm going to throw the new generation a bone and say WAR. You want WAR? He wasn't even top 12 in WAR last year.
Marcus, I'm not reacting really. I don't know.
He was 0.7 WAR. I mean, Pat Bailey was number 12 with 0.8.
I got to be totally honest with you. It's fine. It's fine. Come on back, Mikey Conforto. Great. Hit me some more home runs if you can. But I got to say, in the meantime, I want big news, bro. It's time. It's time for some big news. Like,
they're going to have to trade major minor league pieces to get a big name.
They got to have to do something. Unless you want to have another season like you just saw.
Harrison and Luciano. You may have to move one and or both.
Well, if you can get somebody of significant value, maybe that's what you need to do.
If it can get you a 24-year-old Juan Soto, then I say you pull the trigger.
That's the kind of thing I'm talking about.
You would pull that trigger.
I would. The kid's a generational talent. He's still only 24.
I'm looking at the ages of some of these Giants. Pat Bailey's 20. He's the same age as Pat Bailey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's actually younger than Casey Schmidt.
Is it who? Soto?
Yes, I think I'm just saying.
It seems like Casey's catching strays.
Yeah, they took his number.
Casey's catching strays because that kid Evan Carter of the Rangers who started for Boch. We'll have to ask him about that tomorrow, by the way. Was picked 50th in the draft the same year Casey Schmidt was picked 49th. And I talked to two different people about that, and they both winced. And I was like, hey, don't give up on Casey. Last time I saw him, he hit 2 bombs in his last game. I'm high on Casey Schmidt.
That's a hell of a card to pull out right here.
I know.
2 bombs in game 162.
You were watching the Niners Cardinals. I think it was Niners Cardinals.
100%.
Yeah,
watching Niners Cardinals.
And then after those 2 home runs, Bob Melvin showed up in town and took his jersey number.
Man. Hey, at least Casey buttoned the right buttons. You know what I mean? All right. So anyway, that was the Giants news. We delivered on it for y'all. And then we get back to our last talk about the NFL. It's been fun, actually. All day today talking about the NFL. Very relaxed, not having the 49ers stress you out.
It was a nice Sunday, like to your point, without that stress of a Niner game. And the last 3 weeks have been very stressful watching Niner football. So yesterday, we were treated to like good, solid games throughout the day, or what could have been, because I would say the Jim Nantz game in Baltimore wasn't exactly.
Did you Did you take like a perverse, childish charm in watching the Seahawks?
Oh, dude, totally. Not even childish, like adult pleasure in watching him get their A's kicked. No, it was wonderful.
Okay, so so what's really funny is we talked all week last week. There's 4 straight awesome games: Chiefs, Miami, and Frankfurt; Seattle, Baltimore at 10 a.m., Dallas and the Eagles at 1:25, Bengals and Bills in the Sunday nighter. And yet, maybe the most memorable game was none of those 4.
Dobbsy.
It was Dobbs.
Yeah, Dobbsy all along.
So we want to spend a minute here before we get out of here telling you guys the ballad of Joshua Dobbs.
Get Bob Dylan on it ASAP.
And so here's a guy who, he was a journeyman, right? He's a journeyman bouncing around.
And he's a rocket scientist.
He majored in aerospace engineering at Tennessee.
Shout out Brian May and Dobbsy.
And he was a guy who, we talked about him. He had never really found his place in the NFL, hadn't started much. He tried to get the job in Cleveland, but they cut his A. Or they traded him to Arizona,
they cut his
say.
Yeah.
They traded him to Arizona, and he showed up in Arizona. This guy's been in the league since 2017. Ready for this?
I am.
Steelers, Jaguars, Steelers again, Browns, Lions, Titans, and then this summer, Browns, and then Cardinals. And then they shipped him to Minnesota last Monday, I should say. And so now Dobbsy's in his, he gets to Minnesota. Kirk Cousins has an Achilles. They said, listen, we understand. You don't know the deal. We're going to start this kid, Jaron Hall, I think his name is, a kid out of BYU.
Who?
A kid, BYU. Well, he's like, okay, I'm going to just kind of get settled. I just bought a house in Arizona. I had my family out. I got to fly to Minnesota now. So he doesn't take any reps in practice.
No, like literally not one snap.
And then Hall gets a concussion.
Yeah, here we go, man. Dobbsy, grab your helmet.
The footage of him on the sidelines with the center taking snap.
Yeah, no, it's great.
He's kind of like, so here's how I like to hold my hands. And the center would snap, and then they'd turn around, like talk to each other real quick. How do you like that? Then they run onto the field. He doesn't know the plays.
That's actually a really, really good point, because a lot of centers and quarterbacks have like an unspoken language, like tap the right hip, tap the left hip, like depending on the plays. Like there's a lot of communication that goes on between those two. And to your point, he knew none of it when he showed up yesterday.
They're playing the Atlanta Falcons. Okay, they're down. Let's see, they're down 3-0. When Hall gets hurt, let's see here. It's a 3-3 ball game. They punt. Is it the safety here that Hall gets? No, Dobbs comes in. Ready for this, guys? It's 3-3. Dobbs gets sacked for a safety. It's 5-3 Atlanta. And from that point on, then 8-3, then 11-3. Then he leads a 13-play, 75-yard touchdown that ends, and it's all of a sudden 11-10.
That's the one where he threw like rolling to his right?
Yeah,
that was a nice little play, yeah.
Dude, what ensues is one of the wackiest games of the year, because they they're down 28-24. They get the ball with 2 minutes left. He goes 75 yards in 11 plays, and he ends it with a touchdown pass to Brandon Powell. He doesn't know the names of his teammates.
Literally.
He doesn't know the
names.
plays. Kevin O'Connell has to describe the plays in the headset to him before he takes the snap.
All right.
It's one of the all-time great stories. So what do we got here? The first sound, Marcus. Which one do we have lined up first here?
So this is Josh Dobbs being asked if he even knows his teammate's name after his first win with the Vikings.
Oh, don't even start. I probably, if we had to pull up a roster, I had to go names, I'll be a bad teammate today. Yeah, I knew Alex. I knew a lot of first names. Alex, Brandon. I know like a lot of nicknames per se. But yeah, names. That's for this week. That's an assignment for this week. So
incredible, man. So that happened. One, he talked about the journey from Arizona, right? About like he had just bought his house, and we don't even think about this. Like sometimes you hear this from GMs and stuff when they say, "Well, these people are people, and it's hard to uproot families." We're like, "Yeah, whatever. Just get on the field Sunday, man." Well, here he is talking about what it's like. He got settled in Arizona. He thought he was the dude. He bought a house. He gets traded.
So like 2 weeks ago, I actually just moved into a house in Arizona. I think like a week ago. So I moved into the house, but I just had the same suitcase. I was just lugging around for the first 6.5 weeks of the season, and then my stuff got out there last week. So I had 1 week like at home, like with all my stuff, like my couch, my bed. Had the fam like come out because we had a home game last week, so they got to enjoy it and everything, and then got to pick up and move across the country again. So it's a part of the process. It'll be a tremendous story to tell.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of like, I was thinking about it, like, because, I have friends now whose kids have graduated high school. Some of them are playing college sports, and they're talking about it's an unbelievable grind. It's an unbelievable, the demand on these college athletes now.
I don't know how they do it, to be totally honest, especially football, because of how all-consuming it is. And then you got to go, after getting your ass kicked on the practice field for 3 hours, shower up, get something to eat. Oh, yeah, now you got to study for 5 hours. I don't know how any of them do it.
So the point is that they're saying it becomes a deal of who wants it the most. Like who wants to grind, and you get a guy like Joshua Dobbs who's been bounced. He's been told no how many times?
Well, listen to all the teams you listed. There's like 9 teams on that list.
I mean, it's easy for him. He's got, and then and here he is like, okay, I just bought a house. There's part of the deal. You got to have that. He's got the mentals, man. He definitely has the mentals, and that leads to his triumphant emergence into the locker room. So they held him behind to do an on-field interview. So the Vikings are waiting for him in the locker room, and Kevin O'Connell's like hyping the boys up.
He's part of our family now. But what he learned today, and I can start talking about it because he's not in here yet. What he learned today is what this place is all about. So when he walks in this locker room, let's make sure we let him hear it. All right?
Yeah, man. So, hey, there's a heartwarming story for you.
They're in the mix, bro. They're 5-4. Like, they are in the playoff conversation, the Minnesota Vikings, even without Kirk Cousins.
His old team, the Cardinals?
Yeah.
27-0 loser.
You won't see them no more. What was he combined scoring for the NFC West yesterday, Marcus? Give me the
I had the stat for you. I think it was like 84-6, something like
Murph,
that.
Single digits.
Toon, Waterboy, you had the Arizona. You were talking about their offense this morning?
Yeah, dude, check this out. They had 58 total yards on 48 plays. That's how dominant the Browns defense was.
Clayton Toon. I mean, there's like that's a bad tune, brother.
What are you going to do?
58 yards on 48 plays.
That's a loony tune.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
It's something, Murph. It's something.
Hey, Paulie, before we get out of here, man, we haven't really hit texts all
Well, that's
day
bad on
long.
us, but there's still time.
If someone sent in a text to you. Oh.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
First text came from the 415 saying, is it true you have Bruce Bochy tomorrow at 8 a.m.?
You better believe it.
And the answer is yes.
Yeah, shoot me a text. I'm still recovering. Shoot me a text.
Hey, Paulie, you need a World Series championship? Grab a World Series championship.
Well, whether it's a beer or a trophy, Bochy will oblige.
If you need a beer, grab a beer.
Oh, man. 925 says, so is Dobbs the Vikings starter the rest of the year now? I mean, it's either him
He's
or
got to learn the playbook. Kidding aside, like they actually do have to give him a playbook, yeah.
831 says, the QB and center relationship is damn near intimate.
Well, it is. You got hand-to-butt contact. You got hips. You're tapping.
Here's a couple anti-Conforto texts. Do I read these? I mean, guy has a clever wordplay.
Yeah, no, I want to hear some jokes. I like clever wordplay.
Says, shout out Conforto and his war. Both, what are they good for?
Yeah. I'll take it. I'll take puns on a Monday. Any kind of pun.
Yeah, more anti. There's some more anti. 415 says, maybe he wants to play with Bomel. That's a positive spin.
Like, Murph announced the news, and he, looked over at me, and I'm like, I don't know what you're looking at me for. I'm not, going crazy over this.
Another anti-one. 415 says, did we even want him to opt in? Now we are stuck.
That's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, do you want me to celebrate this? All right.
Oh, man. 707 says, can I cue Polymac's soundboard? Every time I hear a new Giants move, it's whatever.
Yeah, I can definitely help you out with that. I got you covered.
It's whatever.
Oh, boy.
Murph, Mike Conforto just opted in.
It's whatever.
Yeah.
48 says, I have a philosophical question. Why is it when a receiver has to complete the catch going through the ground that we don't take into account the placement of the ball when it hits the ground, regardless of where the knee is, and wasn't he hit early on that play too? That was confusing. I shouldn't have read that. 650.
I think we're worse off now. Yeah.
650 says, how do you call the play for the other players and have time to describe the play to the quarterback? This is very impressive.
These are all legitimately.
So he's telling it to Dobbs, and then Dobbs has to relay it to the huddle.
Yeah, insane.
We're
I don't know how they did that.
We're gonna roll right and look for number 81.
There was some confusion on it.
So good.
Literally.
And others said, have you guys mentioned Mauricio Dubon's Golden Glove?
We did. We're trying not to.
Gold Glove.
I know.
Shout him out, baby.
So Bochy's got a World Series. Dubon's got a Gold Glove. Anybody else excelling out there? Former Giants?
Dusty had a little dust up with the media at the end. He said bloggers and tweeters played a role in his retirement.
He's just sick of all the noise. Yeah.
Dusty, come on, baby.
Well, he's old. He's
baby.
like an old guy.
All right, man. Here's the deal. We handed over to Papa and Lund. They have Kawakami at 10:30. That's fun. It's been a fun Football Friday. Back to stressing about your Niners this week, all right? That's next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'll see you Wednesday!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, Paulie Mack saying good morning to everybody. Hope you enjoyed your weekend. Great day of football yesterday. Hey, there's more coming tonight. If you want to get in on the action, test out your football IQ and skills, go ahead, head over to Prize Picks. The most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. You just select 2 or more players, and then you predict on how they'll do statistically that night in whichever category you like. Rushing yardage, touchdown scored, interception, sacks, on and on it goes. You know your game. You're going to do pretty well. In fact, if you have some skill, you can turn $10 into $250 pretty easily with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, an enormous selection of players and stat options are all available, and that's what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. So you feel ready for tonight? Get over there. Join the Prize Picks community. Over 7 million football fans waiting for you when you get there. In fact, right now, Prize Picks also going to match your first deposit up to $100. So you put $100 down, they're going to put $100 down too. Visit prizepicks.com/leader. Leader is what gets you that deposit match. That is the code word. So prizepicks.com/leader. It's daily fantasy sports made easy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, it was a good day. It was a fun day. I also want to pay tribute to, I know I took the family to see Seinfeld, Gaffigan, and Mario Joyner, who was funny too, on Friday night, where Triple E was down seeing this gentleman at SAP Center in San Jose. And I believe, did he wear the Raider hat? Did Cube wear the Raider hat?
Oh, he's always wearing the Raider hat.
He did not wear the Raider hat.
Ooh.
He did not. It was black, but it was not. I don't think it was a Raider hat.
We know my guy Triple E live from the concert says that he was wearing that hat.
He was. There it is. We have some dispute.
Did he change hats at all?
Is he pulling a Greg
multiple
Papa?
hats?
He's going with the hat change, Papa?
Al Davis, John Madden, Greg Papa, Darren McFadden.
That story you had about Antonio Pierce ripping the Raiders.
He just said they could win with 10.
Yeah.
He didn't. That's what he's felt. I don't know.
Now here he is.
He's 1-0.
I think it's Madden 1, Pierce 2. I think that's the all-time coach rankings.
No.
It's Silver.
Wow. Not even Tom Flores. Tom won 2.
Tommy's 3 right now.
Okay.
Fun stuff.
How about
man.
John Roush? He didn't make it?
Nice. No, what was his name? Rich Bisaccia?
Bisaccia.
He's coming in at 4. Anyway.
Been a bunch of them.
That was a fun one yesterday. G-Pop, I saw you on my TV last night.
Right after my Buffalo Bills didn't show up. How good are the Bengals?
That was disappointing, man.
How good are the Bengals?
The Bengals are really good, Greg.
Dude, Burrow's numbers the last 4 weeks?
No, he's just badass. He's the real thing.
I've seen him. He played the nice.
You have seen him a little too close,
He's the real thing. I think they're the best. Well, how good's Baltimore?
Dude, no, it's time people are going to have to
This is a bad year for the 49ers to play the AFC North.
You ain't kidding, Greg.
Pittsburgh clearly is the worst team in that division when you look at it, their body of work.
Yeah.
And George Pickens is bitching about getting the ball. Learn how to run a route.
Yeah.
He has no clue what he's doing.
And I saw...
But is Baltimore? Who's going to the Super Bowl from the AFC to pick right now?
It's going to be a dogfight.
Really? Lamar's going to win it?
Yeah.
If he gets into a slingshot fight with Patrick,
Their defense.
Their defense is great. And they're running.
Kyle Van Noy.
They ran for 298 yards yesterday.
I got to say, though, the slingshot fight might be between...
Because he does sling it.
Yeah, but it might be between Lamar and Joe Burrow. I don't know that Mahomes is going to make it.
It's going to be an all-AFC North
It could be.
championship game.
And then you got McDaniel with the sweatpants not winning a game.
Yeah.
Can't
Were
win
you
the big
up
one.
early in the morning yesterday to watch that?
Actually
I saw
just
second half. Yeah.
I was just
watched
up.
it
I was
all.
daylight
Did you?
savings or whatever. I was up.
Yeah, G-Pop was up, too. Early.
I was up early. Kidding me? I watched the pregame.
They were singing Country Road. They were singing John Denver.
They did that last year when Tampa Bay won.
They love it. The
I should
Germans
ask
love
Greg Pop.
Denver.
I was going to say, Greg, did you get up or stay up for that Europe game?
I slept a little bit.
Okay, I got you.
All right, boys. Fun NFL
See
to
you,
get
boys.
to.
Cheers.
Johnny's back.
We got to start getting this guy ready for his trip to Jacksonville. We got Johnny Lund here ready to rock. We got
I'm not going to London? I thought it was
Marcus,
London. Damn.
When it's time for a change, or Frankfurt. When it's time for a change.
My passport updated.
Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Guten Tag.
Now I'm just like...
Yeah.
I love cigars, so, we had them ready to rock, so it was a lot of fun.
I'll see you Wednesday!
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
At the 30, 2nd and 7 for Miami. Quick out, bubble screen, Hill, nowhere to go, and the ball came loose, and it's picked up by the Chiefs. Coming down the near sideline, breaking free. This is Brian Cook trying to take it to the house. He's going to touchdown. Touchdown, Kansas City. As Smith goes down the field and is intercepted. No, not again. Geno to Geno as Stone comes away with it.
CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Houston takes the lead. And down with the reception. Rock and roll. My goodness. What a comeback. Go Cougs.
Deshaun Watson under center, hands it to Hunt, running right side, had some blockers, gets to the goal line and forces his way in for a touchdown. Kareem Hunt on a 3-yard touchdown run. He's third of the season. Third and goal from the 2 for the Raiders. Give to Jacobs, getting close to that goal line, reaches over, ball is punched away, doesn't matter. He crossed the end zone plane. Touchdown, Josh Jacobs. And the Raiders have a 3-touchdown lead here in the first half on the second touchdown run of the day for Jacobs.
Jackson in motion to the right. 11th play of a 69-yard possession. Dobbs back to pass on third down. He stays in the pocket, fires to the end zone. Touchdown! Brandon Powell, the former Falcon, has beaten the Atlanta Falcons with a 6-yard touchdown pass from Josh Dobbs.
Now rolling right, looking, throwing, on the run, caught, touchdown. Right side of the end zone, second touchdown of the game for Jalen Tolbert. And Dallas is within 5. It's now 28-23 Eagles.
Yes, that's what we did. Well, we did not watch the 49ers play. Long weekend, man. It was amazing. You and I were out Thursday and Friday, but some amazing games, amazing stories like Josh Dobbs going to Minnesota and having the plays explained to him in his helmet. He needs to be rocket science to deal with that. Huge games. Baltimore did the 49ers a favor. Thank you very much. Nobody even came close to winning in the NFC West. What, they score like 6 points yesterday between the Rams, Seahawks, and Cardinals. We got lots of Warriors stuff to get to. Giants news, because today is the day. We are 5 days past the World Series.
Sons of Johnny Lemaster, unite.
Go, Farhan. Go.
Who's he going for first? Where's he going first?
Hello, Cody.
Resign Sean Mania?
Hello, Cody.
No.
You know, I say all the time that we take guys here that I have a history with, and we have a history together. Would you come hit at Oracle Park? Hello?
What are you talking about?
Hello? Cody? Are you there? Is this thing on?
Oh, Farhan has a history with him.
Cody Bellinger.
I thought you were Bob Melvin.
Oh, I'm saying Cody Bellinger. That's my first call.
Should have got him last year. Would have been a lot easier.
Yeah, it would have been a lot easier.
How are you, brother?
Never better. I'm very refreshed.
I've been living vicariously through you. How was you were in front of a Woody? You were in front of a Woody yesterday. I saw that.
Yeah, it's my first in a long time. Yeah, we were down in Dana Point, went down to San Diego, went up to got family in Laguna Beach, and we had a great time, and it was very relaxing. And you know, one of those things where it's like you're laying there the day you're leaving, and half you wants to stay, but half you's like, I got to dry out.
Without a doubt.
That's me.
Without a doubt.
I needed to
Are you dried
out?
out?
Yeah.
Are you back to drinking
better.
again? You've had some medical issues, have you?
Yeah.
You're back? You're good?
Yeah. Dogs were barking at me, but I didn't care. I'm like, shut up. We're doing this.
Yeah.
Okay,
Good.
Liver? We're
Good.
doing this.
Good.
Good
It's
morning.
coming out of this. It's go time. It's
It is
out of
go
the
time.
bye.
We're halfway done.
So today
Let's go.
is push reset day.
Yeah.
Watch the court that they played the in-season tournament in on Friday in Oklahoma. So you didn't like that? I loved it. It was a dancing
This thing's a
stage. I
money
love
grab.
that.
It's a
Oh, come
money
on.
grab.
No,
It's
the court
stupid.
was so good. And then Oklahoma City and their talent. That was a
I like them.
shootout.
I like
Great
them.
game. And then yesterday in Cleveland. I can't wait till the Warriors play it a week from tomorrow and see what they do at home. The Warriors do have a major announcement coming up at 3 o'clock today.
Are you part of it?
I think we know what it is. Anyway, but now it's just time to press reset. Obviously, for the Giants, today's the beginning of the offseason. And since we've been gone, congratulations to Boach. He didn't put his goggles on. They sprayed champagne. You think after 3 before, he would learn how to do it, but just another masterful job for him. So we're into the offseason. Today's the day you can start talking to people and sign people on Thursday. We've gotten some updates on Conforto. He's staying in Mania. We'll see, with Bob Melvin's tie, but we'll get into the whole list of free agents. And so for the Giants, it's a time to press reset and come out of this and begin the offseason and try to win. And after the bye week, it's just so interesting. And I did nothing but watch football all day yesterday. From 6:30 in the morning, daylight saving time, was ready to roll, and watch Kansas City just jump all over Miami. Miami get back into the game, and then Tyreek Hill, of all people, get stripped. And it's a scoop and a lateral and a score. What a game.
That was awesome.
That was. And then watching the Seattle-Baltimore game, it was. I know you're going to get into how bad Seattle is.
Geno especially is bad.
Okay, but Baltimore right now, and I've never considered them to be elite of the elite, but they can run for 298 yards. And Seattle's had a run defense problem. They tried to sign last offseason. Last year they weren't good, and they really tried to fortify it. It's just you get run on like that. That hurts your soul.
Over 7 yards of carry.
But how good is Baltimore? Just completely annihilated 2 of the better teams in the NFC. Detroit a few weeks ago, and then yesterday, Seattle. How good is Baltimore at 7-2? How good is the AFC North?
Every one of those teams, by the way, is in the playoffs.
Yeah,
right
Pittsburgh to me is the clear team that will not be. But they got the defense to be. But Cleveland with the quarterback back and healthy, that's a solid team. That's why I knew going there with Jim Schwartz and coming off to bye. And I think right now the Bengals could go to the Super Bowl.
Think about the top three teams in the AFC, and I think you can put them in a bin and jumble them around, and who knows who comes out. Baltimore, and not just based on the 37-3 win over Seattle yesterday. Kansas City finally has a defense, and the question is offense. They'll be fine because they have Patrick Mahomes. And then Cincinnati's as hot as any team in the NFL. So between those three teams, maybe home field advantage would do it. But I'm sorry, your Bills are not part of that. But it's
right now, it's a long way to go.
The top three, absolutely. But the top three in the AFC are as good as a top three as there's been in how long? I know the Patriots for forever and all that kind of stuff in Kansas City were a top two. But I mean, those three teams right now, woo.
Yeah, and it's the way Mahomes just, the pass rush does not bother him. He just stands there. He steps up and threw it. And I think with Vic Fangio, just the style of defense and the difference in how Spags played and how Lord Fangio played. But in any event, that was a terrific game. It got lopsided quickly, and then Miami got back into the game, and then Tyreek, of all people, then watching Baltimore do what they do. But from our standpoint, it was what Philadelphia is and what Dallas is not. And Dak played a really good game. He made a lot of good plays, but it just seemed like they were a step off here and there, literally stepping out of bounds when he tried to put the ball in the left hand, hit the byline, and just stepped. I mean, it's so many plays. They were just so.
That cuts it to three, right?
The one to the tight end, the one to the tight end of the goal line, where he just got Blankenship makes the tackle on Ferguson right there. I mean, there was just so many plays. It was literally like watching the longest yard yesterday, and it was a good game. There's areas to attack the Eagles. The nickel cornerback. I know the Niners are very concerned about Isaiah Oliver, and they did get Chase Young and press and reset. The Niners are back to work today. Today's a bonus practice, going to be really short today, not even an hour. But Chase Young will be in the locker room. The media will meet the guy wearing number 92. Last time we were in studio together on Halloween, they made the trade. And we'll play my John Lynch interview. Tim Kawakawa is going to join us a little bit later on at 10:30. You also had him on the TK podcast. So from the Niner perspective, John, they just got to come out renewed off the bye week. I already started watching Jacksonville on Friday night, and they are so similar to what Cincinnati is. A number one pick quarterback with all kinds of weapons around. The back's even better. ETN is better than Mixon. And then you got Calvin Ridley and Ingram, the tight end, and Christian Kirk. They've just got, and they run a lot of screens. It's going to be a challenge to win that game. But the Niners have got to start playing like the Niners, but with Philadelphia now, and they're going into their bye week, and when they come out of the bye week, they got Kansas City. So will they, stumble a few more times? But all we talked about the entire offseason was number one seed. And those three losses in a row are going to take a toll on trying to get that. Because
I don't think they can lose again if they
well,
want.
they got to beat Philadelphia in Philadelphia. Last year they did run the table. We'll see if Philadelphia, if you beat them head-to-head, then you get a tiebreaker there. So we'll see where it's going to be hard with this schedule. Jacksonville's going to be hard. Then you got Tampa Bay, and then you got that 3-game gauntlet we've been talking about, going Seattle on Thanksgiving night, and then at Philadelphia on December the 3rd. We've been talking about that game forever. Now it's less than a month away, and then back to Seattle. And you've got the Baltimore Ravens coming in on Christmas night. And right now they are hot. They just have a way to win. And I've questioned the quarterback throughout. How many playoff games?
Much better.
How many playoff games has Lamar won in his career? And I just, that mentality of run, they are passing it better. I mean, ultimately, when you don't have the threat of the run game, can he step back and not have play action? He's not Joe Burrow. He's not Patrick Mahomes.
They've improved everything around him so much.
I want to see it. I think if you get into it, Burrow and Mahomes will beat him. But forget that. It's that matchup and how they run the ball. I mean, they ran for 298 yards yesterday on Seattle. So it was a fun day to watch football. I watched it from 6:30 in the morning all the way to 8:30 at night and soaked it all in. But I think the league is better. There are times last year when I was watching on bye weeks and 49ers playing Thursday or Monday and really be able to watch the league, and I thought the Niners are the best team in the league. And then this year getting off to the 5-0 start, their teams, there's vulnerabilities in every team, obviously. And Philadelphia's got a vulnerability in the slot. They are attackable like the Niners are there. But I mean, right now, if you had to say who is the very best team in the NFL, Philadelphia has the best record in the NFL. are they ultimately the most difficult team to beat? I think there's a way to beat them, and we'll see if the Niners can find that out.
All right, we'll get into all those conversations and more. We basically are at the midway point of the season, so we'll look back and look ahead for the 49ers. I did a win-loss for the rest of the season, and you will like it. You'll like it.
You got them winning every single game?
No, I don't have it like that.
You said they can only lose one.
I do believe that. But it can't be Philadelphia, I tell you that. And Seattle, those games are looking better and better, but there are some tough ones. So we'll get into all those things. Finish up on the NFL week that was, because the story of C.J. Stroud is amazing. The story of Joshua Dobbs is even better. Antonio Pierce and the Raiders woke up, so we got a ton of things to do. How do all those things affect the 49ers? We'll do that coming up. Remember, YouTube, Twitch, we're there as well. Text line is wide open if you got any questions, comments, or thoughts on the weekend. Pop on Lund, glad to be back on a Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3 takeaways as the Warriors' 5-game winning streak comes to an end in Cleveland. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Good morning to you. Greg Papa back off the bye week, and I'm here for Gold Bar Whiskey, which proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a 4-time Super Bowl champion, Mr. Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and family and to celebrate like a champion. Crafted right here in the heart of the Bay, each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness. Aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels, it delivers a unique taste that's as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. Have you been there? Stop by for delicious food, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. It is Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. Now, this is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar. It is not double cast, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, at tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order. And we had them in studio on my birthday on October the 10th, the Golden Joe. And it is the recipe of one Joe Montana. It is a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Well, this was about as unfamiliar as we can get here, coming out here east and playing a game on the road like this, and then not being able to play football the way we need to. It was a terrific day for them. They kind of waited until there were some opportunities, and they took advantage of them.
That's our good friend Pete Carroll. Seattle got trounced 37-3. By the way, text line wide open, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Give us your thoughts on the weekend, questions, comments. We'll get into the Warriors weekend as well. Steph Curry with a game-winning layup on Friday. They lose in Cleveland, and Cleveland looks good, especially defensively, and that size issue rears its ugly head. So we'll get into that conversation about Sunday's game. We got a bunch of stuff. Giants. You can start heavy petting now as we are 5 days past Bruce Bochy's World Series, so a lot to get into today. One thing is that the way we watch football, I was amazed because I was down in Southern California for our break, and we were flying out, but we had some time in the morning, and so I told my wife, we've spent plenty of time together, and she agreed. And I had the iPad out on the beach, and I'm watching everything. So you got the iPad, the phone, the whole thing. You can watch everything. You go on an airplane. They got all the games. You can watch everything. I race home in an Uber. I'm watching in the Uber. I get home. I get my setup. You watch
Planes,
everything.
trains, and automobiles?
Like they've got it. I'll give it to them to this extent that from Red Zone channel to Sunday Ticket, and everything is mobile. You literally, we always talk about sitting on the couch and watching everything. You can literally be on the move from one place to the other and get on a plane and go to an Uber and get home. And then you don't have to miss. It was just, I was like, this is awesome. My wife kept saying, I know. You keep saying that.
I mean, the only bad part about broadcasting the NFL is you don't get to watch all the NFL.
Right.
So I do this every, Sunday morning, I'll be in Jacksonville. And you know what's great about YouTube TV? And I was a DirecTV guy. I mean, I had the old school satellite dish. Well, when DirecTV came in, I have two satellite dishes.
That was awesome at the beginning because it's Sunday Ticket.
But YouTube TV, well, DirecTV has everything. It has NBA Center Court. It has NHL Center Ice, or what's it called? League Pass, Major League Baseball, extra innings. I mean, I had it all. Really, DirecTV, you don't need it anymore because you get it all on your iPad. But when we're traveling with the Niners, and also with YouTube TV, they would block me out. Whatever, with the Red Zone channel on DirecTV, whenever I was in an NFL stadium, it would come up on the screen. We detected you're in an NFL stadium. It's going to block you out. It does not do that on YouTube TV. So a lot of times when I'm distracted calling Niner games because I'm watching, and the only thing is we miss our Andrew Siciliano.
He's going to join us.
Scott Hansen is so corny. But he's somewhat clever, but he's not Andrew. Anyway, yeah, so I watch as soon as they're on the postgame show on Sunday in Jacksonville, I'm right to my iPhone, iPad on the plane, and I watch. So I consume it that way. I'm just used to it. But being able to watch, I love the Europe game in Germany, and they do it in London. I'd like to see the Niners go back there. I know we're big into Mexico City now, but it's time to go back to London. It'd be a great trip next year. We kind of heard. I thought this game in Jacksonville was going to be in London. But they took two earlier, and obviously the Niners coming to Jacksonville's uncommon, and how good they are. They didn't want to give up the home game. But in any event, and the league it's a really good league. It really is. There were times last year where I saw a lot of the warts in the league, and I thought there really aren't that many dominant teams. Kansas City was just so dominant, and then Buffalo and Cincinnati were trying to get there. I think with the free agency movement and quarterbacks, and the league is now, honestly, you could pick maybe 7 teams right now that could win the Super Bowl. Kansas City clearly could win the Super Bowl. Cincinnati clearly could win the Super Bowl. I don't know if Baltimore can, but I think I'd say yes in that category.
I think there's 2 in the NFC.
In the NFC, that's it? You don't think Detroit can win the Super Bowl?
I don't, not yet.
We'll have to see. It's midway point of the year. They're going to teams start to get better. Remember, Detroit was 1-6 last year, and look at how good they got. The Niners were 3-4, won 10 in a row. So, and injuries are a big factor. Philadelphia obviously could win the Super Bowl. The Niners could win the Super Bowl. I think Detroit can win the Super Bowl. I don't think Seattle or Dallas right now can, but you don't know as time goes on and where they get to.
Seattle's quarterback's an issue.
He's not playing as well as last year, but he has played well, and he played well last year. And you heard Pete Carroll's disdain to get run on like that just takes the soul out of you. 41 carries for 298 yards. The rookie Mitchell goes for $138 on 9 carries, and then Lamar's doing his thing. They still use Ricard and Gus Edwards around the goal line, and then the passing game has improved. Mark Andrews, one of the best tight ends in football. So is Baltimore up there with the Cincinnati, Kansas City level? I don't know. I think Buffalo has slid. And then Cleveland's capable any given week. I think they're going to get in the playoffs. We'll see. But, it's a fun way to consume football. And I YouTube TV had me kind of weirded out because I was a DirecTV guy. Unfortunately, Rupert Murdoch, for 20 years or so of my life, it was DirecTV. But YouTube TV, the technology on YouTube TV is so much. And for my purposes, I would record games at home on DirecTV. Now you record them all on the YouTube app, and I can download and watch them. When I'm going to Jacksonville, the only problem is the flight's not long enough. I'll have like 4 Jaguar games to watch. So it is a different way to consume it. How many people really sit in front of their big screen? Maybe you watch one game, you really settle in for the Kansas City-Miami game and the Philadelphia-Dallas game. Because the afternoon games, the Raiders were on, and congratulations to them. The Colt game and Bryce Young struggled. You really wanted to lock in and watch the Philadelphia-Dallas game to analyze what they're about. And likewise with Kansas City and Miami because of all the people we know on Miami staff and just how good Kansas City is. But beyond that, you are consuming it the way you did on the beach or on a bike or driving or in an Uber. You
and
can
here's the other
watch
thing,
it anywhere you are.
The NFL has done a great job, too, of right after the game is over. It used to take a day for this to do this. You have the 30-minute game up, and then sometimes at night you'll get the all-22, but certainly first thing in the morning you'll get the all-22. So it's just they've done it right. We've bitched and moaned about all these leagues and what they're not doing. Baseball, are they doing it right? Is the NBA doing it right? Because the consumer has changed. That's what we're talking about here. Is it used to be it had to be through a cable company or it had to be through DirecTV. Now it's, look, you give it to us how we want it. We want it fast. All the clips, all the different things, but then the games are up quickly. So then you can watch a 30-minute version if you want. You can watch an all-22 very quickly. And for our purposes and our job, we can assess things a lot quicker than we used to be able to do. And you have access to everything fast. Now, I don't know if the other leagues are to this level. I just know the NFL, which does the offseason the best and the in-season the best, and the NFL does everything the best. And I think in terms of replaying the game and giving access now to the games, I think they do it the best as well.
Well, it's interesting because this is the way I prepare for games. And I go back. I used to have 3 or 4 VHS tapes in a duffel bag when I would go on the road with the Raiders, literally. Scott Fink would have a VCR waiting for me in my room, and John Herrera would make the call. They thought I was a coach, so a lot of times they'd have a big easel board, a whiteboard in there. I don't need that. And I just need the VHS tapes, and John and Jim Otten and Dave Nash would give me, our next opponents like 4 games. It was so clumsy and bulky. It was awful. Now it's all on the iPad. When you're watching everything live, you can watch it all archived. But you know what sports league was the best at this? And it's just shocking to me. You would think it would have been David Stern's NBA. They were actually the worst at it. As far League Pass and DirecTV was always there with the NBA. But as far as being able to consume it on your laptop, your iPad, whatever your second screen, your home big screens, your first one, your phone's the third one. It was Major League Baseball. I remember well in 2004 when they went to extra innings and made it available on the iPad, John, because I was moving around, doing games out of market a lot there. And baseball's been doing this forever and ever and ever. Football got involved in it. I don't follow the hockey one, center ice as much. But you know what? The ironic thing was, as far as getting it on your iPad, the NBA and David Stern, that has probably been more media savvy than any other sports league, they were the last ones to really fully embrace it and make it accessible. Maybe they thought they were cutting into the national TV deals. I mean, for most of it, baseball's been behind as far as technology and television, but as far as being able to access it on a remote device, no matter where you are in the world, baseball was the first one to do it with extra innings.
Sorry, we had to do this whole segment on this because normally, like you said, we're watching one game, preparing for one game, and all this kind of stuff, so it's cool for a Sunday. By the way, some breaking baseball news. Many people thought Craig Counsell from the Brewers was going to go to the Mets.
He's not.
He's going to the Cubs, who have a manager.
They fired David Ross?
And they're taking the Brewers manager in their own division, the Cubs. How about that?
And Carlos Mendoza is going to manage the Mets, right?
I thought you were going to say Carlos Beltran for a minute.
No, he did have that job.
For about
and
a
then
minute.
The Houston Astros signed. He had it for an hour. Carlos Mendoza, the Mets are hiring him. He's a Yankee bench coach where they're in Boone. So Craig Counsell's going to the Cubs. How
crazy is that?
That is a coup for them.
Wow.
That's a coup for them.
All right.
How much are they paying him?
That's a great question. Probably a lot. All right, let's get to Tim Kawakami coming up next. We can talk to Tim about everything. 49ers issues coming out of the bye week. Warriors weekend. They are much better on the road, but they did have the size issues exposed yesterday in Cleveland. We'll get into that conversation. Plus, it is Giants offseason officially. Let's go, Farhan. Let's go. Tim Kawakami is going to join us next, only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, hello there. Let's go to Modesto Toyota right now. Right now. The rain has stopped. Let's go to Modesto Toyota and grab the keys to your new Toyota right now. There's great savings. There's end-of-the-year deals. There's no dealer markup. And every day, there's new cars, SUVs, and trucks arriving, and now is the time to get yours. So what I did to get my RAV4 Hybrid, which I'm very much enjoying right now, I checked out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com. You pick out the one you want, like I did, and you reserve it. It is that simple. Now, there's a huge selection of hybrids like I have, or you can check out the fully electric BZ4X at a great price. There's special lease deals right now as well. So it's time to save on high gas prices. Yes, please. Modesto Toyota has been family-owned since 1965. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the sweet, clean customer. Now, that means getting you a great deal with the very best price and, of course, great customer service. So let's go and grab the keys at Modesto Toyota on that new car, SUV, or truck you want, and the time is right. There's no dealer markup. No dealer markup, and a great deal is waiting on your new Toyota at Modesto Toyota. Like I've told you, not only is where I get my Toyotas, like my last 5 Toyotas, my son's Toyota. Love the guys. Kevin and the whole crew will take care of you, too, at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
We're not used to losing 3 straight. We're not used to losing. I mean, shoot, we won 13 straight regular season games. And so, not been a real fun and exciting time around here. And so, yesterday, look, I think we all got to be careful that one guy's not going to change what's kind of ailed us here in these last 3 games. We all got to look inward. We got to fix that. We've been working long and hard to identifying, how do you play so well through 5 weeks and then not do so through 3? And one guy's not going to change that. But you always, want to look long and hard and see if, without sacrificing, the future and, utilizing so many assets that you're left without draft choices and such, can we help ourselves? And we felt like yesterday we had an opportunity with a really good player that we've admired for a long time. I mean, former number 2 pick in the draft, played with Bosa at Ohio State, and it came together.
That, of course, is 49ers General Manager John Lynch. We're going to play an interview that you did with him at the end of last week at 12:30. Do not miss that.
Kawakami's was way better.
Yeah, way better. I didn't want to say that, but you did. So at Tim Kawakami, of course, great. All the guys at The Athletic do a tremendous job covering the 49ers. But I'm looking at one of his tweets that he just sent a few minutes ago. We promoted that he was going to be on in 15 minutes because we were going to get a big ratings boost from it. And Tim responds, "We'll fully examine all the dinner wagers that Papa has lost to me."
Just one, and that was I wound up paying for that. It was a Tim Lincecum come out of the bullpen experience.
Yes.
So we'll get into that.
It was glorious.
It was back in 2012. That's many years ago. It was not French Laundry level, but it did set me back a few paychecks. I just listened to the John podcast, and we have a confluence of so many sports going on right now. Craig Counsell is going to manage the Cubs. What are the Giants going to do? We got Warriors games. Is Chris Paul? He made it 3 yesterday in Cleveland, but is he going to make another one? And we got James Wiseman on our brain. But when you started the podcast, the departure of Tanika was so obvious. Did you hear the beginning of it? He's
Yes, I did.
John, you off the toilet? It's coming in 3, 2, 1. I'm like,
that's got to be Brian Smith.
What was that?
Is Brian Smith been fired
do you
yet?
miss Tanika?
That's Brian Smith. That sounds like that sounds like the work of Brian Smith to me.
What was that, Timmy? Come on.
No, it was that you have correctly pegged the reason for that.
I know.
His mother is no longer my producer, but she is badly missed. I don't self-produce. We have someone.
Can't you edit though? Can't you snip that out, Dr. Snippet?
I can't. They put it up. I am going to cease speaking at this moment, or else I might
so
make
good.
legal
I know. It was so good. Hey, John, you there? Yeah, I'm here.
I mean, thankfully, I was just say, thankfully, John and I are pretty professional. Like, there were, we could be saying some other, me, I'll blame myself.
No.
Pull him into this. I mean, God, good Lord, the stuff that Pop and I talk about before we.
Oh, it's terrible.
I know.
Terrible.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Or just stupid stuff. Like, I was like,
stuff.
if you're gonna screw up, that's one way to screw up. But again, someone might be suing me for saying this at the moment. But
good point.
It wasn't great.
Well,
I'll put it that way. It wasn't great.
Tim was a regular contributor on Chronic Alive in the early days. Yeah. And one night they left. 5 minutes before we started the show, they left our mics hot, and I'm talking to Glenn Dickey. And it was, let's just say, I didn't say anything inappropriate for the first time in my life.
Really?
But Glenn, I think, ripped his editor. And it was priceless. I'm like, why did that go on the air? Couldn't we stop that?
You didn't say something. That's amazing.
And I did not even use an F-bomb. I just sat there quietly because when you're around Lowell Cohn or Glenn Dickey, you just kind of let them go. Anyway. And Kawakami was too young then. So the one thing that you guys touched on a lot of the things I touched on in my interview with him, but you got right to the heart of television. And he made it, the option is still there, which was kind of surprising me. Mayoko reported that he's got a little bump in his title, and he's now, president of football operations and GM, whatever it is. But he was pretty honest with you about that the television and maybe Amazon Prime or some other network is an option for him, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of heard that, and I think we go back through it logically. He's not signing anything for the 49ers that precludes that. I just think he's always going to keep that as an option. It's smart. Like, Jed, he made it clear. Jed came to him and Kyle, last offseason and said, this is going great. We want you for longer. They still had years. I think they both had 2 years left on their last extension. So Like there wasn't any pressing need. In fact, he even said to me, he's like, where you start thinking, why are we doing this? But it's a good situation. John's not, I mean, we know the terms he's been offered already, right? We know what Amazon offered him the first time might even be, go up in the future. I think we both know that Kirk Herbstreit is not long for that job. I just don't see that happening. I don't think he's great at it. I think it's too much for his schedule. I just don't think that's Amazon's feeling great there. So whether it's Amazon, which I think it really is, I could keep coming back to him because he has a relationship with those producers, or it's somewhere else, he's not closing that door. And he's smart not to close that door. And when Jed came to him, and I'm sure it was with a hefty raise, and as Mayoko reported, good for him, the bump up, the kind of the Bob Myers bump up, right? President's basketball operations and general manager. That was Bob's title at the end. No shock that these guys are buddies, by the way, Myers and John Lynch. Doesn't mean that he has to close, say, I can't ever go to TV. I just don't think John's going to do that. I think this has been a lot of hard work. It's been grueling. They've gone through a pandemic. I do think he wants to be there, when they win a Super Bowl, if they win a Super Bowl, and then maybe that's when you really got to stay to see what he's going to do. But I think this was more Jed saying, hey, I want to make sure you guys know I like having you here. You guys know I'm happy. You guys know that I want you here for a long time. But that's not going to cut off John from thinking, and he wants to make that clear. That's why I always ask him, and he's always pretty good with me about it. As Papa, you always know. Like, he does know I'm going to ask him, and he's pretty open about it. He was open about the Amazon thing right after he turned it down, and it's still there, or some version of it. I don't want to speak to somebody's job, but I think we all know that Herbstreit's not very good for a huge broadcast. That is a large deal. It's Amazon's first TV deal with the NFL, and he's not very good. And would John Lynch be good after? Not only was he a good broadcaster before he was 49ers general manager, he walks into that job after he was 49ers general manager, he'd be pretty damn good.
Bob Myers, by the way, is pretty honest on TV. Does that surprise you?
He's outstanding.
He's way more active, and I think he's gotten into it a little more than he thought he was going to, but that's good. It's good TV. I've been watching it. It's like, this is interesting stuff. And if you want to read into it a little bit about the Warriors stuff, he's not saying this is what we did for the Warriors, but if you read into what he's saying, you can see where his mind's going. I think he's been a little more open than he thought. I think the on-court one, right, it was in Madison Square, the pregame. He got way more into it.
He's talking about Harden, right? And he was competent to the Warriors. It was great.
Yes, he said, listen, you're going to go to Steph Curry. You're going to say, who do you want? Who do you want? Why would I do anything that Steph Curry wouldn't want? Well, he didn't say this is how we made the decision to X, Y, and Z, but you can kind of understand what it was. And also that Mike Dunleavy was in all these meetings too. Like Dunleavy, he was Myers' right-hand man. So you can understand kind of the information as he's receiving it and kind of the decisions and conclusions they made based on what Bob is saying. It's all terrific. It's good. It's good to watch. Yes, I am surprised. I thought he might go there and be kind of airy and not be, listen, these guys are all looking at their next job and you don't want to blow anything while you're at that job. Bob's kind of wants to be good TV, and I do appreciate that. We all like good TV. I've been a little surprised, definitely.
Tim Kawakami's joined us, TK Show, by the way. You need to make sure that you check it out in addition to all the great writings that Tim does at The Athletic, Pop and Lund here on The Sports Leader. Let's look at the 49ers on the field. Obviously disappointing the way they went into the bye week, and you're starting to see yesterday all these teams from the AFC, but then the Eagles are still the Eagles, and they beat Dallas. As we sit right now, since there's 17 games, but we'll still call it the midway point because that's what everybody is doing, where do the 49ers in your mind sit at the midway point of the season?
I think they're still solid. I think they're right there with the Eagles. I mean, maybe it's a step behind, obviously, with the losses, but I think talent-wise, they're right there. I don't think the Eagles will look dominant to get to their record. They're good. They win these tough games, and that's very, very important. But, Jalen Hurts limping a little bit, right? I mean, that's not great for them. They're a gutsy team, tons of talent. I think Dallas has got tons of talent. They're a little bit, it's a step behind both the Eagles and the 49ers, but I think they're right there. Again, they got to win games. They don't win games, it doesn't matter what you think they are talent-wise. But I think if you just look at the field, who's playing the fastest, who's got the most talent, who's got the things that other teams worry about most, 49ers have as much as the Eagles, as much. Now we'll have to see what happens. Looks like they're going to be, if they're going to end up playing the Eagles, they're going to, the playoffs will probably be in Philadelphia unless the 49ers go on a run and win that game in Philly coming up in the regular season. Maybe try to earn that number one seed, but we'll see. At this point, it doesn't look real likely, but I think they can play with them. Again, they're in this funk. I think, talking to Lynch and what we hear otherwise, A big portion of this in their minds has been the injuries. They got those 3 injuries in the Cleveland game. McCaffrey, who kept playing, but maybe not at full speed. Trent Williams, who didn't play the next 2 games. And Debo, obviously, didn't play the next 2 games. And, who knows, into the near future. And I think that when those guys are back, we'll see when they're back, and we'll see if they're all the way 100% when they're back. But their offense is going to look like it used to, and maybe run the ball, which they haven't really been doing in this losing streak. And they're convinced that their defensive line's fine. I don't know. I mean, they're convinced that Bosa's been great. We can all see the pressures. He hasn't quite gotten to the quarterback. I think Steve Wilks has been dialing up the wrong stuff, trying to get that line going. That happens. I think they're behind Steve Wilks. We shall see. Again, results matter. But I think they think it's a bunch of little things. I think they think also they don't really want to say it, but they did play back, 2 games against teams that were coming off a bye. These are not easy games. It's an excuse, but it's real. The rest disadvantage has been very real. First 8 kind of lessons in the last 9. We shall see. But they think it's all these little things. They're convinced their roster's still real good. They're convinced that Steve Wilks is fine. They're very convinced that Brock Purdy is a really good quarterback, which I agree with that part. But we'll see. He's got to make the throws in the fourth quarter. He hasn't done it when they've been behind. I just don't think it's panic time. It's really not their style. And they really want to underline that Chase Young isn't the fix-it, this is everything, but they'd like a little burst from him. But I agree with most of this. Again, it's a lot of little things. If these little things continue, they're going to continue to lose games. If they fix most of them or all of them, then I think they're right up there with the Eagles. I still think they're right there with the Eagles.
And they're back to work today. They're getting back in, and the Chase Young is in the building. They're going to be on the practice field in the 11 o'clock hour, a short practice of just about an hour. We'll be there on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday before the Jacksonville trip. So the Niners are 5-3, 5-0 to start, lost 3 in a row. The Warriors kind of went at it the other way to get to 5-2. They lost their home opener to Phoenix, then won 5 in a row, some impressive road wins. The game in the in-season tournament game on Friday was exciting at Oklahoma City. Clay makes the winner to beat Sac. Steph with the layup to beat OKC. They had a little bit of a tired performance yesterday, but overall they're 5-2, and they got to play in Detroit. So it's time to kind of reflect on the trades. We'll get to James Wiseman in a minute, Timmy, but just Chris Paul, because he's running a tremendous floor game. The assist-turnover ratio is incredible. Has anybody ever come off the bench and had 13 assists and no turns in a game? And what is he at now? 56 assists on the year, and the turnovers are, 6? It's incredible. But he's 2 for 26 on the 3 ball, and he's shooting 21 of 66 overall, which is less than 32%. Now, Jordan Poole would never have that assist-turnover ratio, but if Jordan Poole was 2 for 26, he'd be getting buried. And it's early in the year. He's 38 years of age. Is it way, way too early to say the Chris Paul trade, giving up Jordan Poole, is a success, or even to evaluate it at all?
No, I think you can evaluate that the piece is working. The idea is right. You still have to see if he's going to make shots, which I think he will. Still have to see if he's going to remain healthy, which you don't know. Those questions are still out there. But the theory of it, that he would come in, if you explained it to him in a way that was logical, he would accept the bench role. He would be that second unit, just completely lock it down, completely give it some structure. That's all in front of our eyes. And that itself would take a lot of burden off of Steph. When they're playing together, Steph is off the ball, doesn't have to worry about the pressure up front. He can have Chris Paul get him into the offense. He can run around the screens, and in the minutes where it's just Steph, whether it's Steph resting and it's just Chris Paul, it's like about 12 minutes a game. Steph isn't as worried about it. He isn't like, I got to get back in. Like, how many times have we seen him standing there next to Steve Kerr, like, get me back in. That hasn't happened. It might happen in the future. I think it's much less likely to happen now. But it is interesting, that second unit, as we've seen it, it's a very interesting unit. It's had some really nice moments. It's a plus, and that almost never happens in non-Curry minutes in the history of the Warriors. But there is a little lack of shooting. Like, there's, if Kuminga's not hot and Moody isn't quite getting the ball in an open space, there's a lot of pressure on Chris Paul to go work. And how many times we've seen him kind of work himself into a shot, and this is what he's done in his career. Those are not easy shots, right? I have to create something at 38 years old and rise up from the mid-range, uncontested, with players around me. It's a little tough. Now, he makes those shots, and he's made several of them for the Warriors, several key ones for the Warriors, but it's a little tough. I could see them getting Clay more into that second unit, and they're starting to do it. The Clay plus Paul minutes are very good so far. They're not a ton of them, but they're very, like, you can see how that would work, right? It's just like Clay's going to run around, and Chris Paul's going to dribble, and he's going to find. I think that might be more in the offing. Maybe see Moody more with Steph Curry. Just do a little flip there, maybe 4 or 6 minutes a half. You do that. That second unit, I like it. It's stronger than it's been. Does seem to lack a little bit in the shooting. It does. The scoring isn't all the way there. Saric is important, but if he's not shooting or not playing great, can be a little sticky. Then we saw what happened against Cleveland. Cleveland's a very great defense, very tall, make it tough inside, but the Warriors got to have to make shots. The mid-range jumpers were there. They just weren't hitting them. And certainly, it was really, really problematic for a while. I can see Clay moving into that second unit. They've done that before. And I think that could really work. That might be their best second unit they've had since like the early stages of the dynasty when it was Iguodala and all those guys, Livingston, all those guys, were at the height of their games. I don't think it's problematic. I think Paul will make some shots, and I think they can do a little tweaks to that group here and there. And it's going to be their best second unit they've had in a long time.
Real quick, let's just run the gamut since we've already talked 49ers and Warriors. What should we expect out of the Giants? Because it always seems like they say they're going to be aggressive. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. They said at last offseason we're going to get more athletic. They didn't. They said things they were going to do they didn't do or couldn't do. Didn't get Aaron Judge. Couldn't get Correa. We understand why. And then they went out and just spent a bunch of money on generally guys that, Ross Stripling and Mitch Haniger and those kind of guys I'd rather not have. But this time, do you think it'll be different?
Yeah, I think they're going to. What it looks like to me is they're going to overpay somebody, but that's okay. Like that's what you have to do. I think there's just been this determination and this idea is like we're not doing that, and that's pretty good, right? You don't want to have to overpay somebody in a hot market where it's probably worth it to sit out for a little bit. I think there's going to be somebody, whether it's one of the Asian players, maybe two of the Asian players, maybe Bellinger, they're that level. I think they're going to pay a little bit more than Varhan's comfortable with, but I think ownership's comfortable with that. I know fans went crazy about the Greg Johnson comment about, would somewhat like to be profitable or somewhat break even, whatever it was. They're going to spend money. They're going to spend money this offseason. They're determined to do it because guess what? You spend money for players that fans want to see. You actually end up making money because you get more fans to the ball yard. And that's the most important engine for this team is to get 3.2 million at Oracle Park, which they have not done in the last few years. Somebody's going to, whether it's, I don't think it's going to be Ohtani, but they're being it for Ohtani. I think
you don't think it'll be Ohtani? You think he's going to the Dodgers?
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know, and I know there are people in the Giants who think they got a real shot at Ohtani. Here's what I go, and no one said this but me, but when you can't pitch for a year plus, well, that takes away a lot of the Oracle benefits, right? He just wants to hit. He's only going to hit for a year plus. He has not hit well historically at Oracle Park. Maybe that doesn't matter. I just think it will. If he was pitching, Oracle's a great place to pitch, right? We know that. There have been pitchers who flourished and won Cy Youngs there. If he's not going to pitch for a year, maybe he's want to go bang the ball somewhere else. I just don't see the Giants as a top team. Others don't see it. I know there are people inside the Giants that think they got a real shot. So I'm not saying it's outside of the realm of possibility. I just think it might be more likely for some of the other players, a little lower on that level. But listen, if you're going to overpay for somebody, if I'm saying they're going to overpay for Ohtani would be the right guy to overpay for 100%. But I don't know that he wants to go to a situation where he might not make the playoffs again, right? That's the whole thing for him. Well, he wants to make the top dollar, but he doesn't want to sit out the playoffs anymore. It's been ridiculous the times he's had to sit out the playoffs with the Angels. Go somewhere where he's going to guess where you make the playoffs every single year? The Los Angeles Dodgers. That's unquestioned. There's no doubt about it. He would fit right in there. I just think the Dodgers are by far the favorite, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And the Giants are going to be on the outside of like 3 or 4 other teams, in my opinion.
Tim, it's always great, man. Thanks for catching up with us. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, guys, anytime.
See you, man. At Tim Kawakami again, the TK Show. He's got John Lynch on there. Make sure you check it out. And, of course, great stuff in The Athletic. And not only Tim, but our good friend David Lombardi, Matt Barrows, all the guys at The Athletic do a great job. So make sure that you check them out for your 49ers coverage. All right, a lot to cover there. We'll get into it. Some of the stuff that Tim said right there. Pop and Lund back at it. Remember, speaking of John Lynch, 12:30, your conversation with John Lynch. Make an appointment over lunch to listen to John Lynch with us. We'll do it all coming up next. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Under a minute left, still got trust that we're going to go out there and we're going to trust and faith just in our guys and with the work that we've put in, that we're going to get it done. And yeah, we got close. We got close. We're doing things the right way. We just got an inch here, an inch there, make that difference, and we'll find a way to gain that.
There's Dak Prescott, America's team, coming up short again. I always love his post-game stuff. They lose, and they're like, an inch here, an inch there. Okay. 49ers sat out last Sunday. They will be back with Jacksonville. We'll get into all those kind of things, but everybody is doing their midway point stuff. It used to be really, really easy and convenient when it was 16 games and it was 8 through, but now most teams have played 8, some have played 9, but here you go. So
it's an 8. The way to look at it, it's an 18-week schedule now.
Right.
So the halfway point is 9 weeks
Week
through.
9, yeah.
So that's where we are.
So we're sitting right there. As you look at the 49ers at this point, a lot of the first half of the season when they were 5-0, they're the number one power ranked team. Everybody loves them. It's great. Brock's doing this. Defense is doing that. Everybody loves them. Now they lose 3 in a row. Now we're talking about the Ravens and the Chiefs and the Eagles and all these other teams, which I don't think is a bad place to be. But as you pointed out, tough schedule, teams coming off buys, all that kind of stuff. Good time for the buy for the 49ers. So as you look at them as we speak, you and I at this moment, where are they at? Where are your concerns? Where are you feeling positive? What do you think?
They got to get their swag back. There's no doubt. When they beat Dallas 42-10 and could have scored 50 on those guys, John, you thought this is the best team in the NFL. They're better than Philly. Kansas City's always lurking there. I think they're better than Buffalo. And, the thing is, in football, because you play only 17 versus baseball where you play 162 or basketball and hockey where you play 82, you just feel like every time you lose a game in the NFL, your season's over. It's a long year still, and there's ups and downs. And Cincinnati started 0-2 last year and got to the championship game and should have won. Cincinnati started 0-2 this year and 1-3, and look at them now. The 49ers have started slowly. 3 of the last 4 years when they've gone to the championship game, they've taken different routes. The 8-0 start in 19, and then the last 2 years, they were 3-4 last year. Coming out of the bye last year, they were 4-4 and then ran the table. And the year before, they were 3-5 going into that Veterans Day night game against the Rams. They had to win that game, or it may have been a whole different direction with the franchise. They used Debo as a back more, and they ran all over him. So because you play so few games in the NFL, you just feel like you can't rebound off a bad start, or teams change. And I don't believe the theory of you're peaking too early and all that, but there is an up and down to a season. I think it's partly injury related to Debo getting hurt in the first play of the game in Cleveland, and they haven't been able to win a game without him. Losing Trent Williams is a major loss there. Trey Greenlaw's trying to play through it, and that's why today when they're back in, John, they just had open media in the locker room, and they're in. Chase Young is there, and they're going to be on the practice field for just a bonus practice today. Before they get back on Wednesday for installation day against Jacksonville. You just want to see a renewed step. You want to see Dre Greenlaw over, the shoulder injury, the hammy, the groin. You're probably going to lose Aaron Banks for a couple of weeks with a turf toe, but Feliciano's a guy's played a lot of snaps. You can win with him. But just basically just get refreshed. They were, as John Lynch said, and we'll play my interview with John from last week at 12:30, and Kyle said it first, it's just obvious. Cincinnati was just 2 steps quicker, mentally, physically, and I think spiritually. The Niners were just tired. And now coming out of the bye, the problem is Jacksonville's on their bye as well. And that team is really good. They're maybe not quite to Cincinnati yet because they haven't had the level of playoff success the Bengals have had since Jamar Chase came into the NFL, but they're close. The quarterback is really good. He, like Burrow, had a knee situation. You watch the game against New Orleans on Thursday Night Football, John, and you think, how's he going to play with that brace on? And then he pulls a Burrow. He's not only playing with it on and avoiding pressure, but he's running big-time runs. I think he was the leading rusher in that game, and big-time scrambles. Then ETN the back, and he catches the ball, and obviously getting Calvin Ridley on top of Christian Kirk, who we know from Arizona, and Evan Ingram. They are really good. Alua Khan on defense is a ball hawk. You got Josh Allen's got 9 sacks on the year, the Jacksonville defensive player, not the Buffalo quarterback. So I think the Niners have got to reestablish who they are. But this game does concern me in Jacksonville. It's just an uncommon opponent that is on the rise, and they too are coming off the bye week. So any competitive and physical advantage you would have with the bye week, they're going to have it as well. And even more so, they played one football game, the Pittsburgh game, in 23 days because they played a Thursday night game in New Orleans. So they basically have, 3 weeks and a couple of days to get ready to play one game. So in any event, I just think the league, as we were saying earlier, is wide open. I know Dallas lost yesterday, and they were off, a foot here, an inch there. But they're close to beating Philly. I don't think Philadelphia is as good as they were last year. I'm not sure why. I think in some areas they are better than they were. The quarterback has been hobbling all year, and last year he had a bad shoulder injury. No one, really fully divulged to the season.
And they just lost
was
Dallas
over.
Goedert, by the way.
Yeah, he fractured his forearm. He'll come back, though. That'll be will he play against the Niners is what I'm always looking at. It's about 4 weeks.
13,
it's 4 weeks. He could, they're saying it's a 4-week injury, but he's a great inline blocker like Kittle and obviously a difference maker. It's a good player. And then what other injuries you're going to have between then and now? But for the Niners, I know we've been harping so much about the opponents and the schedule, but it's all real and it's all contributed to where they are. But I think the NFC is kind of what we thought it was going to be. Seattle's always lurking there. Dallas is always lurking there. Philadelphia's found a way to get to 8-1, and now they're on their bye, but they got to play Kansas City coming out of the bye. I think the Lions are really solid in a lot of respects because they're different with their speed, and I think that's where Philadelphia, those 2 wide receivers, A.J. Brown looks like the second coming of Andre Johnson from Houston, but he's just fast.
Looks like Calvin Johnson. I mean, he's just so big. A lot of times Jalen Hurts just throws
Andre
it up.
Johnson was a hell of a good player.
Oh, he was. I'm just saying that he just throws it up a lot of times, and A.J. Brown's just going to get it. I mean, it's just it's amazing. The one thing is, and I never thought we'd have this conversation, is Brock Purdy's going to be fine. Who knows what's going to happen with the injuries? It'll be great getting Debo back. The one place that they always dominate you and they punch you in the face, and then last year was like the opponents that played the 49ers, kind of like what happened with the Seahawks years ago. Nobody won after they played them because they beat you up so much. The interior of the offensive line is a major issue. And getting Chase Young is going to help, but defensively, they're good defensively. They're not Ravens-Browns good. And I thought going into the season, this was the best defense in football. And I thought what they do is they run the football, they stop you on defense. Brock makes enough plays, doesn't turn the ball over. That's the recipe for the 49ers. Over the last few weeks, Brock turns it over. They're not dominated on either line. They've got to get that part back because what the 49ers are is a team that bludgeons you. They run the ball, they keep the ball, they possess the ball, they don't make mistakes, they convert on your third and shorts, they're good in the red zone. Like they do those things. They don't have tons of penalties. Well, what have they done over these last few weeks? They're not dominating the line on either side. They are committing penalties. They are committing turnovers. Like they've got to get back to what they are.
So what's the reason they weren't that team? And I agree with you wholeheartedly. When this team is dominating, they're having the ball for 35 minutes and they're getting 35 runs and they're controlling it with the run game. And then everything works off the run game and it's an equal opportunity offense with the pass game. And they haven't gotten there. Teams are slamming the run. And a lot of it is they're going to a 5-man front. They faced a lot of teams with a 34 defense this year. And basically a 3-4 is a 5-2 because you've got those 2 outside backers. They're up. They're just doing it out of a 2-point stance. And you got 3 huge guys down. One's on the nose and, 2 in each side over a guard. And then the other guys could either bail or you don't know. They could easily bring 5, but they're there in the run game. You run the ball. They got wide edge setters. The wide 9 takes away that outside zone, but a 3-4 defense does as well as far as slamming the run game. And Cincinnati just knew how to play the outside zone. They strung it out. Their linebackers pushed it, and they just pushed it out of bounds. The 49ers couldn't turn the corner, and they couldn't get the cutback. Pratt and Logan Wilson just push it. Alua Khan, Jacksonville's middle linebacker, that guy is one of the most athletic. He looks like Patrick Willis in his prime. The way he runs around and covers and blitzes. Jacksonville, I think the Niners are going to be who they are, John, but I don't know if it translates. If they go into Jacksonville and beat them, and I don't care if it's by a half a point or by 2 touchdowns or whatever, Jacksonville's good. They play, they have a system to how they got a tremendous quarterback. Then you're going to know that they're back. So To me, it's not enough just to play well and lose. At this stage of the year, you got to win because you've lost 3 games here, and the most difficult portion of the schedule is yet to come. It was going to come after the bye. And I thought this game was Cincinnati going into the bye and Jacksonville coming out of the bye. But honestly, is there shame in losing in Cleveland, even though they didn't have their quarterback, how good they are right now? Is there shame in losing to Minneapolis on the road? And they had Cousins in that game.
Yes.
I mean, when you look at it, not this is the NFL, John. You're going to lose games. You're not going to be.
But this team's a Super Bowl contending team.
So you could lose all the.
Yeah.
The Niners won Bill Walsh's last Super Bowl. They were 6-5.
Yeah.
And they lost to the Raiders, and they got beat like 9-3. And then they turned it on. Those teams are good. They all could have deep playoff runs. Minnesota's winning without their quarterback. That's a good team. You could see it coming. So now, but beyond all that, they got to get their swag back. They got to get back to where they
got to
are.
play the way they play.
But it's going to be against a team that's going to be difficult to beat and an uncommon opponent on the road at 10 o'clock in the morning our time. It's going to be hard. You have to grant the opponents and the schedule their due because they are good. I just think the league overall is better. Last year, I really thought it was Philadelphia. I didn't see Minnesota being good enough to beat the Niners ultimately. I didn't think Dallas could get it done. The Giants weren't going to be a team that was going to be able to get it done. Green Bay, they wound up, not even being able to get in. So now you look at the NFC, and Detroit is that team, and they do control the line of scrimmage. I know Baltimore just bloodied them, but then Detroit's got speed. They've got speed all over that team. They got route runners that are fast, and Jacksonville's got the same at tight end and both wide receivers, and Ridley's one of the best route runners in football, and Christian Kirk, we know, in the slot is going to be an issue for Isaiah Oliver. So I understand. I'm anxious to see.
I think they're lucky that they're in the NFC because Seattle is showing itself to be they're on the come, but Geno Smith is not the answer. He's going back to old Geno Smith, and he's got 8 turnovers in the last 4 games. He's been terrible. They can't run the ball. They're not good along the defensive line, which they weren't going into the year. They got Leonard Williams. But to me, like the rest of this division is nothing. So they're going to win this division almost by default, even if it's 9-8. They're going to win this division. Then it's a matter of who else in the playoffs. Like I said, I respect Detroit. I just think they're a year away. I think Philadelphia is really going to be tough. And I think, as you pointed out, it's going to come down to the fact that maybe you can lose one more, maybe not. But you got to win that game in Philadelphia. They've just got to
win both Seattle games?
I think so. I watch them every single week intricately. And they've got talent, there's no doubt. But it's the weirdest thing. They've got a ton of talent on offense, but they're not getting it done because the quarterback, and then their defense is wildly inconsistent. Like you said, they were one of the best run teams in yards per carry, and then Baltimore just got them for 7.3. And it wasn't just Lamar, like you said, it was the backs. They ran right through those guys. I think Seattle they're okay. I think they're going to win the division. I think they're going to win both games in Seattle. If they were in the AFC, you'd be like, whoa. Because they might be the 4th or 5th best team in the AFC. I think they're clearly the 2nd best team in the NFC. I respect Detroit, but I just don't think they'd beat the 49ers in a playoff game with all their experience. Philadelphia's the team to watch.
What if that game's in Detroit?
Yeah, I mean, their fans are desperate. There's no doubt. We played last week. On the trade deadline, the Detroit talk show host going crazy. I mean, I know what it's like there. Those fans are desperate. So that place, and they're in a dome, that place will be really loud and a tough place to play. I just think with the experience of the 49ers, they've gone to Green Bay and won playoff games. They've done these kind of things. They'll do it in the playoffs. And look, I don't know why this is. Kyle Shanahan's record in September, October, especially October, which isn't good, versus the rest of the way. I think they'll regroup, and they know what they need to do. I think they'll start playing 49ers football. Over the last few years, that's just what a Kyle Shanahan team has done. They figured it out.
Schedule's hard, starting with Sunday.
Isn't it always?
No, it's harder this year. When we saw no, I just think it's more competitive. They got on a run last year. I'm not saying they're not capable of doing that, and it's going to be a little bit different. Last year they won 10 in a row. This year they got 9 more to go. I just think the league is better. I think Seattle is now. Baltimore just has a different way of playing that is difficult to deal with, and they did it to Detroit. So how good ultimately is Baltimore? I don't know. I want to see how it all comes together. They've got to find a way to control. Really, where it starts is the offensive line. And can they run the ball?
The middle of that offensive line.
The middle of that line played fine last year.
Not this year.
They're running up against
remember how much
great
you and
players.
I talked about it?
Dalvin Tomlinson wrecked the game in Cleveland way more than Myles
Team, you
Garrett.
You got to be great, right? I mean, they did it last
Sometimes
year.
they're running. Dalvin Tomlinson got paid a lot of money to leave the Vikings and go to Cleveland. They gave him $57 million.
But if the 49ers are what we thought or think they are, in that interior offensive line, I'll give it, like last year, I was concerned about it all year. We were talking about the bees and all that kind of stuff, and I was like, that's the weak point. I was saying that
Just
going into the last season.
Played.
But then last year, Brendan was pretty good enough to get a contract extension. We were saying at the beginning of the season that Banks was better. He actually hasn't been. And I don't know what to do with Burford. He just hasn't been good.
You got to play him. You don't have a choice, especially if Banks can't play for a couple of weeks. Feliciano's your one. We talked about moving Feliciano around even at center or right guard. He'll play at left guard now. Getting Trent Williams back, I think, will be, and you got to get it healthy, Trent Williams. Him getting hurt in Cleveland where it all started. So you got to get Debo back. You got to get Trent Williams back. You got to get the real Dre Greenlaw back and not the guy that's been out there. He's just not by himself, really. It all coincides with he didn't play in Cleveland, but since he's been back, he's not been the same player. And then what can Chase Young give you? A little extra juice on the line. So I think they're going to be a lot quicker. You're going to see that. I think I'll see that on the practice field on Wednesday. Anytime they have even after the Giant game when they played on Thursday night, that ensuing Wednesday practice, it was, wow, these guys are so much faster. They're fresher. I think their bodies got a little worn down. And we don't even talk about McCaffrey. And I think a lot of it has been, the five-man fronts and the push is just not there in the run game. But McCaffrey's also been beaten up a little bit with the oblique injury. So getting him back off his bye. And his wife-to-be having her bachelorette party was very exciting over the weekend.
Who?
Miss Universe.
Oh, really?
Kristen McCaffrey. You didn't follow her?
No, she had a
bachelorette party.
Where'd she go?
In Cabo.
A friend of mine went to the Sphere and saw YouTube in Vegas this weekend.
Oh, in Vegas? How was that Sphere?
I thought maybe you would do that.
I would have liked to.
You're a YouTube fan. You like the Sphere.
I
know you got stuff going on, but man, we got to go to
the Giants and Raiders yesterday.
Hey, you didn't win anything. No cigars in the locker room. What the hell was that?
They did win. They won a game.
I'll give you Max Crosby, 3 sacks, great player. He's smoking cigars in the locker room like they won
a game. They won the game yesterday against the Giants and knocked out Daniel Jones for forever.
I know we have tons of Raiders fans, but if your team is smoking cigars after beting the Giants at home, you have a problem. Your expectation level needs to be higher.
Lit up a cigar when he beat the Atlanta Hawks in February.
That was interesting. Where was the champagne? Did you not want to pop champagne and put on goggles, Raiders? They're doing cigars after a win.
He's 1-0.
Slow down. That's good for him. That's nice. All right. Give us your thoughts. 49ers at the midway point of the season. What do you think? What do you need to improve? Questions, comments for Pop. 415-808-KNBR. 415-808-5627. I'll read the best ones. Remember, we're on Twitch and YouTube as well, so make sure you start the conversation there as well. Let's flip the conversation. We'll do a little Warriors. 1-1 over the weekend. The start, Chris Paul, great floor general, not shooting the ball real well. What's going on with Andrew Wiggins? Everything early in the season. And what do we think of this tournament? We've seen the courts. They're trying to make buzz out of this whole thing. They did win the game Friday. That was a tournament game. You got to try to stay up with this whole thing. We'll get into all that next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
A Giants offseason cheat sheet. What you need to know about a pivotal winner. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app. It's our good friend Steve Moskowitz, of course, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people. One thing you're doing right now, Steve, you're helping them out through ERC. Tell us what that's all about.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is rewarding employers by paying them. And it's a grant. It's not a loan. They just give you the money of up to $26,000 for every employee that you have. They qualify. So if you had 10 employees, that could be up to $260,000, just over $250,000. If you had 20, it could be just up to over $500,000. What do you have to do to qualify? 2 ways. The easy way which is, yes, your gross revenue went down by a certain amount. But a lot of firms are stopping there. If you don't qualify there, there's a second way to qualify that's being ignored. It's far more complex. It's a facts and circumstances test, but that's okay. We'll go over it for you. And if you're entitled to the money, let's go ahead and get every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
That sounds amazing. That is Steve Moskowitz, our good friend, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. For more, call Steve at 188-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
It helps coming into training camp. I think he's healthier than he was coming off the procedure he had last year and the rehab stint that he went through. And then you just understand we know him so well. He knows our system and his role and how he can impact the game on both ends. And so when you can start out a season like that, just mentally, it's helpful for just the clarity of what he's supposed to do out there. But I think he looks great, and he's been putting the time in off the court to prepare his body, which is not a lot of people see what he goes through to do that, and it's impressive.
There, of course, is Steph Curry's talking about Klay Thompson. The Warriors in Detroit to take on the Pistons. James Wiseman not in the rotation. He was beaten out.
He's played one game all year.
6 minutes. He was beaten out by Marvin Bagley Jr., of course, who was the second overall pick by the Kings. So that was the third big man. And so the Pistons, which, by the way, Jalen Duren, their center.
He's a good player.
Dude's 19, and he just dominates. So if he was looking for a fresh start and some minutes and all those things, they gave him the minutes at the end of last year. He's not in the rotation. So James Wiseman, we were having a conversation during the break. The Warriors badly needed size yesterday against the Cavaliers. They got 2 7-footers, good ones too, and Allen and Mobley, and they struggled, especially giving up points in the paint in that game. And they could use a big guy. Not saying it's Wiseman.
Can they reacquire James Wiseman? Probably give him a lot cheaper than the number pick? 2 overall pick in the draft. No, yeah. I don't. I mean, that's not going to happen. But it's interesting. There was a play over on the sideline of the Eagles-Cowboys game yesterday, and you saw Trey Lance on the sideline. And then we're going to see James Wiseman tonight, and he may not get in the game. He may, but he may not get in. He's hardly played. He's had nothing but DNP CDs. And then, will the Giants trade Joey Bart this offseason? And just all we talked about, those 3 guys, all the high picks, second and third picks in the draft, and just what they would be, Trey Lance and Joey Bart. And for James Wiseman, it's just, the lack of college experience, the injuries when he got here, many of the knee, and how it set him back, and how they moved on. It's kind of sad to see where he's at. And the Warriors do need size. When you see a game like yesterday, they just get overpowered inside. The paint points that Cleveland was able to drop on them, the Warriors' inability to finish inside. But beyond that, I just think Klay Thompson is playing better. I mean, you just see the overall flow. He's shooting the ball well. He's guarding differently this year. There's no question what everything Steph was talking about, and coming in with a good frame of mind but he won the championship the year before, but he just got into a mental block as far as scrimmaging, and he came in more prepared, even though he doesn't have a contract for beyond this year. You just like his flow, and I agree with Kawakami. I think putting Klay Thompson on the floor with Chris Paul, I mean, you're talking really the quintessential point guard of this generation. He's number 3 all-time in the history of the NBA behind John Stockton and Jason Kidd in assists, and he's been that guy, and he just always looks to move the ball and pass first. And Klay, although he's different, he can't guard like Rocco on the ball or wings like he used to. He's still offensively, he's the ultimate 2 guard. He's the ultimate constant move, pin downs and floppies, and come off a curl, cocked and loaded. And when Paul feeds to Klay Thompson, and they've been doing it for so long in the NBA, it's just beautiful. It is the purest point guard that's played in the league for the last 20 years, and it's the purest pure shooting 2 guard that has played. So I do see what Kamakami is saying. Andrew Wiggins has got to play better. He just has not gotten the good flow this early year. Draymond, with the ankle injury, starting to play. I mean, Draymond shooting the ball great. He makes a corner 3 virtually every game, a couple of them. Kavan has not yet gotten flowing a little bit, which is odd. But then Steph and Klay, and you see the bench. You see the impact of Dario Saric and what a great player that guy is. Great in his role. I've always coveted that guy, whether it was in Philadelphia early in his career or Philly or, Phoenix, wherever he's been throughout his years, Gary Payton II. They all got a clear role. Obviously, Paul, the great conductor. It does concern me that he's beginning the year by missing shots, because that's what I saw at the end of his Phoenix days. Did he have the legs to get up, and his shot looks flat? He does make the elbow, mid-range game, but the three's not there. That's what I saw last year. And actually, when he got hurt, it looked like they were better with Devin Booker just running the team. Kuminga's a little bit rushed at times, but you see the athleticism. And then, Moses Moody does have a role on this team, John. The young guys, Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis, have a role. I see it. I see the way they put the team together. But here's my question, ultimately. Are they good enough? Are they good enough when they run into, they're going to have Denver at the end. They got the Detroit tonight, Denver on Wednesday, come home for a long. They got Cleveland again. Will the size discrepancy you had yesterday in Northeast Ohio not be as strong at home? I see the way the team has been built. It's obviously very veteran heavy with a little bit of an infusion of youth. I just don't know how ultimately good they are. I think it's interesting now that you get into the new rules in the NBA and you can't do load management. I mean, they're all going to have to play again tonight. Who are you going to hold out on back-to-backs? They've already had one back-to-back, and they found a way to play him in Houston. So I see where they're a team. I think they still have things they have to work on to come together truly as a team. But if this was 2017, they dominate the NBA. It's not. It's 2023, 24. And there are a lot of teams that are, starting to get their legs, what Durant was able to do yesterday. And
41.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, so I see the team and how they want to play, and I understand it, but is it ultimately going to be good enough? You know, how deep, where are they going to be seated when the year is over? Are they going to be a top 4? And then ultimately, will the veteran playoff savvy they have win in the end of the playoff series? And I think it could. That's what we're banking on. When they get a playoff game plan, they just lock in. They know how to do it. But ultimately, are they really good enough?
I think some of it is just what you just said, is that even at their height, let's say they play great and Wiggins comes around and Paul comes around on the bench, because Steve Kerr has said this and he says it every year, and I think every coach says it. They're still working through their rotations and what they're going to do. But Denver's playing with a swag of a champion so far. The Lakers have not hit their stride. Kevin Durant, like you said, I think they haven't really gotten their guys because you haven't seen all of their big guys play together. So I don't know what the Suns are. Ultimately, I just don't know what their ceiling can be. But I like, the one thing is that they needed to solve in the offseason, and whether Chris Paul is going to shoot better. I don't know that I agree with you. I don't know that he's ever going to come around on the 3-point shot and have those legs like he normally did. He's great in the mid-range. But the non-Steph minutes, which were such a huge deal, those aren't really an issue. And he's making lesser players better.
They kind of were yesterday. The second quarter did not go well yesterday.
But I think for the most part, he's going to be better. I think that the key comes down to there's a few guys here, and I think Paul's going to be fine, and I think Wiggins is going to be fine. Kuminga still is wildly inconsistent. I think that they need to figure out what he is. And I wish Moody would play a few more minutes. I don't know where they're going to get it from because you got to play GP2. I understand those kind of things. But every time Moody's in the game, he's one of those guys that plays better than what his numbers indicate he's doing. He's always tipping a ball. He's always making a play. He's always around things. He's always hitting a big shot. He scraps. He does a lot of those things that I wish Kuminga would do. He's dirty and will get down. I like him a lot. I wish he could find a bigger role. It's very difficult on this team. But my question would be, even at their height, even at their best, are they as good as Denver? Are they as good as Phoenix if Phoenix is doing what they're doing? And the big thing isn't Harden making his debut tonight? Is Harden going to be a good boy and play within perimeters, and for how long? Like Doc Rivers said, if he's going to be a point,
honestly,
he can be really good, but if not, he can blow your team apart.
Remember we were talking about Barkley, and he was saying the Warriors are the 4th best team in the state of California, and we asked Matt Barnes that. Matt brought up the entire division, the Pacific Division. We don't think of the Pacific Division, right. Northwest, Southwest. We don't look at that.
It's the conference.
It's a conference, but you do play teams in your division more. Between the Warriors, Clippers, Lakers, Suns, Kings. And Sacramento's off to a bit of a slow start. They've lost 2 in a row now, and the Warriors beat them. Where are the Warriors rank in their own division? Warriors, Clippers, Lakers, Suns, Kings.
I always hate doing this because you and I have to do this on a daily basis, but really this is a wait and see because how healthy are the Suns going to be? They're a veteran team. What's James Harden going to be like? He'll be nice for a little while, but is he going to implode? How healthy is Kawhi going to be? How healthy is Paul George going to be? Like, I hate these kind of things.
Assuming good health for everybody.
Assuming good health.
There's a loaded rosters.
That's what I mean. Same thing with the Lakers. They haven't hit their stride yet.
Phoenix is 3-4, but they haven't had their guys. When they get Booker and Beal and KD all going, and then Harden makes his debut tonight at the world's most famous arena.
He'll be great. He will. I'll
How about
tell you
the
right
Lakers coming back the other night and doing what they did against Phoenix was amazing.
I think Harden will be great. It's just long term. Does he get pissed again? Does he decide he's going to ball hog again?
He'll be fine for this year.
You think so?
Yeah,
he's difficult. But
he'll be fine
at the beginning, he's really great, and everybody loves to have him around.
He had a good run in Houston, and he gives them what they need. I mean, he's a great isolation player. He just doesn't have the pick-and-roll partner that he had in Philly with Joe. He did lead the league in assists last year with Embiid. I don't know how they're going to run that pick-and-roll because Kawhi and Paul George are not, pick setters in the PNR.
Right.
I don't know how that ultimately will work. And they with Zubats and do it off of that? I don't know. Or just let them clear the side and go. But I see the pieces, and I think the roles have been identified, and Paul's been a good contributor. The question is, how good are they ultimately? Are they?
That's
Dallas is off to a 5-1 start.
Yeah.
New Orleans is 4-2.
Kyrie will screw that team up.
You worry too much about the guys off the court. I don't care. Kyrie's a tremendously skilled player, and so is James Harden.
All right, give us your thoughts. Text line is wide open, 415-808-567. You want to get into some Warriors, 415-808-KNBR. There are some good questions on the Niners. We'll get to that coming up, and then do not miss, because less than an hour from now, you talk to John Lynch, and we will play that for the Sweet Clean listener. Pop and Lund back on a Monday, only here on the Sports Center.
Hey, it's Greg Papa back to work after a bye week. 49ers are getting ready to go to Jacksonville for a Sunday morning kickoff. Is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. So get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season now. We're at halftime. We're going to the third quarter. So what are you waiting for? Now's the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. No teal here. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. 17 regular season games, so let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many seasons to come. Support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Right now it's a little sore. Well, kind of a lot of sore. Actually, kind of like day to day. It actually happened like the first play of the game. He kind of like caught me in the bicep, and like I never had a stinger before, so I never knew like what it felt like. So it kind of went numb for a little minute, and then I got all my feeling back, and then I was just like in too much pain to go back out there.
What does a stinger feel like?
I have no idea. I never had one.
Oh, so it wasn't a stinger.
I don't know.
Tyshawn's like, excuse me, he doesn't have to answer those questions about his health. He'll tell you when he's ready to go out there. Well, I think the faithful doesn't like that's to hear that you said it's sore and then it's really sore. Nobody likes that.
I know. I don't like it myself.
There's Debo with Kay Adams back at practice. Debo back at practice. That's good news.
He's been working. So that was right after he had that injury in Cleveland, and he went on and on about a stinger. Then she said, "How does it feel?" And he said, "I never had a stinger before." It was not a stinger. It was not at all. And obviously, he missed a couple of games after that, and really never came back into the Cleveland game. So stingers are a shot of pain in the shoulder area that dissipate quickly. So he's been working out hard while the team has been practicing. He's been over on a side field with the performance staff. Working hard. So I fully anticipate that Debo Samuel's back. Trent Williams is not doing much today, but Trent really does not practice early in the week, which I think is something, you'd hope for him to be able to do, but he's a veteran guy. I think the key thing for Trent is Thursday, is to get him on the practice field for Thursday, because, the Niners have faced so many elite rush ends, John, that have kind of snuck up on people that no one knew who they were, like Trey Hendrickson or Danielle Hunter, the year he's having, and Josh Allen has 9 quarterback sacks this year for the Jacksonville Jaguars, one of the highest totals in the NFL. So we'll find out more. But Debo is back at practice today. The big news is the 49ers have opened the practice windows on 3 young players, all on defense. Robert Beal Jr., who went on IR. So they're thinking about bringing him back. Obviously, the guy's got great get-off and can really help. On top of getting Chase Young and Randy Gregory, that would be another guy that you would certainly mix into the turbo. He's got some technique things he needs to clear up, but it'd be nice to get a look at him. And then 2 corners that are completely different. We know Sam Womack III, the smaller guy who can play in the slot, at a great training camp last year, the 2 interceptions against Jordan Love in that first preseason game. They, too, have taken him off short-term IR and opened up the practice window. So we know Sam Womack III, and then Darrell Luter Jr., who I've never seen, because he got hurt, right away. I didn't see him in the OTAs before they went to camp. They put him on IR, John. But watching him just around the building, he's a long-limbed outside corner. Womack could play outside and go inside of the nickel. Luter, a little bit like Nnamdi Asomugha type build with those long arms, is strictly an outside corner. So you open up the practice window, then you have 3 weeks to get him on the field between, now and that 3-week window. So we kind of knew Debo, but he's back at practice. He's been aiming to come back off the bye week. I think he'll be fully 100% go for the Jacksonville game on Sunday. But what kind of role, if any role, could Beal Jr., Darrell Luter Jr., or Sam Womack III carve out in the Niner defense in the ensuing weeks?
There's no reason to go revisit even though I'm sure you'll talk about it with John if they came close to making any other deals. And I know Tim talked to John Lynch about it, but I did see Kenny Moore with 2 pick sixes. It was just a guy they're talking about in the Colts, but hopefully one of those guys can step up. I mean, it makes you a little nervous that a guy comes mid to late season and you're going to try to rely on him. But I mean, I think that's where we are in the secondary, especially when you're looking at, as you said, teams are going to start honing in. Jacksonville, they're going to look at that left corner spot and say either inside or outside who we're going to attack, and that's what you do. Philadelphia, as you said, has that issue, but they've got to figure something out. And maybe Darrell Luter, who I know a lot of people were really high on him when he came in, but how much can you expect out of a guy that's a rookie that's been hurt all year?
Well, he hasn't even started, but he looks the part. There are guys that walk in the NFL as rookies and dominate at corner. You just want to get him on the field. That's something you would do over time. I don't think there's going to be any change for the Jacksonville game from that configuration unless they, wanted to get Ambry Thomas up a little bit and move Demo inside. I think, but a lot of times when you have the bye week, you're self-scouting and you're looking at anything and any kind of changes you can make. And it was pretty clear that Zach Taylor and Brian Callahan and the Bengals wanted to attack Isaiah Oliver in certain down and distances in the red zone, whether it was a slot fade, whether it was an isolation. They went at him. And you don't think Jacksonville's got Christian Kirk. Remember him from Arizona? That guy's got tremendous speed. He can line up anywhere, but they certainly could play him in the slot. And then they got Calvin Ridley, who's one of the great route runners in football. He's difficult for any corner. And right now, Isaiah, he's great in the run game, but he's got to improve in pass coverage. But so does Charvarius Ward, John. How many holes and PIs does Mooney Man have this year? So the one guy they're not going at that much is Diamador Lenore. Interestingly, they've kind of gone away attacking him. So Ward's got to tighten his game up a little bit. But I mean, this is something that by activating their practice window, it leaves you the opportunity to figure out what they are. I mean, when you look at them on the field, especially Beal Jr. and Luter Jr., they just look the part. Look at Beal Jr. Jesus. I mean, he's get off, and he's a Kaseric guy, and GTFO, and let's go. He comes screaming off the edge. But he's got to learn technique. He's got to learn how to play in the line. Can he beat out Chase Young or Randy Gregory? Maybe he could beat out Drake Jackson. We're talking about Drake and him losing time. And if you listen to Kawakami's podcast, he was pretty open about something physically going on with Drake. Has he been able to maintain the weight that he had when he came in at 268 pounds? Then Womack Jr. was in the mix early last year for the nickel slot.
Left that Green Bay game. Everyone's like, whoa.
2 interceptions against Jordan Love.
Yeah.
But then he lost his spot early in the year.
Yeah, and Jordan Love throws interceptions to everybody. So, by the way, speaking of looking the part, there is video now out of Chase Young wearing the 92. And I'll tell you, he's got tights on it. Talk about looking the part.
Yeah, he does. There's no doubt.
Man.
He's got a body.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
I want to see right away. And the one thing they do allow the media to see in practice is when Kaseric gets everybody out and they get off. I want to see him get down in a 3 or 4 point stance and get off the ball the way Kaseric
He did that at
demands.
Ohio State. So you mentioned this when they traded for him. That I don't know if that's a knee issue since he had the injury or something, because at Ohio State,
totally, he was
when
down.
he had the 16.5 and he had the 21
he was
tackles
down in
for loss
2020 when he killed the Niners in Glendale.
7 forced fumbles. I mean, he's done that. So it seems weird to me because when I went back to his tape, of this season, was like, wait a minute, why is he standing up all the time?
Because he tore his ACL and he chewed up his patella tendon.
I just wonder if that's something where he's like, look, this is where I'm comfortable for now, and if they'd have him do it. But that was a little weird. I was like,
well, that's the injury. He's not the guy that came out of Ohio State. He's got to build his body back up.
By the way, Chicago gave Montez Sweat a bunch of money. So for everybody to go, wow, what are they doing? They did extend him. So there was that. 2 other things that we didn't talk about yet. As far as the NFL is concerned, C.J. Stroud and Ohio State, speaking of Ohio State, where Chase Young and Nick Bosa are from, they'd always gotten a bad rap because their quarterbacks had gone to the NFL and not done very well. And I know it's early in his career, but C.J. Stroud yesterday throwing for a rookie record 470, ties the rookie record with 5 touchdowns.
And won the game at the end.
And they had 46 seconds to make that happen. And Tank Dell's been really good. He's a kid out of Houston who's undersized, but has really gelled well with C.J. Stroud. But how about that kid? And he's got, a 14-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. He's what, 5th or 6th in passing yards. I mean, the kid has really played well.
He's played phenomenally well. That was interesting with Bryce Young, and Bryce is not playing as well. He had a pick 6 to Kenny Moore yesterday. It was classic, just pressure and didn't see it and threw it right to him. I thought coming into the year, Carolina had a better team than Houston. So what D'Amico Ryans is doing overall this year, and Bobby Slowick, running their offense, and that's a lot of our offense is what the Houston Texans are doing, and they've gotten into so many games. That guy's, not only has he been impressive the entire time through, but when it's time to actually win games, he drives them the length of fields and scores. So he's just got the big body, the tremendous accuracy. I mean, Carolina gave up so much to move up from, 9-1 to take Bryce Young. It's early in their careers. There's a long way to go. But certainly the first half of their rookie year, C.J. Stroud it's the accuracy, the ability, all the things they were down on him about, the athleticism. There's a certain poise to his game. I mean, Andrew Luck, to me, and I know Robert Griffin III won the Offensive Rookie of the Year that year, but to me, Andrew Luck was the most poised rookie quarterback, way more than even Peyton Manning. I mean, Brock didn't have a full year. He was half a year. But Andrew just came in and plays with incredible poise. Like he looked like a veteran immediately. Stroud looks like that. He looks like he's played in this league for a long time, and you can't rattle him. And then the ultimate thing is the production. I mean, right now, he's a runaway. There are a lot of awards that are kind of up for grabs. Close. The offensive rookie of the year is going to C.J. Stroud.
It's not even close. And then the other big story was Joshua Dobbs, who we obviously saw with Arizona, comes in all week long, did not take a snap, didn't know most guys' names. And in his headset, Kevin O'Connell, the head coach of the Vikings, would call a play, and then he would explain to him what the play was, and then he would go out there and he would execute the play. And I'm not saying he played flawless. Had a couple of scrambles, leads them on a last-second touchdown drive, and it was really cool to see in the locker room afterwards how much guys just rallied around him and celebrated him, because we've seen that. Like Carson Palmer was thrown into that Kansas City game after that trade. I mean, Josh Dobbs coming in and doing what he did and basically being told in the headset exactly what the play was. Okay, here's what you got to tell the guys, and then here's what you're going to do on that play. And then within seconds, he's trying to execute that play. I mean, he literally after the game goes, I don't know any of these guys' names. I didn't take one snap from Garrett Bradbury, their center. They're doing it on the sidelines after the rookie Hall from BYU got knocked out because of a concussion. I mean, that was one of the most phenomenal things I've ever seen.
The league has just changed. I mean, the time you're talking about is when, Hugh Jackson traded for Carson, and Carson was with you earlier in his career in Cincinnati, but it's the commonality of the systems where Kevin O'Connell it's a Kyle Shanahan system when he where he was with before earlier going back to Cleveland and Kevin Stefanski when he was there this offseason. I don't know, watching Josh Dobbs in Arizona, because we saw him early in the year, first thing I thought is, why did Cleveland ever trade him? And because of Dorian Thompson-Robinson was so effective in the preseason running around. But this guy's a quarterback, and he's 28 years of age, and he's getting a chance to play now. And obviously his degree from Tennessee and aeronautical engineering, he's literally a rocket scientist. He's got a rocket arm. I saw him throw the ball 70 yards in the air in Arizona. I thought it was a great trade when they got him right away after Cousins went down. He's different than Cousins, but he could save their year. Is Minnesota a playoff team? And their defense and what they're able to do and all the moves that Quesai has made from trading guys, whether it's Adarius or Dalvin Cook, and just what direction is the franchise going? This coaching staff is impressive. Everybody got on them last year about winning one score games. That's a sign of good coaching as well, to be able to get over the hump there. That's what the Niners got to do more. They got to grind out those tight games. Minnesota's 5-4. And, I mean, the 49ers losing Trey and losing Jimmy and going on to Brock Purdy, what a story. What if the Vikings make the playoffs, losing Kirk Cousins,
look at that division,
trading for Joshua Dobbs?
Because Chicago's not anything.
Well,
Green
they're
Bay's
not, but
anything.
Detroit's going to win the division.
Detroit's going to win the division. But, again, if you start looking at who the playoff teams are, it drops off sharply. Like Commanders, Minnesota now, all these teams. I mean, all these teams are 5-4, 4-5 type of teams. So there's going to be a team that's going to make the playoffs, probably 8-9 type of a team.
It's a strange thing. Losing Cousins is obviously a huge injury. So I think going into the game when we saw him on that Monday night game a few weeks ago, I thought even Minnesota was their record 2-4 at that point. They just beat the Bears. I thought in a lot of areas they were better than they were the year before. I'm not going to say that now because, Dobbs is a good player and I think he can win there, but Kirk Cousins was playing exceedingly well. The game before against the Bears, obviously the Monday night win against the Niners, one of the best games he's ever played. But that's an amazing story. But Josh Dobbs is the kind of guy, and I think it's just the similarity in being with Stefanski the offseason, is Kyle's system a little bit, and then obviously Kevin O'Connell with Sean McVay with the Rams. Like half the league is running the Shanahan system now on offense or more.
But that was, they're just running it under a different language. So it's like, hey, by the way, learn this.
How about Baker Mayfield showing up on a Tuesday to play for the Rams, beating the Raiders on Thursday Night Football? And he was awful the entire game. Then it was time to win the game at the end. He made the big plays. But you're seeing more and more in that in the league where a guy is smart and is acclaimed as Carson Palmer. Back then, it was just so hard to show up midweek and then go play on Sunday. You couldn't do it.
All right, thoughts on the 49ers at the midway point of the season. We are through 9 weeks, so 18 weeks, 17 games. Give us your thoughts. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Pop, you got any questions for Pop? The rest of the way as far as the midway point thoughts, let's do that as well. And then his conversation with John Lynch at 12:30. It's Pop in London on Monday on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, back on KNBR on behalf of the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They are the leaders in modern vision correction, including LASIK, SMILE, EVO, ICL, and the procedure that I had and John Lund had, CLR, custom lens replacement. So a couple of summers ago, I had an eye exam to see if I was even a candidate for any of their procedures, and it was the best eye exam I ever had. They call it the Advanced Vision Analysis, and it gives their doctors over 1 million data points to see if one of their 5 modern vision correction procedures is right for you. It was determined that I was right for the CLR, likewise for John, so we had custom lens replacement. They, of course, perform LASIK, all 3 types, and they are specialists in the EVO, the ICL, and insertable contact lens. Now, some of these are more appropriate for some patients to help them see their best without glasses. So the great thing is Dr. Craig Bindi and his staff at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley will determine which one's best for you. And then Joseph Lynn and his entire team, the actual surgeon, are known for their conservative advice and just amazing skill to perform the operations, whatever they do. So they're going to figure out which procedure is best for you. So the best thing is to go in and find out, get the best eye exam of your life and determine which one and which procedure is best for you. But wherever it ends up, where you want to start is with the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
go, friends. If you're new around here, we go from the morning missile to the afternoon delight.
Right at noon.
12 o'clock straight up.
Good job.
On KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. It is glad to be back. We are glad to be back in the house. We were both out Thursday and Friday. Thanks to Dieter, who did a fine job. Fine job. I'm told.
Did you listen?
I was, by this point,
you were gone.
On Thursday and Friday, I was gone literally and figuratively. Many margaritas. Are you one of those people that when you go to a restaurant, especially when you're traveling in new places, I will always order from at least my first drink?
The cocktail list?
Yeah. And I'm not embarrassed to say I'm a big old-fashioned person. I love old fashions. And there was...
Gold Bar whiskey.
Oh, man. And because it's fall-ish right now, there was a place right on PCH, and I'm trying to think of the name of it. There's no way I'm going to remember. But they did
like... Did you drive Highway 1?
No. Oh, yeah, the whole time.
Yeah, right.
Sober, of course. Not in this particular case.
I didn't mean. That is the most beautiful ride in the country.
We rented a Jeep, and we took the top off the Jeep.
Wow, you popped it?
Popped and cruised up from San Diego all the way.
Did you drop the windshield down, too?
No, I didn't do that. No. My face is ugly enough to get wind blown.
That is good. And you get bugs in your teeth.
But we were from Newport down to San Diego.
Jeep?
Yeah, and we took PCH.
Oh, what a great ride.
And it was
a
great.
stick?
No, not a stick. I can't drive a stick. That's what I learned on. But it was an apple pie old fashioned, which was they made homemade apple syrup that they put in an old fashioned.
They couldn't make it pumpkin pie?
No, I stopped.
Time of the year
that.
for pumpkin pie.
But man, it was good. It was like our apple cider made in Dixon, of course.
They have yummy ciders in
They
Dixon.
do. Dixon cider is the best. But it was
Chris
a cider flavor.
Makes a very delicious cider, too.
Absolutely, they do.
Yeah.
But anyway,
so you drove Highway 1? I love
the
that.
way.
I did that a couple of summers ago.
Yep.
I did it when I first moved here. Went all the way down Highway. Pick it up at Big Sur.
Yeah.
And go all the way down.
Amazing.
All the way down. You didn't go all the way to Malibu, though, did you?
No. We were close, but we kind of went. We stayed in Dana Point. We were up in Newport Beach, and then we went down and saw some friends near San Diego. So we were kind of up and down the whole thing. So it was cool. Great.
It's a beautiful state.
Yeah, had a great.
You didn't go to Solvang? Did you go to Solvang though?
Did not. No.
I was thinking of Solvang when I was watching the game from Frankfurt yesterday. Has that vibe to it.
I know they can't do those every week, and
they're
some
doing it
people
next week as well.
They are, but I can't get enough of the 6:30 a.m. to nighttime, like 8:30, 9 o'clock. Then I flip it right over to Chris Rose and I watch all the highlights again. So
you didn't watch me and Feldy on TV on Xfinity Sports Sunday?
I totally forgot you were on.
It's okay, no big deal.
I know. I feel
were on
really
for
guilty.
6 minutes. I love that show.
And
what's great about it was that 6:30 a.m. It's a 6 minute show. I love it.
You can't even introduce yourself in 6 minutes.
I know. Why do the Niners suck? So anyway,
you got a guy in here wrapping
what was nice about it was the fall back. I know you don't like the fall back because darkness is right after we get off the air at 2 o'clock. It's pitch black.
Heck with kids, man.
But we don't care about the next generation.
They can go to school in the dark.
Yeah, great. But anyway, we got an extra hour's sleep, so it was a 6:30 kickoff, but it felt like a 7:30 kickoff. We got to sleep in a little bit, so it was a great day. And this is when the sports are just all overlapping. Warriors are underway, obviously. We got hockey going on, and then baseball season now, the off-season starts because Bochy won the World Series last Wednesday. And so now it's time to talk to people, John, and then sign people on Thursday. So the big news is the order of business about, opting in or opting out. The big Sean Manaea, who we kind of thought late in the year last year would opt out because he was pitching so well. His velo was up, and it's like, this guy can be a starting pitcher. He's making 12.5. Why not? But then when Bob Melvin was hired as manager, you thought last year was the first time the big Sean didn't pitch for Bomel. With the A's and obviously with San Diego, and didn't go well that year in San Diego. But anyway, he has opted out, Sean Manaea. But could the Giants re-sign him now with the Melvin contact? Or it sounds like with Sean talking to Susan Slusser, and she's over in Europe herself in England, that he's going to at least, and he's got Boros as an agent, that he at least is going to pursue free agency. But there's a lot of great pitchers, and in particular starting pitchers to sign, both here and also far away in the Far East. And it's a worldwide pitching market for starters. But would you want to? How much would you have to pay Sean Manaea to come back and pitch for Bob Melvin? Is it worth it, or Go get Sonny Gray.
Honestly, I think there's too much good pitching. It's nothing against Sean, but like you said, it can run the gamut all the way from Yamamoto, who's going to command probably $200 million, who struck out 14 in a complete game, and the Oryx Blue Wave. I guess they won it all, and he was a big part of it. But he's commanding, they're saying, Jim Bowden has his estimated numbers out of over $200 million. And then you have guys like Blake Snell that we've talked about and Jordan Montgomery, and then you could go down and kind of in the middle of the road.
Yamamoto's going to make more than Blake Snell.
That's what they're saying, yeah. And then you got middle of the road. You could go Sonny Gray. The Giants love guys like a Michael Wacha who would be less years. I mean, I think it runs the gamut, and I think you can do better than what Minaya would be. I guess my thing is I knew Stripling was going to opt in. He's at $50 million. And then Conforto is going to opt in at about $18 million. I thought Conforto was going to opt out. And again, nothing against him. I just think there's better options out there.
How about Aaron Nola?
I like him a lot. And he's in the same range. They said because he's around 30, they said Bowden said this morning in The Athletic wrote this morning in The Athletic that he was probably around 5 and 122, same as Snell. And again, I'm not laughing at that money, but nowadays that's reasonable. And so
how about Santino?
I like him.
Sonny Gray.
I'm all right with that. And
Jordan Montgomery, steal him from Boch.
He was really good. I think there's some good names. And look, I don't think they're going to get Ohtani, but if I was the Giants, I wouldn't make the same mistake I made last year. It's going to cost you more. Obviously, Bellinger was a reclamation project with the Cubs. I don't know what he thinks of Craig Counsell. If you didn't hear him, he's the new manager of the Cubs. That was a crazy move this morning. But I would call Bellinger right now and say, what are we looking at? Because if he doesn't want to be part of my ballpark, the one thing I think the Giants should learn by this process, don't fall in love with one guy. And if they're not going to give you that attention at the dance that you think you deserve, move on and keep moving. Because what happened last year was the music stopped, they didn't have a chair, and they went, Mechaniker, take our money, hurry, quick. Ross Stripling,
well, there were so many
fast.
shortstops that they got rerouted on Correa.
But I think they spent so much time on Judge, so much time on Correa.
Well, were they wrong for that?
No, I don't think so. I'm not blaming them for it. But I think you have to, I say this all the time, stay in your lane, know what you are. I'm not getting the supermodel at the end of the day, but I know what I can get.
They had Correa. They had him. They flunked him on the physical. What do you mean? He agreed to the contract. Yeah. He was done.
But I'm just saying, you've got to. It can't be.
So don't even go after Ohtani?
No.
Really?
No.
In the summer when I was gone on vacation in July, you wanted to trade the entire farm system for Shohei.
But then you could have got him. What I'm saying is that you've learned that lesson. Like it's no problem to make a mistake, but it's a problem to make the mistake over and over. That's what we always tell our kids, right? So
I would engage him and see where it goes and see what he wants.
Now, they're always a bridesmaid, never a bride. So, look, you tried to get Stanton. Good thing you didn't. Yeah. Tried to get Harper. Tried to get Judge. That's not what you do. So get the guys you can get, not Mitch Haniger, not Aaron Judge, but there's the guys you can get. And I believe Bellinger, what does Farhan say? Well, we have a relationship with that guy. Well, you have a relationship with Bellinger. Should that count for something, or does he not want to hit in this park?
I mean, it's just amazing. Last year, you could have had Cody Bellinger, and we talked about bringing him in and changing what he does. And, Jack Peterson wound up making more money than Cody Bellinger. Cody Bellinger did change. He did change his approach. He got in that buggy whip where with 2 strikes, he would not shorten up. Last year, he went back to the guy that won the National League Rookie of the Year award when he was coming up with the Dodgers. He had that funky 2-strike swing. He was a different guy. So you're
screaming for a center fielder, right?
Oh, he could play first base. No matter who else you added. Cody Bellinger is an above-average first baseman and a Gold Glove caliber center fielder. But I just love his approach last year with the Cubs. I mean, he went from hitting .210 his last year with the Dodgers, hitting .307 last year. And I'd like to see the numbers with 2 strikes. With 2 strikes at the end of his Dodge, he hit .165 the year before. He just would not change his approach. He swung out his ass, and he tried to buggy whip, and then last year, all of a sudden, he's shortening up, and he's punching the ball through, and he's staying alive with 2 strikes and getting on base, and then doing damage earlier in the count. He had 26 homers last year, not 47, when he was the National League MVP in 19. But in any event...
By the way, Bowden says 6 and 144, which is 24 a year. Would you do that for Bellinger? That doesn't sound crazy, does it? 24 a year over 6?
Well, the other side of it is, just hold on here. Michael Conforto, so we're talking about Big Sean Minaya opting out. All right.
I need to get rid of that 18.
You are too hot and cold. Conforto opted in.
I know.
So you've got Michael, your outfield right now. Michael Conforto makes $18 million. Mitch Haniger makes 17. Slow down. He's gonna.
I got something
Mitch
stuck in my throat.
Haniger. The money's not going away, and he's going. He will play better.
You can trade
this
Conforto.
year.
You can't trade Haniger.
I mean, now's not the time to trade him. And then you've got other guys that are arbitration eligible. What do you do with Mike Yastrzemski?
No.
You're just letting him walk?
Yes.
You are.
No question.
I'm so glad you play GM on the radio.
No, that's
not in real life. They're going to bring
He's listening to
Yastrzemski.
me.
He's going to come back. And then what do you do with Austin Slater?
Does everybody pitch left-handed?
No, but a number of them do. About 1/3 of the pitchers do. And he's as good
No
as an
thanks.
option. He's a platoon player.
I don't want platoon players anymore. I want guys who play every day.
I can't talk sense. Can we go back and talk football and basketball?
Hold on one second, though.
They will bring these guys back. I even got to the hard one.
Okay, here's
what
what's
do you
good.
do with J.D. Davis? Okay, you want to trade for Juan Soto?
I like J.D. Davis.
Okay, you can't have all of them. The point is,
I know who I
Haniger,
want.
Conforto, you're going to move Conforto, you're going to get nothing back for him. He's going to make
clear
big
$18
money.
million, though. That's good. I clear $18 million. I think I can do better.
What, you just going to get rid of him?
No, I think I can do better. That's all I'm saying.
Michael Conforto carried the team at times.
I know, but he
year.
doesn't play enough.
He got hurt.
He's hurt all. He's hurt way too much.
He is a good player when he's
he
healthy.
is, but
he's a good
he's hurt too
defender. He can play right field, and he can be a middle of the order hitter. What about so Slater? You're not going to bring Slater back in any role. What do you do? Do you want to trade for Juan Soto?
No.
You're not going to get Juan Soto?
No,
You're
too
all
expensive.
in on Bellinger.
Yeah, I want Bellinger. I want a top-end pitcher. I need a 1 because...
Just 1 or 2 of them?
Well, I think I need a 1 and a 3, and I think I can solve that.
So Blake Snell's your 1?
I think Snell and Waka...
Logan Webb's your 2?
I think Snell and Waka would work, and plus that works financially. At least Bowden said 5 and 122 for Snell, and he said 2 for 16 for Waka. That's doable, I think.
You'd rather have Michael Waka than Sonny Gray?
Well, 2 and 16. I mean, I have a lot of work to do. All I'm saying, here's the thing, too, that's good, though. Crawford 16
How about
is off.
Matt Chapman?
I like that. Crawford 16 is off. Jock's 20 is off. Minaya was at 12.5. So you cleared 48. And if you could trade Conforto.
You still got Conforto and Haniger.
And, God, Ross Stripling.
Yastrzemski? You don't want Mike Yastrzemski back?
I mean,
What's
like
he going
Mike
to cost you?
Yastrzemski,
$7
but-
million? He's the most fundamentally sound player on the team.
Okay,
You
I
don't
can
like
live with that.
Yastrzemski?
It's not that I don't like him. It's just, it's time. Let's make some moves here.
You just want to change for no change.
I don't.
It's time to move on to wife number 3,
let me ask
John,
you
is what
this.
you're
Let me
saying.
ask you this. If the offseason becomes...
You wouldn't trade for Juan Soto?
I would, but I think it's going to be too expensive. But if the offseason
We don't even know what
this
they're
year,
talking about yet.
if it's Bellinger, Snell, and Waka, and by the way, you need a first baseman.
I would rather
He
have
said-
Sonny Gray.
He said that you can get Hoskins for 1 in 12. Wouldn't you take a flyer on Reese Hoskins?
Where's he at physically? He tore his ACL.
1 in 12. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just a thought. I'd be pretty.
Bellinger, you're really going to have to. I like Cody Bellinger. I think he's changed his ways. I think he does have a 2-strike approach. He's a tremendous defensive center fielder who can play first base, except when he's trying to throw Buster Posey out at third base. You don't want to do that.
Where's that call by John Miller? It was amazing.
I don't know.
But
I missed it by a little bit.
But I think Bellinger is an attainable guy. I know that the ballpark is tough, but I think Farhan knows him. I think that they might be able to convince him to come. I'm thinking about guys.
What if Shohei Ohtani wants to come here?
I'm down on him, man. They want to give him $500 million.
Well, I would.
Million.
What's going to complicate it is the pitching component.
Yeah, I don't want to be in that business.
You're all out
I love
on
the
him?
guy. I do. I
You
love the guy.
wanted to trade
I
the
was.
entire
I
farm
did.
system for him.
Yeah,
That was like a month before he got hurt. What would you have done?
That's what changed, though.
And you're getting on them for flunking Carlos Correa?
But isn't that a big enough, significant enough thing to change your mind?
That's why I didn't want to trade
It is
everybody
for me.
for him.
It
As a
was for
hitter,
me.
I actually would like him to be just a hitter. Would he be open to a short-term deal? Just a 2-year deal to be just a hitter. We want to see where he's at. When is he reasonably going to be able to pitch again?
They said next year. Not
For
this
sure?
year, next year. Oh, I
How
don't
many
know
times
that.
has he had Tommy John?
Yeah, right.
He said it
Right.
multiple times.
That's what I'm saying. Is I don't want to be in that business because of the unknown component. If you're going to spend $500, I mean,
That's a good
let's speak
business for
logic.
marketability. You need
It
star
is.
power.
But from a standpoint of being in that business and spending $500 million, if you're the Yankees, Dodgers, some of the Mets.
So what are you talking? A 10-year deal for $500 million for him?
I can't do that. That's too risky.
Well, what if he becomes a pitcher again? There's too much unknown with him.
Yeah, that's. I'm not.
I think.
I'm
Well,
not
how do you?
doing
What
that.
do you put all these different clauses in? If he pitches, when he pitches, how does he pitch? Does he pitch once a week, every 6 days? How do you do
I think the
that?
Dodgers will just throw the money at him, and then if it doesn't work for them, they're okay still. If the Giants or somebody like that does it, then
That's
that
still a lot of money,
team,
dude.
right?
That's a lot of money, dude.
All right, give us
So in
your thoughts.
summary, you want Cody Bellinger, Blake Snell, and Waka Waka Waka.
Or Sonny.
You
if
don't
he'll
want
fit in
Sonny
that-
Gray?
I do. If he'll fit in that same salary structure, I'm trying to be logical here. I'm trying to be like non-fanish when I say I want everyone and everybody and all the money, and that doesn't
You're
make
worried
any
about
sense.
that tax line, aren't you?
Well, not really, but I'm trying because I came in here expressly thinking
Yeah.
of you because if I said all these crazy things, you're like, who's gonna pay for all this? So I just thought I would.
Yamamoto, you don't want to buy him now?
I do, but $200 million?
You want him more than Blake Snell?
No, I think $200 million is crazy because the team that's going to spend $200 million on him, like the Mets, for example, I could see.
We're
them
not
being
trading
real
for
aggressive.
Polar Bear anymore? That's gone?
I don't know. I haven't heard any of that. But if I spend $200 million, what do I have left? What do I have left to get? Because this team doesn't just need one player, right? This team needs probably 2 starters. I think Bellinger in center field would be great. They need an outfielder. They might need a first baseman. I mean, they need a few things. If they're one guy away, that'd be different.
And you're starting outfield in 2024, starting in right field, Mike Yastrzemski.
I can
Problem
live
is
with that.
Conforto and Haniger are both corner guys. Neither one can play. So put Yaz back in center?
No.
Conforto and Haniger left and right.
Bellinger's in center.
Clay Bellinger?
No.
You don't want his old man?
Daniel Bellinger, isn't he a tight end with the Giants?
He is.
Yes, he is.
He is.
All right, give us your thoughts. Text line is wide open. We'll get back to some football to set up John Lynch coming up at 12:30. If you have not heard Pop's thoughts on the 49ers at the midway point, you were in luck. And then his conversation with John Lynch at the bottom of the hour. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Now they've got the rundown. The throw to third base is way over the head. Posey had come around third, and Bellinger threw to third, and he sailed it 40 feet over the head of the third baseman.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3 takeaways as the Warriors' 5-game winning streak comes to an end in Cleveland. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Greg Papa here, back off the bye week. What did I do during the bye week? I ate a lot of Italian food, especially pizza. And what's my go-to for pizza? You know, Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the best I've ever had. It's been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini is to die for. And don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are ginormous. They are mouth-watering good, a little spicy. And don't forget about the dessert. Super delicious cannoli, and it's hard to get good cannoli on the West Coast, but Tony G's got it. Or he's also got tiramisu. You want to wake up early in the morning and stroll through the beautiful North Beach, try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. So last but not least, don't forget about the more casual spots now. Warriors are back home. They got a game on Saturday against the Cleveland Cavaliers. 49ers coming home to play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers a week from Sunday. So he has his Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area. And he has them at Chase Center, Oracle Park, or at Levi Stadium. No matter where you go, remember Tony Gemignani. Tony's Pizza has the best pizza, ranked #1 in the entire world.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I'm, very appreciative to Martin Mayhew. Used to work with us here, old teammate of mine in Tampa, and we've been talking for some time on this, and he did a great job of kind of just keeping me abreast of where it was at, and ultimately we were able to pull off a deal that made sense for both teams. So Chase is flying in today, and he's been playing, so I anticipate everything will go well in the physical, but I think Giants fans around here in baseball are aware of what can happen in physicals, and so we'll just cross our fingers that everything's good there.
Thanks so much for joining us. That's John Lynch. You're going to hear a full conversation with Papa and the general manager of the 49ers, how the Chase Young deal went down and what he thinks of the second half of the season. Lots of great stuff, by the way, baseball-wise. Thanks for the responses on the text line. I'll try to get to those as well at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. A little mixed reaction on Bellinger. I understand that. Still maybe from the Dodger days.
Craig Counsell got $8 million a year?
Yeah, our pal Jesse Rogers from ESPN said it was the most expensive managerial hire in history. If you haven't heard, Craig Counsell from the Brewers to the Cubs, of all places.
So he makes more money per year to manage a baseball team than anybody's ever made? Wow. He's a good manager, and it makes sense for him because we heard about his family situation, and his kids can stay in Milwaukee and Chicago are an hour and a half of a drive away. That is amazing. I mean, look at what the Warriors are playing the Pistons tonight. The money that Monty Williams got.
Was that the big press conference?
No.
Different?
Yeah. 3 o'clock today?
Yeah.
It's actually something they announced earlier that was out there before. No, they're not hiring Monty Williams to call. They're going to hire Steve Kerr, you're saying?
Are you coming back?
Steve Kerr, that kind of money? No.
Okay.
Maybe they do the WNBA. That would be bad. Anyway.
Yeah.
Jesse Rogers. When I saw Counsell's, how much does Bochy make a year to manage? To come out of retirement?
I don't know how long is his contract, because I'd want to renegotiate if I were him.
I'm hearing Bochy may not be long for that. He may...
Why not right off now? That was pretty good. And then you got your guy,
right? Likes it. I mean, the thing is, it's,
your bench coach is sitting right there.
You got Donnie Ecker there. But there's some other guys in that staff that I think Max Venable could get that job. I think they're grooming him to be the... But in any event, and we'll talk to John Lynch about what's going on. I thought what Kawakami told him about going back into TV as an option for him is really interesting. But just looking at the video from practice, and today's a really short practice. They're already done. It's just a bonus practice to get them acclimated. But today it's all about Chase Young and getting him in the building and wearing number 92 next to Nick Bosa. Where does he go in? I mean, right away, I don't know if it'll happen immediately in Jacksonville, but in theory, you brought him in to be the bookend of Bosa, so your alphas are Bosa and Chase Young and Armstead and Hargrave inside the Gravedigger, and then you go to a second line of Randy Gregory and Cleveland Fertile now drops down to the second line. Again, I'm not sure that'll be immediately, but over time. And then, Kevin Givens mixes in. You got Javon Kinlaw. That's a hell of a bravo. And then you got Drake Jackson. All of a sudden, John, is your number 5 DN behind Bosa and Young and Fertile and Randy Gregory?
No more excuses. I know it's going to take Chase Young a minute, but they did have a bye week. I mean, you know a hell of a lot more than I do, but I'd be surprised if he wasn't starting, and let's go. You brought this guy in, man.
I don't know about that. I want to, I think one thing I want to see in the video is just him doing high knees with Bosa. Bosa loves his high knees. I want to see him get down and get in the 4-point stance and get off the ball and see what he is. Today's just going to be, he was in last week when he landed. You heard John talking about passing the physical, and that was all done on Wednesday. When we got off the air, he passed it that afternoon. But just where's he at with the knees? Can he get down? Can he get off the ball? Because Ferrell, he had his best game as a 49er, the last time they played last week against Cincinnati. So I wouldn't necessarily expect it to be immediately, but it could be. But the point is you're deep. Now you got, Beal Jr. getting off the activating his window from IR. You don't have to activate him, but you do have those spots, which you ran out of last year. So I think the D-line is going to be deep. But one thing they got to work on is the screen game. Cincinnati screened him to death. Minnesota did with Hawkinson on so many screens. Cleveland. The one thing about the Jacksonville Jaguars is they run a ton of screens. And that back, ETN, he's a good runner, and he's a really good screen catcher.
He's the second most touches in the league. I mean, he's
a good player.
They get him the ball a lot. He's their McCaffrey. All right, anything that we can tease is coming up here with John Lynch?
John,
with you?
it was so long ago when I did the interview. I don't remember. We did it last Wednesday morning. So
I hear you,
the
man.
tease is, if you heard
Cloudy.
Kawakami's podcast, this interview is way better.
Of course it
way
is.
better. Hopefully you already saw it on Game Plan over the weekend on NBC. They played it multiple times, but this will be the radio version.
Okay. All right, John Lynch with Pop coming up next. Obviously talking about the Chase Young situation, the midway point for the 49ers, what they need to get going, especially defensively. You do not want to miss it. Stay in your car, have a little lunch, hang out with yourself, reconnect, and listen to John and Pop. We'll do it next only here on the Esports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here and doing play-by-play during the NFL season. I have to stay on top of my game, and I really need to make sure I get the best sleep I possibly can. My Sleep Number smart bed helps me get the proven quality sleep I need. Sleep Number beds allow you to adjust your perfect firmness and support to sleep comfortably every night. And while you're sleeping, Sleep Number smart beds automatically respond and adjust to your movements to help keep you asleep all night long. My Sleep Number with the 2 herniated discs is 100, and I sleep great. And now the new Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is only $899. It ends Monday, November the 6th, only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Raheem Mostert goes in motion to the right, so it's an empty backfield. Mullen's gone 3 or left, 2 or right. Bluffs one to Craycraft right, and he gets sacked. He fumbled the ball. Chase Young will pick it up, running back the other way. 40, 30. Brunskill, Williams, they can't get there. Chase Young's got a Washington touchdown on a scoop and score. Touchdown! San Francisco! You can't chase him down! We got to change that call.
I like that. You just need to cut out the Washington part and it'd be great. Well, you sound revived, man. That the touchdown call is.
Well, that was Chase Young back solid. In 2020. 2020. He's practicing with the Niners today.
I did see him doing high knees in the red sweats. By the way, he walked out with a Michigan man, Ronnie Bell. So the Ohio State and the Michigan guy, they're coexisting.
Where's Jake Moody?
I didn't see Jake Moody.
What?
I didn't see Jake Moody. Okay. By the way, I don't even look at Jake Moody, by the way, as a key to the second half. He's fine. He's fine.
Okay.
So he just starts missing kicks.
99. That's smart, Jake Moody. 99.
So 92.
He is number 92. Well, he's not taking number 99 for now. It's Javon Kinlaw's number, right?
And
what was he in college,
too? Yeah,
Demo Lenore. So he took 92.
Yeah, combo up.
So I'm going to say, sacked by Kerry Hyder Jr. No. By Chase Young.
How many did Menahu wear 92 last year?
94.
94, that's right.
How many was Kerry Hyder Jr. was 92?
Kerry Hyder, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, John
how many D linemen do they have? I mean, they got Randy Gregory October the 6th. This interview was done with John was last Wednesday on November the 1st, but it was the day before on Halloween, and he got it done like 90 minutes before the deadline. They got that trade done at about 11:30 in the afternoon. So our conversation with John Lynch from last week, we start with the busy morning when he woke up on Halloween morning, and he wasn't sure the Niners were going to make a trade or not, and then his good buddy Martin Mayhew of the Washington Commanders was selling D linemen all day.
Well, John Lynch, tell me about Tuesday morning. I know you woke up thinking maybe I'm not going to make a trade, but your good friend Martin Mayhew, your former teammate in Tampa Bay, the GM in Washington, tell me how the Chase Young deal went down.
Well, I mean, I think every trade deadline, every opportunity to improve your team, we're going to take full advantage of that. So conversations had been going on probably for upwards of a month with various teams. And Martin and I, probably 2 weeks prior to the deadline, had checked in and, I'd said, hey, just tell me about Chase and what's going on there. And he said there's a good likelihood that we'll move him. And we started talking about where it might end up. After that, you go back to talking to a multitude of teams and, where might we improve our team and where, is that opportunity? And I did have a sense that as I went to bed Monday night that really nothing was going to happen. It just didn't feel like there was a deal to be had that made sense for us. And I also knew that the answers we needed were right in our building. We just got to play better. We got to play up to our standard. Ultimately, we gained some steam about 10 o'clock on, our time on trade deadline. And I give Martin a lot of credit. He kept coming back and checking in on where they were at. And as some other things, kind of went away, all of a sudden, that became a reality in it, and we were able to close the deal. And I think, Chase gives us an opportunity to continue to add at a position that we like to add to. We always believe that the D line is the engine that not just stirs our defense, but can our whole team. And we understand we all have to play better, and Chase coming in here is not going to be the one thing that's going to get us back to who we are. We got to collectively get ourselves back to who we are, but we do feel that Chase is a excellent player, and for the cost that was available, it made a lot of sense, and so we made the deal.
You've seen Chase Young a couple of times in his career, the pandemic year of 2020. When you were playing in Glendale, he was a game record, 2 sacks, a scoop, and a score. And then we saw him last year here at Levi's when he came back off the ACL injury on Christmas Eve. Physically, that's a bad injury. It used to be a really bad injury. Patella tendon also involved. Well, where was Chase Young at physically, do you think, now?
Well, I think anytime you're coming off an ACL, there's going to be concerns. All I can say is I kept turning on the film, and there's 65 plays, 70 plays, 78, I believe, in one game. So this guy, he's been playing a lot of football. He's been looking really good. So as with every player, you go through the physical aspect of it. Chase will be doing that this week, and provided that all is clean, we'll be really happy to make a great addition, and then we got to put it all to work.
I know one guy that's very excited. They played together for a year and then 3 games of a second year is Nick Bosa at Ohio State. Give me your thoughts on where Nick is at. I mean, the people are so quarterback sack, centric in this world, and the numbers aren't there. But he does lead the NFL in overall quarterback hits. And he is getting double teamed and chipped just about every play. How would you assess Bosa's play the first half of the year?
I think it's been excellent. I think so often and yes, this league is a results-based and oriented business. And people are used to him having 2 sacks a game. I mean, that's what their expectation. I think the greatest thing, that's Nick's expectation. I can tell you he's whooping the guy in front of him, and oftentimes the guy is in front of him because he gets so much attention. I just think collectively, as a defensive line unit, we need to rush better, and that incorporates everyone. That incorporates our coverage, but I think more importantly, we got to play the run better. You earn the right to rush the passer, and we haven't been doing a good enough job of that. I think this bye week gives us a good opportunity to really self-scout, see what's been ailing us, and fix it. And fixing it, the only way you do that is by identifying it and making the necessary changes.
So in the month of October the 6th, you trade for Randy Gregory. On Halloween, you trade for Chase Young. You were a pitcher, a professional pitcher. Is it kind of like the theory in pitching and in baseball with pitching, you could never have enough arms? I mean, are you just looking to add to the D-line and get quality whenever you can, John?
I think so. When you have those opportunities, it's such a position that can affect, I think really if you look at football and oversimplification, you got to get the quarterback, and then you got to get the guys that knock them down. I mean, that's probably the simplest way to success in our league, and there's obviously so much more to it. But those 2 players were fortunately available, guys we've liked and coveted for a long time, and we were able to get the deals done. And we thought it was a very fair cost, and had a chance to improve our team. Now we got to go do that.
So you're on your bye week now, and now's a good time to self-scout and take a breath, especially after a 5-0 start and then the 3-game losing streak, and we are right in the middle of the season just about. So let's start with the defense. During that 5-0 start, you guys were wrecking people. The Cowboy game to get to 5-0, you gave up 13.6 points a game the first 5. The last 3, John, it's 24 points a game. You're getting run on a little bit in Cleveland and obviously against Cincinnati, and then Kirk Cousins and Joe Burrow had big games. So where's your defense at overall right now?
Yeah, the last 3 haven't been up to our standard. I think the first 5. The Dallas game was probably the most complete effort. That's when it all felt like it came together, and we thought we were going to carry that momentum. We have a hard-working group. We have a group that comes with great intention each and every day, and so I don't think we were resting on our laurels, but I do think human nature kicks in, and when everyone's telling you you're unbeatable, we felt unbeatable, and I think maybe you lose the little details, and you can, and we got humbled. And typically a good team, a really good team, when you get humbled, and we did in Cleveland, you respond, and we ran into a hot Kirk Cousins, and we didn't do enough to disrupt him. And then you take it to Cincinnati, and Cincinnati was the game that probably was most bothersome just because that didn't look like us. We're usually the more physical team. We're the team playing harder, running to the football, and Cincinnati matched our intensity. I think what we have to be what we've put on tape over the last couple of years, we're going to get everyone's best shot, and we have to not only answer that, we got to beat that. And I think you also can't get away from what made us who we've been. And I think this bye gives us a really good opportunity to identify some of those things, to get a reset, freshen up, and come back and get back to who we are.
You know, last year at this time, you hit a little bit of a lull. Not a 3-game losing streak, but a 2-game losing streak. Atlanta lost, and then I remember Kansas City coming in here and laying 44, and didn't look good for D'Amico at the time. And then going back to Robert Saleh, his first couple of years, I know people were questioning, does he have the pedigree and the experience to be a coordinator? Now it's Steve Wilks, who does have all that, but he's the new guy. So all the outside noise on your defensive coordinator. What do you think about the performances, Steve, internally, and where does the defense go from here now?
Well, Steve understands that, you know, when you step into a job like this, and he welcomed it, the challenge, the pressure, if you want to call it that, of doing it. He embraced it. I think you're kind of like a conductor. I mean, you're the guy up there leading the group, but the group's got to perform as well. And so we all got to, I think right now we're struggling. And I think winners, what they do is everyone takes a look at themselves and says, where can I be better? I know Steve's doing that. I know our coaching staff. We got to be better as a unit. And we've got all the answers. It's all in there. Everyone talks about why don't we go do this? It's because we like the players that are here. We like them a lot. We saw in those first 5 games it was pretty darn good. We just got to get that back, and you know, I believe wholeheartedly we will, and I believe Steve's the right guy for it. I really do, and you know, I'm excited about what we're going to see post-bye.
The first 5 games, culminating with the Dallas one, it was complementary football, the way you want to play: offense, defense, special teams. Maybe the best game in the regular season your group has played. We talked about the defense. Now on to the offense. First 5 games, 30, 30, 30, 35, 42. Could have scored more. And then all of a sudden it stops. In the last 3 games, you're scoring merely 17, turning the ball over, having a hard time running the ball. What do you see from your offense?
You know, I think in that Cleveland game, you know, we lost a couple. Debo on the first play of the game gets nicked. Trent Williams guts it out to get through that game. And Christian, you know, has the oblique issue. And so, I mean, those are 3 of your best players. And ultimately, those are just excuses. You've got to be able to respond. But when that happened in game, I think we put so much on Christian and Devo that it was hard to respond. And we were playing against a really good defense in tough elements. You know, still, having said all that, we had a chance to win. Against Minnesota, we came out, we did some good things, but ultimately we turned the ball over late. And then, you know, against Cincinnati, we had to play catch-up from the start. And I think it was the first game in a long time we didn't score on our opening series and maybe started to press. And I think, you know, in each of those games, probably more missed assignments than we've had in the first 5 combined, you know. So not characteristic of who we are. There's reasons and excuses, but that's not who we are. We've got to fix those things. We got to get back, and you got to always protect the football, and we understand that. And you know, some of the things, you know, we're a team that prides ourselves on our run game, and maybe we fell off a little there. And I think again that has something to do with the injuries and whatnot. But we believe that we can run it each and every game. We need to be the team we want to be.
The quarterback position. Too much money, too much attention. You know, everybody, the spotlight's on him, but it doesn't go well. Brock Purdy, how would you assess his last 3 games? The one in Cleveland, maybe the elements, the wind or the rain, he had a little bit of a hard time gripping it and ripping it, although he did make 3 quality throws at the end to get you in field goal range. The Minnesota game, he was playing sensationally well, and the Cincinnati game, maybe his best 2 games up until the interceptions at the end. So how do you assess Brock, John, over this 3-game losing streak?
Well, I think the most impressive thing is Brock's accountability. You know, Brock is an accountable guy, and he wants better. But I think you hit on he's played some of his best football within this 3-game losing streak as well. But a quarterback, it's just like everything in our league. It's 60 minutes, and you gotta finish the game, and ultimately you can't turn the ball over. Brock understands that. I think we all have to go back to where Brock started at this year. I mean, a pretty miraculous comeback to do what he's done. Couldn't be more proud of the way he's approached it. We have so much belief in that young man. It's real, it's authentic, and we believe, just like we believe our team's going to come back, that we're going to come back and play to our standard, and Brock's going to be right at the lead of that charge. There's a lot of confidence and belief that will happen.
Kyle said after watching the tape of the Cincinnati game that what jumped off to him was the team just looked slow, and they looked tired, in particular on defense. I mean, people don't realize the trip to Cleveland, the trip to Minnesota, the short week to play Cincinnati. Does your team need this bye right now, John?
We do. That was disconcerting because that, even in games we've lost, we're usually the aggressor, we're the initiator, we're the more physical team, and teams have to match that. But I think when you put that on film for years, like I said earlier, you're going to get everyone's best shot. And so we got to understand that. But I do believe that but ultimately that's not good enough. I mean, we got to do better. But we did look a little tired. So we got our opportunity for reset, and we got no more excuses. We got to come back and be ready, both physically and mentally. And I know that we will.
When you make a trade like Chase Young, you were a baseball player, and a lot of time baseball GMs just need to kind of juice the clubhouse around the trading deadline to tell your guys, we believe in you. Do you feel like the team needed to get a boost like this to go out and get a player like Chase Young?
I don't think we needed it. I think what's much more important is that I keep going back to it, but everybody kind of does this during the bye week. What can I do better? So I don't think we needed it, but I will say later in that afternoon yesterday when everybody was clearing out, a number of players came up and said, man, that lifted our locker room. We're excited. And, we've been in a funk. We're not used to this. We've won a bunch of games in a row, and we've had a rough stretch here. If that's going to help lift everybody, I just would caution everyone. That's not, Chase is a heck of a football player, and I think he can add a lot, but that's not going to be the magic pill. The magic pill is us getting back to who we are, finding, you got to form and forge your identity as a new team each and every year. Personnel changes. This group collectively, we got to get back to who we were in those first 5 games and better. And we got to understand the nature of this league. If you're not on point, you will get humbled. And that's happened to us the last 3 weeks. And great teams respond to that.
Bob's conversation with General Manager John Lynch of the 49ers at the end of last week. One thing that he said at the end, there was a lot of great stuff there. We'll play some of it for you if you missed it, and then respond to it in the foreplay at the top of the hour along with some Warriors stuff. But one thing he said at the end there, where he said, we're not used to this. Well, they kind of are the last couple of years. And what they've done in the past is they faced adversity over the last couple of years. And then at this time of the year, if you look at Kyle Shanahan's September-October record versus his November-December-January record, it's vastly different. And what tends to happen with this team is, for some reason, is they start to get healthy, they start to get continuity, and they start to roll teams. And honestly, that's what I expect to happen after this bye.
And a lot of the success he had in September, October was the 2019 year. Take that year away. They got off to an 8-0 start. Right. They did not lose until the Veterans Day night, Monday night game against Seattle when they were 8-0 and Robbie Gould missed a field. He was hurt. He missed the game.
Chase McLaughlin.
Chase McLaughlin, who's kicking in the league now, came in. But Seattle's kicker made a big kick. Dante Pettis short-armed the ball. But anyway, they got off to an 8-0 start that year. Wound up going 13-3. The 3 losses were all by 1 score. Field goal to Seattle in overtime, a field goal by Justin Tucker late in Baltimore, the overturn on the Julio Jones play against Atlanta. Otherwise, they didn't lose, and then they lost the Super Bowl. But I think what he's talking about, they got off to a start like that. We're 5-0, right? And you thought, here we go. You kept saying, when are they going to lose again? When's the first loss going to be? Cleveland. Jim Schwartz had an extra week, the bye week. Minnesota, Cousins gets hurt. Tough travel, Cincinnati off the bye week, and now you started hard, and you didn't get to 8-0. You wound up going to 5-3. So last year, it was 3-4. You got hot, won 10 in a row into the playoffs. The year before it was 3-5. But they had to scratch and claw. And the year when they lost to the Rams in the championship game, the volume of road wins and all the travel, that was the most road wins a team has ever had in the history of the NFL when you include the playoff wins that they had to get, in Dallas, in Green Bay, and then ultimately go to the fourth quarter in L.A. in the championship game up 10 and lose. So they didn't want to go that route. So this one was unique because they started hot like 2019, but then they cooled off. So really, what's the comparison to? Last year, when they were 3-4, when they got McCaffrey after the Kansas City loss, he played a little bit of a role in that game, beat the Rams, go into the bye week, don't lose again until Brock Purdy gets hurt. Or the year before, when you're 3-5, and they were at the cross. They lost 4 in a row that year in 2021. After the 2-0 start on the road at Detroit, at Philadelphia, lost to Green Bay in the home opener, lost to Seattle. Jimmy got hurt. Trey Lance had to play in Arizona, lost that game, came back to play off the bye, came back to play Indianapolis at home, and it was the Pineapple Express bomb cyclone game, epic rain, and Carson Wentz comes in riding a rowboat and wins. And, so it's a little bit different, and they got off to a 5-0 start, and now they've hit adversity. But now how do they come out of it? Getting Debo back to practicing, hopefully Trent's a full go. You got to get Dre Greenlaw not just on the field, but back to being big play Dre and being healthy. Where are you at? You think you maybe can do that, and then you add Chase Young in the mix a little bit, John. But again, I don't want to sound like a broken record with it, but Jacksonville's good. They're 6-2. We're looking at Baltimore and Kansas City and Cincinnati over in the AFC. Where does Jacksonville fit in over there in the AFC?
I think they're a notch below. I like Trevor. I like Trevor Lawrence. He's coming along, but he's not Joe Burrow. But they're good, and they've got a lot more skill position players than people think. Travis Etienne is not talked about enough. Their running back, who's their Christian McCaffrey. Evan Ingram, who was with the Giants, a lot of speed at tight end. Christian Kirk, a lot of people thought he got overpaid. He's really good. You pick up Calvin Ridley off the suspension. I mean, that's a good team, but to me, it's all about what the 49ers have to do. They got to come out of this, and John Lynch said the same thing that we were saying earlier. They've got to be the 49ers. If you're not the team that dominates both lines of scrimmage and can run the football to set it up for Brock, if you're not the top defense or one of the top defenses in the league, if you can't get to the quarterback like they haven't done, none of that stuff's 49ers football, and it doesn't matter because you could lose to almost anybody, as we've seen the last 3 weeks. These are quality teams they played, but these are teams also in the past that they get right with.
So you're saying if the 49ers go into Jacksonville and play their A game, they're going to win?
No doubt.
But what if they play a B game?
Man, it's going to be a dogfight.
Or B
it's going to come
game.
down to our guy,
or an
Jake
A-
Moody or
one.
something. So, all right.
Against Brandon McManus.
Right, and he was great in Denver.
He was.
So, all right, we'll get to all that. We got one of the specific questions that we want to talk about, what John Lynch said just moments ago. Josh Dobbs, what he did was amazing. We'll take you through the NFL at the top of the hour as well. Well, Steph Curry on somebody who's coming back or they are seeing tonight, not coming back, but we are seeing tonight in Detroit, and little Chris Paul. Great floor general, not shooting so great. We'll get into all that next on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
A Giants offseason cheat sheet, what you need to know about a pivotal winner. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Early November, it feels like fall, and it's the fall building season at Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Greg Papa here, and there's still time to start a project before the winter weather arrives. Didn't get to that deck you were planning on building this summer? At Golden State, you'll find Trex, the first company to combine the durability of recycled plastic with the natural beauty of reclaimed wood in a high-performance decking product. Whether you prefer a ground-level deck, a second-floor deck, pool decking, or attractive ratings, Trex has a style for you. So for helpful installation videos, click GSTV. That's GoldenStateLumber.com. On GoldenStateLumber.com. For other natural woods to texture products, you got them all there. Golden State also offers Timber Tech. We love our Timber Tech. Aside from outdoor decking, Timber Tech is a great option for high-quality, low-maintenance deck, benches, stairs, even piers for homes on the water. So see the image and video gallery for Timber Tech, again, at GoldenStateLumber.com. So talk with your builder or designer for the best options. Golden State, helping you build better for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. 4 pieces of sound today. Little John Lynch. We'll drill a little deeper into something he told you moments ago. Little Josh Dobbs and how crazy that was, and the rest of the NFL. Little Steph Curry on a friend that they'll see tonight, and Chris Paul. All of it for you. Here is John Lynch from the conversation we just heard with you, Pop, comparing the defensive line to a pitching staff.
I think so. You know, when you have those opportunities, it's such a position that can affect, I think really if you look at football and oversimplification, you got to get the quarterback, and then you got to get the guys that knock them down. I mean, that's probably the simplest way to success in our league, and there's obviously so much more to it. But, those 2 players were fortunately available, guys we've liked and coveted for a long time, and we were able to get the deals done. And we thought what was a very fair cost, and had a chance to improve our team. Now we got to go do that.
You know, you mentioned this, and we always go back to 2019 and get to the Super Bowl and what led them, and it was both sides of the line. But as far as the defense goes, I think you'd be hard-pressed to name a better group. The alpha, the starters, the bravos, the backups, and then, of course, you got the pass rush package, the turbo package. To have now the kind of depth that they have, there really is no excuse to not get to the quarterback, which has been a major reason why they've lost the last few weeks.
Well, I mean, and John and Kyle identified the D-line as the group, and John Lynch played on a really good D-line. I mean, Warren Sapp, arguably, along with John Randall, 2 of the best 3 techniques in the history of football as far as getting up the field. And in that Super Bowl 37, Simeon Rice just dominated the game. But they had all 3 levels, but it was the front that they wanted to build it on. And it's just like, and we're talking about buying pitchers for the Giants now, and the strength of this free agent class is not position players, it's pitchers, and in particular starting pitchers. And with the D-line, the O-line never subs out. You don't have a Bravo backup offensive line for Chris Furster. You're not trading out the left guard. I've always wondered about the biggest mismatch in football by far, and really, when you look at it, John, sports, the athletes are pretty comparable everywhere. Corners can run with wide receivers. Maybe you get a mismatch on, guarding Kelsey, but, safeties can typically line up with tight ends, and across the board. You get an offensive tackle that weighs 330 pounds trying to block a defensive end that weighs 265 pounds, and the DN runs a 4.5 or maybe even quicker. Some of these guys, Trey Hendrickson runs a 4.62, and he's not, you don't think of his get off. But anyway, there's such a mismatch there. I always wondered, would you ever make the O-line sub out the way the D-line does, where you had a pass-blocking left tackle and a run-blocking left tackle, and it never went that way. But you do. The O-line, they play every snap. The D-line, they're in and out and all around. And with pitchers, you don't start every single game. You got to have, and it's not just 5 starting pitchers. Hell, the Giants were going, they had starters in the bullpen. And all these free agent pitchers you want to buy, whether it's Blake Snell or Sonny Gray, or you need them all.
You do.
And John was a professional baseball pitcher. He threw the first pitch in the history of the Marlins franchise. He could throw in the 90s. He's proud of it, going to his Stanford days. So there's an old angel. You never have enough pitching in baseball. I never have enough starting pitching. His D-line is Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave, Chase Young, Randy Gregory, Kevin Givens, Javon Kinlaw, Cleveland Ferrell, Kalia Davis, and Drake Jackson. You're 10 deep there. Look at the money that they've got, and it's not all Niners money that are paying it, but how much is the Walmart Gregory? They're paying 5 former number 1 draft picks. Now, I remember the Rams when they had Robert Quinn, the mighty Quinn. They had Michael Brockers. They had a young Aaron Donald, and they had Chris Long, Howie's son. He was a number 2 overall pick. That was like, whoa, you got 4 number 1 picks. They're all high number 1s. Then the Niners, when they traded for Dee Ford, signed him, drafted Nick Bosa, had DeForest Buckner with Eric Armstead. It's like, wow, how many 1s do they have on the D-line? The Niners have 5 on the D-line. Is this the most expensive defensive line in the history of football? Maybe not all from 49ers LLC paying their money, but when they cash their checks or have direct deposit in their accounts, is any D-line in the history of football made more money than the 2023 San Francisco 49ers?
Well, probably not, but Chase Young's still in his rookie deal, so that there's that one, and he was a number 2 overall pick, but Nick just got paid, Armstead's been paid, Hargrave's been paid. Randy Gregory got a $70 million, even though the Broncos are taking care of the most of it. Yeah, I mean, it's probably, and given that everybody gets paid more and more every single year, it gets higher. So,
and then you're saying, is it Philadelphia's D-line still wrecks games?
Because Jalen Carter stepped in for Hargrave and doesn't, and they haven't
That's
missed
the way
beat.
the Eagles have built their team.
Right, they haven't missed a beat.
Yeah,
but I think everybody looked at, or a lot of teams looked at the 40. Like, look at the Lions. I mean, they went out and got Hutchinson with the number 2 overall pick, and he's kind of been their Bosa. And then that's what they've done. They've decided to fortify that side of the ball and to try to, again, these are because the 49ers had success. Because now you look at the offensive and defensive lines of the Lions. That's what they did. Penei Sewell, followed by Hutchinson. They're going offensive, defensive line. Philadelphia, offensive and defensive line. 49ers, offensive and defensive line. I mean, look at Baltimore, the way that they wreck you. That's what they do.
So we thought the Niners had the best D-line in football. They haven't played like it the last 3 games. Who does have the best defensive line in football? And ultimately, will that team win the Super Bowl?
Probably still the Eagles. I mean, they're not on the 70 sack pace that they were a year ago, but I mean, they're still really good.
I thought of you yesterday when Fletcher Cox came up with a big sack.
I say. It just goes without saying. Every single time.
He was in Dak's face, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Man. I mean, they're it's the same concept. Hassan Reddick, Fletcher Cox, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Josh Sweat, Brandon Graham, Derek Barnett. They just come at you in waves. When they won the Super Bowl with Peterson as the coach, and we'll see him in Jacksonville, that was they won with their defensive line.
Yeah,
they were TWO deep. They had a backup and it was Chris Long was on that line.
Well, if you're going to win a Super Bowl, let's assume for a second, because it always comes down to this, that for the most part, unless you have a Bears type of defense or a Ravens type of defense, you're going to face a really good quarterback, which means you got to hurry him up. So to win those games, you got to hurry the quarterback up, and that's something they didn't do against Minnesota. It's something they didn't do good enough against Cincinnati. You got to rush that quarterback so he makes mistakes, create turnovers, blah blah blah.
So look at what the Niners did in the month of October. October the 6th, they trade for Randy Gregory, and then on Halloween they trade for Chase Young. This is on top of going to get the gravedigger in the offseason, on top of Bosa and Armstead. So, I mean, what do we say? With Bosa, Hargrave, and Armstead, whoever that 4th D lineman in, he's going to, we saw Drake Jackson do it the first game, but he's been a no-show ever since. Something's going on with him physically. Cleve Ferrell sets a good edge, but now that guy's Chase Young. So what should Chase Young do here, John? Is he going to get single-teamed every snap? Are they going to stop doubling Bosa and chipping Bosa and doubling Hargrave?
Well, I think by his very presence, because we saw in the last game that they weren't doubling Bosa as much. They even had tight ends on him. They weren't doubling him as much. I think now with Chase Young, hopefully he can force you to do that, because that's essentially what they've been doing. And this goes all the way back to the Kansas City game a year ago. They were using a lot of misdirections and just not even blocking him. And he even admitted in that game that was confusing him, because he's never not been blocked. So it's kind of freaking him out.
The influence block on the jet sweep.
Exactly.
You know who else builds his team that way through the D line is our guy Trent Baalke we're going to see. Checking boxes.
See, remember I told you before it's about learning your lesson? When's the last, is he taking guys with bad knees
Trayvon
still?
Walker, how's he playing?
Yeah, that was a mistake. That wasn't good. They got fooled.
Josh Allen's a good player.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Josh Dobbs. This was one of the many stories yesterday. We could have went to C.J. Stroud and the Raiders and what they did, and Antonio Pierce and tons of different stuff. Eagles and Cowboys was a huge game. The Sunday night game, which you don't want to talk about, the Bills lose to the Bengals and Joe Burrow, hurrah. But probably the craziest story of the day, Josh Dobbs had never taken a snap, didn't have any reps, didn't know the players' names, had come over from Arizona during the week, of course, on the trade deadline. And because Jaron Hall, their rookie from BYU, who was replacing Kirk Cousins, got hurt, Dobbs had to go into the game. He's taking snaps on the sideline. Kevin O'Connell, their coach.
Literally from the center, Bradbury. He never had a snap.
Yeah. And so Kevin O'Connell is calling the play for him to call to the rest of the huddle. Then as he's coming up to the line, he's explaining what the play is. And Josh Dobbs leads them on a game-winning drive to win yesterday. Here's Dobbs on not having a clue what the names of his teammates were.
Oh, don't even start. I probably... If we had to pull up a roster, I had to go names, I'll be a bad teammate today. Yeah, I knew Alex. I knew a lot of first names. Alex, Brandon. I know like a lot of nicknames per se. But yeah, names. That's for this week. That's an assignment for this week. So,
hey, big guy.
Exactly. You know when people don't know your name. What's up, boss? Bro.
What's up, bro?
Boss.
What's
you
up,
know
brother?
My name? That's brutal. Oh, by the way, the Vikings are not going to have the same problem as the Cardinals did. They stocked the team stores with Dobbs 15s.
They got his 15?
Dobbs 15s. So we need to have your guy Paul Allen on, man. That's crazy.
He had a great call the game winner.
He did, man. That's a crazy story, though. I mean, that dude is
Jaron Hall gets concussed. Where's Nick Mullins when we need him?
He was sitting on the sides with a sweatshirt. He's still on injured reserve. Not helping at all.
Who was the emergency quarterback behind Cam Akers, I think it was.
Yeah. Cam Akers, who tore his Achilles. So then they had another problem there. By the way, maybe the second craziest story, the Texans win that game because they didn't have a kicker. And so the field goal that actually gave them a lead at 33-30 was kicked by a running back. He actually made it. Then
Can you say his name? I want to hear you say his name.
I cannot.
Dare.
Is that what else?
Ogunbowale.
Good job. Excellent.
I hate it. Whenever they checked it down in the flat to Ogunbowale.
Oh, you're like,
and he played. Remember the Niners played him in Houston last year, and it was the preseason game? He is just a lead blocking fullback, or he comes in on
so
the goal.
You have to worry about him
but he
for
got the ball the entire game. Ogunbowale. Andrew Siciliano will be able to nail that.
All right, we'll talk to him at 1:30. A couple of Warriors.
Doug Flutie did that. Remember Doug Flutie drop-kicked one?
Yeah.
Didn't Wes Welker make a kick? Didn't he do one?
I think he might have.
Yeah, Welker did it. Non-kicker.
There's a couple other ones. You know what we'll do? We'll save these two. There's a good Steph Curry
Andrew,
here.
1:30?
1:30, yeah. There's a good Steph Curry here that we need to get to and a Chris Paul. So we'll play those and hit up on the Warriors coming up next, and then Andrew Siciliano.
I think he had to move. When did he move?
He did? Oh, tomorrow.
Siciliano's.
Okay.
We got plenty of
All
time.
right.
You're got plenty of time.
So we'll do a little Warriors for you coming up next. Bob and Leno here on the Sports.
Ogunbowale.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3 takeaways as the Warriors' 5-game winning streak comes to an end in Cleveland. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Weeks will snap. Cameron Johnston will hold Ogunbowale, the running back, for the lead. Snap is down, the kick is up, and it's good! Dare Ogunbowale for three, and the Texans are back in front! Are you kidding?
That's a Dare. Ogunbowale or just Ogunbowale? That's the voice of the Texans, so I think he hit it right.
He had it. He was pretty good.
Well, he would know.
If there's let me ask you this, and then we'll hit the rest of the four plays and more stuff.
Ogunbowale. That's it.
If there's
That's what I meant.
Because there's a word, like everybody's got a word, or in your case, because of what you do,
people's last names,
like other than the one that we always talk about. Yeah,
Ted Robinson did the Cincinnati game, by the way.
Oh,
for national radio. He killed it.
Can we have Ted say that? Because
he's got it.
Who am I?
Danny will get it.
But like, is there a name that pops up where you're like,
the original one? I remember doing the Iron Bowl one year on radio, national radio, and it was Tua Tagovailoa. And he was kind of well known at that time, but it wasn't really. So it was like, what? Now it's just like you make it a song. It's just Tua Tagovailoa. Tua Tagovailoa.
Michael Hoamanawanui.
Yeah, Ted.
I mean,
Ted
that
nailed
was
that
just
one.
like, that's
No,
the
I'm
best,
not.
one of the best of all time.
Or Albert O in Denver. He's no longer in Denver.
Good night.
But the worst ever, and now he's one of the most acclaimed sports celebrities from all over the world, is Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yep.
And there's
That
two
took a
different ways
long
to
time.
pronounce that name. Even the first name, Giannis. Who's doing that?
Right.
Jeff Van Gundy would
Giannis,
always call
right?
him Giannis. It's
Yeah,
like
no.
it's not a gyro, it's a euro. So his first name's Greek, but he's also from Nigeria. His mom and dad were born in Nigeria, but he grew up in Athens, Greece. So there's two different ways to pronounce it, Giannis. But then I call him Antetokounmpo because that's the Nigerian pronunciation. The Greek pronunciation is Giannis. I can't even say it. The second word's a P.
Antetokounmpo, isn't it?
Antetokounmpo.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Well, there's two different ways to, and the Bucks actually spell it out. If you want to use the Greek pronunciation or the Nigerian pronunciation, it's different. His mom and dad live in Greece, but they're born in Nigeria, so I think that's the way to pronounce that. Anyway, that was probably Tua Tagovailoa. That's prominent guys because Tua touches the ball every play.
Yeah, you got to get that down.
It's the quarterback, and it's Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's going to touch the ball every play. But when you get into a Dare Ogunbowale, not a Ogunbowale, he's a running back. He touches the ball. But they're with the international feel, and now even the NFL rosters, probably the NFL game is the least internationalized. When you look at the NBA and their roster and Major League Baseball and where they've gone, and hockey.
Hockey is just like,
there's
oh
never
my
been any
God.
Americans or even
Hockey's
Canada.
tough.
But the NFL has gotten, there's usually 4 or 5 names. The Samoan names.
Well, see,
those are the hard
Utah
ones.
versus BYU. I know both the guys.
Samoan names. Yeah,
you
those
do
are
a
hard.
Utah BYU game. You better
all
be on
vowels.
your game, man.
It's all vowels.
'Cause it is. It's Tongan and Hawaiian guys.
It's hard. It's hard.
And
but
their names. It's like wow. Like
Dare Ogunbowale.
Yeah, very nice. Very well done. Who was the guy?
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Who was that? Who's trying to say that?
That's like Obama. Was that Obama?
Wow, Obama.
Yeah,
It's a tough
He
name.
screwed it up.
Yeah.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Where's
How about
Barkley?
Jonas Valanciunas?
Valanciunas
What
is
is
the
he
best
called?
of all
Jonas
time for Barkley.
Valanciunas? Hard
That's
name.
one of the
Hard
best segments on that show is when they try to ask Charles like who a guy plays for, and then he can't even say the name. But yeah, Valanciunas is Barkley trying to say Valanciunas is the best, one of the best of all time. Oh no,
funny the way
What's
certain
the,
names
come on,
you
what's
see
the best
them-
of all time? We used to make fun of it all the time, and he played for the Niners. Jason Witten.
Oh, Samson Ebukam.
Pull that one.
Where's
That's
Ebukam?
that's the best
Where's
of all
Derek?
time.
Derek loves that one. So
Plus, it's not even- that's not even that
remember
hard of a name.
When Kansas City played the Rams, and the game was
Yeah.
supposed to be in Mexico City, they moved it to L.A. It was one of the greatest football games ever played. It wound up 54-51.
Yeah.
Ebukam had what do you have? 2 defensive scores? He had a scoop and a score and a pick 6 in the game.
That's when you knew Jason
And
Witten
that's
wasn't
what
long for this
remember when
game.
the Niners signed Samson Ebukam? I was broke into a cold sweat. I was like, because Jason Witten rooted for all of us. Poor guy.
And the thing is,
Poor guy.
in our business,
Just let it go.
Just go with
Just
one.
call it Samson.
and then
Let it go.
later fix it. But like trying to
It's a
fix
hard
it on the
one.
fly. It's
Yeah, there's
like,
a hard
bro,
one.
That was the best.
Diggy Zua. Osa Odigizua of the
a good one.
Cowboys.
Yeah.
Jim Ryan and I before
The
the game were
D-tackle?
like, Osa Odigizua. Odigizua. Do you Diggy Odigizua?
Plus, the thing is,
And
with
then
your,
that guy's a player, Odigizua. How many
Right.
plays did he make yesterday?
plus,
97.
with your guys' gig versus this
And
one,
they
it's
just,
like
it comes up out of nowhere.
fast.
All of a sudden,
Right. All of a sudden, you gotta say
Odigizua
that
got a
name.
scoop and a score.
and you don't have time to like phonetically look at
It's
it.
not like
you
a
just gotta
baseball
go.
player where you're like, Otani. How do you say his name?
Well, sometimes like if we have a guest on and I'm not sure, I'll go to like the internet or something beforehand and see what a podcast he was on or something like that. But I mean, you don't have time to do that. Like you got to do the phonetics before, and then when it pops up, he makes a catch. You're like, oh damn.
Dare Ogunbowale.
Oh man. All right.
He made a kick yesterday.
That's very nice. He did.
And they won the game.
That was a huge kick in that game. They don't win it without that guy making a field goal.
Wisnowski can't do that. I get our rugby player.
What's the toughest
from
Niners
Australia?
name? There's not now it's not even a big deal. Like there's not. Do they even have any hard names?
No.
49ers? Not really.
Has everybody mispronounced Aziz's name? Whether it was Alshire or Alshire or Alshire. You know the one that was mispronounced for a long time is Demetrius Flanagan.
Fowles.
People would call him Foles.
Yeah.
I actually didn't know it to the second year when he pulled me aside. My name is Fowles. I'm like, what?
See,
it was like Eric Chavez. Eric Chavez, remember when he switched his name?
Yeah.
When he first came up, he was Eric Chavez. And then he wanted to be it was Eric Chavez.
Yeah.
And then he wanted to be Eric Chavez. I'm like, what? I called you. I mispronounced your name your whole rookie year. Why didn't you say anything?
Plus, because like you're riding the plane and the bus, and they're looking at you like, man, my mom was listening to that game. You screwed my name up.
Well, the mom, she's the one you got to get.
That's right.
And it's also, what's the hardest one in the Niners now?
Nobody.
No.
Any tough ones?
Nobody?
I don't think so. Trying to think.
No one.
No. They don't have any tough ones. They used,
Ebukam.
That was the one, but it's so easy now.
Charles Amenahue?
Yeah, okay.
Once you figure it out.
Yeah,
it was like Giannis. When you first see it, you're like, how the hell am I going to say that name? And then it's like, Adetakumbo. Everybody.
For years, I just call him the Greek Freak.
Yeah.
The Greek Freak. Yeah. You got to have a good nickname if you got a bad name. It's just too hard. All right, I promise. We'll play those two for you.
What do we got now?
Next.
No Siciliano. We have time.
Yeah, so he'll join us tomorrow. So we'll do that. Those a couple of Warriors ones. They get ready to take on not James Wiseman and the Pistons tonight in Detroit, and then we'll get a few remnants for you. Maybe Chase Young at 145. They always tend
Chase Young.
Yeah, they tend to run late, but we'll try to get some of them for you. Chase Young is going to speak for the first time to the media at 145 after he ran around the field in some red tights today, wearing 92. So we'll get that to you as well. It's Pop in London, only here on the Sports Leader.
Good afternoon to you. It's Greg Papa back from just a few days off, but I was contemplating retiring forever and ever. Did you ever think about retirement, planning on being retired? Of course, we all have. Wouldn't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk? Of course you would. Or even going to be able to live your lavish lifestyle in retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. So if you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call now. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. They love Giants baseball. Which one of these starting pitchers do you want to buy in the offseason? Greg will be able to talk to you about it, and there's no cost or obligation. So call him today at 866-496-2300 or visit online, O'Donnell Financial Group. Again, the number is 866-496-2300 because planning is a process, not a product.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Whether it was with us or when they went somewhere else, you wish that, things happen quicker, sooner, or better outcomes. But his story is still developing. Like, nobody's putting a pin in that right now. He's a young dude, yet super talented. He works hard. So, I'm confident he'll be able to figure it out, just a matter of when. That's really all you can focus on. It's not really looking back at how it went with us or whatnot. It's just knowing he has the mental fortitude, I think, and the work ethic to figure it out.
That's Steph Curry talking about James Wiseman. The Warriors are going into Detroit tonight, but don't expect to see Wiseman play. He is not in the rotation right now for the Pistons. And while the Pistons aren't very good, they're coming around though. Cade Cunningham, a couple of years ago, was the number 1 overall pick out of Oklahoma State. He's over to 23 points a game and 7 assists. He's nice. Jalen Duren is only 19 years old. He's averaging 14 and almost 12 boards. Isaiah Stewart's a nice player. Jaden Ivey, they got a couple of years ago. This kid, Azura Thompson, those twins, one's on the Pistons, one's on the Rockets. He's actually one of the better block shot guys in the league, but he's only 6'6". He's coming around. He can shoot it, pass it. So this is a team that does have some talent, but it still is surprising that James Wiseman, everybody's excited for that. I was one of the people who said they're going to regret this trade. Doesn't look like it because he's not even playing.
Marvin Bagley III has beat him out for the backup center behind Duren. They've played 7 games this year, and James Wiseman has played 6 minutes. He is 2 for 4 from the floor. He's not gotten to the free throw line. He's had 2 rebounds. Just look after he left, and even after he left high school, right, in Memphis, playing for Penny Hardaway. How much basketball, John, has he played? His 1 year at the University of Memphis, he played 69 combined minutes. That's it. He came into the NBA. He started to play well. I remember that Saturday night game against the Pistons, I think it was, when it was sideline Clay. And he hurt he got on the rim and he had a dunk in the game that he hurt his wrist. And then later, the more significant, obviously, was the meniscus tear in the knee. And then the follow-up to that. I mean, since he left high school, it's a little like Trey Lance. How many minutes of basketball has James Wiseman played? College, 69 minutes. The pros, hardly at all. And you thought the Pistons would go get him? He's played 6. The Pistons have played 1,680 minutes of basketball this year. He's played 6. Is that unbelievable?
I think what they need to do is just G League, and you're just going to play the whole year. And
why is he even in the NBA?
I mean, it's just, we're gonna play you down there for an entire year and see what you are and see what you can do, because you got to, like you said, you got to get some minutes, and that's just the way it goes. Even more so in basketball. I mean, in football they can't come out too early, but in basketball these guys just come out. And as you said, James Wiseman just didn't play enough in college and had always been able to physically dominate his opponents. And so he never learned the intricacies of the game. And nobody's to say he's not wildly talented. Remember against Brooklyn that first game, wasn't it? 19 boards
right away.
And we went, whoa, this guy might be something. And then it just kind of never happened for him. And I think that everybody is, the consensus with him is he just doesn't have the dog in him. And I don't know if you can develop that kind of a thing. He's got immense talent, but he just doesn't have the one thing which Duren, the guy that's starting for the Pistons, has. I mean, he's mean. And he just doesn't have an ounce of that in his body. And it's crazy. And you know what's funny about it is you're seeing these guys come into the league. You're seeing Wembayama. I don't want to go Wemby because everybody Wemby. And you're seeing Chet Holmgren. These dudes are hitting they're hitting like 3-pointers on one end and blocking your shot down in the paint on the other. I mean, these 7+ foot guys, and Wiseman doesn't have that kind of range, but that's the league's becoming. We've known that for a long time. Karl Anthony Towns, all these guys, but these 2 massive guys, skinny guys, come in and are jacking threes and hitting them on one end, and then they're the defensive anchor on the other.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have that kind of skill.
No, he doesn't.
But these guys were high draft picks, and he was the number 2 overall pick in the draft. So I think offensively, could he ever be that? He's closer to that than defensively. It's the instincts, and so how does he get better? Watching, there was a ball to go over to the sideline of the Eagles-Cowboys game yesterday, and Trey Lance is there, and you're like, look at number 15, it's Trey. And you're thinking, if Dak ever got hurt, remember when Dak got flipped up in the air and landed on his head? I mean, it wouldn't be Trey Lance would come in the game. It'd be Cooper Rush. So how does Trey Lance get better? how does James Wiseman get better? How do they get better? How do they get on the field? They haven't been able to get on the field since they left high school. They didn't get much in college. They didn't get much in the pros. They were high picks, maybe obviously drafted well before they should have been. But how do they improve? How do they have a career? How do they get going? It's kind of amazing, isn't it?
Wiseman has a vehicle in the G League. I don't know what Trey can do, and you and I have had numerous people on to talk about what they could do in the NFL to develop specifically the quarterbacks, and there's just nothing you can do.
Maybe the merging of the XFL and the USFL and the NFL being involved, maybe they'll figure it out that way.
But, I mean, we're looking at guys who they come in and they can just pick it up right away, like, Josh Dobbs and all these kind of things. And, look, it's not going to change because people look at the way
Josh Dobbs is 28 years old.
Yeah, right. It took him a while.
He bopped around.
But I do think, too, that it's, we talk about Brock and the mental aptitude that these guys have. And I think that the similarity between Wiseman and Trey Lance, the one thing is that they were able to physically dominate because of the level of competition they played against. They never developed the intricacies of the position because they didn't have to.
Yeah, with Trey, it's more complicated. I think Wiseman offensively with the pick and pop game, the pick and roll game, he can contribute. It's amazing to me. And Marvin Bagley III, we saw him play in Sacramento. It was, how do they start their career? It's just beyond me. And then we thought with both guys, they need a change of scenery. It'll be easier for Trey to go to the Cowboys. Really? He's still the third string there, and it's Dallas. It's the Cowboys.
The only advantage he has is
with Wiseman,
there's no state income tax in Texas. Other than that, he has no advantage going.
And then with Wiseman, you thought he'll play, but as you say, they got two bigs that are ahead of him, and then which leads to the third guy we always talked about, Joey Bart. What's his role? Patrick Bailey did not win the Gold Glove, but he was a Gold Glove finalist this year. And then you got Blake Sable. They like that component there. Is this the year that the Giants finally move on from Joey Bart?
I would sure think so. I don't see it. I don't. Bailey is going to. I mean, unless they have an organizational change, which they won't. But Kapler was constantly just heaving praise on this guy. Got to play him. Got to play him. I mean, he's a guy who's going to catch 140 games, which is a lot by a catcher. So he's going to catch the large majority. Do you want Joey Bart to sit up here and catch 30 games, maybe some late innings, some Sundays, some day, night after night game? I mean, that's what Joey Bart's going to be. I mean, there's got to be some value because that position is short in the league. So you'd think a team would say, hey, what's Bart, 26 or something at this point? That a 26-year-old guy who was the number 2 overall pick that has shown some flashes. He was better defensively last year, certainly at times. When you think a team would say, hey, we'll give you a flyer pitching prospect, which the Giants love, for to see what the potential is in Joey Bart, because it's not going to be realized here.
Does Wiseman even get off the bench at all? I mean, you're going to have a hug out between Wiseman and the Warriors in the pregame. And Clay in particular. We're coming up on the 3-year anniversary of the day they drafted James Wiseman and the day that Clay Thompson tore the Achilles after tearing the ACL.
Because people got to remember that was a weird year because of the pandemic.
Right, it was late November. Right. The season started in December that year. That was right before they went to training camp. And Clay has talked a lot about Wiseman because they had to go through that rehab. When everybody was out playing games, James Wiseman and Clay Thompson worked out privately. So I'm sure Clay, he already did have some kind things to say, but does Monty Williams get him any kind of a run tonight? Do they get him in the game against the... I mean, he's played 6 minutes in 7 games. He's been a DNP CD 6 times. The other game, he played 6 minutes. Why is he in the NBA? Send him down to the G League. He's got to play.
When do they come here? That's going to be a short tribute video for James Wiseman, not like the Durant one.
Be nice.
Little nice.
Be nice.
Be like 3 seconds long.
His first ever game.
Thank you, James Wiseman.
In Brooklyn, the pick and poppy at night. That was against Durant.
That's good, Brooklyn. We just saw the highlights of the Brooklyn game. He did have one sweet dunk, I think, on a break one time. I think he took it like coast to coast. Put that one in there. A couple other ones. And that's
hard to believe, huh?
Yeah, it was
Trey Lance and James Wiseman.
Not good. Remember that? We had Joey Bart on that one time. We're like, what would you say to your other highly drafted Bay Area
Get me traded
guys?
To Detroit.
Trey Lance and James Wiseman. Wow.
Great. And now, the other side of it is Jordan Poole's not leading the league in scoring right now, John. He's struggling.
He has 16 assists and 15 turnovers. That's not
out of the opposite of Chris Paul. What is Chris Paul, 56-6?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Exactly right. Oh, we have a Chris Paul cut. Are we going to play that? I guess I should ask for it.
Make a 3, Chris, though, would you, one time?
Here's Chris Paul saying that he doesn't need to make no stinking threes. Listen to Chris.
Is that what he said?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
shit ain't going in. You know what I mean? But good thing about it is I know that that's not the normal. You know what I mean? But it's crazy to think about. You know, I could score 1 point or 2 points and we still win the game. So it's a nice luxury to have.
Hey, start shooting the ball better. We like
Is it his
56-6, but come on, man.
Why is he CP3? Should he be CP assist for Chris Paul? Why is he
CP and the P means pass.
R2D2? What, we should come up with a new nickname because he's number 3. Why is he CP3?
What does he have, 2 made threes this year?
He's 2 for 24. What is he?
2 for 23.
He made one yesterday.
Yeah.
It's a flat shot.
It kind of crept over the iron. It's all
so
right.
did you see the picture of Aiden O'Connell, quarterback the Raiders yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
People are taking the Derek Carr number 4 jersey and putting O'Connell, and they're not giving Mark Davis his money. How many people are doing the Jordan Poole 3 jersey and just sticking Velcroing the Paul over the 3? The thing is Chris Paul, when he was younger, he could shoot the 3 ball well. But last year, that was one of the things. See, like 2 years ago in Phoenix, he shot 32%. Last year, he was 38, which is, his career is 37%. Even to the Clipper run, he had some years where he was 33. But now, what is he, 2 for 22 on the threes?
That's 8%. I think it's 7.8.
I think it's, then it's not even that.
It's 7.8, I think.
I think he's less than that. It's like 2 for 24, I think.
Yeah. I thought it was whatever it is.
He plays a great floor game.
Yeah, I'm all right with it.
He does.
He fits better, and he's doing fine. And all I've seen from Jordan Poole is he tried to do a Steph Curry 3 turnaround, and he missed it. That was embarrassing.
I saw that.
And then against Porzingis, he tried to, go up the floor, do a Steph spin, and lob it up. he got a
Chris Paul is 2 for 26.
Oh, is that what it was? I thought it was 2 for 23. So.
All right, who's going to make more threes tonight? Credit. Chris Paul or James Wiseman?
That's easy.
Neither. We're going to have a push.
Hit one tonight.
Is he?
Yeah.
Little Caesars?
Wiseman ain't getting off the bench. Oh, my goodness. This thing just broke over here.
You dropped the bike, literally.
Oh, man. What's wrong with these things?
Wiseman's going to have a season high tonight.
But that's not hard to do.
7 points. Start him.
What do you have, 6 in the one run that he got?
Start him.
All right, we got a couple of remnants for you that we have missed till the top of the hour, or we may have Chase Young, right?
We've been chasing Young.
We're gonna see if we
he
can
may
Chase
talk
Young
right now, the new Niner.
We'll give you one or the other. They'll both be great, of course. It's Bob and Lundell here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
A Giants offseason cheat sheet, what you need to know about a pivotal winner. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't never want to lose enough games to get a guy like you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I play against you all the time. Because you got to lose 14, 15 games to get a guy look like you.
Is that the standard? Is the standard?
Mike Tomlin.
It is.
Never had a losing season. That's crazy. How do they keep doing it in Pittsburgh? They go Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, Mike Tomlin. I think this is like, that's it.
They will win at least 9 games this year, but they will be in last place in the AFC North.
The season does not end today, but if it did, they'd all be in the playoffs, the AFC North. We are waiting to see if Chase Young will approach the podium.
No video yet from Chase.
Before 2 o'clock, and usually late. He's probably studying more film.
He's doing high knees, getting down to this wide 9.
I don't know if he can get
4-point stance. Get down.
Can he get down?
GTFO, John.
Yeah. Another great sports night tonight. Chargers, Jets.
Monday Night Football?
And a Manningcast.
Manningcast? Who do we have?
I know Arnold
Joe
Schwarzenegger.
Namath? We have Namath?
Yeah, they can't. I don't think they put Namath on TV anymore.
Why?
Oh, yeah, he's sober now. Maybe they could.
But Peyton's not.
Yeah, that's true. He is drinking.
You got to get Joe Willie Namath. Who else would you get?
I saw the list.
Didn't he say he was done with Zach Wilson? He said, I've seen enough.
Oh, God, I know. He was so mad.
The Jets are 4-3.
Yeah, they're doing all right.
Wow.
They won 3 in a row.
Robert Saleh's coach of the year.
Yeah. Done a nice job until they get Aaron Rodgers back in like 2 weeks. So he says.
He's coming back in 2 weeks?
No. But you got that, and then you got an early game. And I just saw they just had a video of the Warriors walking in.
Little Caesars?
I'm amazed that Little Caesars exists. Are they a sponsor?
Isn't the owner of the team have them?
Yeah, Detroit-based, and it's a Little Caesar Arena, and it's like, God bless you. I mean, you know.
The pizza? I've never had it.
Oh, it is. I always have said that there's.
What's worse, Domino's or Little Caesar?
I think it's got to be Little Caesars. I mean, anything that it's like $5 for, like that alarm should go off. And there's no such thing, I guess, as bad pizza except for that.
It's like sex?
Yeah, like, right? There's just levels of it.
Yeah.
But that's like, you know, it's
I
not
don't think
good.
I've ever had Little Caesars.
You're not missing nothing.
Wait, when I lived in Indianapolis, did I have it?
It's Detroit-based. It's Mike Ilitch.
Yeah, it's the owner of the
Mike
Red
Ilitch,
Wings
yeah.
and the
Tigers.
Tigers.
Yeah, and it was,
not even the Pistons.
Yeah, and when I was back there, it was huge. And was like, what is going on? I mean, they barely put cheese on it. I think it's cardboard underneath. It is just.
They just don't know in Detroit?
No, but it's like, it's ready to go, and it's $5 out the door. So if you're like mom on a Monday and your kids generally don't care.
So it's cardboard pizza.
Yeah, it's like, what was the place that had the remember kids would have parties at
Round Table.
Oh, man. It's terrible. But whatever.
Some kids, it's not Tony Gemignani.
No, it's absolutely
or
not.
Amici's.
But I guess
Murph
my
and I
point
go
was,
off.
like,
who has the best pizza in the Bay Area?
You guys fight physically. Like
Tony's
today. You
or
walked
Amici's?
You walked in and you guys were having a fight.
Pablo Sandoval votes for Amici's.
Pablo Sandoval's like a dog. You know, you throw something at your dog, it doesn't even taste it, just swallows it. That was Pablo at the post-game spread.
Yeah.
What'd you just have? I have no idea. I just swallowed it. It was
so Little Caesars is like DiGiorno? What's the one you get at the supermarket and you bring home and you heat it up for 35 minutes?
Yeah, they do the commercial and they act like you wouldn't know. Oh.
Yeah. How about Papa John's? No, that's gone.
Oh, that guy.
Remember, we always want to do ads for them. Perfect. Papa and John.
It would be great. Except for the fact
he went off the deep end. Yeah.
Can I just say one quick thing? The only guy eating the candy corn that you brought in a week ago.
Where is that?
And this just tells you how bad candy corn is.
Yeah.
So there's a pumpkin there was 2 pumpkins you brought in. Well, there's one pumpkin remaining.
Yeah.
And it just has candy corn left in it.
Is it my candy corn?
Yeah. And so it tells you that nobody likes candy corn.
Nobody likes it.
The only guy,
a doorstop.
The only guy who keeps walking by and eating it because it's right in view outside her door. Lee Hammer. Lee Hammer keeps eating the candy corn. Doesn't think he's watching.
Hammer says maybe.
But it's literally outside our door, and I've watched him.
Where's the hockey puck? Where's the hockey puck donut he stole from Levi's after the Bengal game? Is that still here?
He told everybody not to tell. Don't tell I stole this from Levi's. It sat there forever. Fruit Loop donut.
How about Chuck E. Cheese?
Oh, that was the one I was thinking of. That's what I was thinking of.
Not Round Table?
No, Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
Worst.
Chuck E. Cheese when they're young.
Oh, the worst.
How about the music in there? That was like 4 Tylenol. Can you stop it?
I wanted to.
And the best thing about Chuck E. Cheese, playing the organ. was the ball pit. I would jump deep into the ball pit.
That is not hypo.
And then wonder why I was sick as a dog last week.
All the kid germs in that thing.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah.
All right. We'll have a good time tonight watching a little Chargers Jets.
Then we got Warriors and Pistons.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the Chargers, John Lund?
Is their coach, if they lose tonight, their coach going to be number 2 fired?
You think so?
I mean, Josh McDaniels, Brandon Staley, all the fourth downs that he goes for. They're wasting Justin Herbert. They got it going. All right, I don't know that we're going to hear from Chase. Game, right? Probably no Chase. You're looking on you're looking on your screen right now. No Chase.
I don't see him. All right. Not up yet. We'll get it tomorrow.
All right, still lots of good stuff to come on tomorrow's show. We'll continue to keep you updated on what's going on because we are official. You can get going. For example, Mark Cannon was already traded.
To the Tigers?
Yeah, to the Tigers.
Scott Harris.
There you go.
I wanted Mark Cannon last year.
I saw that and I thought of you.
How many of the games did the Giants win? Arizona got 84. Yeah, he wouldn't have. If it was very simply that they didn't get Mark Cannon, they wouldn't have made the playoffs, right?
Right.
No, I can't say that.
So we've already got a trade with Mark Cannon.
Yeah.
So
season's over. Mark Cannon is a Detroit Tiger.
So things are starting to happen.
See, do you pay attention to sports anymore at all, Copes? Or
just programming.
He just doesn't have any idea. Sports programming and not the playing of sports?
No.
No, I know. Yeah, Mark Cannon got traded.
Yeah.
So trades are ready to roll. Let's go.
What was the deal? What was
the sleeping?
Scott Harris got Mark Cannon.
It was just minor leaguers?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, he got dealt before the deadline.
Yeah.
So where's even? I didn't even know he had a contract beyond this year. I thought it was a rental.
Yeah, I thought it was some sort of option.
Yeah.
So the Giants need to do. Oh, Conforto, you're going to opt in for $18 million?
Is that surprising? That's what I'm surprised. Susan Slusser told us at the end of the year that was when she did not expect to be back. Because I sort of thought it's a different situation than when Jock Peterson was here, right? The qualifying offer was, 19 or 19.5 last year?
19.65, yeah. It was
something like that. And you think Jock's probably not going to get that annually on the market. But a guy like Conforto, I don't think he would have had a problem getting a 3-year, $45 million deal.
Do you think so?
Maybe 2-year, 30, but I think he's going to get the option.
He's just got Boros guy, and
he's going to get the option to do this. That's why I'm surprised he opted in. I think he'll get the chance to do the same thing. He can try to make some more money.
Haniger, Conforto.
Haniger's the one that is concerned.
So they're not going anywhere. Yastrzemski.
The Giants or the players?
The players. They're not. I mean, John wants to flip Conforto. What can you get back for Conforto? So the point is, with Conforto opting in,
prospects, yeah.
Do you have an opening for a starting outfielder?
You have a center.
What do you do?
Yeah, center.
Yaz and arbitration eligibility. Haniger's not going anywhere. Conforto is those your?
You now have the same 3 outfielders. To your point, and 3 guys who have been broken numerous times over the last couple of years, and 2 guys who are left-handed bats exclusively.
And they were like 25th in combined OPS. Like no.
I think Yaz is a plus. The problem is, and people wanted to play Yaz in center, I think Yaz is one of the best defensive right fielders to play this right field that we've ever seen. Jose Cruz Jr. for me was number 1 in 03.
Without a doubt. Randy Wynn was really good.
Randy Wynn was great. Nate Shearholtz could play it with the arm.
It can't be
Bobby
Conforto
Bonds
Yaz.
was pretty good.
I mean, at Oracle.
I'm going on to that.
It can't be
Carl
Conforto
Furillo
Yaz.
was really good. Rocky Calavito.
Yeah, it can't be Conforto Yaz Haniger again.
I think you lose defense with Yaz and center.
What if you sign a certain DH? Does that make it work?
Yes.
Does his name start with Ohtani?
And ends with Ohtani.
I want Bellinger in center.
He wants Bellinger. He's got it.
I'll take Bellinger.
Yeah. Bellinger in center.
People don't like the Dodgers stink, but
don't care.
I'm like Dusty Baker wiped it off pretty good.
Yeah,
I'd
be all right.
There's some guys who can overcome that. Oral Hershiser, not so much. That one was weird.
Yeah, it was weird.
Opening day starter, I want to say.
Yeah,
it was.
That's bizarre.
All right, man. I think that's it for us.
Copes.
You get 30 seconds to you're off.
Are you gonna take it right
tell everybody what's going on?
Take it to the minute?
One more time? If you'd like to. You can't.
No, go ahead.
Well, you brought it up. I wasn't going to make the announcement.
Oh, you're going to announce it?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't going to.
You know those cannolis you stole from me?
It's okay. You can
I meant to tell you, I negotiated those in. Those are mine.
Damn, I wish I was nicer to you all these years.
Nah, dude, you've been pretty
good. That was the funniest thing.
You've been pretty good.
Pop sits down today and he goes, Copeland, huh? He goes, wish I'd have been nicer to that guy.
You know what the real story is? I'm much nicer to my coworkers than my bosses. For some reason, once the guy becomes my boss, I just can't.
Are you meaner now than you were before?
No, I'm not mean. I don't care.
No, you're pretty good.
You know what? You've changed because
I just don't like being told what to do. Coworkers can't tell you that.
Man.
Bosses try to. No,
you're above my pay grade, I think. I negotiated below Pop. I was like, anything that happens below Pop.
But now you have 2 pay grades. You are double dipping.
Oh, no, I got one. I promise you, I got one. I tell you what, I'd love
So
to
here's the key thing. Are you Holer's boss now?
I'm Holer's boss.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holer.
Wow.
You like killed her.
Did he not show up today?
No, he did. He was off today because we had the bye week. He took advantage of it like you guys did. He was here last week, and so he took the extra day, I think, with his wife. And
whatever.
I've been working away. Slugging at the. I don't know. I'm just making crap up now.
All right, thanks to who do we have on? Tim Kawakami, John Lynch. Oh, we didn't have Siciliano. We have him tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
All right. I see Tolbert taking a big swig of a red cup like what Peyton Manning does. He just gave me the finger, a different finger.
The wrong finger.
And you guys are coming up right now.
Gave me the pinky.
Thanks to
Danny. Salute.
Thanks to Walter. We will see you tomorrow. You just saw Papa live.
Are you
and up
Tolbert's
close.
boss now?
I'm Tolbert's boss, yeah.
Who's your daddy?
What other finger? He gave you the finger, too.
Yeah.
All right, Tolbert and Copes right now. Boss Man. KNBR, AM and FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, our Cumulus media station.
Ogunbowale. Ibucam.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today we're going to be joined by Charles Davis, who was on the call for the Texans and the Bucks, a rather noteworthy game. And we're going to talk to Matt Mayoko. And then we are going to get you off to New York for the Jets and the Chargers not joined in progress.
We're going live.
We're actually going to join a game from the beginning. Go figure. So there you have it. You know, a lot of football today, a lot of college football, a lot of pro football, and I guess I got a new boss.
Yeah, I didn't know we were going there off the jump. I figured Greg was going to bring it up. Yeah, I got the
Congratulations.
Thanks, dude. I'm now the program director, KNBR, KGO, and
Very cool.
KTCT 1050. So
very cool.
There we go, man. Not much to change. At least as far as how we sound, you know what I mean? I don't think much will happen there. Just don't backtalk me, Tom. That's all.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'll have to change things around a little bit.
All the programming you'll ever need. You know what's funny is when you work with your buddies, then you like get a different role. You get treated worse. You know what I mean? Like since I've been here today, the risks
Your management, man. Your management now.
Derek,
Your management shill.
Derek can say if Antonio Pierce can coach the Raiders, I mean. What's the worst that could happen? So yeah, we'll have some fun, man.
Good deal.
Good deal.
Congrats.
Thanks, dude.
Very cool.
What was your? How was Friday for you, man?
Well, now that you're my boss, I can't tell you because that'd be a HIPAA violation. So I'm gonna have to keep that to myself.
I'll take my headphones off if you want to tell the listeners, and then we'll go.
We'll
go from there.
We'll tell the listeners. Yeah. No, the butthole's good. Everything's good on that end. I probably could take a few more visits to Vegetable Town, but I'm working on that.
Veggie Town, I like that.
Maybe we all could. So, yeah, everything's good. I know stuff up the ass as well as anybody. Thank you. So back in 7 to 10. So I got a 7 to 10 year sentence. So yeah,
out for good behavior at any point, or
no, yeah. I guess apparently the anus is on parole for another 7 to 10 years. And
oh, dude, that's actually fantastic news.
We are good to go. Although I will say this, I would love to have some of that anesthesia before I go to bed every once in a while.
Oh, they put you under, huh?
Was awesome. I felt like I was asleep for 3 hours, and it was like 20 20 minutes.
Was it gas or was it IV?
Yeah, it's gas.
Oh,
You're
the
sitting there
gas is
talking to
good,
him.
dude, yeah.
And it was a little weird, too, because the anesthesiologist knew who I was. And I'm like, it's kind of weird when somebody knows who you are.
Yeah.
And they're like looking at your nether regions.
Yeah, right.
Although he probably better not have been looking there because he wasn't the actual doctor. He was the anesthesiologist. So
He's like, you mind if I hang around
reason.
for this? I know who he is. Yeah.
Yeah, he would have had no business at the back door.
He's like, I used to watch him play.
Yeah, just front door always. So
I love the run
so we're like
TMC
talking
drives,
about the Warriors and everything, and the doctor was really cool. Although he was he was a USC Trojan. I go Trojan. Okay, I'm going to trust him. So he went ahead and did it, and everything was great. But they're both Warriors fans, so we're sitting there talking about you're about ready to get a colonoscopy. We're talking about, the Warriors been really good this year. Yeah, on the road, they're playing well, and all of a sudden you're just
using the whole fist, Doc?
Thank you. You're out. It's like you're like, I don't even know what I was saying, like what I was in the middle of. Like I had to be right in the middle of a word when I just went comp, and I was out. And then you wake up, and I'm telling you, man, I don't know what sleeping 8 hours on that stuff would be like. It'd probably be like being in a coma for like 5 years, where you just have dreams that last forever. And maybe you go Inception, and you go dream inside a dream inside a dream, that kind of trippy stuff. But I woke up, I felt like I got a good night's sleep. And it was, literally 20 minutes, and then you're out. The worst part of it, I know a lot of people say drinking this stuff was terrible. It wasn't that bad. I take half in the evening, half in the morning. The worst part, though, was the 1 o'clock appointment. So I went 42 hours without eating, and I was hungry when I got out of there. I mean, I was just like, give me some food. I'll eat a shoe right now. And so we got some food, and I was good to go. But other than that, no biggie. It really wasn't that biggie. I don't want to get one every weekend. It wasn't like fun, but it wasn't that big a deal.
That's what Harmony's here for, you know?
Yeah, Harmony will give you my next one. Yeah. There's no doubt about that.
River.
No doubt.
Harmony's still under the weather, by the way. We didn't hear from her on Friday. I think I told you.
We got to hear from her this Friday.
We're hoping so. We put out a Derek said. Naturally, Derek's checked in on. I think he has like push notifications on her health. He's checked in on whether or not she'll be here Friday, but we're going to find out whether or not we can get Harmony.
Oh, she's got to come back Friday. I got a clean bill of health. You got to be happy about that.
Derek and Mike says, Coach, we could use a bigger budget. Pretty good line there from Derek. And then the extra hour of sleep. Did we save the daylight? Did we?
I hate it.
Successful daylight saved?
I hate it. It's dark at 5.
It's weird. I don't like it.
It sucks.
It's tough.
And not that I don't like it. It sucks. It's just, I hate it. I hate it when it gets dark at 5 o'clock. I have no use for light in the morning. None. Because I don't utilize it. I don't care if it gets... As far as I'm concerned, it get light at 7:30. That's fine by me.
Yeah.
When it gets light at 6, it does me no good at all. So, yeah, this is... It's depressing. Like, for about a week, I'm like, 5 o'clock? Really? And it's only going to get worse until... I think December 23rd is a winter solstice, and that's the shortest day of the year. And I think it gets dark like about 4:30, 4:45, somewhere like 4. Yeah. Oh,
could be dark like an hour and a half into our show.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
The show.
Yeah.
I normally like.
And then the 24th, it's like, okay, we're on the ascent. Then I start counting the days.
Yeah.
I don't know how many days until we start. I always tell everybody, you can think what you want of George Bush II. You can think what you want of him, good president, bad president, hated him, loved him, whatever. Give the man credit. He extended daylight savings time. He gave us an extra like month or two.
GB 1 or 2?
2. I think it was 1 on the back end, 1 on the front end. He gave that to us. So
give
as far
us
as I'm
2 more.
concerned, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that's a great American right there. Absolutely great American.
GB2. No, maybe nobody's come back around stronger than GB2. You know what I mean? Nobody's. He like went underground for 8 years. He came back. He's like, I'm back. Now I'm kind of loved. Right?
Throwing out the first pitch.
Now I'm sort of funny, ain't I? Yeah.
When everybody loves him now, comparing him to Trump.
That's what I'm saying, dude. He came back.
I like him. He's
like,
nice.
Look at me, a little relative. I was like sort of fun uncle, wasn't I?
You're greater than Vince Lombardi.
Kind of a fun guy, wasn't I? Yes. A lot of people are checking in saying, tough. Who is this? 831 says, tough deal going from your promotion to Tom's A. Hell of a transition. Somebody else says, yeah, Coach, now you got to listen to all the complaints. Well, I have to pretend to listen to all the complaints. You know what I mean? It's just lending
Ass
an ear,
water.
bending an ear there. So good deal. We are off and running on a Monday afternoon. We got a 49er game this week, Niners and the Jags. I was talking about it with Derek before the show, saying this is going to be the third time in 4 games the Niners have faced a team coming off a bye week. How about that?
Yeah.
They placed the Browns were off a bye, then they played Minnesota. Then they, of course, played Cincinnati, and the Niners were on a short week against a team off a bye, and now you're playing another team on the road in Jacksonville who is also coming off of a bye. So we'll get into some of the NFL stuff from around the league this weekend, some college football to talk about. I thought Alabama was a lot of fun on Saturday afternoon. Alabama-LSU may be my favorite game of the weekend. We'll talk more about that one when we come on back. How about this? Chase Young has arrived as a 49er. He's wearing number 92, and we got some health updates for you. We'll do that next. Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, are they expected to play this Sunday against the Jags? That is all coming up. Tolbert and Copes, it's a Monday afternoon. It's almost Monday night right here on the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
The Warriors' 5-game winning streak came to an end last night as the Cavaliers won 115-104. There's more on that story. It's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Long Vision Correction down in San Jose. It's where I had my LASIK vision procedure done back in 2020. Since then, seeing better than ever. Used to wear glasses, used to wear contacts. It was something I was nervous about, getting LASIK, because one, it's a surgery. It's a procedure done on your eyes. Putting stuff in your eyes is always a weird deal. But what's great about Furlong Vision Correction is that they've been voted, one, the best place for LASIK in all the Silicon Valley. Dr. Furlong and Dr. Sana have been voted the best LASIK surgeons in the Silicon Valley, and they've been doing it for decades. Dr. Furlong is fantastic. He's watched this technology grow, and it's really important to note that they use this special Contura topography guided LASIK. It's the most advanced FDA-approved technology, and it measures up to 22,000 evaluation points. Basically what it means, they customize the vision map specifically to you and your eyes. They can do it for a bunch of different reasons, a bunch of different types of a bunch of different vision issues are reasons to have your LASIK vision procedure done at Dr. Michael Furlong's office at Furlong Vision Correction. These are your eyes, and they deserve the absolute best. I had astigmatism in one of my eyes. That was one of the reasons I got it done. Why don't you find out why you could get it done? You need to find out by booking your free LASIK consultation online at furlongvision.com. They will definitely focus on your vision. You can pick up the phone and call too. But again, furlongvision.com. You want to start seeing better? Go see the absolute best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I wasn't mad. It's like, Nick is here. Always been a big brother to me, even at Ohio State. Just stepping in here for, today. Got in here last week. Just the culture, the vibe is a lot different. I definitely know that I'm in the building with winners. It was literally like 5 minutes after they did it. Like, he called me, bro, and it was a good moment. Even in college, we never thought that we would ever be able to play with each other again. It's a blessing.
That was the voice of newest 49er, Chase Young, who hit the practice field for the first time with the 49ers today. He's wearing number 92. Got a couple updates for you as far as some of the other health goes, and we'll get to that in just a minute. But he and Nick Bosa, good friends. I always forget they played together at Ohio State. It's funny how many guys from those teams, not funny, but like you look back on.
Funny how?
Funny like a clown?
Funny like a clown?
Funny how,
Amuse you?
Boy, amuse you?
Huh?
Don't worry.
It amuses you?
Don't worry, Tommy DeVito. We'll get to him. We'll get to Tommy DeVito and his performance this weekend. Oh, yeah, we will. Against the Raiders yesterday, right? Hell of a game. Anyway, Chase Young, Nick Bosa, Joe Burrow, they played together, right? We got some Joe Burrow and Nick Bosa back and forth.
Did Joe Burrow ever play?
He was the backup at Ohio State before he transferred to LSU.
Is that what it was?
So he was there while Bosa was there. They were on the same team together, and they know each other.
I don't know if he played. I didn't know if he played, but I remember him being there.
No, he was there at the same time. But Chase Young, to send two guys back to back, number 2 into the NFL draft like that at pass rusher, never on the same team within 5 years. That just doesn't happen. But I'm excited about what this might look like on Sunday. Some people think this won't be an absolute game changer. John Lynch said, he's not going to fix everything. I don't think so either. I do think that this guy is better than an average pass rusher. Would have been taken where he was taken, and I don't think we've seen the peak of what he's capable of due to him returning from the injury. So I'm this is a potential, I don't know that it's a season changer. It may be, and I think they're kind of hoping it is, even if they're not counting on him to change at all.
Bro, you ready to come out here and get some sackaroonies?
Remember when we got sackaroonies in Ohio, dude?
Sackaroonies are so tasty, bro.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Well, let's go get a few more.
I don't need carbs, but I'll have some sackaroonies.
Can't agree more.
Sackaroonies are 100% all vegan, bro. Let's go.
You know what he sounded like coming to Chase Young? He sounded like Trent Williams. When Trent Williams showed up from Washington, he's like, it's just a different, look at this dog, dude, just in your face. You will not back off, Lou.
Dude, that's because it's getting close.
It's getting close.
It is.
Well, you got like 6 to 8.
Every time.
You got a few minutes, Lou.
Yeah, she doesn't need, look, she's still on the clock, and it's like even daylight savings time.
Yeah, she's got an hour. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I don't know how she does it. I don't know. Somehow she knows the clocks have changed. She goes, you ain't fooling me.
No.
You ain't fooling. No, we're good. Let's go.
The internal.
It's that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll get there in a second. I'm excited too. Like there are certain things that happen that it's new. So anytime something's new during the course of a season,
baseball trade deadline's always fun like that.
It's fun to watch it. When the rookies came up this year for the Giants, that was fun to watch. I want to see how this looks because Nick Bosa has not had someone opposite him since Dee Ford. and that was maybe the best the line has been. We're going to get somebody else that's like that, maybe even better than that. Now, it's not the same type of rush. D4 was just speed around the corner. I mean, this guy's got a few moves, few counters, and he's a big dude. So, yeah, I want to see the defensive line can get back to where they were, like a dominant force, and I think they have the potential to do so. Now, everyone's going to have to pick it up. It's not just that. It wasn't just the defensive end opposite Bosa. Everybody has to do a little bit more and play a little bit better. So, but I'm definitely. I think it's a good thing actually that they get this challenge out of the break, like on the road against a good team,
off a bye as well, right? Yeah,
that'll get you focused. That's going to focus you up a little bit. It's not at home against the Giants or at home against Carolina, or maybe those aren't the two best examples because you can play bad against those guys and win the game. Maybe at home against somebody like Arizona, who I think you probably could lose to if you weren't on top of your game. But this will focus you up because this is like a playoff team in the AFC. And to say you're a playoff team in the AFC is to say you're pretty good because AFC playoffs are going to be bananas this year. So, I think it's a good thing. But, look, there's a reason they're favored. Vegas still believes in this team. Vegas thinks this team is really good. That they've lost 3 in a row, and they're still third. I think they got the third lowest odds to win the Super Bowl this year. That tells you something right there. So doesn't mean it's going to happen. Just that's what Vegas thinks of them. But I think this is a good. They've been great coming out of the breaks too. The second half of the seasons, they've been money. They've gone on runs. So I think good things are coming for the team. We'll see, but I think it's a good opponent to start off with.
Yeah, I think so too. Niners and the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday, and again, Jags also coming off of a bye. Now, here's some good news Niners got today. Deebo Samuel returned to practice for the first time since his shoulder injury against Cleveland. Trent Williams still did not return to practice. So, and again, the Deebo one was a fracture or something? It was like a weird shoulder hair fracture in his shoulder. But I guess he's going to be good enough to go. Trent Williams dealing with an ankle sprain. Remember they said it was not high ankle, but doesn't mean it feels okay. Ankle sprains are ankle sprains. And God, the push off for a guy like that, I just can't imagine having to be a guy who's constantly moving backwards, laterally, up and down, and trying to stop some of the best, most physical athletes on the planet. So he has not yet returned to practice. Doesn't mean he won't play. Maybe they're giving him the extra day. And again, this is a guy who could not practice all week and be good to go on Sunday, I think, if they deem him healthy enough. How much rejuvenation do you expect them coming out of the bye week? I thought this year they started fast. We talked about how big of a deal it was to start fast, offensively and defensively. But we'll talk about Brock Purdy and how he spent his bye week later. I don't know if you've seen that. But I sort of expect them to come out revving, and I think Kyle wants him to come out revving in the same way they started the season.
Wasn't Brock Purdy farming?
He was on a farm. And I don't know if is it his farm or it's his fiance's farm, something like that, or his parents.
I don't know.
Dude, he's sitting in like he's like cutting wheat, dude. They're like, this is how Brock Purdy spent his bye week, and he's wearing a Niner hat, just like sitting there in a big truck or a truck. I don't even know what the equipment is, but dude was farming. Dude was putting in manual labor.
Getting after it?
Yeah, getting after it. That a boy.
I love it.
It's like Kyle Juszczyk went to like Barcelona. You know what I mean? Travis Kelce's going to Spain with Taylor Swift for a bye week. Brock Purdy's like, nah, man, we got a wheat season coming up.
He's like, yo, man, you seen the real estate out in? You know what I'm paying for rent? I need to earn a little coin during the break.
He's working. He's actually working at TaskRabbit. He wasn't even.
I gotta get out there and
getting paid.
Make a few hundy. We're good to go on the farm. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to come out of the
it's tough to have expectations.
Out of the break.
Right.
I expect they'll come out like they have the past couple years and play really well. I think they're one of the better teams in the NFL. I do believe that. So the loss to Cincinnati doesn't look as bad now. We're seeing what Cincinnati is.
They're
over the
good,
last
man.
Couple weeks.
They're
the last 2 weeks, that's the real Cincinnati. Now maybe Buffalo isn't as good. But I still think, Joe Burrow, when he's on top of his game, that's top notch. He's one of the best in the business. Those receivers are fantastic. Mixon is really good. So, yeah, you're kind of seeing that. But still, I still think they should have beat him. I think they could have beat him. The int in the fourth quarter really, really, really hurt him. But yeah, I expect him to play well. But to me, I know people may quibble and think it's the. I don't think it's the offense at all. I think it's the defense. Now, does the offense get a little blame? Yeah, they got to run the ball better. They have to not turn the ball over late in the game or in the fourth quarter. Of course, Brock's got to take care of the ball a little bit better in the fourth. But the defense, again, we talked about it all week. We don't have to get into it this week. But the defense has got to carry the torch. This is a defensive football team. That's how they're built. That's their identity. So that's what I want to see this week. It wasn't that long ago. It wasn't that long. Remember what they did at Dallas?
Yeah, that was a month ago. Yeah.
Yeah, Dallas had 400 yards, I think, or close to 400 yards against the Eagles on the road. They came here and just got smashed, just absolutely torched. It wasn't even close from the get-go. That was a defense. Like that defense I want to see on Sunday. I want to see the defense that lined up against the Cowboys because that's about when it started going south a little bit for the defense.
Yeah.
The Browns started running the ball a little bit. P.J. Walker didn't make a ton of plays, but a few. But they ran the ball better than maybe they should have. And then the next week you thought, okay, they'll get it right. I thought it was a good spot for them. And Cousins torches them, absolutely torches them. And then the next week you're thinking, well, and I said it, the Bengals only had 214 yards against Seahawks the week before. We'll get to them at some point. Whew. But I thought, okay, well, show me what you got. And then Burrow comes in here and goes 28 for 32 and just completely lights them up. And they can't get off the field. I mean, it's almost to save their life. They can't get off the field against the Bengals. Yet they were still in it. They were down one score, and you had the turnover down near the goal line. I still think they're in good shape. Like I said, 6-2 would have seemed a lot better than 5-3. Because when you're 5-0 and you're 5 3, it's like, God, that sucks. God,
if you were 0-3 and then 5-3 we'd be hyped.
Oh, you'd be like,
we'd be
party
dude,
time.
They're winning the Super. They're back. You know what I mean?
You kidding me?
Yeah,
you'd be loving it. But no, I do. I think they're in good shape. But we'll see. I mean, you never know. The NFL, boy. NFL, they're right. NFL will humble you in a hurry. You think you're good and you got it rolling? Most of the time you don't have it rolling. You're going to get humbled, and they've gotten humbled a little bit over the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
The Iron Sheik, they got Iron Sheiked. They're humbled.
Well, humble pie.
Exactly.
It'll happen fast in the NFL. The 49ers had a bye this week, of course. We'll get back into them a little bit later, and we got plenty more to talk about in terms of what happened around the NFC and the AFC. Baltimore helps out the 49ers. The Cowboys don't. The Raiders, they're smoking cigars in Vegas after their victory yesterday. And do we have a new official quarterback of the Tolbert and Cope Show? That is all coming your way next. A wild Week 9 in the NFL. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
got Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Quick out, bubble screen, Hill, nowhere to go, and the ball came loose, and it's picked up by the Chiefs. Coming down the near sideline, breaking free. This is Brian Cook trying to take it to the house. He's going to touchdown. Touchdown, Kansas City. 10 seconds to go. CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown!
Yes! Yes!
Takes the lead.
Yes!
Adele with the reception. Rock and roll. My goodness. Shotgun snap for Prescott. Steps up. Looks. Throws, end zone, Lamb makes the catch at the 2-yard line, and it will be tackled right there. And the Eagles are going to hold on to win 28-23.
Burrow gets the snap, back to pass. Burrow looking, under pressure, dumps it short right, caught by Sample, room to run to the 15, outside the numbers 10, down to the 5, diving to the end zone, touchdown Bengals!
Break his back, make him humble.
There you go. A little Iron Sheik humbling the NFL each and every week. It happens. Nobody undefeated, right? I mean, everybody gets humbled in the NFL. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. We are going to catch up a little bit later. One of our favorite guests, Charles Davis, joins us at 3:50, and then we'll talk to Matt Mayoko about the 49ers, who went back to practice today, and they had Deebo Samuel with them and Chase Young. Trent Williams has not yet returned to practice. Did you get up, Tom, at 6:30 to watch Dolphins and Chiefs? I bet you didn't, but you recorded it?
You'd have won that one, yes. I got up at 8, which, because the time change wasn't all that difficult.
I woke up right before kick because of the time change. Naturally.
Did you really?
It was like 7:25 or something.
Yeah, that's
and I was like,
too early.
And I just kind of flipped it on. And so for the first quarter or half, I was kind of, like half paying attention, sort of like still working on waking up, but I was dozing still. But I was up by second half. I watched all the second half.
Yeah, so I got up at 8, turned it on, and after the Chiefs' first drive, I was like, here we go. Oops. It turned into like, I guess this is more of a defensive game than an offensive game. All right. Still enjoyable. Miami cut it to 7 at the end, but it was just a different game. Like neither of the offenses got going at all. I think Kansas City is actually more dangerous this year than they've ever been because this is the best defense Mahomes has ever had. And eventually that offense will get going. I'm not sure if one of the young receivers, whether it's Sky Moore, Rice, maybe Tony steps up. They got Hardman back. So, I mean, the receivers, it just shows you how good the offense is.
Rice.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to be the guy this year, but I do like him.
He's getting a lot of targets. I think he got his 4th touchdown of the year on Sunday, yesterday. So
yeah, he caught that little short screen pass.
Not a lot of targets yesterday, but Kelsey didn't have a good game either.
No, nobody. It just, again, that's scary when you can get carried by your defense and you got that offense, or that quarterback, I should say. The offense isn't nearly what the offense has been because, again, they don't have, like, even a guy like Juju Smith-Schuster last year helped him out tremendously. Like, he had some big games for him last year. Yeah. So we'll see. But they're obviously the Chiefs, but that is the best defense they've had there. Miami, I almost put in the same boat as Dallas in that at some point you got to beat somebody of consequence on the road. Like, you got to beat somebody good. Like, you got to beat a playoff team on the road. You got to go out on the road, play a team that's a legitimate threat, and beat them on the road.
Well, was it Mike Tirico was on with us last Monday?
Yeah.
And he used a term that I was using all week, and I think it's a great term. He called Miami bullies. And he said a bully is a team that goes out and they're good and they beat up on the bad teams, and then they play teams that are solid, great teams all around, teams like Buffalo, teams like what we saw yesterday in Kansas City, and they just kind of get shellacked because they just can't keep up. And after the game, McDaniels talked about that. He said, if you don't like the narrative, you have to change it. We're a big offensive team and we're not beating quality teams. We've got to figure out how to make that work. So
get free coffee?
They get out and they run, and they're dangerous early, but they're kind of running into some of those problems the Niners have run into.
Miami?
Yeah, Miami is.
In what way?
They're getting stifled. I think when it comes to, they're not running the ball effectively the way they were to start the season. They've had injuries to the backfield, and I don't know that it coincides the same way, but I think when you can't run, they can't air it out over the top the way they were early on when they're not effectively running it. Once Achane went down, they had a couple of big games from Mostert, but since then, the defense they thought was getting a boost with Ramsey, which I think it did, but without them being able to run the ball, it's been really tough for Tua to get back and throw it. He's also been, I don't know if they're blitzing him more, I haven't looked at the numbers, but he's been hit a lot and he's turning it over way more than he was early in the year.
Yeah. No, I would say this, though. The Niners have beaten good teams.
Agreed. I'm not saying they're quality.
The Dolphins, no. The Dolphins haven't figured that out yet. But the Niners, Niners, who am I, Max Headroom? 19, Paul Young. The Niners have been doing this for longer than the Dolphins. I mean, McDaniels only been there a year and a half now, so it's obviously been a shorter period of time. But like let me take Dallas, for instance, because they did lose to Arizona, and that's when they were a huge favorite and they lost. But so far this year, they played the Giants, smashed them, stink. Jets, mediocre, smashed them. Cardinals, they got the upset. Patriots, no good, smashed them. Niners, good, got smashed. Yeah. Chargers, I guess mediocre. I mean, Chargers are just okay as far as I'm concerned. Pretty good game by them. They won that one, but I don't know if it's a constant. Like, if you're going to say, well, they beat the Chargers on the road, nah, I ain't buying that. That one doesn't work for me.
Chargers play a tough defense tonight on the road, and I'm intrigued by it.
Yeah,
I'm trying to see how the offense fares against their defense, because it's really, no doubt, that's what you're looking at here is a great defense against a great offense, and a defense for the Chargers that should be way better. And it's just
should be way better. Be. Yes. So they get the Rams at home, stink, killed them. Then they go to the Eagles and lose. Play good, but lost. Like at some point, it's not good enough to like hang in there and play really well. Like, hey, we're right there. You know, it's like, well, so. Well, nobody cares if you're right there anymore. We want to see if you can win. If you can win the game. Let's see. The Dolphins at Chargers won. Same as the Cowboys. At the Chargers, Cowboys won by 2. They won by 3. Go to the Patriots. Patriots no good. Beat them. Broncos dropped a 70 on their head. Then go to the Bills. They get a 48 dropped on their head. Then they get the Giants. No good. Dropped them. Panthers no good. Dropped them. They go to the Eagles, just like the Cowboys did. Lose. Patriots again, drop them. Chiefs, lose. So, you play the weak teams and you beat up on them. And they do have a couple teams in common. They both played at the Chargers and won, which I wouldn't classify it a great win, but a solid win. I mean, it's a solid win.
Right.
But they played a lot of the same teams where they're just like smashing these teams that aren't even close to being playoff teams. And then when they play teams that are playoff teams, they lose. Now, the Cowboys were much closer than the Dolphins were in Philadelphia.
But they're a defensive team, too.
But they still both lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, they still both lost. Right. I mean, the Cowboys were like right there. Had a chance at it, didn't get it done. So I look at they're different. I
like that. Yeah, I'm okay with
that. I think they're different. Like the way they play is completely different.
Sure, but I like their status in the league is what you mean.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I look at them both, and I think Dallas has a better shot just because the NFC isn't so competitive. The NFC doesn't have the depth that the AFC is going to offer this year. Now, I don't know where Buffalo's at. I'm starting to kind of think Buffalo on the descent now? They're not on the ascent anymore. I don't know if they're at the kind of hovering around the top and just kind of loitering, or they're kind of on their way down. They could be on the way down, but we'll see. But we know Cincinnati, Kansas City, hell, Baltimore looks like the best of the lot in the AFC. Jacksonville's probably going to be there, and that'll be a tough battle. First round of the playoffs, you don't really want to see them, but like the AFC's like got some really, really tough teams. Where the NFC, you're looking, you're like, first round, we should handle that team. We should beat that team.
It's much more top heavy, right?
Exactly. I mean, the first weekend of the AFC playoffs is going to be like a banger. It's going to be like, damn. From morning to night, these games are going to be incredible. Whereas the NFC, I think, is going to have a game where you're like, if I had to pull weeds, I could do it during that game. It wouldn't kill me to not to not see that game.
What was it? It was Mad Dog. That's a rough day. That's a tough day.
That's a tough day.
That's a tough day.
Let's be honest.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
Giants.
That's a tough day.
That's
the Broncos.
Yeah,
he's tired of the Broncos.
Irritated with that one. Just bounce around
That's a rough day.
Couple more moments here from around the NFL on Week 9. Just want to hit on some of these huge highlights here.
Yeah.
Josh Dobbs, dude. This is going to be the story of the weekend. Acquired by the Minnesota Vikings at the trade deadline, and then he's not supposed to play in yesterday's game. The name of the quarterback who goes down, the rookie.
Hall.
Hall. Yeah, he goes down with the concussion. Jared Hall goes down with a concussion. They bring in Josh Dobbs, who immediately then takes a safety. He got hit like on the first play for a safety. Leaves the field. He doesn't know the plays. He didn't know the plays. He didn't know guys on his own team's name. After the game, they asked him about it. He said, "That's it. Learning names is a week 2 thing. That's a this week thing." He goes, "I know some of them, but apparently they were saying stuff to him like, yeah, guys got to run like an 8-yard dig and then hit the out to the sideline. Just throw it that way." He just like how he's going to relay
football.
plays and go, all right, cool, let's do that. They won the game. Josh Dobbs shows up and he fills in for Jared Hall, who gets hurt. They beat the Falcons 31-28. He goes for 20 of 30, 150, and he runs for a touchdown too. Pretty impressive, dude, for a guy who's on his 5th NFL team since the start of preseason, or start of training camp, excuse me. 5th NFL team. You see, he just bought a house, too, in Arizona.
Yeah. Oh, that's so brutal.
He said he just bought a house. He had moved his family in. They had just, like, gone and, like, kind of done their whole, like, oh, it's our home and everything. And he gets a call. He's like, yeah, dude, pack your bags. You're going to Minnesota, man. So tough deal. But they, by the way, remember the whole deal with him not having his jersey in the team store in Arizona?
Yeah.
They already have it hanging there next to Justin Jefferson in the Minnesota team store. So you can already go get a Josh Dobbs. A couple more notes here from over the weekend. C.J. Stroud sets a rookie record. Yep. You know that because you whooped my A in fantasy with C.J. Stroud. 470 passing yards and throws for 5 touchdowns.
My God.
How about that?
Yes.
They win 39-37 over the Bucs, and he leads that late come from behind. This kid is incredible, man.
I rather enjoyed that.
It was fun. For a guy who was losing in fantasy to him, it was pretty fun to watch. It was a pretty exciting game.
I was like, you know what I was saying? Every time I saw him take the field, I was like, more, how do you like it? And then, how about my man that kicked the field goal? Well, I don't even remember his name. Number 33 for the Texans.
Oh, dude, yeah. Who was that, Derek? Who kicked that?
I forget who it was. It was so awesome, though. I think he kicked like a 29-yarder, like right through the uprights, too.
Who was the guy who was on the Chiefs a couple of years ago that was like their emergency kicker? Remember he made like a bunch of extra points, and he was like a DB. Yeah.
I don't know.
Was it Johnson?
This one was weird because they didn't even go for extra points. They went for a field goal, though, but they didn't go for extra points. They kept going for 2, so they'd be down 1. Or they'd only, they couldn't even tie the game.
CJ didn't get that one at the end. It was 20, was it 30, was it 24, 27 or something like that? Or 20? I remember he didn't get the 2 point. I was like, oh, great. Tom didn't get the 2 extra points against me. Good.
Exactly.
Until he marches down and throws another one, dude. That was only touchdown number 4 at that point. Man,
dude, he scored. There was like 45 seconds left or whatever it was.
Was unreal.
Some of those passes, this guy is like I don't know what he's going to be in 3 years. We'll wait and see on him.
What he is right now, D'Amico hit gold, man.
He's pretty good. And look, he has a lot more weapons to work with than poor Bryce Young. Bryce Young, that was a rough day yesterday right there.
It's a rough day.
Pick sixes. Oh,
that's a rough day.
That's a rough day. But no, Stroud, God, he throws a pretty ball.
It's nice, man.
He throws such a pretty ball.
He looks so sick, dude, when he lets it fly, man. He's good.
It really, really does. Now, that was fun to watch because that was back and forth. I love the look on Baker's face at the end of the game after they scored that touchdown. Just despondent. Just like thought I thought I had a game-winning drive in my back pocket. We're good to go, and just got it snatched.
So the guy who kicked it from him. The guy who kicked it, Dare Owungabale.
Yes, that's him. Yeah.
Running back. Yeah, dude. That's incredible. Running back out of
he's like a big dude.
Wisconsin, dude. Yeah, dude, he's like a running back. I love it, dude. How many kickers do you see wearing like an arm sleeve and like taped up wrists? And
I know.
He's got 2 white gloves on. I mean, he looks like he's ready to take a carry at the goal line. So there you go. CJ Stroud sets an NFL rookie record. Don't forget he also started his career with the most consecutive passes attempted before he threw an interception. A couple more notes here. Raiders dominate the Giants in Antonio Pierce's debut, 30-6. Were they having too much fun smoking cigars after the game, Tom?
I thought it was kind of dumb, to be honest with you, but
what
whatever.
Doing, boys? Come on.
I mean, did you just win the national championship or something?
Dude, exactly.
You just beat the Giants. You beat the guy from Goodfellas. Like, come on. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Whatever, though. I mean,
what are we doing here? What are we doing here? That's the question.
If that's what you want to do, then go ahead.
What are we doing? Speaking of the Giants and the there you go, the soundbite we played, Tommy DeVito. Should we change the official quarterback from Zach Wilson? to Tommy DeVito with Daniel Jones out with the ACL injury. Zach Wilson has been our official quarterback. He's like too mainstream now. I don't like that he's like winning the games, and it like sort of defeats the purpose.
I know, but it
gives
us a reason to play Stacy's mom. That's the only reason.
Yeah, I do.
It's really the only reason I say Zach Wilson.
That's the only reason I say Tommy DeVito is so that we can play. Oh, it's just me. It's a soundbite of me doing it. We got to get the Machio from my cousin Vinny. I shut the clerk.
Not that one.
I shut the clerk. Oh, he's got like a big one, dude. So there you go. There's a little update on what's going on around the NFL. By the way, Bengals did win last night. Joe Burrow looked really good. 24-18 was the final. As you said, the Bills kind of looked rough, and the Eagles survived the Dallas Cowboys 28-23. They still have the NFL's best record. Niners still 2 back of Philadelphia. You'd still love a loss for them between now and December 3rd, as we are under a month away from a rematch from last year's NFC Championship. All right, let's get into the Warriors from over the weekend. They won. They won on Friday. They lost on Sunday. They do have one win though in the play-in tournament, as Steph walks it off with a little bit of a floater. That was kind of a what I call the play-in tournament, the in-season tournament. Dude, that little
mid-season tournament,
that hip floater that he hit off the top of the glass to win that game on Friday was incredible. And then they lose to the Cavs. And now you got James Wiseman losing. We'll talk a little bit about the Warriors weekend and that Steph game winner over the Thunder when Tolbert and Copes continues, only here on the Sports Leader. Got some contract updates for the San Francisco Giants. They have picked up the option on pitcher Alex Cobb. Michael Conforto opted into his $18 million deal, and Sean Manaea has opted out of his contract. Find out more on that story. Trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
They got it to Curry. He sizes up Dort. He's directing traffic down to 8. Steph gets moving at 5. Dort a great defender at 3. Curry sidestep. Curry drive. Curry flip. Curry good! With 2 tenths again!
Oh, they're saying they touched the basket. Someone touched the basket. They got to review it, though.
They're going to review it and see if it's basket interference.
Someone touched the rim.
After review, the basket interference call on the court has been overturned. So successful basket.
There you go. The Warriors get the win. Steph game winner on Friday night. Then they lost yesterday, 115-104 to the Cleveland Cavaliers. But dude, Steph, red hot. You weren't here with us Friday. We had Marcus Thompson and we kind of watched the start of some of these in-season tournament games. And I saw some fans were a little bit hyped on it. Saw some people enjoyed it. It's a wrinkle, and I don't know how it's going to play out. I couldn't get hyped about it on Friday, but who knows? As it plays out, or there's you get to the end of your group stage, maybe guys will start playing a little bit more intense. I think there's probably something there to that. I hated the courts. I thought the courts were awful. I like the element that when you flip on a game, you know that it's an in-season tournament game. But we flip on, you don't, like, they don't want you to forget. But there's a way to do that. I heard Frank Isola on with Murphy Mack this morning, and he was saying you could just put the giant logo at center court for the cup like you do for the NBA Finals. Everybody knows what the NBA Finals logo looks like, right? And he says the reason they have this terrible name now, too, is they're waiting for a sponsor. They're waiting for somebody to latch on, but they got to call it the NBA Cup. That's what Marcus and I were saying Friday. Just call it the NBA Cup, like you call it the FA Cup or the Confederations Cup in soccer. But to call it the in-season tournament is just terrible. Even if you had a sponsor, if it was the Kia in-season tournament, it would be even worse.
Yeah. I don't even know why. I mean, look, it should be obvious. They need to have like a massive dispensary sponsor it. That'd be perfect for the NBA. Have a weed dispensary sponsor the mid-season tournament and $500,000 in a year's worth of free blunts. Dudes will play their ass off. You kidding me? They'll get after it. They might get after it anyway. Probably not, but you give them that as a little kicker.
The cup's an ashtray.
They'll be good to go. Hey, look, it's a game. The games were really good. There were some really good games. The OKC Warrior game was fantastic. Here's the question: would that game have been just as fantastic if it wasn't a tournament game? Like, did the guys play harder because it's a tournament game, or did they just play hard and it ended up being a great game? Like, there are great NBA games. There are great regular season games. It just so happened that there were a few of them on one night that happened. Is that because of the tournament? We don't know yet. Here's what it's comes down to for me. This isn't for me. This is for the younger generation. This is something that they want to take time and grow. I don't know how long it's going to take, 5 years, 10 years, whatever, until it's just a part of the NBA regular season fabric. Like, I'm always going to think it's dumb. I'm never going to change my mind on it. It doesn't bother me. I just think it's dumb. And I've stated all the reasons. But it's for the younger generation. It's for, the owners to make more money because no one wants to watch the regular season because the NBA, and I've said this forever, the NBA doesn't go out of their way to tell you that the regular season is meaningless. But they do go out of their way to not try to convince you otherwise. Like with all the players resting, all that stuff. It's like we all know what the score is. The season starts. Everybody thinks the season starts on Christmas. The season starts the first day of the playoffs. That's when the season starts.
Yeah.
Other than that, most of it's kind of it's fun. You get a fun matchup. I'm not saying there aren't games that are fun to watch. There's a bunch of them this year. Give me any combination of San Antonio, Phoenix, Lakers, Clippers, Kings. If I didn't say Suns, I'll say it again. Nuggets, Warriors. I mean, that's good. And then any other combination of the Bucks and the Celtics, and maybe the Sixers. Sixers are pretty. I watched Sixers. I think Harden plays tonight for the first time, so that game will be kind of interesting. But there's like more games this year maybe to watch than ever, and maybe I'll even throw Miami in there since I never do. But there might be more teams this year that are like just the matchup alone would make it a fun game. Whether it's a tournament, mid-season tournament game or not. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm not really looking at who's going to make the playoffs, who's not going to make the playoffs until the last month of the season. So the regular season to me is kind of whatever. The playoffs are awesome, but this is to try to stir some excitement in the regular season. Like they know. Maybe it's the NFL season right now. It's the end of the college football season. We're getting ready for bowl games, all that. We're settling who's going to play in the college football playoffs. And no one's really thinking NBA. They're trying to get people to think of the NBA. Yeah. And TNT and ESPN are paying a boatload of money for those properties. And they want some excitement. They want some excitement if they're going to shell out that type of money, if not more, for the next contract. They don't want to, hey, Friday night we get the Bucks and the Warriors. Steph's not playing, Giannis isn't playing. Click. Like, no one wants to watch that garbage, but the ESPN still paid premium dollars for it. So they're trying to kind of figure out
and they have another
way.
contract negotiation coming. So they've got
exactly. Well, that's exactly why they're trying to get the players
TV
to play.
contract, right?
That's why they're saying, hey, you guys got to play. You can't rest. You can't have 2 stars resting. There's certain stipulations for if you can rest, like 35 years of age, so many minutes played. Have you been on an All-Star? I mean, are you designated a marquee player? So both you can't. All those things. That's what it's for. They're trying to get those guys to play so the TV contracts are bigger. And the NBA players need to realize bigger contracts, more money for them. And that's just what it is. They get a bigger piece of the pie. Or not a bigger piece of the pie, the same piece of the pie. It's just a bigger pie now. So, but that's all it is. It's about money. I mean, let's not forget, this is a business, and these guys want to make money, and that's what the midseason tournament is about more than anything. It's about how do we make more money. And this is their way of trying to address that. Will it? I don't know. We'll find out.
In terms of what the Warriors did this weekend, I said that they picked up their first win in the in-season tournament against Oklahoma City, who I think is going to be kind of a dangerous team. Defense didn't look good on Friday. They gave up 139, but they escaped with a win. You're on the road.
Yep.
Again, the scheduling's weird. Like you mentioned last week to Steve, the stop off home for one day against Sacramento and then back on the road for 4 more. So the 115 to 104 loss to Cleveland. Warriors, as I mentioned on Friday, just going back to that game real quick, dramatic fashion, the 0.2 seconds left when Curry hits the layup. Do you agree with the call of the no basket interference on Draymond?
Yes.
You did.
Well, because they won't call goaltend if it's not going to hit the rim. Like, there are certain situations where, like, if the ball's not going to hit the rim and it's going down, they'll just determine it wasn't going to hit the rim, so they're not going to call goaltending. I think if you hit the rim or hit the net and it moves the rim at all, has any effect on the ball, then I think it's got to be called. But that didn't affect the ball one way or the other. And Giddey touched the rim, or touched the net. He pulled the net. So what are you going to say? It's on Draymond, but not on Giddey.
Right.
Giddey grabbed the net, but no, that to me, it had no effect on the ball. If it has no effect on the ball, then yeah, I had no problem letting that one go. I thought immediately when he touched it, it was going to be offensive interference. But when I saw that it didn't affect I didn't know that they were going to call it. I was hoping that that's what they would call, because I thought that was fair. That was the fair way to adjudicate that. Touch the rim didn't move at all, didn't have any effect on the ball whatsoever. Bucket's good. So I think they got that one right, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, I'm good with that. Because there's some common sense that goes into that too, and that's what's so funny about why the NBA and basketball to me is the toughest to officiate. Because even things that are yes or no are still sort of subjective, right? You've still got to figure out whether or not it's supposed to be objective, but there's sort of subjective calls as to whether or not the ball is over the rim, whether or not you've jumped or touched the ball at the correct time or not. Any concern with Andrew Wiggins' slow start to this point? Like,
not really. I mean, that's kind of Wiggs.
Got to navigate this a little bit.
Yeah, I just kind of expect some of those type of games from him. He's a little sleepy sometimes. I thought he rebounded well in Cleveland. He got after the glass and even had some moments in the OKC game too. That's what I'm more concerned about. Like, I think his scoring will come and go a little bit, but not really. I mean, they're playing well. I never really count on him.
3-9 last night.
Yeah, I think the one major surprise is the uptick in Draymond's offense. So that's
like knocking down
compensating.
shots. Right.
That's compensating for kind of the lack of Wiggins' offense. And then, you don't need as much from Wiggins now because Kuminga's giving you some. Although I'm hoping at some point, I don't know if it's ever going to happen, but Kuminga, he's really good. His feel for the game isn't at the highest level yet. Like, he gets the ball, he just wants to go to the rim. Like, he's thinking score every time he touches the ball. That's like his mindset. Give him the ball, score. Sometimes I want him to think pass, and then if I pass here and cut there, I can get open. Or if I go set a screen for somebody else, hell, I might get open if I set a good enough screen. Or pick, roll. Hell, when he rolls the bucket, if there's any gap between him and the defender,
he's throwing it down, right?
All you got to do is just throw it up in the air anywhere, and that guy will get it. And he will smash it on people's heads. He's incredible, but too often does he get the ball and just go, and then kind of throw up a little bit of a wild shot, or the ball will be poked loose, or he'll dribble it off his leg or something like that. Like, sometimes I'm just slow down. Sometimes it's there.
Dribble.
Thank you, Tim. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's there. Sometimes it's not. Like, even if it's not, he's going. So it's like, boom. He's already predetermined, made up his mind. But he's still scoring for him. Like, last night, he didn't score in the first half. I think he had 15 in the second. So his scoring and Draymond's scoring kind of hides the fact that Wiggins hasn't been scoring. Now, until recently, he wasn't even rebounding. Like, he wasn't doing much out there, to be honest. He was a little bit of a ghost. So, but I don't know. I'm not worried about it yet. Like, I'm not going to worry about anything anyway until at least January. We've got a long way to go before the season really start getting meaty.
To your point about, if Draymond's going to pick up some of the offense there, you're not looking for as much. When you have Kuminga, who, to your point, is asked to do maybe a more specific role because you've got these vets. Dario Saric is there. You've got Chris Paul. Dude, I almost called him Cliff there.
Cliff?
I almost called him Cliff while seriously talking about Chris. But you've got Chris Paul. Thank God it's not Cliff. Or we'd be insured. We'd be covered great. But because you have these other weapons, and that's what Steve was telling us last week. He said we're incredibly deep, and that's what it feels like. So that's why I'm at the same level as you. It's, to me, if I were going to look at something and say what's not going great, Andrew Wiggins isn't going great. It's of no level of concern because they're playing good basketball right now.
Yeah, and what's Chris Paul shooting, like 25%?
When he takes shots.
I mean, he hasn't even made a bucket.
No.
I mean, his assist to turnover ratio is incredible. He takes care of the ball, and that's really what they need. Like, they always, it feels like they always have enough offense with Steph and Clay. And again, Kuminga's pitching in a little bit more this year. Draymond's pitching in more this year.
Draymond's taken 22 shots over the last 2 games.
Draymond has?
Yeah. He took. He was 5 of 11 last night for, and by the way, 8 assists, 3 steals too, and a block. Had 18 points. He had 15 points against OKC, 5 of 11, and he was 2 of 4 from 3 against OKC, 2 of 4 from 3 against Sacramento, 2 of 3 from 3 last night. He's gone 13, 15, 18.
What did he score against the Kings?
Against the Kings, he scored 13 against the Kings, and he shot 4 of 7. And by the way,
I wonder how many.
Hasn't missed a free throw in 2 games. 9 and 9.
18. Wow, I wonder how many games that have to comb through from last year to see him score 46 points in 3 games.
Ooh,
averaging over 15 a game, because he just,
and his percentages are great right now.
Yeah, he never looked to score. Like, he hasn't looked to score like this in probably a couple years.
He does look aggressive at it, right?
He actually is, like, before the ball comes to him, you can tell.
He's setting it for
like
threes,
he's looking.
right?
Once he gets the ball, he's going to let it go. Or he's rolling to the bucket looking for a hoop. He avoided that stuff last year, in the last few years, actually. Like, he didn't even want to shoot the ball, and he wouldn't even look to shoot the ball. There were games where he'd have, 4-shot attempts, let alone double-digit points. It's almost like Rodman, in a sense, where Rodman didn't even want to score because I think he thought it took away from his from his rebounding and his defense. Like, he wanted people to think of his rebounding and defense, and that's it. Like, I always thought Rodman had more to offer than what he offered, but he just didn't do it. With Draymond, I almost felt like his rebounding and playmaking ability, like, he just didn't want to score. That's what he wanted to be known for. And he'll score occasionally, but he didn't even want to score because this is what I do, and I want that to stand out. And I always thought he could do a little bit more. But if he keeps doing this, that would be awesome for the offense. It just opens stuff up. Like early in his career, when they used to run the pick and pop and they used to double Steph and kick it back to Draymond, and he wasn't afraid to shoot. That was the year, he was hitting like 5 threes against the Clippers in Game 7, right, where he just catch it, boom, good, boom, good. He was like, he wasn't money, but he was like, mid to high 30s. Like, he was respectable. Over the past few years, he just has had no interest in shooting. And I don't know if it's because the shooting percentages have gone down so much, or the shooting percentages have gone down so much because he doesn't shoot that much. And when you stop shooting certain shots, you're not going to shoot as good a percentage because you're just not getting a feel for it. You're not getting in that rhythm. So I love to see it. To me, that is along with Chris Paul and the stability that he brings to the second unit, that has been the most. And I wouldn't even say Chris Paul was a surprise, but Draymond being a guy who is going to be more aggressive offensively, that's been the biggest pleasant surprise of the early season. Like, I don't know how long it'll last. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, this is going to be great this year. I don't know. You never know with Draymond, but I'm hoping he keeps it up. I think they're a better team when he does keep it up. And I love it. I love when you see that. Like, just that makes him like a complete, like, just, we already know defensively and playmaking what he can do, but when he's like pitching in just like 10, 12 points a game, that's great for this team. Absolutely.
So he's at, what did we say it was? 47 points?
I think it was 46. He's at 13, 15, and
13,
18.
15, 18. There you go. Yeah, so I found a stretch in last season where he did go, it's not quite as good, but he was pretty good. He went 15, 11, 16. That's a pretty good stretch there. And then about a week and a half later, he went 14, 10, 12, but he was never as efficient. He never had a 3-game stretch last year where he scored 46 points.
Wow.
I think 41 or 42 would have been the peak.
Yeah. Okay. Then he's done that in the first 7 games.
First week. And by the way, he hasn't missed a free throw in 2 games, 9 of 9.
That's
in the last
incredible.
2 games stretch. It's not what Draymond does, or it's not what he has done in the last 5 years.
No,
Really.
I think it's a great sign.
It's a good sign.
Now, again, if he has 2 or 3 bad games, will he keep being aggressive? That's the key. Because he's not a scorer by nature. At least, over the last 3-4 years, really, he hasn't been. He's been a reluctant scorer. This year, he's more of an aggressive scorer. Now, we know guys like Steph and Clay, guys like that, it doesn't matter what they shoot. They're going to keep shooting. Doesn't matter. But players that aren't naturally aggressive or don't feel like they have to score for the team to win, it'll be interesting to see when he has a game where he's like 0 for 7 or 2 for 8, something like that. Will he come back the next game and still be as aggressive? Is he going to have a game where he goes 0 for 3 from 3? Or will he have a game where he misses his first 2 3-pointers and then just won't take anymore? Because he's like, I'm not feeling it tonight. I'm not going to take anymore. So they leave him open. I'll be looking for that. But specifically, I'll be looking for when he has that one bad game. Will he come back the next game and say, I don't care. I'm going to, you know what, if I'm open, I'm letting it go. I'm going to look to be aggressive again. Because I've always said it. I've always maintained this, that they are a better team when he's aggressive, when he makes himself aggressive. Like, he doesn't need 20 shots a game, but just like 10 shots where you're like, okay, you're going to leave me home for that little 5-foot floater? I got it. You're going to leave me alone in the corner? I can hit that shot. You're going to leave me alone for the roll? Go, I'll go ahead and dunk it. So I just, huge fan of that. When he's aggressive like that, I love it.
And it's going to help him, I think, down the stretch, because I think what it does is it makes other teams have to protect against it, right? It's sort of like a pitcher that can get to a certain spot with a pitch. You sort of know he has that in the arsenal. You might throw it early, but then it's in the back of your head. Right now, they've got to play Draymond maybe a little bit differently when you get to January and February, and maybe he doesn't keep doing it. Maybe he's not as effective, but if it's in the bag, then you know he can go to it at any point. Just a quick thought from me before we get out here. The Warriors, by the way, are just having a press conference right now, and Adam Silver has officially announced the All-Star game coming to Chase Center, I guess 2024, 2025. So how about that? Chase Center's getting an All-Star game. And then just some thoughts from you on Steve Kerr. Says he's going to step down as Team USA head coach after the Olympics in Paris.
Yeah, I figured that'd be one
Just
and
a
done.
one run for him?
Yeah, I mean, it takes up a lot of your time. And I think with the deep runs that the Warriors make, and I think will probably continue to make, it's just a ton of time. It really is. So
it's your offseason.
I've talked to him about it. Like, he loves it. He's loving it. Loves being around the guys and to be able to be the coach of the USA team. And even, going back to last Olympics when he was around Pop and Jay Wright, and I forget who else was on that team. Was Monty Williams on that team? He was supposed to be on that team, I think, but I'm not sure if he was. But he just said he loved being around all those guys. He said it was really, really fun. The greatest collection of talent you could ever hope for, and now he's going to be the head coach of that team. So, yeah, that didn't surprise me at all. I figured as much. I didn't think he was a lifer like Coach K was. I mean, Coach K, damn, what did he do it for, like 12 years? That was just incredible. Now, I think he probably, he has a military background. So does Pop. Pop was Air Force. I think Coach K was Navy or Army. Went to Army. I think at the same time there. Knight was
Bobby Knight coached him, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Saw a great photo of them on the court together like last week when Bobby Knight passed away. And he's so young and he's still wearing the sweater, but he's standing there talking to Coach K. And Coach K's just baby face. It's so cool.
I know. So I never thought Steve would do more than one. I don't know if I ever talked to him about it. Maybe I did. And he said one's good enough. Super honored, is loving every minute of it. But yeah, I don't think he wanted to do another 4 years. But yeah, so cool. He hopefully. I told him, I go, you can only screw this up, right? If you win, you're supposed to win. He goes, Oh yeah, I know that.
It's like I've been there before, dude. I'm coach of the Warriors. I know what's supposed to happen here, dude.
That's pretty much what it is here now,
dude. I know he's here. It's like, yeah, if you don't win, that's all we care about.
You suck.
It's all we care about with Warrior basketball. It's so funny that's what this team and this organization became. You got to win, and that's all that matters.
Well, the funny part is, and it cracks me up, and I'm sure we'll even get it on the the YouTube channel from time to time. You definitely get it on Twitter all the time, is that when they're not winning, they want him fired. There are people that want him fired. Like Kerr doesn't know what he's doing.
Kerr must go.
Kerr doesn't know how to manage the rotation. Kerr doesn't know how to make adjustments. Kerr doesn't know how to do. It's like, shut up. I mean, you don't know what you're talking about. And obviously, I don't mean shut up in a be quiet sense, because then sports talk wouldn't exist. But it's just like it's a classic. The average fan, they want to blame the coaches and not the players, because they think they know coaching better because they know they can't play. So it's like, well, let's blame the coaches for everything. It's like, no, I mean, he's the same coach that won 4 championships. Four championships there, and now it was 3 at the time, but they hadn't won a championship here since '75.
Yeah.
And they won 3, and 2 years after that, I was like, oh, this dude sucks.
Yeah, dude.
And anybody could have won with that talent. That's what it always is in the NBA. Anybody could have won with that talent.
Look at what Luke did. They went undefeated under Luke. Steve, he was just Steve's not doing anything.
Everybody could have won. Anybody, Luke did it. Anybody could win. Luke, I'm sorry, I said Luke. Anybody could win. Like Phil Jackson, talent, Pop, talent. Are you sensing a theme here? Anybody that follows the NBA, do you sense a theme?
It goes both ways.
That talent wins in the NBA.
Yeah.
Okay, you still got to have good coaching, and most of it, is about managing egos. It's not about X's and O's. It's about managing egos, is what it is. You have to be a leader of men. That's what Phil Jackson. That's what Pop. That's what Pat Riley. That's what Steve Kerr. That's what all those guys have in common. And you win a championship like you understand how to manage men and lead men. Lead a bunch of alphas. Not the easiest thing in the world, because these guys have egos.
Tim said McDaniels, Josh McDaniels. No, I don't. I do not think he is quite. I don't think he's in.
But yeah, it's funny. Right. But you're right. You're right. It is almost like win or leave. Like, you have so much talent here. Don't waste Steph's years. For God's sakes, don't waste his years. So yeah, I mean, he gets the deal though. He knows the deal. But yeah, the Olympics, it's an honor, but you can only lose. You can only lose. You can't even really win, because if you win, everyone expects you to win. But if you lose, oui.
Then you become French? I don't understand.
Oh, I don't know. Well, it's in France, so I just thought I'd use. I don't know why.
Well done. Well,
made no sense.
I forgot
Not
about
really
it too.
well done. Thanks.
Yeah, we need a little Pierre escargot. Shout out Keenan Thompson. All right, let's do a dip into a little bit. Yeah, that was for you, Derek. Let's do a dip into a little bit of college football. I just want to talk briefly about USC. They've given up 101 points in the last 2 weeks after they lose to Washington. Caleb Williams, Michael Penix, and Caleb Williams' mom making an appearance in this game. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Andrew Siciliano joined Papa and Lund today and reacted to all of the outcomes across Week 9 in the NFL. Check out that podcast, trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
squared. Tolbert and Copes. Or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Caleb Williams waiting, 1:07 to go in the game. There's the snap. Williams looking. Williams throws sideline, incomplete, and that should do it. The Washington Huskies will stay unbeaten. They gave up 42 points to USC, but 0 in the fourth quarter. Huskies by 10 with 1:02 to go.
How about that? USC and Washington, we talked about it on Thursday. We were going over some of the college slate, 52-42. Is that kind of what you want to see in a college football game? I mean, I want to see a good game, but I don't mind a shootout when you've got two guys who are like Heisman-type candidates. Washington is a blast. Michael Penix Jr. has been fantastic this year. The USC defense, which we said early in the year was not good, which you, I think, aptly called maybe week 3 when they looked pretty electric. You said, I just don't know if they have the defense to get to the CFP. That's going to hold up even against these tough offenses in the Pac-12. And some other teams have showed that they're as good offensively, Washington one of them, but SC has given up a record 101 points over the last 2 weeks. 101 points in 2 weeks? That is wild. And one of them was to Cal, wasn't it? 50 to Cal last week?
Yep. 49 to Cal.
49, excuse me, 52 this
50
week.
50 to 49,
That's
yeah.
right, man. They didn't kick the extra point, right?
And so, 101. You know who they played this week?
What did they get this week? Oregon?
At Oregon.
Oof.
Probably be another 50 burger.
Now, we'll do this next Monday. I'll say they've given up 150 points in 3 weeks.
Yeah, that was the greatest flag football game I've
That was
ever
wild.
seen.
It was basketball on grass, man. It was
The
wild.
greatest flag football game of all time. They had to pick. They had to pick the Olympic team from those guys and send them to Paris to win us a gold medal in flag football. I don't even know what to say. And the defenses were non-existent, and you get what you get. And they have 2 fantastic quarterbacks and 2 great receiving cores. Adunze is going to be like a top 10 guy. Polk will probably be, first, maybe second day guy, but he's good too. And we know all the athletes USC have. Here's the one thing I wonder that I'd be curious. Oh, by the way, just as a side note, I'm surprised it took him this long, but Alex Grinch will not be stealing anything, Christmas or otherwise, this year, because he's done. He's no longer the defensive coordinator at USC. They fired him, which I'm surprised it took that long. He wasn't very good. He wasn't very good at Oklahoma. Then he came here and unveiled his bag of tricks to the Trojans. It's like, ooh, man.
Yeah, the good. Derek says, by the way, he might be stealing soon. Derek says he's out of a job, man. He might be stealing. He was stealing victories from SC is what he was doing.
He definitely was doing that. No doubt about it.
Good line, Derek.
But do you think when you watch like Caleb Williams, like I think he's incredible, but I'm wondering how much of that stuff he pulls at the college level he'll be able to get away with at the NFL.
I don't think a lot of it. I think he's a big arm guy, right? I look at him and I wonder. I kind of used to think of him sort of like Deshaun Watson when he came out. Like he had the mobility. He looked kind of lumbery, but he had a huge arm. He looked like he was accurate. Maybe last year he seemed better. I don't know what the difference is this year, but you're right. He seems like he tries to squeeze stuff. He's far more erratic. He plays a lot of hero ball, which for a guy who's going to get drafted by a bad team, I'm always concerned with. Justin Fields was kind of like that in a different capacity, in a different skill set where what he did was great because he was an incredible college football player and he could get out of dodge and he could extend plays. And I think that a lot of times that's what we see from Caleb Williams because he's so big and strong. I think when he gets to the next level, there's going to be a lot of guys who match him in his athletic ability. And I don't think he's as accurate or as intelligent of a quarterback as he's going to need to be when he gets to the NFL. I think his ability and his skill has taken him a long way.
Yeah, I'm real curious to see what's going to happen because I think he can do it, and I think he probably does it because he knows he can get away with it. He's not going to be able to get away with it at the next level, so maybe he won't do it as much, but I think he's pretty damn good. Like there's no doubt about that. And then Penix is like, I was telling a buddy of mine was over watching games on Saturday. I go 3rd and 10, I'm going to make it 50-50. Maybe 55-45 offense. You just felt like no one was getting off the field in that game. Like, it didn't matter. Like that one, what was it, like 4th and 8 or 3rd and 8? Penix rolls left from like the 25, throws a touchdown. Now, granted, the defense was pathetic, as it has to be, to allow a 4th and 8 or 3rd and 8, whatever it was, a touchdown from the 25-yard line. A guy, tight end, was open. Still a hell of a throw. He had to throw it over like a couple corners, but he was running behind him, and the guy that was supposed to be guarding was like 5 yards away. Like, what are we doing here on defense? Well, nothing. That's why we stink, and that's why you're about to get fired tomorrow. Oh, very good answer. So it
I don't think that's how I'm paraphrasing, but yeah.
The holes they were opening up for the running backs. God, what was I can't remember the running back's name for Washington, but that dude, I thought he was going to die of a heart attack. I was like, geez, I go, somebody tackle him.
Dylan Johnson, that guy, 256 and 4 touchdowns. Yeah.
It's like, on how many carries?
26 carries, 256.
Yeah. It's like 10 yards a damn carry.
That's wild.
Are you kidding me? Like, it was embarrassing. Like, handoff, there's another 10, there's 20, there's 5, there's 30, this guy was just shredding, absolutely shredding that defense. But, yeah, that game was awesome. Love that game. I don't like a lot of those games. Like, I don't want to. You're probably gonna get another one, Oregon SC. Do you see the spread? It's Caleb Williams playing. I'm assuming he is. But did you see the spread in that game?
No, what's the spread?
It's because Oregon favored by 15.
That shocked you?
15
with the def. I mean,
yeah, that shocks me.
At Oregon with the way they've been playing.
I know, but
it's lost by 10 to Washington.
I mean, they can score. Like, USC can score. Now, Oregon's going to score too, but if Caleb Williams is playing, I might actually try USC there just for the hell of it.
Were you hearing reports he wasn't going to play? Was there?
No, I was just guessing. Like, I was thinking, God, that it just seemed like too much if he was playing. But maybe you're right. Maybe they're just like, well, these guys stink. Fired their defensive coordinator. Maybe things are going to spiral downhill a little bit. But I figured, damn, I always got backdoor potential with Caleb Williams. I mean, hell, you can get down like 20 points. You can come down and score at the end of the game, cut it to 13. So yeah, I'm gonna take a look into that. No, I don't know. I was just like, when I saw the line, I was like, wow, this seems really large, like a really large spread. But maybe. And then you mentioned the other game that was on at the same time. I had to bring out the double TV banger for the Washington game.
You did. You brought up the
LSU Bama
flex screen.
Bama game. Yes,
that was a great game, dude. That was a blast. The second half was fun, dude.
It was a great game, right up until the point where Bama, who was it? Dallas Turner. What's his name? The defensive.
Talking about the hit.
Yeah,
the one where he like lifted the QB off the ground and like.
Yeah, Dallas Turner. Right until he like clocked him underneath the chin. Then the game kind of stopped at that point because Jaden Daniels was having a game. I mean, he was passing, he was running. He had over 300 yards, maybe close to 400 yards total offense. And then it was like, I think it was a one-score game at that point. No, it was two-score. I think Alabama did go up 42-28. But you thought, okay, still a whole quarter left. You're going to have a chance here. And then he was out of the game. You're like, this game's over. It's done. And it was.
It was. They broke away. That was it.
There was no more scoring. That was it.
Yep.
It was like game over. Thanks for coming. I was like,
Milroe looked pretty good. He's grown on me.
Milroe
was
looked
terrible
really
early in the
good.
year. The quarterback for Alabama. He was awful early in the season.
He looks so decisive now.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they're using him more in the running game than they did like 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. He just looks like a different quarterback. He looks more confident in the pocket, and he looks more confident making the decision like, boom, I see something.
You had that one where he dropped back there in the red zone, and it's like he looked to the flat and he saw the huge gap.
Yeah.
Pump fake once, and he's like, I was like, what are the linebackers doing? They had to protect against the pass because he's decisive now. It was a really good play. So
he just shot out of a cannon straight up the field. No, they look like a different team now. Their defense is. I still think Alabama's defense is top notch. Look, they gave up a lot of points against LSU, but that's the number one offense in the country. But they might be there. Georgia, I'm not sure if Georgia's that team this year. I think they're the best team, but the gap is closed. Missouri really battled them and had their chances in that game. So it looks like we're heading toward a Georgia Alabama SEC championship game, and I'm sure Georgia will be favored in that game. But Alabama's. I give Alabama a lot more of a chance than I gave them a month ago. A month ago, I probably thought,
I thought they were cooked. Yeah,
not going to happen. But they look like a totally different team now, and I agree with you. Milroe looks totally different, way more confident, way more decisive, and that gives them a big edge going forward.
I thought that was a blast of a game. We'll see how it shakes out in the CFP ranks, and I think if you got Saban, you always got a chance, right? Let's go from college into the NFL. Charles Davis.
We got it real quick.
Yeah,
we got to mention the last Bedlam.
Oh,
how
dude,
cool was that? Oklahoma State took down Oklahoma. I love it. I love when the schools are leaving and then it's like the last one of something.
Yep.
And you beat them. Like Kansas beating Oklahoma. Get the hell out of the conference. Oklahoma State, get the hell out of here. I still hope they play. That's why I was hoping Cal beat USC, but they didn't. But this was like...
Send them on their way, right?
See ya. Last Bedlam, we got you. And maybe Oklahoma State saying, screw it. We don't need to play now. We always got bragging rights. We'll have won the last game we ever played against you guys. But that was a really fun back and forth game. So if anybody saw that one, that was... Yeah, there were some really good football games on Saturday. Some really fun games to watch, and there were some good ones in the morning too. Like Ole Miss A&M was a really fun game. Texas Kansas State was a really fun game. They had some fun games to watch in the morning, but Bedlam was really, really cool.
Yeah, it was a good weekend of college football. I thought beginning to end, even down to Colorado's loss, their fourth loss of the season now. Let's get into some NFL before Charles Davis joins us. Who's now the best team in the NFL? Eagles, Chiefs? Is it the Baltimore Ravens? We'll talk a little bit about that as the Niners get back in action this week against the Jags. Tolbert and Copes, Charles Davis at 3:50, but a little NFL next on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's sports leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction down in San Jose. It's where I had my LASIK vision procedure done a couple of years ago. Been telling you guys about it because if you're somebody who wears glasses and contacts, maybe it doesn't bother you, maybe it does bother you. It used to bug me, especially dealing with contacts. I never really thought about LASIK until I had my LASIK consultation with Dr. Michael Furlong and Dr. Sana, who incidentally, the best LASIK surgeons in the Silicon Valley, and Furlong Vision Correction has been voted the best place for LASIK in the Silicon Valley. And the reason is they cater everything to you. Everybody's got different eyes. Everybody's got a different vision situation. They use and offer a Contura topography guided LASIK. It's confusing maybe to you, but what it means, well, first of all, it's the most advanced FDA-approved technology. What it means is it measures up to 22,000 evaluation points. It allows them to create a customized vision map that is completely unique to you and your eyes. Your eyes and your vision deserve the best, like when you go to an optometrist and they got to cater the lens to you. That's what they're doing here at Furlong Vision Correction. You deserve the best, so do your eyes. So book that vision consultation appointment at furlongvision.com. You can pick up the phone and give them a call. But again, you want to check that out online. See what the testimonials are. I've put some stuff up there on their website, furlongvision.com, and you can learn more. They will definitely focus on your vision. You want to start seeing better? Go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
NFL Week 9 wrapped up. My bad. I was waiting for some highlights. Thought we had some there. No worries. That was my mistake. Eagles, Chiefs, and Ravens all win yesterday. Eagles beat the Cowboys. Chiefs beat the Dolphins, a good team. And Ravens ended up beating the Seahawks, helped the 49ers out a little bit, who the Niners see for the first time on Thanksgiving in Seattle, and then again 2 weeks later. Also see the Cardinals not until like the week before Christmas. So you still got a couple more division games there. You've already wrapped up against the Rams. You got one more against the Cardinals, and I mentioned 2 in Seattle, December 3rd against Philadelphia at Philly. And the Niners are 2 games back of Philadelphia right now. So if they can make up one in that span, they'll still have a chance to tie them and then own the tiebreak if they beat them in Philadelphia. The question is, after observing, we had a good look at the league yesterday without having to see the Niners, and it was kind of cool. It's the second time in 3 weeks I've gotten to see everybody really that was playing. And a couple weeks ago, Niners played on the Monday, so we got to see it there too. After seeing all this, do you have an opinion, Tom, right now? Because I don't think 9 weeks in, we have a clear-cut, absolute best team in football. I think there's a couple of cases to be made. I think for me, I'm going Philadelphia. Are you in the same line of thinking?
I think you saying that Baltimore beat Seattle is just underselling it a tad bit.
They kicked the crap out of Seattle, dude. And they beat Seattle at what they're good at. Like, Seattle stops the run, and Baltimore just ran the hell out of it.
I mean, they beat him like you're fighting. I mean, it was like if it was a fight, and in Baltimore was Mike Tyson, and Seattle was a dude that had no arms. That's what that fight would look like. It would just be an absolute bludgeoning. Is what it would be, with no chance, no shoes, no shirt, no chance,
no ties.
29-6 first downs, 6. They had 6 first downs. They had 29 first downs. Yardage 515 to 129.
Yeah,
that's college. That's like college dominance. You don't see that in the NFL very often, and you most certainly don't see it against two supposedly good teams. And I still think Seattle's a pretty good football team. I mean, I wanted to stop that game. Like, okay, that's enough. Just stop it. Get Seattle out of here with just a little bit of shame and send them on their way, because this is ridiculous. That was that was like a Denver beatdown when they played the Dolphins. The score wasn't as bad, but it felt just as bad. Like, Seattle had no chance of stopping them, and then Seattle had no chance of driving down the field. I'm going to say Baltimore is the best team in the NFL right now, the way they played. I mean, Philly's Philly, and if you want to say Philly, which you did, I don't blame you. I mean, they're 8-1, and that's a really, really good football team, and they've proven it now over some time. Baltimore's different, though. I think this year with their first-year offensive coordinator, Monken, their offense looks different. Lamar Jackson looks different. The defense is better than I thought it was going to be. The defense over the past few years hasn't been as good. Like, we always think of the Ravens as this defensive juggernaut.
They have been in the last few years.
They haven't been in a while, but this year they're good. And then you add it with the new offense and the new weapons that they have. Yeah, I mean, that's, again, like I said, the AFC playoffs are going to be a monster to get through. Whoever doesn't get that 1 seed, I mean, you're looking at maybe Buffalo, possibly Cincinnati, Jacksonville, Baltimore, Miami. I mean, that's rough trying to make it through there. Like, you definitely want the number 1 seed in the AFC. You don't want to face multiples of those.
But you might have to face. Saying it for years.
Yeah. Maybe even the Chargers if they get their act together. But
you don't want to have to play them, though. That's an offense. That's a team you don't. Still, you're right. You don't want to have to play the teams that could even be at the bottom of that playoff.
Jacksonville could be at the bottom. Well, they're probably going to win their division, so they wouldn't be at the bottom. But let's say Buffalo or Miami, whoever doesn't win that division, let's say they're at the bottom. They're a 7. You want to be at 2 facing them? Not really. Like, I don't. That's not easy facing those teams. So the AFC is brutal. But yeah, I'll go Baltimore right now. Again, Philly, I think those are top 2. You could flip them any way you want to. I would go Baltimore. You go Philly. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that whatsoever.
You're going Baltimore best in the AFC. I'm not like
I'm
again,
going Baltimore best overall.
You've been saying that for You've been saying that for a couple of weeks, and I don't hate that take. I mean, they're more impressive every time I see them. I'd still like to see a little bit more from the passing offense, but who cares? Lamar Jackson is a wrecking machine, dude. Justice Hill is breaking some runs. They've got the
bus.
Dude, Gus the bus got in yesterday into the end zone.
Bus.
So, good win for them over, not even a win, like you said, an absolute ass kicking.
Bludgeoning.
It'd be like Mike Tyson facing a guy with no arms, is what Tom said.
Yes, exactly.
Don't know that I'd want to see it, but if you want to see what that's like, check out the game from yesterday between Seattle and Baltimore. Charles Davis, one of our favorite guests, he was on the call yesterday for that C.J. Stroud performance, 470 yards and 5 touchdowns. He's going to join us next. One of our favorite guys, Charles Davis, only here on the Sports Leader. Chase Young took the practice field today for the 49ers for the first time. Deebo Samuel also returned to practice. You can check out more on those injuries and that story trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon, and one of our favorite guys we love to talk football with, or movies, or anything in general, and we'll do it all with Charles Davis, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. He was on the call yesterday for the C.J. Stroud 470-yard performance. I would call it a Texans win, but I'd rather call it a Tom Tolbert fantasy victory over me. Charles on the UMA guest line. What's up, man? How you been?
I've been doing great. I hope you guys are doing well. And look, yesterday was one of those, and you guys we're all in the same business, right? We're all, yakking away about different things, right? But let's face it, we've all been around ball and the whole deal. And sometimes you look at your assignment sheet, and then, of course, everyone else goes, what do you got this week? Oh, well, we've got Tampa Bay at Houston.
Oh no.
Right? It happens to all of us, right? There's just no getting around it. Some weeks you look at it and, like Philadelphia's playing Dallas, Kansas City, Miami, and Germany, right? Baltimore and Seattle are hooking up. I mean, you have all these games and they're like, oh, what do you have? Well, we have Tampa Bay, Houston. And who knows? And once again, I told our crew, and, with your crews, at one point I was the youngster. Now I'm old. So we have youngsters on the crew. I'm like, listen, don't let the outside noise get to you now. Everyone's going to tell you this is a lousy game, and it's too bad you have this, and you never know. I said you could get there, and it can be that game. And of course, they all looked at me and rolled their eyes, and they left the game. We left the game yesterday, and everyone was. We didn't need a car to the airport. You know how you're riding high because it was so much fun and so good. That's what we had yesterday.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, we just think the guys that got to do Baltimore-Seattle, they left going, that game sucked.
Right, and they went into it. They went into it so excited, like we got the game of the week. Right, in the United States, we have the game. Like in Germany, we know in Germany that's the game, right? But here, wow, what a matchup! And those two, and the way they're going to run the ball to each other, they're both physical. And the second time we have that because Detroit went in there and Baltimore mashed them when they had somebody who was like them. So you never know. You just don't.
You never know. Stroud just throws such a pretty ball, and I don't know how much. And I've watched him play this year, and I know he's been really good, really accurate. Yesterday he was in like a zone, and I think there's something to quarterbacks getting in a zone like shooters do. Occasionally they'll just like see stuff, and it's like everything slows down for him. Everything's on the money, but man, just everything was right where it needed to be. If he needed to lead a guy, he'd lead him. If he needed to hit him back shoulder because he gets throw away from the zone defense, he would hit him in the back. Just everything. It's like every time he threw the ball, Charles, I'm like, oh, that's complete. There's like no chance it's going to be incomplete. And that last drive was just magical.
Yeah, he's bloodless too. Like there's zero pulse to him. Zero. Like I'm hyped up for the last drive, 46 seconds, 2 timeouts. I got to put rocks in my shoes so I don't float out of the booth. And this kid just strolls out on the field like, he's throwing 7-on-7 on a Wednesday practice. Let's go do this thing. He has that it quality that we always talk about, that elusive deal, and all the things that you're evaluating going into the draft and all. And I don't want anyone to get it twisted. I hate revisionist history people, where what they said before and now they're on the bandwagon. Mm-hmm. I picked Bryce Young number 1. I had C.J. Stroud number 2. I'm not going to sit here and act like I had it any differently. And everyone's freaking out, all my Carolina fans. We took the wrong guy. And I said a week ago, your guy beat him and outplayed him 1 week ago. I said, you see how it works? Bryce Young could not have had a worse week to have the week he had this week than C.J. Stroud, what he did. Yeah. I mean, the contrast was just way too big. But when you watch C.J. Stroud in the combine, when you watch Pro Day, he's such an easy mover in the pocket. Some guys are very violent when they get to their setup. They, when they get away from the quarterback, from the center with the snap. Andrew Luck was like that. If you go back, remember Andrew Luck's dropbacks? Mm-hmm. I mean, he pounded his way back there, and it's violent. Yeah. And then his body would get quiet, and he'd throw the ball beautifully. CJ he's just very smooth in getting where he needs to, and he knows how to open his body to throw. All the things you described, that he needs to do. He knows how to put his body in the right position to make the right throw so that he has the right thing at it. And he just continually threw us something different. When he needed touch, there it was. When he needed drive it, he drove it. And he just, look, the touchdown pass was great. To me, on the last drive, the pass was against the two deep coverage where he hit Tank Dell on the sideline.
Yeah.
That was the throw. I was like, okay, folks, it's time for us to just applaud and go home because he's done it. I mean, we've seen it all here today. Let's just move it along. And he's a good kid. I had a chance to sit and meet with him. I'd heard different things along the process. I walked away extremely impressed with this young man, especially when you read his backstory. If you guys have not read his backstory, I advise everyone listening. I advise everyone to find that. There's one major article. I remember it was Sports Illustrated, wherever they did a real deep dive. Find that article and read it, and then say to yourself, if I went through all this, would I be in this spot? Because I can tell you, I don't think I had the gumption to pull it off. This kid does.
It's pretty incredible. Yeah.
No, that is. So was he the biggest story as Agun, what was his name? Agun Bawale. Was he the bigger story? How great was that?
That story, listen, he's a running back who, I think I said it on air yesterday. He carried the football at Wisconsin, which is running back heaven, right? He's carried the ball in the NFL and has had different times where he's had pretty good success. He's caught passes. He's contributed, the whole thing, right? He's never had more fun than he had yesterday playing the game of football. No ifs, ands, or buts on it. And I just tell you, I don't know if he's married, girlfriend, whatever it is, all right, whatever relationship he has. When he came through that door last night, honey, I'm home. I mean, he's got to be the happiest man. Did you see that smile?
It was awesome. It was so awesome.
It was amazing. And he did it. It felt like we were watching, old school football because back then position players kicked. You go back and look at the Packers dynasty. There was a championship game that Jerry Kramer, their starting guard,
that's right,
did the kicking because their regular kicker was hurt. Paul Hornung set the NFL record with 176 points in a season because he scored a lot of touchdowns. He also kicked their field goals and their extra points. If you look at the old photos of Paul Hornung, look at his feet, and you will often see a square-toe shoe that he played in, ran the football, and then when it was time to kick, he kicked the ball because remember back then we all kicked straight on. So this is old-school stuff that he pulled, and I'll just leave it with this, guys. He kicked that field goal, which was the greatest thing going, right? But you remember, prior to him kicking the field goal, they'd made the decision to go for two all the time. And I think they ended up being, 1 for 3, 1 for 4, going for 2. When he kicked the field goal, I said to myself, this will get interesting because if they end up losing the game by a point or two, the media will say, hey, coach, you decided to kick a field goal with him, but you wouldn't kick extra points. What's up? And all of a sudden he would have had to answer that question, which would have been very interesting. And last but not least, he did the kicking, not the punter. On 95% of the teams I know, the punter is the backup emergency kicker. We didn't have that with Colin Johnson, who came out of Australian rules football. They used Ogun Bawale. So that was very interesting. So he did his Justin Reed impression. Did you guys ever see Justin Reed?
Yeah, that was 2 years. That's the guy I was thinking of, Tom. 2 years ago. It was the last year, 2 years ago. He kicked that. He was like banging, like he hit a 75-yard kickoff at one point.
I mean, Justin Reed can boot it. And I said, Justin Reed probably got word as they're winging their way back from Germany that guess what? You have company now, and welcome to the club.
That's pretty cool, man. Talking to Charles Davis on the Uber guest line. I interviewed Jerry Krause, the guard from the Packers you were talking about a couple of years ago.
Yeah, Jerry Kramer.
Excuse me, Jerry Kramer.
Jerry Krause
was like, wow, I went last dance on you, huh? Yeah, different guy, way different guy. Similar body type, but different guy. Jerry Kramer. Imagine a guard out there, first of all, kicking. He was telling me he played in that ice bowl. He was like, oh, man, we talk technology. Like, we didn't have it back the way you guys have it now. He was saying, like, their jackets weren't the same. He was like, oh, the jackets they make now with the inlining, they're way better than the ones we had at the ice bowl that they were trying to work their way through. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Real quick on that one, because he wrote great books about those Packers. He wrote, one was called Instant Replay, and that was, they had won back-to-back titles, and he wrote a book about, them going back-to-back, and it was the last two titles of Lombardi, the first two Super Bowls. And then later on, he revisited his Packers team and teammates, and he called it Distant Replay. And he wrote these books with the great Dick Schaap. But in instant replay, you talk about the Ice Bowl. He said when they were in the locker room, he looked at his fellow guard, Fuzzy Thurston, and he said, "Hey, Fuzz, we ought to really psych him out. Let's go out there without gloves, and without sleeves, and the whole deal, right?
Psych him out,
show him that it's not so cold, right?"
Yeah.
And Fuzzy's like, "Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do that."
Fuzzy.
He said they ran out there for about 12 seconds and said, "That's a stupid idea," and ran back inside and got as many things. And Fuzzy said, "I'm getting 2 pair of gloves."
Yeah. He said the thing was like the ground was hard. He said it was like pavement. He's like, you could the grass was so hard.
Well, here's the best backstory. You guys gonna love this one. Vince Lombardi had a heating unit installed under the field that season that he was extremely proud of. So this unit was installed. Now think about this, 1966.
Like, how good could this thing be, right? You know?
Right. But the idea was that it would heat the ground, and so you wouldn't have the ice, and the ground would be. And he was so proud of that thing, right? Well, the Ice Bowl day dawned. It was so cold that it froze the heating unit, and it could never work. And that's why the ground was the way it was that day.
Unreal.
And last but not least, the officials' whistles back then were old school. They were the metal whistles.
Dude, freeze to your lips like you can't even blow it.
So the first play of the ball game, I think there was an incomplete pass. Someone blew a whistle. When they took the whistle out, their lip came with it. It was bleeding, and the official said, "That's it." No one used it. There was never another whistle in that ball game. Think about that now. They did the entire ball game without whistles.
Just yelled? What'd they do?
Just yelled, "Hey, ball's away! Hey, ball, incomplete! Get off it!"
Yeah, they talk different though.
And that's how they did the game. It was an entirely different deal because the whistles and the technology hadn't caught up. But whoever that guy was did an entire ball game with a bleeding lip in negative 16-degree weather.
Just yelling calls. Wild.
So anyway, I'm all over the Ice Bowl.
No, it's great. I love the Ice Bowl Inside. It's one of the craziest games. If you don't know about it, go check it out in NFL history. One of the wildest games. I want to ask you just about this week across the NFL. We had a chance to look at everybody else because the Niners were on a bye. Yeah. They'll see the Jags. We were saying third time in 4 weeks now the Niners are seeing their fourth opponent that they're seeing in who's coming off of a bye as well in Jacksonville. I'm wondering who you think the best team in football is. It doesn't seem to me that we have a clear-cut one. I think we've got a few teams that you can make a case for, and I'm wondering where you think the Niners stack up going into the second half.
I'm eager to see the Niners get off the deck because the talent didn't change, right? All of a sudden, that good football team, they didn't, everybody didn't get cut, so they're not all gone. So I'm eager to watch them get off the deck and get their footing again. They're still going to be in the mix until proven differently for me. People go through peaks and valleys and lulls. What I've been having fun listening to is hearing people tell me just how vulnerable Kansas City and Philadelphia are. Like, they're winning, but I don't know how impressive they are. And I always say, well, let's flip it a little bit. If they're not impressive yet they're still winning, I'd be terrified. Because what if all of a sudden they get impressive? They already know how to win. Now what if they get their mojo back? Kansas City is in the craziest spot of, well, we got to really get better on offense. That's where Kansas City is because their defense is a top 10 defense now. When have you ever said under Andy Reid's regime and during this entire great run that the defense is leading the offense in Kansas City?
Never.
The answer is never. But that's where we are right now because that's exactly what's going on. That defense is the best part of that team right now. Now, is the offense the dregs? No. But people have to step up and start making plays because it can't just be every single key play can't be number 15 throwing to number 87. It just can't. It's not sustainable for the playoffs. Some other people have to jump in. If you remember last year in the playoffs, Valdez-Scantling caught the football and made some plays for them. Juju Smith-Schuster made some plays for them. They got into the Super Bowl. Kadarius Toney caught a touchdown pass. Sky Moore caught a touchdown pass. They got to have more people in the mix that they can count on. And Patrick Mahomes is working on that. But everyone's screaming, I just don't know. I was like, well, hold on a second. You don't know, and they're working it out, yet they're still winning games, and the same thing can be said for Philadelphia. Dallas and Miami, we keep wanting to put them in there. Give me the game that Dallas and Miami has won this year that convinces you that they're that team. They have not beaten any of those teams yet. Can they? I think they can. They're good enough, but they haven't done it. And that's where you have to sit there and say, okay, I'm waiting to see. Buffalo scares the heck out of me right now. They should not be 5-4 first and foremost. The second part is take a good look at their schedule the rest of the way, and you tell me where their big run's coming from, because they're playing everybody. Okay?
Yeah.
And by the way, Denver's no longer a gimme. They got them coming up. Jets are not gimmies, and by the way, they lost to the Jets on the opening night when Aaron Rodgers played 4 plays. Mm-hmm. So then you throw in the fact that they got to play some really heavyweight teams. Okay, we're going to see if they can figure it all out. So I'm with everyone that says I'm not sure who it is, but I will tell you this, you're going to enjoy that San Francisco-Jacksonville game, because Jacksonville, in my mind, having seen them in person now twice, they're legit. They are a legit football team. Don't let the teal uniform throw you. That team will happily say, did you say back alley you want to go right now? I'll meet you there. That's where that team is right now.
What do you expect? And it's funny, you said the exact same thing we said about Dallas and Miami. Beat somebody. Don't care how, don't care where, just beat somebody. Just beat somebody, and then people will take you a little more seriously. But let me ask you about Chase Young and what your expectations are, because it's interesting. The defense has always led the way on this team. Yeah. It's not this year. It's been the pass rush hasn't got home. They've been a little soft against the run in the last few games. It hasn't been the same. What is Chase Young? Now, I don't think he's going to be the complete answer, because everybody else has got to pick it up. But what is he going to bring that maybe they haven't had since the D Ford days, where they actually had somebody opposite Bosa that can make a team pay for a single coverage?
If you are that tackle opposite him now, you're thinking about getting into your kick step really early. You're thinking about doing the Jawan Taylor with Kansas City that we've had so much fun focusing on all year. How fast can you get going without getting called for a penalty? Lane Johnson is very good at that in Philadelphia. You know, that sort of deal, getting into it before the rest of the people do, and we're wondering if he's going too fast or if everyone's just going slower than he is. That's what you're thinking with him. And I know it's probably too rich for what we're talking about now, but let's revisit it down the road and see if we has if there's any evidence to what I'm about to say. Okay, the 49ers have had a long-standing reputation of being able to acquire a pass rusher that is needed and makes a big impact for them. Fred Dean, Charles Haley. Can this kid be another one of those types of people that gets to San Francisco, gets celebrated for what he does best, emphasize what he does best, and kind of gets unlocked? Because that Washington team accumulated nothing but first-round talent across the front. They should have been the most celebrated people in D.C., and they really weren't, right? Yeah. There was so much else going on with that organization that they never really took advantage of the fact that that defensive front should have been terrifying to anyone playing against them. Because they were all first-round guys, all talented players, all really good, but it never totally fit together, did it? They never had that stretch where you just went, hey, whatever you do, you don't want to play against Washington's front. They were good, they were respected, but were they feared? I think this kid has found an organization where if he meets his potential, he's found the right place. And I always say, I'm old enough. When Fred Dean showed up, and boy, oh boy, how'd that turn out? When Charles Haley showed up, how did that turn out? I just think he has that kind of potential to be one of those guys. But let's visit it in a month or so down the road.
Talking to Charles Davis on the UMA guest line, Niners against the Jags. Just a quick thought on the rest of the NFC before we let you go, because I was looking at the Lions, and they're a team that intrigues me just because the rest of their schedule is not real tough because they don't have a playoff schedule after the way they finished last year. I was saying to Tom at the start of the year, that's like the best situation almost to be in football, to be a rising team at the end of a year, to get better, to almost make the playoffs, to compete at the end. And even that final game was great where they competed in Week 18 last year. You miss it, and then you don't have to play a first-place schedule. And here they come. I think they're kind of dangerous in what looks like, at least beyond number 1 or 2, a pretty wide-open NFC.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. And the offense is good enough, too.
Yeah.
And they're going to get David Montgomery back. And now Jahmyr Gibbs, we watched what he did last week in prime time. So we saw that. Wait till they get the full offensive line back. Frank Ragnow in the middle, the center, he didn't even play last week. So wait till you get the big fella back. And now you've got all those, they are big, big people in a league where, everybody's like, duh, everyone's big. When Detroit breaks the huddle, you go, good Lord. Okay? And Ragnow at center is like 6'6". All right? He looks like a tackle playing the pivot. Then you got Taylor Decker, Penei Sewell as your anchors on the edges. You know? Jonah Jackson is a big, strong, physical offensive lineman. They like to run the ball and beat you up in the image of their head coach, but they run so much offense under Ben Johnson, and Jared Goff runs it quite well. When you can run the football and he can get to bootlegs and pocket passes, play action, that's when he's at his best. He's like a Baker Mayfield with more accomplishments. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because when Baker's at his best, because yesterday C.J. Stroud was the story, right?
Sure.
Baker Mayfield was 21 of 30 yesterday, 265, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, quarterback rating of 119 point something.
He barely beat him.
Yep.
Once
again, he comes away with a loss. Baker Mayfield is a kid that, and every team, people like playing with him. Teammates love him. He wins the quarterback battle that he goes into. But if you check the record, and it's not a fair one because it's like a starting pitcher in baseball. Should we really give him wins and losses? But we do. So let's just use it for the argument. The essence of Baker Mayfield is you really like having him around. He has a losing record at every stop. And it's a weird thing to say because in college, the kid was a straight winner. So it's a weird deal to look at and see, but it just doesn't happen. And he was good yesterday. Like if they had won, you would have said, boy, what a nice game by Mayfield. But they lost, and Stroud overwhelmed him yesterday. Jared Goff has more accomplishments than that and plays in a better system right now in terms of people around him.
Well, it's funny, and I want to ask you something, but that's why I hate I think QB wins are the most ridiculous stat that
it's a weird stat, right?
It's well, because Baker lost the game with,
but did he
really
lose?
Win. Like he didn't. He was sitting on the bench while it was lost.
He actually scored the winning touchdown with 46 seconds to go.
Exactly.
And then they lose
His numbers were going to be the same regardless. Like he couldn't have done any more at that point. That's why I hate that stat because you're assigning a win to a guy who's on the field for half the game and may not even be out there to play defense when they're there. But anyway,
Tom Brady lost the Super Bowl and he threw for 500 yards.
Yeah,
and people were like, "Hold that! Well, he lost 3." I'm like, "Well, yeah, he won 7. And he threw for 500 in one of them, and the other 2 he wasn't on the field when they lost the game." Like, I don't know what we're talking about.
It's a strange stat, and we put it on people all the time, and we talk about it and we do it. Look, one of the best stats about Lamar Jackson is he's 16, 17-1 against NFC teams.
Yeah, should do it. The NFC shouldn't have stayed. That's his problem.
Next time you do a game, you should give a guard a win record.
Right.
This guard's 5-1 against the NFC. I think people would love that.
Never lost a game in the West.
I gotta tell you, you know something? I would love to, and I wish I had the Cajones to go into an open and go. I gotta tell you, we're talking about quarterbacks and all, but the left guard Jonah Jackson, 17-1 in his last 18
It's incredible.
against the AFC.
Yeah, dude.
When Jonah Jackson sees an AFC team, he just dominates at the left guard position. All right, back to you.
I will find you a true note. I will find you a true note, and we'll send one to you, Charles. Guaranteed. On a game that you're going to do. What's your next game? What's your next game?
We are going to Pittsburgh. We have Green Bay and Pittsburgh. What are those traditional battles? And I'm looking up all my stats, and both of them just so struggling to score points in the first half of games.
Yeah.
But we had the same thing this week. I think Tampa Bay was like 28th in the league in scoring. I think Houston was 22nd. Houston had scored 13 points the week before, and the final score was 39-37.
Yeah.
So here we are. Let's just let it play out and see how it goes.
Never know what you're
We'll get you a note. We'll have one to you.
Before you get out of here, we got to get to the important stuff. Tell me you jumped back in on Billions and watched the finale.
Well, I have not because I've been saving it because I just tell you, when I'm in season as my dad would say, son, you were blessed with a lot of things. An abundance of brains was not one of them. So you need to work harder at what you do. And when your old man looks you in the eye and tells you that, and he says it with nothing but love He's like, I'm telling you this with love, son. Okay, an abundance of brains is not what you're carrying with you. So you need to work harder than other people. So I don't do much TV watching. I have this stack of books by my bed that I'm, when the season's over, I'll get to.
He's reading on the Ice Bowl, Tom. Yeah.
When the season's over, Tom,
okay.
I'm all back in, and I will be watching and doing, and the whole deal. When I heard Axe was coming back, I was all locked in on the whole thing. But what I'm also going to do is go back and catch the time when Axe was gone. I think I think you had told me those were pretty darn good too. So I need to go back and check the whole thing out. And I just heard Paul Giamatti on a podcast talk about how much fun he had on Billions. And he said one of the things he loved most about working on Billions, he said there were 0 a-holes on the whole cast.
That's always good to know.
He said the cast are really good people, and it made going to work an absolute joy.
That's cool. Well, you know what? I mean, obviously, we'll hopefully get you on throughout the course of the season. But after the season, after you watch it, then we'll have to have a 6 months too late Billions recap when you get done with it.
That'll keep them. Yeah.
and by the way, when we do that, you're going to drop my fee in, right? My fee's got to pop in and give us a little something, right? I mean, that's
you would hope so. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's your boy. He's got to give us a little taste, right?
He's a big Niner fan. Big Niner fan. So we should do that.
If they win the whole thing, then we're definitely getting it done.
Absolutely. Hey man, thank you so much.
Always great to have you, Charles, man. Love
it's always great catching up with you, man.
Man, it's great to catch up with you guys as well, and enjoy this NBA in-season tournament with the floors and the uniforms and the whole thing going on. And you're what was going on?
Charles,
right?
Well, Charles Davis, he's never lost a game in the Mountain Time Zone. All right, dude. Go, catch you later, Charles.
Hey, Kansas City's undefeated in Germany.
Yeah, undefeated. They've never lost in Germany, dude.
Never lost in Germany. Bye, guys.
Later, dude. The great Charles Davis. We got to bounce, by the way. We're only with you till 5:15 this evening. We're going to take you live to the Monday Night Football game. Matt Mayoko going to join us in about 10 minutes. We have a quick update on some Giants news, some contract stuff, and a Giant is a finalist for a pretty damn big award. By the way, Dubon won a Gold Glove, so you can get pissed at that. As we go to break here, Tolbert and Copes will tell you some of the Giants contract news and the finalist stuff next on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Warriors' 5-game winning streak came to an end last night as the Cavaliers won 115-104. There's more on that story. It's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Next Level Sports. It is that time of year again. Registration is on. Teams are filling up. You don't want to be left out. Flag football is fun. And they also have basketball and volleyball. But flag football has been around forever. And who knows? Maybe you got the next Olympian, the next flag football Olympian on your hands. I played flag football for 3 years growing up and loved it. You know, it's fun. You get to embarrass kids out there by juking them. Just kidding. I'm sure it's not the same way it is back when I was growing up. I did do that, though. And I apologize. I really do now. I've learned the error of my ways. Next Level Sports, about sportsmanship. Yes. But it's about learning the game, right? You get to learn to throw the ball. You get to learn to run with the ball. You get to learn to block. And flag football is team building. It's good. I always say it's great for kids to be a part of team sports growing up. It just teaches you not only, I'm not saying you're a leader, but if you are on the team, how to incorporate everybody, how to work as a team, how not to you want to get your way all the time. You're not always going to get your way. Do what's best for the team, how to listen. So I'm just a big fan of team sports. And again, I played flag football. It's been around forever. And believe it or not, it is an Olympic sport. It's kindergarten through 8th grade. You can get registered for the upcoming season. Teams are filling up quickly, and locations are everywhere. So you can find a location near you. To learn more, all you have to do is go to nextlevelsports.com. That's nextlevelsports.com. You can learn more. You can find the location nearest you, and you can sign up. Join the movement. Join our community. Next Level Sports, the best youth sports experience.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. And we are cutting out early today at 5:15. We're going to get you to Monday Night Football at kickoff. We'll get you the Jets and the Chargers. Chargers are they laying? Are they getting 3? Are they laying 3?
No.
I saw the line was at 3. They're laying 3. Chargers are laying 3. We got some quick news here for you as far as the Giants are concerned because we're going to talk to Matt Mayoko. Get the update on the 49ers. We found out Deebo Samuel's returned to practice. Trent Williams did not. And Chase Young had his first practice today with the Niners. We're at number 92. The Giants news today for some contract stuff is we're past the World Series, so we're starting to get opt-ins and opt-outs. Found out Ross Stripling opted in last week. We knew that was going to happen. Giants have picked up the option on Alex Cobb. He's going to have an off-season hip surgery, or he already has, but he's going to be out, it sounds like, till June. I think we're all happy about his return. He was one of the best pitchers, really, in the National League for the better part of the first half before the hip kind of got to him. Also, a bit of a surprise to me. We'll talk more about this later. Michael Conforto opted in to his $18 million contract. Sean Manaea has opted out of his contract, sort of expected there. Meanwhile, the Guardians officially announced that Stephen Vogt is going to be their new manager. He had interviewed for the Giants job. The Mets have hired Carlos Mendoza to be their manager. And in a pretty shocking move, Craig Counsell left the Brewers to take the job with the Cubs today. Ultimately, that's going to end David Ross's time as manager there. Craig Counsell is going to make $8 million a year. That's going to be the highest paid manager in all of baseball, which is pretty surprising.
What?
Speculation that he was going to go to the Mets. Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
$8 million?
$8 million a year, highest paid manager annually in baseball. Bochy's like, well, I could use a restructure.
Well, I'll tell you something else. How many championships that guy won?
That's good money, huh? He's got a
As
weird
a player, I mean, as a manager.
If he's getting paid per weird stances, then he's going to win. Or is it bad? Craig Counsell, for people who don't know, Craig Counsell, a hell of a stance when he was in the batter's box, dude.
Yeah.
One of the weirdest. One more bit of news here. They have announced a couple more finalists for some big-time awards. They've announced the finalists for the National League Cy Young Award.
Okay.
Blake Snell,
Correct.
Zach Gallen, and from Rockland, California, your San Francisco Giants' own Logan Webb.
Great job, brother.
He's a finalist for the National League Cy Young. Can we get an applause for Logan Webb? Can we get just
Very
like a
nice.
Great job, brother.
Good on you, man. Derek, you're a big Giants guy. Don't you furrow your brow at me.
Derek.
Thank you. Cy Young finalist Logan Webb. And then one more note here. I said it to you a minute ago. What did you see, or did you have a reaction to Mauricio Dubon winning a Gold Glove? I was shocked. I was like, what's next? A base running award for smarts? Like, this is coming out of nowhere. This guy's in center winning Gold Gloves. That was wild. It's part of their run.
Is that what he won it for, playing center field?
Yeah, he was an outfielder for most all of this year, and a lot of the time when the Giants had traded him over there. Remember I told you at the playoffs, they were like, it's going to be a low-scoring game. Defense will be at a premium today with Dubon in center, and I was like, I kind of scoffed that. I was like, really? It's crazy.
I'd say I thought Mauricio Dubon won a Gold Glove when Grizzly Adams grew a beard.
Grizzly Adams
does have a beard, said Lee Trevino.
No. No. To hell with that. I'm playing for Chubbs. All right. We got Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area. Our 49ers insider. He's going to join us next. We got big things to talk about. Deebo Samuel returned to the practice field for the first time since he was injured against Cleveland. Yes, he did. Trent Williams did not return to practice. No. And then Chase Young, who was traded to the Niners at the deadline last week, made his first appearance at Niner practice wearing number 92. We'll get you all of that info, and we'll talk about it with Matt Mayoko as the Niners get ready for their Week 10 tilt with the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Excuse me, I got to go play with golf.
What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Everybody works, I think, every day trying to get to retirement. You'd love to get to that spot. You got a dream retirement date, maybe a dream retirement scenario. So whether you're already retired or you've got that plan to be retired, you're trying to set yourself up. You want to know if you're setting yourself up correctly. If you're taking too much risk, if you're paying too much in fees, you're going to be able to set yourself up for that lifestyle you've always wanted. No, not if you don't call Greg O'Donnell. That's what I'm here to talk about. Retirement and planning for it with Greg O'Donnell. He's been doing that for more than 3 decades right here in the Bay Area. He's been helping people just like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. So if you're interested in learning how Greg O'Donnell's been doing that for so long and helping so many people, O'Donnell Financial Group is the place for you. They can help you and your family and give them the care they need and the planning they need to set yourself up for retirement. Greg and his team are easy to talk to. There's no cost or no obligation. So give them a call today, 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300, or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative, offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Faithful. Here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. The best lawyers they hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday evening, Monday afternoon. I hate this time of year, man. Starts getting dark early, and I never know what to say. Anyway, it's 4:35, and we got Matt Mayoko here, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, to help get us ready for the Niners' return to the field this weekend in Jacksonville against the Jags. And the return to the practice field as Matt Mayoko joined us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Matt? How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Doing well. How was the bye week for you?
It was great. Awesome. Drove up to Eugene on Thursday. Saw the kid, a freshman at University of Oregon, and got drenched. Had a few Hop Valleys and other assorted IPAs, and just powered through yesterday. Drove home. Yeah, that was a good time.
Good deal. So just one game you saw? Did you get to a game?
Well, meaning the Cal Oregon game.
Right. So you get drenched there, you're saying?
Yeah, it got drenched there before, during, and after the game. Got drenched, and so grand old time.
Good deal, grand time.
Well, at least your kids went to school close together.
Yeah, New Hampshire and Oregon, and that's no reflection on what they think of each other or what the New Hampshire kid thinks of me.
Yeah, I was going to say I would say more reflective is maybe something else. So
I actually did the homework on this one. She could have gone I think as the crow flies, maybe 30 miles further away if she'd gone to University of Maine. Yeah. But I guess she just decided, you know what, New Hampshire kind of gets my point across.
Yeah. She's like, they have a cell tower in Maine, though, so I don't want to, it's a better connection or something like that. Matt Mayoko with us on the UMA guest line. So we were given the notes earlier. Deebo Samuel returns to the practice field for the first time since the injury against the Browns, which is good news. Chase Young makes his first appearance as a Niner at practice, rocking number 92. I like to make a note of that so people know who to look for. And then Trent Williams was not out there. So let me start with Trent Williams. Does his missing practice, in your mind, mean anything for his status on Sunday?
Well, only that I guess there's more of a question. But I did see him before practice, like throwing a football around. So he was there. Usually he doesn't. I know.
It's sort of funny.
I guess he's now the. He's now the number 4 quarterback.
Oh, good, he was out there, right? Okay, yeah.
He was there. Yeah. He when they called roll, he raised his hand. I think he should be fine. He usually does not practice on Wednesdays. That's kind of the veteran day off for him. So it's been a while now. I mean, it will have been 4 weeks from the time that he had the injury to Sunday's game in Jacksonville. So it looks like just about everybody. Aaron Banks has the turf toe injury, the hyperextended toe. So he's going to be out for a game or 2 or 3. John Feliciano steps in to left guard for him, but I would say that this will certainly be the most healthy the 49ers have been since that Cleveland game, because now McCaffrey, who did not miss any games, he missed the second half of that game against the Browns, but he should be healthier than he's been. So hey, the 49ers are in a pretty decent spot heading to Jacksonville.
Do you have any concerns? I know Shanahan doesn't, but I wanted to ask you your concern level, if there is any, with Brock Purdy and the picks late in the games. For me, it's a little bit, but not much. I still think. Yeah. I was surprised, Matt. He leads the league in yards per attempt. Like Tua is having an amazing season. He's at 8.8, which is a ridiculously good number. Brock's at 9.1 yards an attempt, which is insane. Like that, usually around the mid-8s you'll lead the league, but 9.1 is just incredible. So I look at him and go, yeah, I mean, he's got to clean a few things up here and there, but I'm more convinced than ever that this guy is like the guy and can lead them where they ultimately want to go. Like, I don't know, how do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, his passer rating and his yards per attempt, if he is able to carry this through the whole season, would be top 3 and top 4 in 49ers franchise history.
That's incredible.
And so that, this is a franchise that's had a couple of pretty good quarterbacks. So that's impressive. Yeah. The thing about him and the yards per attempt too is that he has had success throwing the ball down the field. Not necessarily in week 2 against the Rams where he missed 3 guys, but he was having probably his best game as far as doing that on the last time the 49ers played, when they played the Bengals.
Yep.
The only question I have about him, because I really do think, and I'm sure Greg Cosell said the same thing, is that the game against the Vikings and the game against the Bengals, he played lights out until he didn't. He was particularly the game against the Bengals. He was so good, and I went back and watched it, and Tony Romo's just raving about him. And when you watch it, taped, you're thinking, oh, Tony, don't you know about the interceptions he throws later in the game? How can you be raving about him like this?
Where's Nostradamus now?
Yeah, come on, dude. Call that play, Tony.
Water on your face, and you're like, yeah, okay, maybe it doesn't work that way. The only question I would have about him is, I guess we've seen enough probably not to have this concern, but just in the back of my mind, there's part of me that says, God, he was drafted 262 for a reason. So these interceptions that have popped up here in the past 10 quarters, 5 interceptions in the past 10 quarters, is that like the arm strength coming back to bite him? But then you look at those throws, and I don't think that that's it. I think that the one he just made a really bad, kind of a brain cramp, like rookie decision to even try to throw that one ball just on the little flip that Jermaine Pratt intercepted, because that was he should have known, like, you can't throw that pass because you already have an ineligible receiver downfield because of that broken play. So I guess, it's really an area where he needs to clean that up. Over the past 10 quarters, the interceptions, he's had the one fumble where he kind of got loose with the football as well. I don't think there's a reason for concern. I think he's still the same guy that was lights out in the first 5 games of this season and basically every time he stepped on the field last year. But I guess there's just always that seed of doubt that's planted when you see a guy who's done so well for a period of time, and then he goes through a situation like this where he's made some critical mistakes. You kind of wonder if, okay, is something being figured out about him? Is there a little blind spot now that that we have to him because he's been so impressive? So I guess that was a long way of saying I don't think so. I don't think there's a reason for concern, but he has to be able to avoid those mistakes at critical times, or else that will be, the reputation that he has.
Thank you, Matt Mayo. Go NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider here on the UMA guest line. How much do you expect to see Chase Young this week?
Considering he was playing so much with the Commanders, he was playing a lot of snaps. We're talking, 50, 60, 70 snaps a game. Jeez. I'd expect him to play a lot. They're not saving him for anything. He's signed through this year. Very unlikely that he re-signs with this team after the season is over. So, yeah, I would expect to see him. I don't know if he'll start. I think probably Cleveland Ferrell has done well enough to hold on to that starting job at least for this first week. But then it's kind of ride the hot hand. And so they'll have 4 the defensive ends active. Bosa's going to be active, and Young and Ferrell and probably Gregory. And then you want to be able to rotate guys in, keep them fresh, few snaps at a time. But if Chase Young is looking like he did for the 7 games he played with Washington, then maybe they ride him a little bit too. Not to the level of Bosa. Maybe they're able to kind of split up the snaps a little bit and not have Bosa play 100% of the snaps like he did last game. But yeah, no, I fully expect Chase Young to get a lot of action. We're talking, in my mind, probably upwards of 50% of the snaps.
So here's the one thing. I went back and I was watching some of the games in the first half. And here's the one thing I noticed. And again, I didn't watch all of them again. I've watched them all. But I want to know if maybe I'm wrong on this or you agree and you have a reason.
You're wrong, Tom. Oh, you haven't given me the scenario yet.
I hate you. I probably am wrong, but you're going to find out shortly. Where's Hufanga this year? Last year he made so many plays at the line of scrimmage, behind the line of scrimmage, and I think I'm correct in saying he's much better up near the line of scrimmage than he is in coverage. Like, he wasn't terrible in coverage last year. He's just better being a game wrecker. Where is he? Well, how come he's not been utilized like he was last year? Or is he?
I mean,
again, that's the question. Is he?
Yeah, I don't think he is, or at least it certainly doesn't seem that way. I mean, he found himself around the ball a lot last year, and it wasn't just plays at the line of scrimmage. I mean, he was getting his hands on the football. He was making game-changing types of plays. And no, I completely agree. I mean, it's kind of interesting. A guy who's a first-time starter, had that big game on the Monday night against the Rams and kind of got on the radar of everybody early in the season, and then just kind of carried that momentum to an all-pro season. And one is, like I said, in just his second NFL year. So he's definitely one of those guys that there's more out there for him. That he can make more game-changing plays. And, in fact, I would say that about just about every player on the team where, Bosa, and I know you scoffed last week, and I kind of scoff too when I say it, but Bosa, according to the metrics and the pressures, is having a really good season. But it hasn't shown up in, like, actual practical football game-changing types of plays. And I think you could go down the line. Fred Warner had the really good game against the Cowboys. It kind of got on the radar for NFL Defensive Player of the Year. But you could probably go through everybody, including Javon Hargrave and, Dre Greenlaw and Tashawn Gibson and the cornerback